Chapter 19, Phase 22, Safe Harbor. I don't own anything but my original characters and musings. On with the story. March 6, 71 CE. The Archangel. Reuniting with some of his friends had been wonderful, Tyler would admit, but he knew that a catch-up session would have to wait. As much as he didn't want to do it, Tyler knew the captain and vice-captain would have questions for him. None of the times that Tyler had stood in front of one or both of the women in charge of the Archangel had been what could be called nice. But as he had learned, putting off things you didn't like never helped, usually just made the experience worse in the end. So, Tyler hadn't fought Mew when he had said the captain wanted to see him. Mew was escorting Tyler to see Muru and Natarl as they had already messaged him that they wanted to talk to the teen. However, Mew could see the subtle signs that Tyler wasn't interested in speaking with the two top commanding officers of the Archangel right now. However, Mew also noted that Tyler didn't fight with the summons but more tolerating the point. He didn't blame the kid. Natarl seemed to butt heads with him most of the time when they were in the same room. And honestly, Tyler didn't do things that were wrong, even if questionably against orders an amount of the time. Granted, the way Tyler did a task were rough and at times appeared shady, but the results were commendable. Once the two reached the captain's quarters, they were told to enter and Tyler found himself in the room he avoided on this ship. Both women gazed at Tyler McGregor as the teen that seemed to always be around issues even when he didn't cause them. The teen's appearance in the battle that had just occurred was extremely helpful to the ship and her crew. There were still questions in regards to what happened to Tyler after being separated from the ship. It had been close to 2 weeks since the descent down to Earth and there hadn't been as much as a peep from Tyler. And while it wasn't odd to get little from the oldest teen pilot, that didn't mean it comforted those on the Archangel to hear nothing from or about him. Muru gestured for Mew to leave as he and Crystal would be in charge while she and Natarl had their meeting with Tyler. And where the two armor pilots tended to defend Tyler, that wouldn't help in this meeting. Mew sighed knowing he was being told that he wasn't to stay. Fine, I'll go, just at least give the kid a chance to speak, he said and then left. Tyler twisted around and stared at the man as he vacated the room, not having expected the guy to say what he did. Granted, Tyler had gained some respect for Mew Laflaga and Crystal McAllister, they had shown they were good people. However, he hadn't figured they would defend him, and telling the commanding officers to give him a chance to give his story was in Tyler's view a defense. Now, did that mean the two women would give Tyler that chance? He didn't truthfully know. Past experience gave mixed expectations on whether he would be given a chance to defend or if he would be simply listening to a lecture. Hence, he turned back to face the Archangel's top officers and folded his arms waiting for them to begin this meeting. Muru could tell that Tyler was waiting on them to start this, which was pretty typical of him as he didn't give information unless prompted and willing. She had no idea how this would go. Tyler wasn't the most cooperative when expected to be. So then Tyler, Muru began, I suppose the first question is what happened to you when you were separated from the Archangel? She paused. It is assumed that you went through re-entry, but after that we have been making guesses. The opening that Muru had started with was what Natarl would have gone with. She had learned that Tyler couldn't be approached with the normal way she would any other member of the crew. But there was other information that Natarl wanted, as Tyler had viable data on re-entry conditions and how the mobile suit dealt with it. That was data that the developers didn't have and used estimates to do the work for the G project. Also, Natarl added, data on how the Shadow handled atmospheric re-entry would be appreciated. Developers were insistent on the G weapons being able to do the idea without some sort of an entry capsule. Tyler held in the scoff that wanted to escape him at the developer comment. Those individuals hadn't a clue what they were talking about. Yes, the Shadow and the Aegis had made it through the atmosphere, but it had taken work to make that possible, which hadn't been done by said developers. So, he took a deep breath. Yet, from what I learned about the G project, I'm aware the developers tout their creations can do re-entry on their own among other things. Tyler paused then continued, and to that claim, I say freaking BS. They need to stop smoking or drinking what they were when they did the work and made their claims. Technically Omni's prototypes like the Shadow have the capability to survive the heat, but that is all I'll give them. I had to make adjustments to the OS and onboard systems to make re-entry even feasible, and it was still harsh as can be. If a natural pilot had been in my position, they would have been dead before crashing into the ground. I'll leave it at that. Tyler's iteration didn't speak well of future development, as the G project was to match and hopefully outdo ZAFT with some things. ZAFT had to use entry capsules for getting to Earth, and those were easily detectable where a mobile suit would be harder to pinpoint. Nevertheless, Natarl wanted more an explanation. And what do you mean by that? Tyler shook his head. Your G weapons leave the pilot in the position of having to do manual descent the whole way, no assistance. That clear enough, Tyler replied. Have whoever you plan to do that sign their death certificate along with their final will and testament before they go. It would save you time, as the pilot is going to die even if they are experienced in harsh environments. I had to get creative and route what I could to the phase shift to not faint from overheating, and that is before landing. I hope that Omni isn't getting into sacrificing their pilots for such type of stunts. You'll lose good pilots fast. Muru held up a hand to stop the two from getting into an argument, as that was the last thing they needed. Moving on, she said to transition, after re-entry, where did you come down, Tyler? Tyler leaned back in the chair, around the Republic of East Asia if you must know, he answered. I have been working on recovery for the last week almost too, spending the first 2 days in the hospital. Since then, I've been taking some R&R waiting to get info about the Archangel as I had no idea where you lot were. Natarl folded her arms, and the mobile suit you had? What has been going on with it? Tyler gave the woman a look which said to her that she was butting into business that wasn't hers. As I understand it, the shadow is mine and so, means you have no say in what I decide to do with it. And that is according to Admiral Halberton, so argue with him if you have an issue with the shadow being my business now, Tyler stated. And the new equipment? Muru asked. Tyler sighed, again, it really isn't your business, but I had a friend and others do repairs and they had been working on the equipment pack before now. I just got lucky to be able to test the equipment and that it was ready at the time, that's all. Tyler paused and looked the two women in the eye, and I make it clear, you nor any of Murdoch's mechanics are to inspect any of that said equipment. You do that and I assure you there will be consequences that will be faced by this crew, which would be better I not have to spell out. Natarl frowned angrily as the mobile suit in question was made with Omni technology. With that in mind, the shadow should belong to Omni if not for the salvage laws. But its technology should still be seen and inspected regardless what this rebellious teen said. Are you threatening us? The shadow was made with elements of the G project, we have every right to inspect that machine. Tyler didn't flinch at Natarl's snapped reply, he was used to the woman's reaction to him. Threatening? No, just telling you facts nicely as they are and honestly, trying to help by warning you. He shrugged, the shadow has equipment in it that isn't Omni developed, and with that I cite the Latinan protocol as the reason for you not go looking at it. Natarl gritted her teeth at the mention of the Latinan protocol that the Federation had between the other factions. She knew of it as Omni R&D personnel cursed it often and Omni top brass did as well. Those that didn't openly curse the agreement would state that it had been one of the things that kept tension between the Alliance and the Federation but still didn't like it. The protocol made it illegal for Omni or ZAFT to use or steal science data of the Federations for its own military development. And with the estimates of Federation development, Omni scientists said if shared would have ended the war years ago. That also heavily inferred that the Shadow had Federation technology that they saw no reason to share. Muru on the other hand, had only heard the name of the protocol and was vaguely aware it had something to do with scientific development. Why do you bring up the Federation's Latinan protocol, Tyler? She questioned. Tyler blinked as it was obvious that Natarl knew about the protocol and wasn't fond of it. But then, most of Omni didn't like the agreement as they wanted scientific development which they were being denied. Yet apparently, Ramius didn't understand what that protocol actually did. Do you know what the Latinan protocol does, Miss Ramius? Tyler inquired, to which Muru just looked confused. By the expression on her face, Natarl certainly does. Muru glanced at Natarl and saw she had a displeased look on her face likely due to the mentioned agreement. Yet, Tyler continued, then let me make it simple for you, the Latinan protocol makes it illegal for ZAFT and Omni to acquire, steal, or use Federation scientific data for military development. Natarl let out a growl, and that agreement has caused needless deaths and this war to keep going for years along with the Federation's neutrality. Muru was surprised at Natarl's reply to Tyler and the tone she had stated it in. Even with the how things were between her and Tyler, this was a worse reaction than normal. She had also heard some of the argument that Natarl was making but she didn't see the point of it. Tyler however, had heard the basic debate that Natarl was making in some of its various forms, and felt it was narrow-minded and foolish. Do you really believe that, Natarl? Tyler posed, for I have heard a number of counter-arguments to that view. Natarl glared at Tyler, the facts and numbers speak for themselves, she returned, the lives lost during this war could have been prevented. Tyler didn't disagree with the last half of Natarl's sentence, lives lost could have been prevented. However, she was missing the point that some within the Alliance had started the war and were keeping it going. So, Tyler nodded, I'll give you Natarl that you have a point, but it isn't in the way you think you do. He stopped for a moment and thought if he should lay out the facts as they truly were. Let me tell you in a way you would understand of why the Latinan protocol exists. The last time Omni got their hands on Federation data they employed it for military use, the numbers of deaths caused speak for themselves. And the form the said use would be mobile armors. Muru was confused, what was Tyler talking about with mobile armors? As far as she knew, Omni R&D came up with them to defend the Alliance's interests. What are you talking about, Tyler? Tyler exhaled, Omni may claim they came up with mobile armors themselves, but that isn't true as they are developed from designs of early Federation space fighters, that plain enough for you? And this war shows that Omni or rather some of them and those they listen to cannot be trusted with science that can be militarized. The proof is that mobile armors have been used to attack colonies and deliver destructive payloads to wipe out populations. Tyler folded his arms, the leaders of the Federation have no desire to have such happen again. Natarl was angry at Tyler saying the Earth Alliance was expected to use any science data for military application and to commit genocide. That's speculation, nothing more. Tyler had to admit that Natarl was stubborn at times to a fault. She wasn't willing to see the evidence and see the horrible things done by some of those that were in the Alliance. But then, Tyler had seen the darker side of the Alliance that they hid from the world with the work he did in Salas. He ended out sighing heavily. The bloody Valentine, he said simply. Mura was shaking her head at what Tyler was implying, that the Alliance was somehow involved in that tragedy. What are you implying, Tyler? She asked, that the Alliance was somehow involved in that. Ridiculous, Muru, the bloody Valentine was committed by terrorists, period, Natarl stated firmly. Tyler hummed, which drew attention back to him. Terrorists, hey, he questioned, what is your definition of a terrorist then, Natarl? Natarl blinked at the question as it made her think, members of a Rouge group that commit atrocities, she answered. Tyler shrugged, fair enough, but I would add their appearance may not match what you would picture of such individuals. Terrorists can put up a front and tend to be rather good at making their cause seem like a just one when it isn't, while looking like normal people. Tyler took a breath and decided to change the subject. Anyway, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Archangel is still in need of repair and resupply, unless you have managed it already. Mura was relieved for the change of subject. The previous one had been making the air tense in the room. You are correct, Tyler, the Archangel still needs to resupply and really could use repairs. We tried to go to Delia's but were denied entry, so have been moving on attempting to figure out where we could get assistance. Tyler nodded as he knew there were other things were going on in the Federation that outsiders didn't see. And with the Federation, unless specifically asked, there was no reason to tell others about what was going on. Yeah, makes sense, the Equatorial Union is having some internal issues it is working through currently by what understand. With that in mind, outsiders are discouraged until that is settled, so please don't take offense. Natarl sighed since there had been no mention of such a thing and it would have been nice to know. Well, it would have been nice if we had been told that, as we were just informed that we couldn't dock. Tyler shrugged, apologies, but outside interference has rarely been nice, that's the reason it is avoided. Moving on, I can think of 2 places that the Archangel could dock and get the supplies and repairs it needs, Tyler iterated. Muru perked up at Tyler saying he knew of not 1 but 2 potential places that the Archangel could dock was some of the better news she'd heard in a week. The Archangel was managing for the time being, but food and water supplies were starting to be worrisomely low. Natarl and Muru had been discussing what they could do to ration out supplies until getting to a dock. Unfortunately, neither of them had been able to come up with much of a backup plan as they were already rationing. What places did you have coming to mind? Muru asked. Tyler hadn't forgotten he still had an assignment to do that involved the Archangel. The ship was still carrying mobile suit data and that was not to reach JOSHA in usable condition. If the Archangel docked at a Federation port, then Tyler could get his task done without arousing suspicion. The best port would be Shira, as Tyler would have the best opportunity and equipment to do his job. But he didn't want to make it seem like he was planning something and have Natarl be more suspicious that she already was. Well, I believe Orb's Onagora port or the Republic's Shira port would be able to handle the Archangel without much issue, Tyler replied. You can take your pick between the 2 depending how much a detour you want to make. Mura was glad to know there were ports that could help with repairs and resupply for the Archangel. Such had been rare from the outset and that had been an hindrance in ways words couldn't say well. And as far as Muru knew, the Federation was reasonable when it came to resupply and repair. Shira was not too far off the path to JOSHA and the crew could get some time to relax, which they hadn't had since the start. Natarl, on the other hand, wasn't keen on docking at a Federation port for anything other than quick resupply. The Archangel's mission was still a priority, and that was to get the ship and its remaining mobile suit prototype to Alliance HQ. Omni needed mobile suits as soon as possible to keep in this war and perhaps change the course of it. Natarl believed that. While your suggestion is appreciated, Natarl began, we need to get to JOSHA as soon as possible. Tyler nodded in response, I can understand the priority of your mission, but I would ask, can the Archangel with current supply and condition make it to said base? Tyler questioned. Natarl bit her tongue at the question as she knew the answer was an unlikely yes and a more likely no. Tyler saw the expression on Natarl's face and that was enough of an answer, so it is slim to none as things stand. Muru sighed, indeed Tyler, you are correct, she admitted, as things are the chances of us reaching our destination are low. While that is correct, Captain, Natarl stated, if we dock at a Federation port and they do repairs, there is a chance they could see the strike. Tyler shook his head, you still think that your G project is secret, he posed. Then let me remind you how wrong you are, ZAFT knows about it through what they stole. The Federation has become aware of it after digging was done, so it's no secret anymore. However, I'll give you credit for being the dutiful soldier, wish there were more like that in Omni. Yet, I would also state that you are driving this ship's crew into stress, which is followed by duress. Both of which are unhealthy to have for all that long without taking time to relieve them. Natarl wanted to snap at the teen, but she couldn't exactly deny what he was saying even when she wanted to. The G project was as good as public knowledge with ZAFT's theft, but that didn't change the mission. And she had seen the subtle signs of the crew dealing with stress from this journey. However, were she to admit Tyler had a point, it would be an encouragement for the team to continue talking back. And his smirk that had come to his face was only irritating Natarl as it seemed to dare her to agree with him. Your view will be considered, Natarl said evenly. Anything else you care to add? Tyler knew he had won against Natarl Bajaruel and she wouldn't admit that in front of him, not that she needed to. Nevertheless, Tyler figured that it wouldn't be the best time to mention the Alliance and Omni weren't happy with the Archangel. From what he had read, the data the ship carried was the major reason that they're not being targeted by their allies as they were with ZAFT. And he doubted they even knew what they carried that Omni wanted so much. Tyler feared for the crew of the Archangel, they wouldn't get praise for their actions, the opposite Tyler was sure, which was sad as they were good people. So Tyler shrugged, other than to not be in such a rush that you get the minimum repair done, not that I can think of. Muru exhaled, and you believe the Archangel would be allowed to dock in either place you suggested, Tyler? She asked. It was a question Tyler had seen coming, and not for the reason that they were Federation ports, but from past experience the ship had been through. The Archangel hadn't been on the best or easiest journey from its outset, Tyler wouldn't deny that. ZAFT had been chasing them dogmatically and did still, nor was it only Cruzet that was ignoring rules and treaties to do said pursuing. Those that were supposed to be allies to the ship hadn't been much better than ZAFT, with Artemis being an example. The only help the ship had gotten during its travels was at orbit and being allowed to travel through Federation territory. The Archangel really needed a break, and while Tyler knew that they would get that to an extent at a Federation dock, it made his assignment somewhat harder to do. Yes, I do, Tyler returned. ZAFT wouldn't attack you while you're there, as they would be severely punished were they to attempt that. Also, the crew would have some time to not have to worry they'll be needed to help everyone survive to see another day for a bit. Muru would admit that what Tyler said helped a little, but the last dock they had been in had been an Allied one, and that hadn't ended well. However, the ship was in need of repairs, even if Murdoch and his mechanics were keeping her going. The Archangel needed supplies sooner rather than later, as rationing was only going to stretch them so far. The morale of the crew was getting more strained every passing day, even if none said anything. Most were pulling multiple duties, with the crew complement being as low as it was, and that was taking a toll. So in the end, Muru said that Shira would be their next destination, and Natarl accepted that even if she wasn't happy about it. The conversation didn't end there, both Muru and Natarl had other questions for the teen. The talk kept going for around an hour, and it had gotten tedious to Tyler, but due to the manners that he'd been drilled with, he didn't say that, rather just listening and replying for the most part. Tyler had never been fond of interrogation sessions, and that's what the meeting was after the first part of it. At the same time, Kira and Lakis had left the hangar after the fight had ended, and Tyler had gone off with Mew. They had headed towards their quarters but had been caught by Sai and Mirialia, who had just gotten off a shift. Of course, they both had asked questions about Tyler and where he was to Kira and Lakis. The two said that Tyler had gone off with Mew to likely report to the officers of the ship. It made sense to them, with Tyler having been separated from the Archangel for the near 2 weeks he had been. The majority of the Archangel's crew had assumed Tyler had unlikely made it through re-entry. Only a few had been firm and sure that he had made it and was alive, those being the volunteers, Mew and Crystal. So when the shadow appeared in the previous battle, that had proven the believers right and the doubters wrong. Yet, none of the volunteers had gotten a chance to see or talk to Tyler after the shadow had landed on the Archangel. The 4 teens headed for the mess hall, planning to get a meal before separating from there. Mirialia fully intended to search out the ship and find Tyler, to see him with her own eyes. She may not like some of his behavior as it annoyed her, but she didn't want him dead, he was still a friend after all. Sai planned to tail Mirialia to make sure she held herself back enough to not bother others on the ship. The 4 grabbed trays from the kitchen and went to a table, the mood still subdued from what it had been weeks ago. When Tyler was allowed to leave the office, he made his way to the mess hall, as he hadn't eaten since the light meal he'd shoveled down early this morning. Yet, as Tyler approached the mess, he heard the sound of voices talking, and he quickly identified them to belong to Kira, Lakis, Mirialia, and Sai. Tyler, being how he was, decided to have a kick and make a more extravagant entrance into the mess hall than he would normally make. His sense of humor was something that got him into trouble at times, but it had carried him through hard times too. Kira would understand enough to not take Tyler's action as him acting up or something like that. How the rest would take Tyler's antics, he couldn't say exactly, and honestly, he wanted to let off some stress, and humor was the best way for him. So, he stood in front of the door, took a deep breath in before he pressed the button to open the door. Minutes after the 4 teens in the mess sat down, the door to the mess slid open, drawing attention to the doorway. The sight of Tyler coming in with a smile on his face and his hands on hips froze Sai and Mirialia. "I am Bayok," Tyler announced with firm confidence. Kira, at seeing his friend coming in and trying to make them laugh, shook his head and snickered in response. Lakis attempted to stifle her giggles, but she couldn't help them coming out of her at Tyler's display. On the other hand, Sai and Mirialia were staring at Tyler, Sai with his mouth open in shock. Mireille was gaping at Tyler, trying to process that he was at the door of the mess hall. After the greeting, Tyler waltzed over to the kitchen and grabbed a food tray, thanking the cooks for the meal. Then Tyler walked over to the same table that the other 4 teens were sitting at and took a seat. Tyler glanced over at Kira and Lakis. "Sorry for going off and leaving you two. The captain and vice captain wanted to talk to me about things. The conversation took longer than I thought it would, as they had several questions for me. Anyway, I hope you all don't mind me joining you for dinner. I haven't had anything to eat since early this morning, and that was light," he said. It was a moment after Tyler had spoken that Sai and Mireille came out of the gaping stupor. Mireille rushed around the table so fast that Tyler swore that she had just about teleported somehow. Mireille was so glad that Tyler was alive. She had been so scared that she'd lost a friend to this dumb war. Tyler found himself being hugged tightly by Mireille. "Ty, you big idiot, disappearing and worrying us so much," she got out in a somewhat broken voice with tears falling. To say Mireille's reaction was unexpected to Tyler didn't quite say his feelings about what the girl was doing in response to his sudden disappearance and absence. Mireille wasn't one to be mean to him regularly or anything, but she would often chide Tyler about shirking work, as she put it. He honestly didn't think she would care this much with him being separated from the Archangel. All Tyler could think to do was to gently pat the brunette's left shoulder. "My apologies for pulling the disappearing act, Mireille. I knew doing atmospheric re-entry was a possibility, but never planned to do the idea," Tyler remarked. "I just found myself pushed into that position that I was forced to do." Sai came to be behind Mireille, patting her other shoulder to help her calm down. He was also glad that Tyler was okay and here now. Him disappearing had scared all those from Heliopolis. It may not seem like it to most, but Tyler was a pillar of strength that the volunteers looked to in hard times. Kira had tried to step into that position, but even he hadn't been able to fill that well, even with Lakis's help. Sai didn't know if Tyler knew that he was a support to them in the times of need during this unexpected journey, but he certainly was. It still took a few minutes for Mireille to let go and calm down with the assistance of those there in the mess. Tyler would admit that it was nice to know that his absence had been noticed, as sometimes he felt kind of like a third wheel. He had been confident that his friends on the Archangel would be okay in most situations that he could think of. That didn't mean he wasn't worried about them while he had been away, as he had. Anything could have happened after all. Dinner was a fairly boisterous event for the 5 teens, even if there was no one else in the mess other than the cooks in the kitchen. Mireille mentioned to Tyler that Tall and Cuzzy were on the bridge currently, as they had a shift. It made sense to Tyler, as the Archangel's crew was still short-handed and so they couldn't afford to have too many off-duty at the same time. The reunion would have been nicer were Tall and Cuzzy there, but it still gave Tyler a warm and fuzzy feeling. After the meal, Tyler found the quarters he'd been inhabiting before separating from the ship and its crew were unused. In fact, Tyler saw his things were still in the room as he had left them for whatever reason. He wasn't going to complain about the quarters being available for him to work with, as he was tied and didn't want to have to hunt down a room. Plus, Tyler was looking forward to a good night's sleep for the first time in more than a week. Sakura sneaking into his bed had been beyond annoying and irritating, more so with him telling her to leave him alone. That didn't mean Tyler didn't think about and feel sorry for Lisa and Athran, who would have to deal with the pink-haired woman. Tyler began going through his things to make sure all of it was there as he had from Heliopolis. He doubted that anyone had touched any of his stuff, but it never hurt to check in Tyler's view. As he was doing that, a knock came at the door, which got Tyler to turn curious as to who was coming to see him. Shift change wasn't due for a few hours as far as he knew, if things were unchanged, which assumed it was. Tyler rose and went to the door and found when he opened it Kira and Lakis were standing on the other side. Hey you two," Tyler greeted. "To what do I owe the pleasure of the visit?" Tyler did gesture for the two to come into his quarters, as he assumed they would be having a catch-up session. Kira and Lakis entered the quarters that were unofficially Tyler's, even if the crew never said so out loud. Tyler took a seat on the bed while Kira and Lakis went over to the couch that was in the room. "Well, you have been gone for almost 2 weeks, Kira started. "I doubt you were doing nothing for that time frame." Tyler shrugged. "Not a whole lot to tell. Re-entry sucked and it took time to recover," he answered. "But you made it," Lakis stated. She had been worried when Tyler hadn't made it back to the Archangel, at least when she had been told about it. The volunteers had told her and Kira about Tyler being separated from the ship and that no one had heard anything. It had been horrible to know nothing about their friend, where he was or if he was okay. Tyler frowned a bit with the reminder of the experience of the descent to Earth, as it hadn't been in any way pleasant. "Yeah, heck of a ride, and I was having non-so-nice thoughts on the way down, I assure you," Tyler admitted. "The specs may say the suits can do re-entry, but I dare the designers to do the idea themselves before claiming that." Lakis gazed at Tyler pitifully, figuring that his journey had been anything but easy, including whatever happened after the descent. Kira said nothing as Tyler kept going, and that's before taking into account there was more than just me to worry about getting through the atmosphere. Kira perked up at his friend saying he hadn't descended alone as Tyler had been when Kira had been sent back to the Archangel. "Who did you descend with?" he asked. "A colleague of mine along with Athran and Sakura," Tyler replied flatly. Lakis was shocked to hear that her older sister had been forced to do atmospheric re-entry in the CGUE she'd been piloting. ZAFT mobile suits weren't designed to do re-entry without an entry capsules period. Is Sakura okay? She asked with tones of worry. Tyler held back the flinch at the thoughts of Sakura as she had been making things harder since she had started staying at his place. But he didn't want to get into that problem as he didn't want Lakis to think horribly of her sister even if her actions were unwanted. Tyler cared what Lakis thought about him and didn't want to hurt her feelings, even if it meant he had to grin and bear the pain he did. So Tyler took a deep breath. I would say she is okay and has been taking time to relax a bit. There was something about what Tyler said that Lakis couldn't place exactly, and it wasn't that she didn't believe him. The strained undertone said that how Sakura was relaxing didn't sit the best if at all with Tyler. And while Lakis knew her older sister did rub people the wrong way at times, she wanted to believe Sakura didn't mean to do that. Lakis was going to ask further, but Tyler spoke again. When we landed, the 4 of us were taken to a hospital as none of us were awake as far as I've heard. I spent close to 2 days there before getting out for the rest of my recovery. Kira nodded. I assume that those with you did much the same. Tyler shrugged. Other doing it a tad longer, pretty much. Sakura had an incident at the hospital which I had to handle, but nothing which needs to be noted. They have been resting up as of late, which I would say that we all needed. Kira sighed. I can understand needing time to recover, he began. Lakis and I spent time in the ship's infirmary after the descent. It has been pretty quiet since coming down to Earth other than that one encounter with ZAFT. The conversation kept going as the 3 spent the next hour catching up on what had happened over the time apart. After the catch-up session, the 2 left to Tyler assumed was their quarters wherever those were. Tyler was curious if Kira and Lakis were either next door to one another or sharing a room by this point. It wouldn't surprise him, at least not with Lakis, as the girl had made it clear she liked Kira. The sad thing to Tyler was his friend hadn't been seeing the hints that Lakis was giving him or seeming to notice any sign of Lakis's interest in him. Tyler chalked it up to Kira's naivete, which he cursed more often than not for the frustration it provided. He just hoped that somehow the relationship the 2 had could progress. Kira and Lakis just seemed to fit one another. Tyler figured it would come down to Lakis being assertive rather than Kira making a move. And he knew that Lakis could be assertive when she wanted to be, not as much as Sakura but still. And speaking of Lakis's older sister, Tyler once again remembered tonight would be the first night in near 2 weeks he wouldn't wake up with her in his bed. That relieved Tyler somewhat, as waking up with Sakura in his bed had been doing things to him he didn't like. His nerves had been stressed from Sakura along with the little patience he had with the woman. So a night away from her insistent cuddling would be good to Tyler. At least, he was looking forward to not finding Sakura arms wrapped around him when he got up, as well as finding her in an outfit that was questionable, to put it mildly. It would certainly be the best night of sleep he had in weeks, and he was looking forward to it. Meanwhile, on the navigation bridge, Natarl had taken charge as Muru needed to get some rest after pulling close to a 13-hour shift, including the fight in the middle of it. Things had been quiet since the encounter with ZAFT forces. The 2 Federation vessels were still ahead of them, guiding the way forward towards the Republic's Shira docking ports. And at the rate the Archangel was traveling, it should reach its destination by early morning. The majority of the crew was winding down, other than those on duty keeping the ship going. Natarl wasn't being taxed by the managing task of the operation of the ship itself. The crew on the bridge were doing that just fine themselves. So that left her to her own thoughts and considering recent events and how to move forward effectively. It didn't take long for Natarl's thoughts to return to the conversation between Muru, Tyler, and herself. Learning of the young man had come down in territory of the Federation had given a fair conclusion to an unanswered question. Tyler had also mentioned that the 2 Alliance shuttles with the refugees on board had landed in the Republic as well. Then there was the other part of the talk, which was the need and solution to the supply issue and the Archangel's condition. She was conflicted with where the conversation had ended with the supply and the repair problem. The point of needing to resupply was something that even she couldn't deny without outright lying and admitting Tyler had a point, which she wouldn't do. However, that didn't change the Archangel's mission to get to Earth Alliance HQ at JOSHA in Alaska. The war was becoming worse every passing day, and Omni needed a game changer soon or they would be defeated by ZAFT. Mobile suits were to be that game changer for Omni, and Natarl felt it would make the needed difference. With that in mind, when Tyler had suggested that they stop by Shira, it had caused pause to the captain and for Natarl herself. Natarl had heard about the Republic's capital city from others before now, both from others within Omni and people when she was younger. Shira was one of the premium vacation destinations of Earth for many, and in the years of the war one of the safer places to go to get away. Natarl had been to the city once when she was a little girl with her father and mother. Although she didn't remember a lot other than it had been time she had spent with her father before he had been killed. Natarl's reservations had nothing to do with the Federation itself or any of its member nations. And where Natarl disagreed with a number of the policies, treaties, and standings of the Federation personally, that was a separate matter. Their neutrality was a standing issue when it came to the war, but the Federation stuck to it stubbornly. However, it was also due to that standing that people within the Alliance and the plants could go and get away from the war for a time. And records did state that the Federation would resupply vessels from either side as long as they behaved while in dock. So, stopping in Shira wasn't what was bothering Natarl exactly, as it would help the Archangel in a number of needed ways. Yet, there were other issues encroaching that were worrying Natarl and that had her on edge about going to a Federation port. Tyler's reasoning had made sense, for the crew did need rest and to relax. Natarl could see the signs of that. But as the Archangel's mission was even more critical now than before, to stop in a non-alliance port could be a disaster with ZAFT chasing them. However, as there were few alliance ports along the way to JOSHA, there was little option. And while the likelihood of ZAFT attacking the Archangel when it is in a Federation port, it was still possible. ZAFT knew that if they were to assault the ship while in Shira, they would be blasted and ZAFT would have to explain themselves or risk the Federation bringing them to task. Records showed that the Federation's military had the power to bring either side to task for making extremely dumb decisions. There were a number of examples that stood out, the response to Bloody Valentine being the most notable. The campaign on the Grimaldi front was yet another show, as the Federation's military had effectively ended that in less than 24 hours when the campaign had gone on for weeks. It was the reason why ZAFT and Omni left Federation member nations alone, to avoid having that force turned on them. But even that concern was not the whole reason Natarl had to get to JOSHA as quickly as possible. It was more what hadn't been said in the conversation that took that responsibility for her. The way that Tyler had presented his idea of docking at Shira or in Orb was sound in and of itself. But there was something more to it. Natarl just couldn't place what was being left unsaid by the young coordinator. He knew something which he was choosing not to say, she was almost sure about that. Although Tyler had the admirable military discipline which he showed from time to time and did in the conversation. Yet, what it was that he knew but didn't say, she could only guess, and that annoyed her quite a bit. Nonetheless, whatever the subject was clearly troubled Tyler. The sign was brief, but it had been there. In the end, Natarl couldn't stop the sigh that escaped her at the thoughts going through her mind. Arnold, who was in the pilot's chair, noticed Natarl's action, which wasn't really like her normally. Both the captain and Natarl had been stressed lately ever since the descent down to Earth. From what Arnold had seen, things had been stressful before coming down to Earth, but it had increased as they got closer to JOSHA. "Ma'am, are you doing okay?" he asked. Natarl looked up at Arnold, posing his question. "Yes, I'm fine, just thinking upon recent events and wondering why they have happened the way they did," she replied. Arnold nodded in agreement, as things had been busy and stressful with the 8th Fleet then down to Earth. Yes, the Archangel had only been attacked once while on Earth, but everyone had been on edge. Hours passed with little change overall and not much talking between the crew on the bridge. That changed when the bridge lift door opened, which startled a few of those on the bridge as it was so unexpected. The shift change wasn't due for hours and Natarl didn't know any that would be this early to their posts. However, when Natarl turned, she found Tyler stepping onto the bridge from the lift. Tyler put his hands on his hips. "Good," Tyler started before realizing his intended greeting wouldn't exactly apply. Well, it isn't exactly morning just yet as sunrise hasn't happened, but you get the idea of the greeting." Natarl stared at the young coordinator, wondering about what he was up to at this time of night. She had her issues with Tyler, a number of them in fact, which she didn't make public if she didn't have to. No, she hadn't missed that the crew watched the interaction of Tyler and her, nor the mutterings that followed. And now there was a feeling in the back of her mind that Tyler was here for something again, since the teen wasn't one to do social calls with the crew. "What are you doing up here so early, Tyler?" she questioned. Tyler knew Natarl wouldn't believe he was being nice right off the bat, too much bad experience between them for that. And really, he was here to give them a warning concern current Federation policy with Omni and ZAFT vessels. Due to some incidents within the last year, security at docks for non-Federation vessels had been tightened. Tyler understood the reasoning, and didn't fault the policy, but it still created an issue for the Archangel. With the ship's experience at the Eurasian Federation's Artemis, Tyler figured that the crew wouldn't appreciate the lockdown procedures. So, Tyler shrugged. "Well, as it happens, I need to be on my way and take back my mobile suit to get the work being done on it finished." Tyler paused for a moment. "However, I wanted to at least say that I'm leaving because apparently, the disappearing I was forced into wasn't taken well when it occurred up in orbit. We'll meet back up later, so no need to worry. Plus, wanted to give a piece of advice before I go, to be nice if anything." Natarl was a tad curious as to what Tyler meant when he said he was giving advice. She wasn't the most pleased that he was going and taking the Shadow with him, likely including the equipment it came with. If the Shadow's equipment was developed by Federation scientists, it would be a real look into their level of technology. Omni had wanted to see and inspect Federation tech for years and had never gotten anything due to treaties and agreements. Just from the battle earlier, she had witnessed a railgun in the form of a rifle which seemed to be as efficient as a beam rifle. Then there had been the potential positron blaster cannon, far smaller than the Lohengrin yet close to as powerful. The last weapon was a mystery, so not much to say about that one. However, with Tyler leaving, that ended any possibility of inspecting the Shadow or looking at its equipment. And then there was whatever Tyler had as advice, since she had rarely if ever heard reasonable advice from the teen. The Archangel was approximately between an hour or two from Shira's port, for the teen to leave now was odd. And what kind of advice do you have? Natarl asked curiously. Tyler's face became serious. When you come into dock at Shira, I can guarantee that there will be a group that will inspection the ship before you'll be permitted to disembark, he began. Why would that be the case, McGregor? Natarl interrupted, somewhat irritated. There was no reason for the Archangel to be inspected by the Federation. And it was sounding like Tyler implied that the crew wouldn't be given an option to refuse the said inspection. Granted, the Archangel still lacked a registry code for the Alliance, but that shouldn't mean that it be treated as it had. Tyler wished that Natarl would let him finish his thought, as it would answer her question. It wasn't new, the woman did this when he tried to explain something. She interrupted before he could get a full thought out. I'll tell you if you would let me finish, Natarl, Tyler replied calmly. As I was saying, there will be an inspection team coming on board to check over the ship and make sure things are as they should be. Please don't take it or their possible attitudes or actions personally or as an insult. The Archangel doesn't have identity codes and so isn't in the Earth Alliance registry, and that does make a small difference. Mostly it's because it wouldn't be the first time during this war that an unregistered ship from either ZAFT or Omni have caused serious problems in Federation ports, so this is taken seriously due to previous incidents. That being said, my recommendation is to cooperate with those who come on board. It will best help you and move things along a lot faster if you do, Ensign Badgeruel. Natarl sighed, not exactly liking what Tyler warned of, as the Archangel had faced similar at Artemis. Nevertheless, it wouldn't surprise her if such situations as Tyler had implied had happened during the years of the war. Natarl had read a report of two about attacks within Federation territory that neither Omni nor ZAFT took credit for. The concern with such was that it could draw the Federation's military into the war, and that could complicate things greatly. Back to the inspection, unlike the experience at Artemis, there was warning beforehand, which was different. It didn't make the event any nicer, but with the Federation it should be less biased than Artemis had been. Very well, Natarl returned, your advice is noted. Tyler nodded and then left the bridge after that, heading to wherever he was, leaving the present crew processing what had been said. Pal turned around in his seat. At least we have some warning about what will come, he commented. We didn't with what went down at Artemis. Natarl exhaled. While that is true, to be told you will be inspected isn't something to look forward to. Meanwhile, Tyler headed through the corridors, making his way to the hangar. However, Tyler did stop by his quarters to grab his things that he had left the last time. There wasn't much, but Tyler would rather have the personal items he had at Heliopolis. When he got to the hangar itself, Tyler found the large room empty of people, which at this time of night was understandable. For others that made launching a mobile suit more difficult, but Tyler knew he could get the job done himself. Knowing what needed to be done, Tyler made his way to one of the consoles for launching mobile weapons and got down to the business of setting up a delayed launching sequence for the Shadow. This presented a few challenges, the first being the delay itself without having someone manning the console as was normally needed. Tyler fixed that with a few creative commands to run after a time delay that would allow him to get to the Shadow. The second issue was the need to equip the backpack he had come with, as Tyler wouldn't leave the Kale pack on the ship. There was too much of a chance for Omni personnel inspecting it and then developing weapons of their own. Tyler had seen Omni development, and the Atlantic Federation's G project was his proof of how dangerous it could be. And he wouldn't be the one that gave them that opportunity, which would be snatched up with vigor. But like the first problem, Tyler corrected that through some creative commands to attach it to the Shadow. The final part of the program would then initiate the actual launching sequence after all the rest had been done. He managed to take care of all of that in a little over 5 minutes with the time delay that Tyler estimated he would need. Tyler scanned over his program and was satisfied with what he had put together and that it would do what he wanted. He started the program before he snatched his bag and ran over to the Shadow's docking cage. Tyler used the zipline to get to the cockpit, tossed his bag in before entering himself. He quickly settled into the seat and was buckling in when the docking cage jerked and began moving to the right catapult. Tyler flicked the switch to seal the cockpit and the hangar disappeared from his sight. He turned on the OS as the forward screen came into active position. By the time the OS was up fully, Tyler witnessed the Shadow passing the airtight shutters into the main catapult. The cage's catwalks retracted as the Shadow was locked into the catapult docking points. A moment later, the Kale backpack was lowered and attached to the suit with the clunks of the clamps locking it in place. The railgun rifle came out from the left storage compartment, which Tyler had the Shadow clipped to the hip holster. Tyler faced forward and waited for the linear catapult to open so that he could head out. Back on the bridge, Pal had been staring at his console watching as the Shadow was sent to the right linear catapult. As far as he knew, there was no one in the hangar at this time as the mechanics were off and likely sleeping. For the Shadow to go the catapult meant that it had somehow been done without mechanics helping. Pal hadn't been aware that such a thing was possible and was impressed Tyler had managed that. "Ma'am, the Shadow has moved to the right catapult and is holding for launch," he reported. Natarl felt irritation that somehow Tyler had managed to do something that should require others helping with. Of course, he somehow found a way to move the suit to the catapult, she muttered. Open and activate the catapult so the shadow can launch. Pal did as Natarl had ordered and activated the right linear catapult, which opened and the electron rails extended out. Tyler smiled a bit as the catapult opened up, as it said that Natarl wasn't going to make things difficult. He was grateful for the gesture as he had other things to do today, and he wanted to get to them. The shadow launched out and the event was watched by those on the bridge. Natarl noted that as she figured, Tyler was taking the unknown equipment, which meant no looking at it. The machine soon afterward vanished from view, leaving its direction for travel unknown to those on the Archangel. After activating both the Mirage Colloid and the Echo Trace emitter, Tyler flew the shadow along the coast heading back towards Tesway. He wanted to return the shadow to the lab to have the maintenance finished, the sooner the better in his view. Tyler knew that it would take the Archangel close to 2 hours to reach Shira's docks, and he wanted to be there when it docked. It took him close to an hour to reach the valley that the huge shutter in the ceiling of Tesway, and he contacted the central control room. The operators opened the shutter and Tyler maneuvered down into Tesway and landed on a launching platform. The platform retracted in and brought the shadow to the development floor. Tyler exited the shadow and the machine was moved to a dock for the needed work to be resumed. Tyler saw there were few here, so he just thanked the scientist that was on duty before he exited the laboratory. He did a brisk walk to Tesway's train station and had to wait for the next train to come so he could get back to Shira. Meanwhile, the ships escorting the Archangel silently kept moving forward to Shira's docks. And when the edge of the city came into view, those on the navigation bridge couldn't help but smile in a bit of relief. ZAFT would not attack the Archangel while it was docked at Shira, so this would be a chance of safe rest. Communication from the lead escort told the Archangel to enter one of the larger dry docks which had been flooded for them. The two escorts moved away as the Archangel approached and entered the dock itself. Once in the dock closed from the open water and began to draw, having the ship on stands. Mura, who had come onto the bridge around half an hour ago, was sighing with relief as the cranes and docking structure began moving into place. The ship was safe from ZAFT while they were here, and that was something the Archangel hadn't had that since the journey's outset. However, she blinked and saw scaffolding shift to be over the ship's beam turrets, as that was kind of odd. The officers that had come on with Mura were also watching as things were moving into place, wondering what was going on. Those that had heard Tyler's warning kept calm as they assumed this was part of what he had been talking about. When what looked like a gangway was brought to one of the outside airlocks, Mura spotted a number of people hustling up the walkway. She and other officers that hadn't heard Tyler's advice began to be apprehensive as they watched what was going on. Natarl noticed this, so she spoke up in the attempt to ease the developing tension. By what Tyler said before leaving, there will be a group coming on board to inspect things, she stated. It is apparently due to the fact that we're unregistered, and the Federation has had trouble with such. Mura was trying to figure out how not being registered had to do with troubles the Federation may have had. She had neither heard nor read any reports about trouble with the Federation recently that would warrant an inspection for Omni ships. At the same time, the airlock that the gangway had been extended to was opened and the Federation's inspection team rushed onto the ship. Their job was to secure the ship and lock down its weapon and combat systems. It was the routine now, with unknown ships having caused issues in the last 2 years. Should the crew cooperate, it would be quick and simple for all concerned, and the team leader hoped that would be the case. The team broke into 2 groups, one group headed for the engines while the other made their way towards the navigation bridge. Back on the bridge, Mura was going to ask what Natarl was talking about and what Tyler might have said, but never got the opportunity. The lift doors slid open and out of them came 7 people who spread out once on the bridge. 6 of them were in combat outfits that the Federation tended to use, with what looked like assault rifles in hand. The one man that wasn't in the combat uniform wore the less formal uniform of the Federation's military, identifying them as the likely leader of the group. The man in the Federation non-combat uniform looked to Muru. I assume you're the captain or the current commanding officer of this vessel, correct? He inquired in a serious tone. Muru nodded. Yes, I am, she replied. The man acknowledged the answer and continued, very well then, tell your crew to step back from their stations, Captain, he commanded curtly. Muru was attempting to understand what was going on here, as none of this was making any sense to her. There was no reason for an inspection of the Archangel, even less allowing access to others. What in the world for? Muru demanded. Yet, Natarl interrupted her. Everyone, step away from your stations for the moment, please. The rest of the bridge crew hesitated for a moment with the differing orders from the 2 commanding officers, but did as Natarl had said. Once they had, the 6 other soldiers moved forward and began to tap out commands on the consoles. Pal and Jackie observed that the commands that were being put in essentially were locking use of certain systems, specifically combat-oriented. How Federation personnel could know what commands Omni used to do that, none of the non-commissioned crew knew. Muru, on the other hand, gazed back at the man who was likely the leader of these soldiers. She wasn't pleased with what was happening to her or the ship's crew, as it was undeserved. However, she took a moment to calm down, as acting out wouldn't help. What is the purpose of this? She asked in a calmer tone. The group leader knew that as this ship and its crew were guests, there was no obligation to tell them of the standing policy. Yet, from the reports on this ship, they had been through a great deal and the man could sympathize. So he stared back. Maru, your cooperation in this procedure is appreciated, he remarked. We are locking down the systems of this vessel while it is in dock. It is a precautionary measure that's fairly common now for non-Federation vessels, they will be unlocked when you are ready to depart. Once the lockdown is finished, you may disembark from this ship, he said, slightly inclining his head. It is asked that you have identification ready to display, it will make processing quicker. Maru slumped into her chair as it was clear that nothing she said would change the situation as it was. This wasn't as bad as what happened at Artemis, but it still felt similar in the end. True, there weren't guns being pointed at them beyond the entrance, but still to be ordered around without being told as to why this was happening was unpleasant. She wondered if giving another the benefit of the doubt was something that done anymore or if it was a relic of the past due to the ongoing war. The lockdown procedure continued as the crew's frustration and slight depression built. Back with Tyler, the train had come by some time later which he boarded and the ride lasted for 20 minutes or so. Once he arrived at Shira's northern station he got off and went straight for his car. Tyler buckled in with the 5-point harness before starting the car and began heading for the docks. His driving speed was not slow, he made sure he wasn't caught by any sensors the law enforcement used for the idea. Tyler knew that as it was early morning, there's a lot less of a chance for him being stopped for any reason, so Tyler wasn't worried about local authorities pulling him over. If questioned, then Tyler would neither confirm or deny that his speed could have been a tad above the posted limit. When Tyler got to the dockyard entrance, he flashed his military ID and he was let inside. As Tyler drove, he spotted the Archangel in a dock but didn't look to have been there long as dock equipment was shifting into place still. And since it would take some time for the disembarking process to go through, Tyler had an idea. His hobby of drifting was pretty much denied outright most places, but the dockyard was one of those happy places Tyler could practice. At least that was true since he had befriended some of the dockyard managers. With that in mind, Tyler pulled up at the dockyard offices and went inside and spoke with the one in charge. The chief on duty in the dockyard was a tad surprised to see Tyler McGregor at this hour of the morning. The teen did pop up every once in a while to practice his hobby but that was normally during daylight hours. The car drifting that McGregor did was a popular show with most of the dock works and the kid knew that. Tyler agreed to the normal wager of 50 meters or less meant that he would clean up the skid marks himself. If Tyler put down more than 50 meters, then the dock workers would then do the cleanup. The chief agreed and told Tyler to do what he needed to get prepared. Once Tyler zoomed back to his car, the dockyard chief put out the message for a break and that there would be a drifting show. Tyler drove his car a distance away from the stretch in front of the larger docks where he did the drifting. His hobby of drifting was something he enjoyed thoroughly, even when his mother not just frowned down it, but actively discouraged. But he knew that the dock workers liked watching him and even cheered him on as he drifted and that motivated him. A smile crept to Tyler's face at the prospect of drifting ahead of him. The feeling of excitement and adrenaline pumping as Tyler took a deep breath in before focusing on what he was about to do. A distance down from Tyler most of the dock workers were by the offices chattering excitedly at the show about to happen. McGregor's drifting was never dull and honestly was impressive and so most workers didn't miss the shows. Tyler rolled both the driver's side window and the passenger side down as he loved the feeling of the wind in his hair when drifting. He revved his car to signal he was good to go to the dockyard workers, so that they could give him the signal to go. At the same time, those on the Archangel were preparing to exit the ship as the lockdown was now done. Kira and Lakis had grabbed their things from the quarters they had been assigned and began to make their way towards the ship exit. For Kira, it had been over 2 years since he had visited the Republic and he hoped it would be as it was. He was also curious where Tyler had gotten off to as he had been gone when everyone woke up. Kira had gone down to the hangar and found the shadow was also gone, meaning his friend had taken it somewhere. He guessed that he and their friends would see Tyler soon enough, they all had catching up to do. Kira and Lakis met up with the other from Heliopolis and they made their way to the airlock which would lead to the dock. As that happened, Tyler saw a green flag being waved wildly by one of the workers a ways down the open raceway. In response, Tyler put his foot down to the floor and his car shot forward, engine roaring as he lurched into motion. As he moved forward gaining speed, Tyler shifted the transmission up through the gears with the lever under the steering wheel with his left hand. His right hand was holding the emergency brake, ready to pull it to get the car to begin drifting. Tyler kept building up speed until he reached the start of the open area in front of the main administration build for the docks, then he yanked on the emergency brake hard. The tires started squealing as they lost most if not just about all traction as momentum took over the motion of the automotive machine Tyler was in. Tyler wrenched the wheel to get the car turning 90 degrees to being drifting down the open stretch of pavement. He kept a tight grip on the steering wheel with one hand and the other had a hold on the emergency brake. Tyler continued to throttle the gas and the brake to maintain the drift and gain the distance yet stay in control. Back with Kira, he was in front of his group as they approached the airlock. There were people on the gangway platform checking IDs of those disembarking from the Archangel. Kira had just handed his civilian ID over to one of those checking them when the sound of screeching tires was heard. It had been some time since Kira had heard the sound and he remembered that Tyler had an acquired hobby. Tyler's love of drifting was one you either got used to and didn't hold against him, or cursed him for practicing. Kira slowly turned to look towards where the sound was coming from and witnessed a car sliding sideways along a stretch of the dockyard. And Kira couldn't help the sigh that escaped him at seeing the car drifting, which he had no doubt Tyler was at the wheel. Lakis noticed Kira's actions and glanced the same way he did and could only stare at the car that was skidding across the pavement. She had seen video records of the idea which was usually referred to as drifting. Those videos had made her question why the drivers were considered doing such things. And now seeing the point firsthand, she still didn't understand how anyone would have an interest in doing it. Then there was Kira sighing, which made her curious why he would do that, for it was like he was no stranger to seeing this. Lakis couldn't think of any reason that Kira would be familiar with drifting. He wasn't the kind of person to do such activity and she didn't see him knowing anyone that would do it either. The screeching of the tires continued as Tyler stayed in the controlled skid he had started, sailing sideways across the pavement. Tyler was grinning broadly as he was enjoying himself more than he had in weeks. After the first 20 meters, Tyler couldn't hold the excitement or rushing joy he was experiencing any longer. Way hoo. The shout was long and loud, and said my current feelings better than words could for him. Kira had gotten through the checkpoint as the car was still drifting, the cry had certainly sounded like Tyler's voice. And while Kira knew Tyler liked drifting, he was glad he wasn't in the car with him this time as he was the last time. Athrun tended to take Tyler's hobby better than Kira did and didn't call their friend out on it. Kira would merely say that Tyler's mother had a point that such a hobby was not the best one to have. Lakis and the others were watching with almost morbid fascination as the car kept drifting. Tyler continued to sail down the open space in control of the drifting skid as he went, intending to hold this for as long as possible. He glanced over at the crowd of dock workers and saw the majority were cheering as he went. Tyler took that as a compliment to his skills he had in drifting and he laughed to himself at seeing that. The drift lasted for almost 60 seconds, which included the last bit where Tyler had to jerk the wheel hard before entering a turn still drifting. When he came to a stop, Tyler leaned out of the window and glanced back at the results of his drifting high. To say he was proud of how far he'd been able to drift/skid wouldn't be accurate to state. Tyler was elated at seeing the long black tire width lines that were clear against the pavement, more so watching two dock workers beginning to measure the length of the said skids. Once they finished, they went over to the chief and reported the info in what appeared to Tyler to be in an excited manner. The chief exhaled and chuckled a bit at what the two workers had told him as McGregor had won his wager. The kid rarely disappointed when he did this with his car, and once again he had impressed. And so, the chief came over to McGregor's car. Must say McGregor, you did an impressive performance as you seem to do, he began. Tyler snickered, I'm always glad to oblige, he replied, so then, what's my distance then? The man stared at Tyler, 89 meter meaning you won the wager agreed upon, he said calmly. Tyler beamed with pride at the distance stated as it was a new personal best for his drifting. Thank you for the opportunity to give such a performance, Chief, Tyler returned before moving his car forward towards where the Archangel was docked. Kira and his friends were moving down the gangway as the fancy car came up and stopped nearby the end of the walkway. All but Kira had the jaws dropped when one of the car doors opened and out came none other than Tyler. Lakis couldn't believe that Tyler of all people had been in that car doing the crazy stunt she'd just seen. Tyler on the other hand, merely waved at those from Heliopolis with a smile on his face. Kira sighed knowing his friend had just enjoyed the stunt he pulled. What was your distance this time, Ty? He asked. Tyler smirked and gave Kira a thumbs up. 89 meters, a new personal best, he announced. And I'm absolutely proud of that performance and look forward to bettering it in the future. Lakis was trying to figure out what Kira and Tyler were talking about as what they said made little sense. However, Tal spoke up before she could pose a question. Ty, where the heck did you get that car? He exclaimed in amazement. Tyler would admit that he tended to enjoy the reactions that he got when others saw his car. It amused him as not only was he car's make and model rare in present days, but most his age couldn't afford it to begin with. He felt the car had been worth every bit he paid for it as he had so much fun using it in the ways he did. In the end, Tyler chuckled and kept smiling. This beautiful machine before you is mine, Tal, Tyler answered with a tone of pride. I own it as hard as it may be to believe along with driving it. He paused as his smile shifted to a smirk, and doing so is awesome. Lakis gave Tyler a stern expression, and from what I just saw, drive it irresponsibly, she stated. Tyler waved a hand at hearing the normal line he did from adults when it came to his driving style and hobbies. Yeah, some say that to me, no need to remind me that my hobby of drifting is discouraged. And it's a shame if you ask me, the experience is epic, Tyler replied, then looked to Kira. Kira knows what it's like, don't you, Kira? Kira felt a shiver go through him at Tyler's reminder of what he had been roped into more than a year ago. Tyler had talked him into going on a ride with him in his car, and Kira hadn't seen anything wrong with accepting that offer at the time. One thing Kira could honestly say was the experience had been one he wouldn't ever forget. And it wasn't that Kira feared Tyler would crash the car, his driving skills prevented that. However, Tyler drove in such a way that many including Kira held onto some out of instinct to anchor themselves. Hence, Tyler's display of drifting had brought back memories of when Kira had been in the front seat while that happened. So, Kira nodded slowly, yes, I certainly haven't forgotten the ride you gave me. He hesitated for a moment then continued, although it is nice to see it from a different perspective. Lakis was looking between Kira and Tyler, the gears in her mind turning on the conversation between them. It sounded like Tyler had not only given a ride in his car to Kira but had potentially done drifting while that ride happened. She didn't like the idea of Kira being put in possible danger even though she knew that Tyler wouldn't do that knowingly. So, Lakis strode up to Tyler. Tyler, she began. Tyler didn't much like the expression on Lakis's face currently, it kind of reminded him of what he got from his mom when in trouble. Nevertheless, Tyler caught sight of the ship officers coming in the group's direction and used that as an out from trouble. He sidestepped and bowed his head slightly. Welcome to the Republic's capital Shira, he started. I do hope all of, Tyler continued but his voice faded as he spotted the glum looks on faces. He blinked a bit and as nothing changed, he glanced at Kira, should I ask about the glum air over them or would it better for me to hush? All of the teens heard Tyler's question which had them recall the inspection maid that had caused the officers to be in the mood they were. None of the volunteers thought the Federation personnel had been forceful or aggressive when they had been on the Archangel's bridge. It had been nothing like what had gone down at Artemis and that was a relief. However, it was Sai that came up to Tyler and whispered in his ear, they didn't much like those who came on board to lock down the ship. Tyler had a feeling that the routine inspection might be taken badly and that's why he had warned Natarl before leaving. It wasn't the Archangel's situation to blame for the treatment, any Omni and ZAFT vessel would be inspected were it to dock at Shira. Honestly, Tyler didn't see a huge problem with the ship's systems being locked while in dock, it was sensible. However, he knew that not all agreed with the view and apparently the Archangel's officers didn't share it. With that in mind, Tyler sighed in understanding while he nodded, look, like I said before, don't take the inspection team's attitude or manners personally. It's one of the prices of peace, ongoing vigilance. Tyler paused then continued, should you not believe me, I can get any of you copies of the reports about some of the situations that have happened that makes it necessary. Tyler observed that his explanation wasn't going over very well as the officer's reactions said. He had been attempting to help to get the glum feeling in the air to go away but the intent wasn't conveyed. The reason Tyler had suggested Shira as a place to dock was that the ship would be repaired and resupplied without much issue. The crew and specifically the mechanics would get a break from the work of keeping the ship running. It would be the first time really since the Archangel's outset to get real break from trouble. However, Tyler's attempt didn't help dispel the negative feel either, if anything it made things more awkward. He figured it would be best for him to not embarrass himself further in attempting to help in the current situation. So, with it being morning, Tyler faced his friends, so, am I right to assume that none of you have had breakfast yet, he asked. I know it is kind of early for the idea, but I think it would be something good to do. The volunteers were quick to agree to Tyler's suggestion as the heavy air was not getting any better as time went on. Sai spotted one of the vehicles the Archangel had come out of the catapults onto the dock and grabbed Kuzi before heading in that direction. Mirialaya and Tal fell into step behind Sai and Kuzi heading toward the car. Tyler gestured at Kira to stay where he was and he ran after Sai and his group to give them some instructions. Tyler knew that he wouldn't have the needed supplies needed to make breakfast for his friends on hand at home. He listed out the items that the four could get before heading for Tyler's place which he iterated the address for. After telling the first group what they should get Tyler jogged back over to where Kira was along with Lakis and Flay. He gestured for the three to come with him as he went for his car and opened the driver's side door. Kira followed and pulled the passenger's door handle letting the door raise then he pulled and pushed the door upward. Kira then had the front seat move forward so the girls could reach the back seat that Tyler's car had. He just hoped that Tyler would do no extreme driving while he had passengers in the car. After Lakis and Flay slid into the back Kira had the front seat go back and then took the seat, buckling up. Tyler moved into the driver's seat and strapped in and Lakis noticed that his restraints were more heavy-duty than the rest in the car had. It made her wonder just how often he did drifting and whatever other stunts he may do with the car. She also saw Kira tighten his seatbelt a bit, which got her to do the same for herself and Flay. As Tyler turned on the car, Kira frowned slightly. Ty, please no extreme driving, he pled. Tyler twisted to look at Kira with an expression of incredulity. You have to ask that, Tyler questioned. I invite those I take out for extreme driving as you put it and you agreed to it beforehand. I wouldn't do that to others without asking them, plus, we have other things to do. Kira sighed knowing this was one of the reasons that Tyler was seen as the most reckless one out of the trio of him, Kira, and Athrun. And it wasn't that Tyler went headlong into situations without thinking, he didn't do that if he could avoid that. But he did do activities that were discouraged and risky in some ways, just not life-threatening normally. Tyler scanned over the displays for the car and saw everything was good so he drove the car forward. Tyler drove them to a small grocery store that he knew and liked since it was open pretty much 24 hours. Tyler figured that making pancakes would be the easiest as the recipe isn't a terribly hard one and can be cooked in big batches. The four acquired the supplies Tyler would need, like eggs and other perishable items like that. After purchase, the four piled back into the car and Tyler drove his passengers back to his place. On the way back to his house, Tyler spotted the Jeep from the docks falling in behind Tyler's car. That meant Sai and those with him had completed their shopping Tyler had given them. Tyler parked his car and headed inside while Kira and the girls helped the others with their supplies. Tyler found Lisa and Athrun were already up though as he didn't see Sakura. Tyler assumed she was still sleeping. At least Tyler hoped that Sakura wouldn't be around while he was entertaining guests as he was. The woman embarrassed him enough out of sight. Tyler had no interest in having his friends see the shenanigans. Instead, he introduced Athrun then went to the kitchen followed by Lisa and the two got down to making pancakes. As Tyler went off to a different room, Kira and Lakis spotted Athrun there in the house as Tyler had said. After what had happened along the journey here, Kira had hoped to have a talk with Athrun at some point. He wanted Athrun's side of the chain of events before he came to any conclusions. Kira wanted to understand what events had brought things to the point that had Kira and Tyler fighting Athrun in this war. Tyler introducing Athrun was nice and he didn't mention anything that their friend had done to those here. Kira didn't want his friends from Heliopolis to think that Athrun was a bad person for he wasn't. So, Kira didn't add anything to Tyler's introduction other than saying Athrun was a mutual friend of theirs. Lakis was also pleased to see Athrun for she wanted to chat with him about a few things. She was glad that only she, Kira, and Tyler knew that Athrun was involved with what occurred at Heliopolis though. She didn't believe that Athrun had knowingly gone with what Cruzat had done to the colony and those along the Archangel's way. Athrun had too good of a heart to agree with such schemes. Plus, this was the first time she could think of that the three friends had been together that she'd seen. Kira, Athrun, and Tyler would talk about the other two when asked and made it clear they were best friends with one another. The things Kira had said had Lakis wishing she'd made a friendship or two like the three had with each other. Also, Lakis hadn't seen Sakura yet when Tyler had mentioned she was staying at his place. Athrun was glad to see his other best friend aside from Tyler. The passing months had been stressful to put it mildly. The one opportunity that Athrun had to say anything to Kira had been during one of the fighting with the legged ship. And to see Lakis okay was also nice as she was a sweet girl and Athrun wouldn't deny that. Athrun ended out waving a hand and smiling slightly. "Hey Kira, you're looking well," he greeted, then he turned to face Lakis. "You also Lakis, it's good to see you." "Indeed," Kira said, "you are looking fair as well. I hear that you had a bit of a rough journey to get here." Athrun thought about the chain of events that had brought him to Tyler's house in the Republic as they were crazy. From the fight in orbit to the descent through the atmosphere and finally the landing, Athrun was grateful to be alive. His time in the hospital had been fine then he had ended out here at Tyler's place. And truthfully, it was at Tyler's house that Athrun had seen the craziest things that he thought he'd never witness. The way Commander Klein had acted around Tyler had been unreal as well as mind-boggling. Athrun wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it himself. He'd had to apologize to Tyler for not believing him when he had talked about Sakura previously. "Something like that yet," Athrun replied. Tyler and Lisa were working on the pancakes while the talking in the other room was going on. He was happy his friends were talking to each other, they really needed to talk about recent events. If he wasn't the host, he would have joined the conversation but manners wouldn't allow that. It was one of the things Tyler could applaud his mother for, the manners she taught him had served him well even when he didn't like them. And with Lisa helping him, it didn't take a great deal of time for them to have the first 2 batches of pancakes ready to eat. The pancakes were brought to the table before Tyler and Lisa went back to the kitchen to make more. The food was plated and bites were taken, and everyone at the table minus Athrun looked at the plate then at each other. "Holy moly, this tastes amazing," Tal exclaimed before he began eating with vigor. Mirialaya would have called Tal out on his lack of manners, but as she took a bite of pancake, she found he was absolutely right. The breakfast that Tyler and the other lady cooked was amazing and she didn't think Tyler knew how to cook much if at all. However, if this was an example of his skills in the kitchen, Mirialaya wouldn't mind him making meals sometimes. Lakis was impressed at Tyler's cooking ability as he hadn't seemed the type to have that skill set. Kira had known that Tyler had picked up cooking more out of necessity as his mother was busy as had been his father most of the time. His friend didn't like to depend on others for basic needs like working staff around where he grew up. Tyler had mentioned that his younger sister's encouragement had helped him learn cooking too. Although, it was the first time in a while that Kira had gotten to have a meal with all of his friends from Heliopolis at the same time. The shift schedule for the Archangel had always had one or more of them on duty while others were off. It was after the first 2 serving or 15 minutes or so when the front door opened before Mew and Crystal came inside. They were checking on the teens as they had vanished during the disembarking period. But then, the inspection by Federation personnel hadn't been liked much by what either armor pilot had heard. The group that had come into the Archangel's hangar had been okay, they had just stated they were here to make sure the engines were safe and the mobile weapons properly secured. But from what Crystal had gotten from Sophia, the bridge group hadn't had it so easy as those in the hangar. Once they had been outside, Mew had spotted the teen, Tyler among them seeming to be chatting. He thought he heard Tyler say something along the lines of a greeting but he couldn't be sure. He and Crystal had been trying to help with the glum air there was with much of the crew. By the time either he or Crystal had glanced around again, the teens had vanished as the car Tyler had been around. With the older model car gone, Mew and Crystal had figured that Tyler had guided them somewhere else. They hadn't had the time to look for them at first as the crew was told where their accommodations would be for their stay. Yet it had been while Mew had been driving toward the places that Crystal spotted the same car from the dockyard. The vehicle was parked in front of a house along with one of the jeeps from the Archangel. Mew and Crystal figured that with those vehicles there, the house was likely where Tyler had taken the teenage crew members. The houses down the road was where the Archangel's crew would be put up during their stay, which worked out. And so, Mew pulled the car he was driving up to be next to the jeep so that he and Crystal could check up on them. The two were a tad surprised to see the teens around a table eating pancakes and doing so with some gusto. Nevertheless, it was Crystal that noticed there was another teen at the table that wasn't a part of the Archangel's crew. The young man appeared to be about the same height as Kira and had neck-length blue hair with green-colored eyes. And by the way Kira was chatting with them, the young coordinator knew him. Mew looked at the blue-haired teen and started to wonder who they were, but then the smell of the pancakes came to him. The aroma was hard to miss or ignore, it was that good to Mew and it had been a while since he had a cooked meal that wasn't done by the ship cooks. The next thing any in the room knew, Tyler came out of another room with two plates filled with more pancakes. Tyler saw both Mew and Crystal and felt it was fine if they had some food. The two had proven to be good people. "Yo Mew, Crystal," Tyler greeted, "didn't expect you for breakfast, but go ahead and get some if you like. There is enough to go around and I don't need leftovers nor do I want to throw out stuff." Crystal was going to say that was a nice offer from Tyler, but she and Mew would go elsewhere for a meal, yet never got the chance. After hearing the offer, Mew snagged a plate and a fork and started putting pancakes on the said plate. "Don't mind if I do since you offered," Mew replied as he piled food on his plate. Crystal didn't know whether she should smack her friend for the display or just laugh at it. She wouldn't deny the food smelled really good, but that shouldn't mean foregoing manners. So, in the end, Crystal smacked Mew upside the head to make sure he understood that he was behaving poorly. Yet after that, she grabbed a plate herself and piled food on it like Mew had as she hadn't eaten either. Both armor pilots after their first bite, began shoveling the food in much like the others at the table. Tyler observed the scene and had found Mew's actions and reply to his offer of breakfast funny. Crystal following up with a smack to the man's head was definitely amusing in Tyler's view though he kept quiet. Tyler had headed back to the kitchen a smile on his face as the laughter from the other room came to his ears. Lisa noticed the smile and was happy to see Tyler in a better mood than she'd seen him in weeks. "Quite the scene in there, hey?" Lisa questioned. Tyler nodded, "It certainly is, don't think I've seen something that funny in a while," he returned. "And with things as they are, we just might be able to finish our task and get some time off for a bit." Breakfast went on for around 30 minutes before those there had their fill of food. Mew mentioned that arrangements had been made for the crew while the Archangel was undergoing repairs. Everyone thanked Tyler for the meal and said their farewells before they headed out to the houses they would be in. That left Tyler, Athrun, and Lisa to clean up the dishes and leftover food which there wasn't much of. By what Tyler had overheard, the places the Archangel's crew would be stay were just down the road from his place. Tyler was happy he could provide a meal to his friends, it had felt kind of like an apology for vanishing on them. As the cleanup was being finished, Tyler's thoughts went back to the fact that he had yet to see Sakura this morning. Lakis's older sister hadn't left Tyler alone a great deal while he'd been around the same place as her. Tyler didn't see that behavior changing any time in the near future with Sakura being the way she was. So, her not popping up was worrisome in his mind as he preferred to know where she was when he could. Sakura had proven to be terrible good at trapping Tyler and getting around defenses he would set up. And while now there was less people around to see his embarrassing moments due to Sakura, that didn't mean he wanted that to happen. At the same time, Sakura had been woken up by noise from another part of the house. She had found Tyler missing from her embrace which had put her in a somewhat dreary mood and caused frustration to build within her. Tyler slipping away was one thing, but for him to disappear was much less nice as it was harder to change. So with things as they were, Sakura wasn't interested in seeing what was causing the noise elsewhere in the house. Instead, she dragged herself out of bed and took a shower attempting to figure out a plan to find her beloved. When Sakura exited the shower and got dressed, the noise had died down somewhat. With that being the case, Sakura made her way down the hall to see what was going on. Her sour mood instantly reversed when she caught sight of her beloved in the dining area. Tyler looked to be deep in thought about something, but Sakura didn't much care about that. Her beloved was before her and she would now get what had been denied her last night and this morning. Sakura didn't hesitate in moving forward and wrapping her arms around Tyler's middle and hugging him to her. Sakura's heart soared as she held Tyler to her front, all the negative feelings she'd had before vanishing. And she had no intention of letting him get away before she had her fill of this feeling. Tyler on the other hand, had been wrenched from his thoughts when the pair of arms wrapped around his torso. He had been contemplating so deeply that he hadn't noticed anyone enter the room, but the embrace he was in was all too familiar. Tyler got over his surprise quickly and struggled hard against the hold he was in and just managed to free himself. The moment he was free, Tyler headed for the opposite wall to get away from the trapper. Tyler faced Sakura, who was on the other side of the room, decently dressed this time, which he was thankful for. The times that Sakura snuck into his bed, the woman was never dressed decently, which caused other issues. And as Tyler gazed at Sakura's face, he became extremely worried as he could clearly see a predatory expression directed at himself. "Sakura, I'm not in the mood for this," Tyler started, "it's too damn early for this crap." Sakura ignored Tyler's statement. She wanted cuddle time with him and she would have that whether he gave into from the start or later on. "Tyler, you didn't return last night and said nothing about it," Sakura stated, pausing for a moment before she gained a wide smile. "Now I'll have my fill of hugging and cuddling you, so just accept that and come here, by darling." Tyler had flinched at the smile as it sent a serious shiver down his spine, and her reply only made him more concerned. As Sakura finished her statement, she lunged at Tyler, to which he dodged out of the way as quickly as possible. He managed to escape capture and have Sakura fly past him, though Tyler's heart rate had shot up as this pursuit started. Sakura rolled on the floor back to her feet and slid to a stop with her facing he beloved. Tyler could see with the look on her face and her stance, this wasn't going to end unless he put for a lot of effort. His house didn't provide a great deal of outs he could use to get away from Sakura, so Tyler decided it would be best to get outside. With that in mind, Tyler bolted for the front door without further hesitation, hoping he could reach it with enough time to get it open and leave. Sakura wasn't about to let her beloved Tyler escape her, so she dashed after him, seeing he was going for the front door. As cute as it was when Tyler played hard to get, she wanted cuddle time with him and she wasn't willing to wait. The moment that Tyler reached the door, he ripped it open and rushed to the other side before he slammed the door shut and put all his weight against it. Sakura didn't stop. She slammed into the door in the attempt to force it open and catch her beloved on the other side. However, Tyler gripped the door handle in a death grip and managed to keep the door shut and Sakura on the other side away from him. There were 2 more bangs to the door and it shuddered but didn't give way. Tyler was breathing hard, frantically thinking of what to do to prevent Sakura from catching him. If she got to him, he wouldn't get away for a while, he was certain of that, and that thought scared him. Cuddling with Sakura Klein was not a pleasant experience for Tyler, even when it was a joyful one for her. On a base level, it was interesting and kind of heartwarming to be in a woman's embrace. Yet, with Sakura having stalked him for as long as she had, the whole activity was the opposite to Tyler. Meanwhile, Kira and Lakis had followed the rest to see where they would be staying while the Archangel was repaired and resupplied. Lakis was still wondering where Sakura could have gone, as Tyler had stated she had descended down with him. Granted, Sakura wasn't the best people person, but that didn't mean she avoided them either. After seeing where they would be staying, Lakis asked Kira if he would go with her to see Tyler and ask him if he knew where Sakura was. Kira agreed to go with Lakis as he wanted more time to talk to a Thrun anyway, and that was in the same direction. The two headed back to Tyler's place only to find him at his front door, appearing to be leaning against it, breathing hard for some reason. "Ty," Kira called, "what are you doing out here, and are you okay?" Tyler swung his head over to the source of the noise and saw Kira and Lakis strolling over towards him. Both looked worried. He really didn't want to involve them in his current plight with Sakura. He didn't want the possibly hurt. And with the state Sakura was in, Tyler feared that any who got in her way would be hurt as she forced them aside. True, there was the chance that Lakis might be able to either distract or even save Tyler from her older sister. However, Tyler didn't want to risk Lakis getting hurt by mistake, so he would deal with this himself. With that in mind, Tyler forced a smile. "Oh, I'm fine, you two, no need to concern yourselves about me, just needed some fresh air, that's all. You'll have to forgive me, but I'm in the middle of something, so could you come back later?" Sakura had been listening and waiting for the opportunity for Tyler to relax the slightest bit. Once he did that, she would make her move and would have her beloved in her embrace again. After a minute or two, she heard voices outside, and Tyler's voice drew away from the other side of the door. Sakura quietly tried the door and smirked as it opened. She had won and she wouldn't waste that chance. She opened the door the rest of the way to see Tyler feet away but still within her reach. As Tyler had been waving his friends off to save them from getting involved, he heard a creak from his right. That instantly told Tyler he had just sacrificed holding Sakura at bay in order to not have Kira and Lakis involved. Moving away from the front door, thus not holding it shut, had given Sakura all the opportunity she needed. Tyler felt hands grabbing him and jerk him back to the inside of his house. However, he had enough time to let out something between a yelp and a screech before the front door slammed shut and Tyler found himself trapped. Kira and Lakis had been walking ways after Tyler had asked them to come back later. Kira had been a tad curious as to what Tyler could be doing, but it wasn't his business. Lakis could ask about Sakura later and Tyler could inform them where she was. However, they hadn't gotten more than 10 meters when there was a cry from behind them. Both Kira and Lakis turned to see Tyler was gone, but his front door slammed shut. Kira was off first with Lakis right behind him to go and see what had happened. Back with Tyler, he was made perfectly aware that Sakura had him in her clutches and there was little to nothing he could do about it. And it wasn't just her arms that Sakura held Tyler with, she had also snaked her legs around him to make sure he wouldn't get away. Sakura was happy to have her beloved Tyler back in her embrace, it felt so good to have him there. She would not let him go for some time and she planned to enjoy every moment of their time together. Sakura began to rub her cheek against Tyler's as another show of affection for him. And though Tyler struggled a bit, Sakura only giggled and held him tighter. Tyler ended his struggling as it was doing nothing to help his situation, and he was thinking frantically for a means out of this. His efforts weren't doing anything, so he needed outside help, and soon before Sakura got frisky. That had happened the first night and Tyler didn't want to know where that could have gone if Lisa and Athrun hadn't come to save him. The issue with those two coming to his aid, Sakura had learned how to resist them better than at the start. However, Tyler's worry shot up when Sakura ceased caressing her cheek against his and forced Tyler's face to be in front of hers. He knew what came next. Sakura had shown she liked to kiss him when she could get away with it. Sakura pressed her lips to her beloved's, humming happily as she did so, as it felt so right to her. Kissing Tyler had become a joy for her whenever she could manage to do so. His reactions said he didn't dislike it completely, and she took that as encouragement. Perhaps if she showed him enough gestures of affection, he would see that he belonged to her and she to him. She would get Tyler to see that they would have a future together. She would do anything to make sure of that. At the same time, Kira opened the door and rushed inside with Lakis right behind him. Kira scanned around to try and find Tyler, but stopped upon the scene he witnessed. Lakis also paused at what she was seeing, as it was so odd and unexpected that she wondered if she was seeing things. In the living room, Tyler was being held by none other than Sakura and she was in the process of kissing him. Kira's jaw dropped and he rubbed his eyes reflexively, not quite believing what he was seeing. Lakis's older sister was not only acting like a normal person, but she was going beyond flirting with one of his best friends. Lakis had some mixed feelings about what she was seeing, and she had blinked to make sure what was in front of her was real. Yes, she had heard Tyler talk about Sakura and how he didn't prefer the way she was around him. However, that was fairly normal with Sakura, except that Tyler hadn't said that in a scared way like others did. The exchange between Tyler and Sakura in orbit had been different, and that hadn't left Lakis's mind often. But the display before he now was mind-boggling, since Lakis had never seen Sakura like this. It was clear she more than liked Tyler, she was more than flirting after all with kissing him. Yet, Lakis didn't exactly know what to think about the idea that Tyler and Sakura could possibly be a couple at some time in the near future. As Sakura kept the lip lock up, Tyler did see something else that had pink to it at the corner of his vision. He prayed it was Lakis, as she could get her older sister off him potentially, as he was out of ideas. Tyler doubted that Sakura would hurt Lakis, she adored her baby sister after all, more than she should really. So, when Sakura pulled back from the kiss, Tyler took the chance to do what he could. "Sakura, guess what? Your little sister Lakis is behind you," he said in an even voice, though Tyler didn't feel that way at all. Sakura stared at Tyler for a moment, since he could be just saying that to make an escape attempt. She didn't intend to be separated from Tyler yet, as she hadn't cuddled with him long enough to satisfy her. Nonetheless, Tyler's face didn't show any signs of him lying about what he was saying. And it had been months since she'd seen her baby sister face to face, and Sakura missed that. So, Sakura twisted around while keeping Tyler in her grip to see if he was being truthful. Standing a short distance away was indeed Lakis, staring at Sakura herself with Tyler. "Ah, Lakis," Sakura greeted, "it's nice to see you." Tyler felt Sakura let go of him and he was grateful for the mercy it was to him. He assumed that Sakura was going to Lakis and he intended to thank her for being an unsuspecting decoy for him. Tyler slumped flat to the floor, breathing in long deep breaths to help calm himself from having to experience Sakura's affections. And it wasn't like Tyler hadn't been forced to take Sakura's affections before now, he just usually got a break to recover with. Anytime Sakura was around him it took a serious toll of him, and it was not helping in any way with any types of health recently. Athrun was looking on with pity for Tyler, as he had been going through hell, and only in the past 2 weeks had Athrun understood what the involved. He no longer doubted the stories that Tyler had told him and Kira, even if they were outlandish. Commander Klein was a totally different person around Tyler, and it was shocking how much. Athrun knew that if he were to tell any of his comrades or even superior officers about what he saw, not a single one would believe him. And knowing that made Athrun not just understand some of the suffering that Tyler had been enduring, but also knowing few if any could help you with it. Athrun glanced over at Kira and shook his head, as his friend had an almost identical expression as Athrun had when seeing this the first time. Athrun moved forward to help Tyler in what ways he could, and Kira did the same after coming out of his shock. The way Sakura had acted was so unlike her that Kira couldn't believe what he had seen. Oh, he remembered what Tyler would say about Sakura, that she would be completely different around him. But the things that Tyler had said just didn't sound like things Sakura would do in public or private. Yet now, Kira had to admit Tyler had likely been telling the truth if what he'd seen was anything to go by. In the end, Tyler was looking at the ceiling until two faces appear in his vision, one being Athrun's and the other being Kira's. Kira had an expression that said he was trying to understand what he had seen. Tyler felt the urge to say I told you so, but he ignored it as it would do much in this situation. Meanwhile, Athrun was giving Tyler an expression of pity as they both now knew this was a development that had been going for more than a week. Tyler smiled weakly. It's been a long while since I've seen you both together like this, he admitted. It doesn't make what I just went through entirely worth getting that nice as it is for the three of us to be in the same room. Now, you mind helping me up into one of the pieces of furniture please? I can't do that on my own at the moment. Both Kira and Athrun grabbed an arm and pulled Tyler upward and helped him to the couch, which was the nearest piece of furniture. While that was going on, Lakis was hugging Sakura as she had missed her older sister. Sakura was gone a majority of the time with her military service, but Lakis saw her first and foremost her big sister she looked up to. And it wasn't her skills on the battlefield or her command abilities that Lakis admired, it was that Sakura had always been there when she needed her. Sakura had been kind of like a mother figure as their mother had died while Lakis was too young to remember. And with recent events over the last few months, Lakis had a look into Sakura's world that she'd never thought she'd get. The war was a horrible thing, and now Lakis knew that from being on battlefields. As the girls were busy catching up, Tyler figured it would be best for the rest to stay out of it and not bother them. Plus, he didn't want Sakura's attention to be on him anytime soon and Lakis was helping with that. So, Tyler turned back to his friends since he felt there was a lot of catching up to do. So, then you two, Tyler started breaking the ice. It's been some years since the three of us have been around each other, let alone in the same room. And as we didn't reunite under the best of circumstances recently, I don't doubt we have a story to tell that would help us know how we all got here. The last time the three had seen each other had been just before we parted from the prep school at Copernicus City. That had been a short period after the current war had officially started years ago. True, Tyler had been seeing Kira most days while around Heliopolis, but they didn't get a lot of time with each other. Being swamped with work from Professor Kato had left little free time to work with, while Tyler had also been busy with his mission. However, Athrun hadn't been there and his presence had been missed by both Kira and Tyler. And Athrun had missed his two best friends as they had been doing other things than he had. Yet, all of them had been drawn into the war and had even been forced into the fighting. Athrun was the first to start his part of the story that had come to this point, which started 5 years ago or so. Athrun talked about how once he returned to the plants, his father Patrick Zala had been grieving over the death of his wife. Athrun had also missed this mother and wished that Bloody Valentine hadn't happened. The loss of his mother had broken things in his father even if Athrun didn't want to admit that. His mother had been doing some sort of work around Junius 7, she'd said that it would benefit all humanity. Athrun wondered if the work had something to do with Tyler's father, but he couldn't say. The reason Athrun wondered was it had been his mother then convinced his father to listen to Tyler's father about his work. He did mention learning about the arrangement his father and Chairman Klein made between himself and Lakis. Athrun himself had nothing personally against the engagement, though he felt it was a little early to be thinking about marriage. Plus, Commander Klein hadn't taken the announcement well at all when it had been officially stated. The marriage was more one to help coordinators with the standing issue of reproduction seen in the second generation onward. Athrun had done what he could to be nice and gracious. The first present to Lakis had been a green Harrow robot. He'd always had a talent for robotics and had practiced the skill of building robots during prep school days. Actually, Lakis had liked Harrow so much, Athrun had ended up build her a number of them in response to her happiness with the first one. When Athrun turned 15, he enrolled in the ZAFT military, partially due to the insistence of his father. However, Athrun also wanted to prevent another Bloody Valentine tragedy from occurring and making things far worse than they already were. He knew he wasn't the only one that had lost loved ones and couldn't forget the event that had taken them. Athrun continued by going into a summary of his first tour of duty with one Commander Hersey. His first tour had been fine, nothing much on the front lines, more recon and inspection which Athrun wasn't against, but it had been there he had met Rusty and befriended him. The friendship had helped Athrun through his first tour and beyond when a year later, Athrun was assigned to Raw Le Cruzet along with his fellow pilots. Kira then talked about his time before Heliopolis, how he returned to Earth, specifically back to the Orb Union where his adopted parents were living at the time. His life had been less eventful as Athrun's had been before paths crossed again. Kira and his family moved around a bit before they ended out at Heliopolis where he enrolled at the technical college. Lakis had somehow kept up on where Kira had been living through most of the 5 years, for she visited him from time to time. At Heliopolis, he had met those who were now friends to Kira and I, not all at the same time, but still. Interestingly, when Kira had met Sai, according to him Sai had been kind of intimidated by Kira while Kira had not understood why Sai had been so reserved. Athrun continued with his time with Cruzet, the memories of getting to know Nicole came to his mind. Nicole had been a kindred spirit and saw the war much in the same way Athrun himself did, holding little meaning in it overall. Nicole and Rusty were like Athrun, voices of reason and caution when others wanted to charge ahead. Yet, then Ithran came to the mission into Heliopolis, which he along with Rusty and Nicole disagreed with. They'd had doubts about what information Commander L.E. Cruzat had gotten, though the picture did make them wonder. However, after seeing the prototypes close up, it was hard to deny that Omni was doing dangerous development. Nevertheless, with the facts Tyler told Ithran more than a week ago, he wondered where Cruzat got his info from. The Federation clearly knew of Omni's activities and was dealing with them before ZAFT came into the picture. Yet, the commander had been very insistent that they move when they did, almost like he might know something. And when the colony came under attack, the reaction of the citizens was hard to miss, and it had stabbed Ithran's heart. Getting Omni's mobile suits had also cost lives on both sides, which didn't sit well with Ithran. Then had come the part that hurt Ithran greatly, Rusty's death during the mobile suit theft. Rusty had sacrificed himself to give Ithran cover to get to the Aegis, which had cut deep. And though at the time, all in that mission knew death was possible, it wasn't something any wanted. Then Ithran hadn't gotten the chance to even retrieve Rusty's body due to the situation at the time. Heliopolis had ended badly, but that hadn't been the finish of the mission, which only seemed to get worse the longer it went on. The council meeting had been unhelpful and had Ithran doubt the direction the war was going. However, meeting with Tyler had been a good event during hard times. Yet, that didn't last, as the next battle with the Archangel had been a lesson unlike any that Ithran had received. The way Kira, Tyler, and the other pilot had trounced Ithran and his comrades was frightening. And Tyler hadn't gone into a great amount of detail about what happened on their end of that fight. If that hadn't been enough, then the reprimand from Commander Klein had certainly hammered things home. Kira then talked about how he had been forced to defend the Archangel in order to defend his friends on board. And both Tyler and Ithran knew with Kira's kind and gentle heart he had, killing another wasn't naturally in him. Kira confirmed that by saying fighting was not easy, and he aimed for places other than the cockpit of his opponent out of habit. To make things harder for Kira, when the Archangel reached Artemis, things had gone from bad to worse. By what Kira said to Ithran and Tyler, the leader of the base had done and said many things to the crew, and some specifically. Kira finished by summarizing the journey to Earth to where the battle in orbit between Omni and ZAFT took place. The battle in orbit against Omni's 8th Fleet had been hard before the Archangel's mobile suits became involved. Ithran had agreed with the tactics that Commander Klein, as in the end her plan had defeated Omni's 8th Fleet overall. But then the Shadow had come into play along with the Federation, and that had changed things. Tyler told of his part and efforts in the battle, which caught the attention of Kira and Ithran for different reasons. Kira was kind of impressed that Tyler had been sending ZAFT packing as he had and had made it look doable. Ithran had been worried at first, but that had shifted to fear with what the Shadow had done out on the field. After the battle above Earth, Ithran along with Sakura, Lisa, and Tyler had descended down to the Republic. Kira on the other hand had gone down with the Archangel and its crew. When the catch-up got the present, both Kira and Ithran looked towards Tyler, as he had said nothing as to what he'd been doing to that point. The issue, as Tyler saw it, was there were things he could talk about and others he couldn't, with what events he'd lived through. It came from a number of the missions he'd been assigned over the 2 years of Tyler's service. Specifically, it was the work he did during his time in Salas, which were classified for several reasons. That had been a difficulty for Tyler. The work he did for the Federation's military was not the stuff one talked about, but still necessary. And while Tyler had been fine with doing things that he knew would rarely if ever be known to the public, it still hurt to not be able to tell his friends. Tyler started his tale with him heading back to the Republic after the Lunar Prep Academy the three had gone to. He gave sparse details of the year it took to cope with his dad and sister dying in the Bloody Valentine. And Tyler had come to the conclusion that idle time wouldn't be helpful, so he had enlisted in the Federation's military. His first year as a soldier had been a hectic one in Tyler's mind, and he didn't remember it fondly. The months of basic training was one of the harshest experiences that Tyler had been through. That was so for a few reasons, one of which was he hadn't liked the officer he'd been under. The officer Tyler believed had something against him and went out of their way to make his life hell. Then Tyler had been the youngest in the group he had done training with, so had been singled out to be pushed harder. Once Tyler had gotten out of basic training, he had worked hard and said work had not gone unnoticed. Tyler had gone up in rank due to his efforts and talents, which those he worked with would credit him when asked by officers. Also, Tyler mentioned to his friends he showed some unusual talents with sabotage, espionage, and getting info. That was before Tyler had gotten into a space fighter and displayed what he could do. After a few mock battles and challenges, both the Federation's Mobile Weapon Corps branch and the Intelligence Agency branch wanted Tyler to work for them. However, it was Salas that claimed Tyler and had him do the training for their missions. After that, within the first year in Salas, Tyler had worked all over the Earth sphere in enemy territory. Tyler knew that the Alliance and its Omni hadn't liked what he'd done to them both through sabotage and espionage. To learn that Tyler was a member of the Federation's Salas, their best of the best, was a surprise for both Kira and Ithran. Granted, they both knew that Tyler had a number of talents he could use for what he had in mind. But for their friend to tell them he had been working on missions within enemy territory for a portion of his first year of service was mind-blowing. Ithran understood that Tyler probably couldn't say a great deal if anything about what his missions had been for. Being in the military himself, Athrun knew some missions/tasks were classified from public and general knowledge for good reason. Some things that were necessary were better done off the books and out of the public eye to keep what stability there was. Kira on the other hand had a hard time coming to terms with his friend was a notable soldier in the Federation's military. Tyler then shifted to his assignment at Heliopolis and the real reason he had come to be there. He told the two of the information that the Federation's intelligence agency had acquired about Omni doing military development in neutral territory. Athrun knew that ZAFT had suggested that something like that had been going on, but nothing as to where the information was obtained. Tyler did assure Kira that he was glad to have met Kira again and truly enjoyed the time he had with him and their friends. Tyler wished that he could tell Kira about the current task he was working on that involved the Archangel. Yet, as the mission was still ongoing, he knew he couldn't talk about it in detail until either he had permission from the Federation's higher UPS or the mission finished. Instead, Tyler resumed talking about the work the Federation's investigation team had been doing at Heliopolis. How they had been gathering information from all parts of the colony without being noticed. To Kira, it explained why Tyler had the job he did and why he gave it more priority than schoolwork and Kato's work. Tyler spoke of how when ZAFT attacked, he had done what he could to minimize the damage and danger to the colony. That transitioned to Tyler finding and using the mobile suit ZAFT had missed. The story from there was one they had already filled in and/or knew from there. As the catch-up session was finished, the discussion turned to more recent events and the details. Kira started this by asking what reasons ZAFT could have had to attack Heliopolis as he couldn't understand the move. Tyler had even said the Federation was handling the issue that Omni had created being at the colony. And while they likely didn't know that Orb was a part of the Federation, ZAFT still had no business with Heliopolis. Athrun visibly grimaced at the question as he knew Kira had a point which was rare for him. Well Kira, reports from ZAFT intelligence gave us enough evidence to say that Omni was developing mobile suits there. The mission commander said ZAFT military command didn't want to take the chance of that being true and do nothing about it, Athrun explained. Sakura had been listening to the three boys somewhat while having her time with her baby sister. What had been talked about filling in some of the oddities that Sakura had seen in the reports that Cruzet had written. Of course, Sakura hadn't believed what Cruzet had claimed, not with what she knew about him. Cruzet had reported that he had confirmed danger in the complex as he referred to the colony, didn't say anything about it belonging to Orb. Nor did the man say anything about sneaking into neutral territory though he knew there was procedure for that, just ignored it. Honestly, if not for some of those on the Supreme Council being blind fools, Cruzet would be on leave for what he did. She knew that Linus had seriously considered doing that with Cruzet, but the National Defense Committee had flat out refused, citing he was on a priority mission. That Cruzet had wormed his way out of responsibility irritated Sakura, the man did that often and was smug about it. However, Cruzet wasn't Sakura's issue most of the time, and she felt sorry for Linus that he had to deal with him. But she wanted to clarify things. What you didn't know then Zayla, she started and the three turned to face her, was that Cruzet's orders specifically were to quietly investigate the validity of the reports from intelligence. He was not to send ZAFT forces into a colony and risk doing damage to it and start a political mess. He made that call on his own, and he will face the consequences for that decision I assure you. What Sakura said made Tyler wonder a number of things about the internal workings of ZAFT. As far as Tyler knew, ZAFT was officially led by the plant's Supreme Council's National Defense Committee. However, unofficially, the ZAFT organization was led by one man, their most brilliant tactician, Linus Tries. It was pretty much common knowledge within the Federation's military and Tries was reasonable according to information on him. Okay Sakura, if what you say is true, then answer me this, Tyler began. Does ZAFT Admiral Tries know of how Raul Cruzet does things and has earned the reputation for himself over the years of the war between the Earth Alliance and ZAFT? Linus knew of those like Cruzet, that masked man was just one of those that misbehaved more often than others. The latest mess that Cruzet had been one of those things keeping Linus busy Sakura knew. Sakura ended out sighing, you're referring to Cruzet's habit of going in guns blazing first and make excuses about his reasons later I assume. That was what Tyler referred to, but he was also curious as to how much ZAFT's unofficial leader knew of those under him. So, he nodded, yes indeed, that's what I'm referring to. Yes, Linus is well aware of L.E. Cruzet's habitual behavior, Sakura returned tiredly. Yet the mess is due in part to the dichotomy of AZFT's command structure as it is currently. Linus wasn't the one that assigned Cruzet to the observation mission, it was the National Defense Committee who was insistent upon investigating. That information caught Tyler off guard somewhat as it implied that the National Defense Committee was at odds with ZAFT's unofficial leader. That was odd as the record that Tyler had heard of and read a bit of portrayed Linus Tries was the one that had gotten ZAFT to the strong position it was in now. So, logically, Tyler would think most would let a leader like that do what they felt right to keep the organization working smoothly and favorably. With that in mind, Tyler felt it worrisome that the plant's National Defense Committee was ignoring such wisdom and doing actions that could end out causing serious issues. I see, Tyler replied carefully, then riddle me this, aren't ZAFT's military command and the National Defense Committee supposed to be on the same team working for the goal of protecting the plants and its citizens? Or has that view changed these days? Lakis could see what Tyler was asking about, and it was a question she had been asking herself more often as of late. In truth, ZAFT's leadership including Admiral Tries should be working with the committee and the committee should be cooperating with ZAFT's leadership. Yet, Tyler's question brought up the point that the two groups were not working together as much as they used to. Her father Siegel had mentioned that a number on the National Defense Committee wanted Tries to deal more firmly with Omni so the war would finish up sooner. Admiral Tries didn't heed such whisperings as he made it plain that his goal was for the war to be handled with the least lives lost for all sides. The two groups are supposed to be working together, Lakis answered. The National Defense Committee's purpose is to help the armed forces to have what they need and make sure others don't limit them to the point soldiers can't do their job, but... What Lakis had said gave Tyler some things to wonder about, but what she didn't say was more worrisome. Tyler was aware that the National Defense Committee's job was to assist and provide for ZAFT's military in order to protect the plants. It was their responsibility to see to the defense of the plants, and the committee's name implies. However, they were supposed to not cause political incidents which cruise ahead without argument. Tyler wouldn't doubt that the diplomatic and the administrative committees had their hands full with cleanup and damage control with recent events. He bet that Federation High Command would know about the non-nice dichotomy that had developed within ZAFT and the Supreme Council. But before Tyler could inquire further into what either girl meant, the two resumed their catch-up session. And once again Tyler was made to wonder about the scene that was Sakura and Lakis catching up with one another. Sakura was acting what one would expect from almost normal, and Tyler didn't think he would see that. Tyler wasn't alone in thinking that the scene with the two women was odd for at least one of them. Athrun was in agreement with Tyler when it came to Commander Klein, the way she was acting just went against her reputation so much. For Kira, it had been so long since he had seen Sakura and Lakis like this, at least before the war. Tyler glanced at his two best friends, seeing that they were staring as he was, even if the women weren't giving attention to that. Give the two a bit of a break, Tyler remarked quietly, who knows when the last time was when they saw one another and got to spend time together. Both Kira and Athrun knew where Tyler was coming from and were aware the female siblings had little opportunity to see each other. So the three guys looked away from the two women. I suppose you're right, Athrun commented. Yeah, I agree with that, Kira said. Even with that being said, the scene was still so awkward that Tyler couldn't stop himself from thinking just how odd it was. So much so that Tyler couldn't stop but voice his thoughts. Still, is it just me that thinks it's just plain weird that one of the most feared ZAFT pilots and commanders is the same woman we're seeing hug Lakis like she hasn't a care in the world and is only a loving sister? There was silence between three guys, all considering what Tyler just said as it sunk in. With the reputation that Sakura had, it was an expectation that she was cold and unapproachable. Of course, Lakis had told the three that her older sister did have a nice side to her. And while they believed Lakis, it was just hard to see from the outside for them. It isn't just you, Athrun muttered for his friends to hear, I assure you. Kira regretted that he had doubted Tyler when he talked about what he dealt with Sakura. He knew that Tyler wasn't inclined to lie or exaggerate about things. Tyler was far more a realist and didn't sugarcoat things. And though the things Tyler had said about Sakura had been so unbelievable, having now seen it firsthand, Kira wouldn't doubt his friend now. So, Kira hummed in agreement. Yeah, agreed. Sorry for ever doubting you, Tyler, when you were telling me about Sakura, he said apologetically. Phase end. A/N. I'm leaving off there and will continue in the next phase. First, I hope that you readers are enjoying the changes I'm making to the original story. Now, on to some of the notable changes I made to this part of the story. I decided to expand the conversation that went on between Tyler, Natarl, and Maru, as I wanted to point out a thing or two. The first part was what Tyler thought of the G Project's developers, as it should be clear he doesn't like what they claimed. Second, I wanted to point out, or rather reiterate again, is the relationship between Tyler and Natarl. They don't fight openly, but they don't agree with one another and they don't want to admit it to the other. The next point I will point out is the talk between Tyler, Kira, and Lakis. I expanded it for the reason that I wanted to have Tyler infer his issues with Sakura and have Kira and Lakis wonder. Lakis is already wondering about her sister in relation to Tyler from the battle in orbit. Then the third point I got is, as you might guess, Tyler's drifting escapade as that changed. I thought it would be more interesting if Tyler had an audience that liked to watch him do what he does. So the deal he has with the dockyard is more for humor than a part of the story. Finally, the last event, which is Tyler's attempted escape from Sakura. The fun point of this to me wasn't that Tyler thought he would escape, but putting Sakura's view into this story. We all know he won't get away, at least not without work and usually help from others. But also it was neat to bring in Kira's and Lakis's view into this event, as it wasn't there before. The conversation that followed I think gives more a view/summary of events up to that point. It is my shortened version of those episodes in canon that I like to call catch-up sodies. Those that didn't advance the story much but were more a review of what had happened. I wouldn't doubt you remember those. Anyway, Please some of you, take the time to write a review. I got good responses with the last phase. I would love that to keep going. I value the views and the points and questions that are brought up, they are helpful. Until the next phase. Chapter 20, Phase 23, Sabotage. Now, nothing has changed in the fact that I own nothing in the Gundam universe, as much as I would love to, I don't. I just got my characters, ideas, and musing, that be all I have to call mine in this. On with the phase. March 9, 71 CE. Shira, Republic of East Asia. Tyler got a couple of minutes to calm down and regain his composure after the cuddle time Sakura had put him through. Kira and Athrun had gone out somewhere, they hadn't mentioned where they were going. Sakura had taken her baby sister out for a shopping trip if Tyler heard right, not that he would complain. That was fine with him as Lakis would distract Sakura from clinging to him and Tyler wanted time away from her. With his guests gone, it was just Tyler and Lisa left and she had gone to get ready for the day. Truthfully, Tyler was just trying to figure how this day would go and how to get through it. He was brought out of his thoughts when a knock came at the front door. Tyler couldn't think of anyone he was expecting as the Archangel crew he assumed was settling in right now. And since Lisa was in the shower currently by what Tyler's ears told him, he managed to get up from the couch he had been recovering on. It took Tyler a bit to get to the door with how tired he was thanks to Sakura's affections but he did get there after a minute. When he opened the door, Tyler was surprised to find his teammates Luke and Alan standing there. "Luke, Alan," Tyler muttered, "wasn't expecting you coming by just yet." Tyler had known that his other two teammates would catch up with them eventually since leaving them up in space. It wasn't like Tyler had meant to split the team, there hadn't been much of an option with re-entry. Instead, Tyler sighed and gestured for the two to come inside with their things. The arrival meant that Tyler would have to redo room assignments for the time being to fit two more. It shouldn't be for all that long, just the time it took to complete the mission they were assigned. Tyler told both Alan and Luke to use the room at the end of the hall since Sakura didn't really use it. The woman had pretty much moved into Tyler's own room without permission from him. He had seen the evidence of Sakura's choice when he got back and saw the clothes she bought in the master bedroom. When Tyler made mention of his issue/predicament with the pink-haired woman, the reactions were about what Tyler expected. Luke broke down and fell to the floor rolling around laughing hysterically at what Tyler was dealing with. Luke knew that Tyler wasn't a ladies' man by any stretch of the imagination. But for him to have a woman actively pursuing him and he trying to evade them was funny. Alan, on the other hand, felt sorry for what Tyler was going through as it was clear he didn't like it. That Tyler wasn't forcing the woman out was a show of Tyler's manners. Lisa soon joined the group after Tyler calmed Luke down from his laughing fit. Once the four were back in the main room, Luke and Alan brought Lisa and Tyler up to speed with what was going on with them. They had come down in the Euros coalition and from there come to the Republic of East Asia to meet up with their teammates. However, both mentioned that tension was building within the Federation as the fighting was becoming worse between Omni and ZAFT. They all knew that such was an expectation as the war kept going as it had for years, but the magnitude had picked up more than most had thought it would. There were even rumors among the Federation military that the Admiralty were discussing the need for full mobilization of the space forces and bring those on Earth to full alert. For that to be even considered worried Tyler, for it hasn't needed to happen yet during this war, even if this was rumor thus far. And yet, with Alan and Luke here, Tyler thought that they maybe could complete their mission and hopefully buy some time in this situation that was getting more volatile. The fear of Omni getting mobile suits was real and seen as a serious threat by the Federation. The expectation is that they will be used to gain territory for the Earth Alliance and that the war would intensify. With the current leadership of the Alliance, it was not just a real possibility but being planned for, Tyler knew. And with the number of members of the leadership that were also members or shared the views as one of the anti-coordinator groups, it was no surprise what the presented problems were. Their territory expansion would include the member nations of the Human Federation as much as ZAFT's territory. Tyler could only guess what kind of excuses the Alliance or its Omni would come up with to justify their attacks on Federation territory. And the ones that Tyler could think of were ridiculous and more so the worst that he could come up with. Nevertheless, in the end, Tyler doubted it would matter the lack of common logic the leaders of the Alliance would tout. Their intent was clear and was becoming more apparent as the war went on. There was mounting evidence of the lengths some of the leaders of the Alliance were only telling of horrors to come from them. After all, the fact of there being several naturals which made up over a sixth of the population of Junius 7 hadn't stopped a nuke being shot at it. Such events had been covered up and any evidence against their claims and denied loudly any they couldn't have dismissed. So, Tyler doubted attacking neutral nations would occur in time by Omni when their leaders would command them to. And with the leaders of the Alliance being violent, committing, hate-blinded idiots, it was more a matter of when. Once the catch-up session was finished up, Tyler transitioned to the current assignment that the team had. Tyler knew that the Archangel would have its resupply and repair would be done in a few days from now. During that time it would be best to take care of the data that the ship carried and not be noticed by the crew and officers. The said crew wouldn't be on or around the ship during the repair and resupply, which made it even more of an opportunity to get the job done. And the less the crew knew about Tyler's team's task, the better off they would be in the long run, as they would be less liable with Omni. Tyler didn't want those on the Archangel to be put into trouble because of what he was doing. Then there was the arrangement Tyler had managed to get made with those at Tessway. Tyler had gotten them to agree to do repairs and essentially an overhaul on both the Asuka and the Strike. He saw it as a favor of sorts, as it meant that Murdoch and those under him would get a break. However, Tyler was so dim as to think that at least one Archangel officer would be none too happy with him for making the arrangement. It seemed that no matter how good and plain Tyler's intentions were, Natarl somehow found fault with him. In fact, Tyler had only been thanked once that he could recall by Natarl for something he did. Also, the arrangement would have the 2 mobile suits inaccessible by the crew, and Tyler expected that to be complained about. It was part of the Latanan protocol, no access to R&D facilities to those in other factions without explicit permission. Tyler knew many within the Alliance cursed the points of the protocol. But it had been that agreement that had kept things from becoming work in the war over the 5 years of it than it already was. Tyler agreed with the need for the protocol, as he'd seen enough of those within the Alliance that he would be more than concerned with what they would do with Federation technology. Still, Tyler figured it would behoove him to go to the Archangel's officers and inform them of the said arrangement. If they reacted badly, it wasn't Tyler's problem, and they would have to deal with the good deed he had done. Besides, the 2 mobile suits were likely already en route to Tessway, so there was no changing the point anyway. Tyler would tell Kira about the Asuka when he had a chance, but he didn't foresee Kira complaining about free repairs. With that in mind, Tyler told his team that he had something to do and headed out to the places that the Archangel's crew were being put up in during their stay. Tyler was looking for Muru, as he believes she would handle the arrangement better than Natarl. Natarl would shout at Tyler for going behind her back and out of bounds, that he had no right to do, or something along those lines. Honestly, Tyler had quite some time ago stopped caring what Natarl thought of him, since clearly, that wouldn't change any time soon. And truthfully, Tyler didn't have to mention anything about the mobile suits were going to a facility to get work done. He was doing that by his own choice to be nice and friendly with the Archangel officers. At the same time, Muru had gathered the officers, both commissioned and non-commissioned, in one of the houses that had been provided for them to stay while in the Republic. She had been given a message of what would be done to the Archangel while it was in dock. The repairs were sorely needed, and the supplies that would be loaded were equally so. However, the crew was asked to not interfere nor help in the task, just to relax and let those working on this do their tasks. And where Muru could understand that, it still felt odd and uncomfortable for the crew to have no involvement in the Archangel's repair and resupply. Thus, there was a need for discussion with the ship officers in what to do in this situation and going forward. Now there was the time to plan and not just react. It was best to do what planning was possible. And so, the gathering in the house minus the teens that had been helping, as this wasn't concerning them directly. With their enlistment, it would involve them, but Muru didn't think that Omni Higher UPS would give them much notice. Only the teen pilots would earn that, which was a different matter entirely, which may come up in the discussion. Muru began the meeting when everyone was present. "Thank you for coming, everyone. I called this meeting to discuss what we should do going forward," she said to the room at large. Natarl knew through Muru that the work on the Archangel didn't involve them and more excluded them. That didn't sit the best with Natarl, but there wasn't much any of them could do to change the point. Nevertheless, this also gave the time to plan for the challenges ahead of the ship and its crew. The journey to Josha was still an ocean away and unlikely would be smooth sailing for the Archangel. Natarl felt that ZAFT would make at least one more attempt before Omni HQ, though she couldn't say if there would be more or where it would happen. So, Natarl nodded and stood up. "Currently, the Archangel is being resupplied as well as undergoing needed repairs at the dry dock here. We'll see how the progress is going tomorrow, but the estimated time for the work was said to be 2 to 3 days, she iterated. Mew felt docking at Shira was one of the best things that had occurred to the Archangel since its start. No one was assaulting them, no one's trying to pursue them to sink the ship, including cruise it. They were getting repairs on the ship done with little charge along with full resupply. That gave time for the crew to unwind and regain some nerve and sanity which had been strained. "It's nice of the Republic to assist us in repairs and resupply," Mew commented, "one of the few times that we've gotten help like this since the start of this journey." While Mew's comment was true, Crystal still found the air around Shira odd, as it held little worry of the ongoing war. Plus, this was the first time Crystal herself had ever been to the Republic itself. She had been to the Federation's Euros coalition, which had a similar feel to this place. After being involved in the war for so long, it was hard to just relax and not think about Omni fighting against ZAFT. "I don't know about anyone else, but this is my first time coming to the Republic of East Asia," Crystal mentioned. "I have always heard it is a beautiful place and is open to any to come in, as long as you follow the rules, of course. I can see why it's a frequented vacation destination with many people." As nice as the small talk was to most, Murdoch didn't want to waste time if he didn't have to. Sure, the Archangel was being worked on, and not having to worry about it was nice and everything. But there were still the ship's mobile suits that needed repair and tuning that was not being done. Murdoch wanted to get to work as soon as he could with his mechanics so the machines could be ready when called upon. Nothing had been mentioned about the mobile suits, and so Murdoch figured they wouldn't be involved in the repair and resupply. So, Chief Murdoch shrugged, sure, it's nice to relax and have someone else do the repairs and resupply, but what about the other equipment on the ship? Will they do that too, or will that be up to my boys and me, he asked. If it's our job, then we should start as soon as we can. Tyler had arrived at the house that he figured the officers would be in and knocked on the door. There was no answer to the knock even as Tyler waited for a bit to see if anyone would come to open the door. The door remained closed, so Tyler took that as no one was paying attention enough to hear the knock. Tyler figured that wasn't a refusal of entry, so he opened the door, which was unlocked, and walked in. Once inside, Tyler heard voices in the living room of the house, and so Tyler made his way in that direction. He heard Muse and Crystal's comments, which Tyler took as compliments of sorts. Then had come Murdoch's concern, which Tyler understood and had the answer to. So, Tyler spoke up, if you're referring to the mobile suits, Chief, I do believe I have an answer. Everyone in the room turned and saw Tyler leaning against the doorframe, looking like he hadn't a care in the world. A feeling of surprise and shock filled the air as seeing the young man, as none had seen him enter or even heard the front door open. And where Mew and Crystal had seen that Tyler could vanish and appear as he liked, this was one of the better instances they'd seen. Mew was the first to regain use of his voice. Man, oh man, Tyler, you have a talent for popping up out of nowhere. While Tyler knew what Mew said was true, that wasn't the point of him being here. Anyway, Tyler had developed the skill of vanishing over the years, first from his dad and then during military service. Tyler shrugged, I walked in the front door like anyone else would, not my fault no one was listening or paying attention when I knocked, he replied. I let myself in since no one answered the door and it was unlocked. With Tyler's mention of mobile suits, it got Crystal wondering what he knew about them that the officers didn't. Tyler had a knack for finding out information, he had shown that beyond a shadow of a doubt. But Crystal was curious as to what Tyler knew of the mobile suits that they didn't, like if they had been moved, for example. You said something about the mobile suits, didn't you, Tyler? Crystal inquired. Tyler nodded, yes, I did, he started. I happen to remember a detail I should have mentioned earlier but forgot to, and I give my apologies. Tyler then turned to Chief Murdoch, before the Archangel arrived here, I thought it would be nice to arrange things so that you, your engineers, and mechanics could have a real break and not have to worry your heads off. So, put in a good word with some people I know and managed to get an arrangement for the Asuka and the strike to have full repairs done, free of charge. That being said, you need not worry about those machines, they'll be in good order when the work is done, if not running better than they were by the time the ship leaves. Natarl hadn't liked that Tyler had information on the mobile suits that the officers did not in some way. Whenever Tyler knew something that others didn't, it didn't end well in her mind and its frustration. So, Natarl glared at Tyler, annoyed with the teen and how he was likely once again overstepping bounds of authority and responsibility. Where and with whom did you agree to have work done on mobile suits that you have no right to say anything about? She snapped back at the teen. There was silence for a long moment, all but Tyler and Natarl were quiet, as was now customary when these two butted heads, as they did from time to time. Tyler held his gaze on Natarl for a moment, then sighed, good golly, your reactions are becoming more predictable, Natarl. And I still have 2 words for you, as I've said before, anger management, you needed to rid yourself of the frustration you have. I mean, I do a good deed for you all and get snapped at for it, not a good thing to show. Tyler had known that Natarl wouldn't be pleased with his actions, he had seen it coming. Not that was any concern of Tyler's, he was here to inform, not argue with others about things. Instead, Tyler shook his head at Natarl, I was trying to remove an amount of work from those who had more than most would expect them to be able to handle, that's all. Tyler sighing again before he continued, and technically, Natarl, the Asuka isn't yours or the Earth Alliance's any more than the Shadow is. We have had that conversation and I see no reason to repeat it, as the matter is settled. And Kira will be fine with the arrangement for Asuka when I inform him. Secondly, haven't you been stressing the mechanics too much lately? Why not give them a break and stop driving them into the ground with all that you demand from them? Tyler took a moment to calm down and rein in his stern tone he had gained with Natarl. Then, to answer your question of whom and where you demanded of me, the 2 mobile suits were sent to the Tesway R&D complex, and those there will be doing the work. There were a few gasps at the mention of one of the most well-known Federation development facilities in the world. All in the room had heard the name and the rumor that it was somewhere in the Republic of East Asia. There were stories and guesses as to what Tesway looked like and how it worked, but no information to get facts. It was scientists from Tesway R&D that played a part in the designing and engineering of the mass drivers, according to rumors. That Tyler could have arranged mobile suits to go there for work to be done was impressive even in the officers' minds. But how did you even manage to arrange such a thing? Murrow questioned. Tyler shrugged, I have some friends who work at Tesway and through them, my request was accepted. The skills of those in the Federation's best R&D facility were not in doubt or question. However, the strike was a prototype machine and so would present a unique challenge. The workers would have to inspect the strike before working on it to know what needed to be done. And Natarl didn't like nor would she accept Federation scientists inspecting or working on the strike. It was just as likely they could sabotage the mobile suit before returning it to the Archangel. The strike needed to be in the best condition it could be when it reached JOSHA period. Crystal decided to speak as no one else was doing so. I wouldn't doubt that the scientists at the place are very good at what they do, Tyler, she began. But they're seeing machines that they've never encountered before, so how would they be able to help with the little time there is? The others in the room nodded at the question as the rest had much the same thoughts in mind. Prototype mobile suits being worked on would have their own set of issues off the bat. They would have to figure out the machines first before working on them, wouldn't they? The confused look seemed to register to Tyler and he spoke up again. The scientists are good at what they do, true, and you have a valid point. But what you don't know is they have complete schematics for both the strike and the Asuka. With that in mind, they already know what needs to be where and what not about both machines. Tyler's admittance that the Federation had schematics for the strike inspired anger and concern in Natarl. She knew with the Federation having the blueprints of one of the G weapons, it was possible and even likely had the same on the others. Simply put, the Federation had the fruits of the G project and could employ them as they saw fit. The cannon that the Shadow had before, the one that used positron energy, showed that the Federation had used the positron blaster cannon in their development. And if the Federation's military used other ideas from the G project, Omni would have extreme difficulty even with mobile suits. They needed answers as to how much the Federation knew about the G project. And how would they have schematics on the mobile suits, Natarl demanded. Tyler didn't know how the woman did it, how she set herself up for the retorts she unintentionally begged for. It wasn't the first time that Natarl had done this with Tyler, it was rare but not unheard of to him. And this particular question had come up before now, at the time that Tyler had returned the first time to the Archangel. So, Tyler gave the woman a deadpan look. You know, Natarl, you asking that allows me to say some things I've wanted to tell you. First, do realize how often you set yourself up for the hits from previous actions. Natarl gritted her teeth at the question from Tyler as he was prodding her and she disliked it. Tyler continued, second, were you aware that the Alliance personnel which had been working at Morganroet were beyond extremely lax in so many things? And when I say lax in some things, I mean security specifically, both physical and digital. Tyler paused, appearing to think before he kept going. I could say more yet, you haven't been interested in listening to me about this subject especially. Tyler threw up his arms. Well, guess what, there was an investigation team at Heliopolis and they got full schematics for all 5 prototype mobile suits along with the Archangel's blueprints. Mew wondered how Tyler could know about a Federation investigation team was around Heliopolis. He could believe the point was true, it could explain a few things that had happened around the colony. Tyler could know through his connections within the Federation's military, but Mew couldn't be sure. And how do you know there was an investigation team at Heliopolis, Tyler? He asked. Tyler paused in his explanation and twisted to face Mew. That would be because I was a member of the team, Mew, he replied simply. The admittance of Tyler being a member of the team the Federation hit those in the room differently for each of them. To both Mew and Crystal, it explained his presence and his knowledge base he had from the start. For much of the other crew members, Tyler being around the colony to looking the activities of Omni was unsettling. Maru, knowing Tyler had been there for information gathering, now explained how he seemed to know things. However, Natarl was not happy now, understanding that Tyler had been spying on them while at Heliopolis. Yet, Tyler continued, and that information was sent to Federation High Command, and from there to Tesway. As for the Asuka, it is my understanding that Orb engineers supplied what was needed, they'd no problem with doing so as I've been told. Natarl was about to retort and call out Tyler for his actions, yet Maru spoke over her since there were more important matters to get to. If the Federation had blueprints for the G project, then copies could be obtained and that would help. If Omni could get mobile suits, then the war could be directed towards an end. If you have the schematics for all the prototype mobile suits, could we have copies of them? It would really help in our mission a great deal, Tyler. Omni could bring the war to a close a lot sooner. If there were more like Maru Ramius, then Tyler could see her request being granted possibly. However, Tyler knew better than most that the Alliance and its Omni were not like Maru overall, quite the opposite. Tyler had seen what most in positions of power in the Alliance were like, greedy, selfish, and horrible fools. They saw nothing wrong with killing innocent people to achieve their goals. So, Tyler shrugged with indifference, it's not my call honestly, but I'll save you the trouble of finding out whose it is and going to them to ask. The answer you would get from them, Tyler paused for a moment, is going to be no. There was a full few seconds of silence at Tyler's answer as it sunk into those listening. That Tyler said the answer to getting the blueprints would be no raised the two questions as to how Tyler knew that and why would the answer be no. And it was Arnold that found use of his voice first, but why? Tyler knew the reasons why those from the Archangel would be refused copies of their G project machines. But he assumed the crew and officers didn't know of or see the real purpose of the project they had been a part of. When Tyler had found out about Omni's prototypes, it was clear to him that such would be used to make others, and said suits would be used to enforce the alliance's authority. Mura was blinded by the cause alliance leaders claimed to have, and she wasn't the only one. And so, it came down to whether Tyler tell them the truth and portray the alliance as it was behind the scenes. Tyler turned to the man and sighed, for a few reasons that I can think of off the top of my head. None of them you will like or agree with, I assume, but that's how it is in this. Natarl was working on holding herself back from snapping at Tyler for his retort. It was ridiculous. The Federation had no reason to withhold information about the G project. The Federation insisted on their neutrality and so weren't involved in the war between Omni and ZAFT. They only stepped into it on occasion when they saw a reason to which they never stated or explained to anyone else. Such as, Natarl posed, daring Tyler to come up with even one valid point. Tyler twisted to gaze at Natarl. The major reason that I know is a number of the leaders of the Earth Alliance haven't been friendly to others lately. Their actions have spoken for them and given a display to make it clear they are not trustworthy, Tyler returned. Then he shrugged, I mean, would you give those you know would use something dangerous to hurt others something they can do that quite well with? I wouldn't, and if you would, then I would ask what is going on in your head. What Tyler had said confused Mew a bit, not the first half of it, but the second half was foreboding. Mew knew that some within the alliance were not above doing questionable things that could harm. He had seen evidence of that during his military service and had kept it to himself and only talked about it with those he trusted completely like Crystal. Mew had confirmed such with his mentor Cormac Swift before he had vanished years ago. But it sounded like Tyler inferred things had gone downhill more recently. What do you mean haven't been friendly or trustworthy lately? Mew inquired. Tyler stared at Mew studying his face for a moment, trying to figure out if the man was asking what he said he was or about something else. From what Tyler had dug up on Mew La Flaga, the man wasn't dumb nor blind to what some did. Thus, Tyler figured that Mew at least knew that a few in positions of power within the alliance committed horrible acts. Such had been happening more on Earth over the last year, which suggested Mew didn't know how bad things had been getting. I take it that you've been in space for most of the last year, Mew? Tyler asked, kind of like I've been as well. Tyler wanted to see if his guess was correct and asking Mew what he had could answer the query. This idea has become a sizable amount worse over the last year from what I have learned. Crystal nodded, wondering what Tyler was getting at with his question. Mew and she had spoken about some of the horrible actions that could be loosely traced back to some in positions of power in the Alliance and Omni. The discussions took place in private as with the assumed positions the individuals were in could claim treason on those that they wanted to be rid of and get away with it. But by the sound of it, some of those individuals had been at work and made things tenser on Earth. Yes, Mew and all of us in the room have been in space for the last year or more, Crystal replied. Why? Because, the leaders of the Earth Alliance, especially those of the Atlantic Federation have been busy and not in a good way, Tyler answered with a deadpan tone. And I mean no disrespect against any of you from the Atlantic Federation. However, the pressure your leaders have been exercising on the Federation member nations hasn't been nice nor well received. Mura blinked in confusion. What are you talking about, Tyler? She asked. Tyler sighed. I'm referring to the point that the Atlantic Federation is trying to cajole the member nations to join them in their crusade against ZAFT. From most, there was shocked silence at Tyler's statement, though Natarl didn't believe him for a moment. Yet Tyler continued, of course they don't say it that plainly, but that's the message being sent. And either they have forgotten about the Ordia Treaty or are just ignoring it while they do what they have. Tyler's expression darkened a bit as he kept going. There have also been a small number of incidents in member nations that have caused issues that have been linked back to the Alliance, to name a few things. Mew was contemplating the information Tyler had just put out as it was a lot to take in. Previously, Tyler had proven that he could get information very well regardless of how hard it should be to get. And Mew was inclined to believe what Tyler said about some attempting cajole members of the Federation was true. That presented problems, one of which Tyler had stated himself, the Ordia Treaty, which in simple terms said that trying to make members of the Federation change sides was forbidden. That treaty had kept the peace for the years of the war and before that, as far as Mew was to understand. For leaders of the Alliance to violate it even if unofficial was extremely worrisome in Mew's mind, and he doubted he was the only one to feel that way. However, it did explain the trust issues that Tyler mentioned before, and Mew didn't blame the Federation for the point. Tyler continued, with that in mind, those in the Alliance have been, he paused for a moment to think of the proper word to use. I would say bullying other nations and doing so more insistently as of late. And from what I understand, they aren't taking no as an answer to their so-called suggestions. That is pretty exactly what the Alliance has agreed not to show that they can't be trusted. That's not, Natarl began, but she stopped before going into a tirade as it felt Tyler was baiting her a bit. Tyler's face morphed into a soft smirk. Yes, Natarl, he posed, more to say have you perhaps? All in the room minus Natarl and Tyler were silent, watching the two, much like they would when the two butted heads. Before now, Tyler tended to win the arguments, or rather got Natarl to not be able to continue it. That was one of the reasons most bet on Tyler with winning the arguments they got into. After a full minute, Tyler turned towards the front door. I just thought you should know about the mobile suits. I assume panicking would ensue when they were found missing from the Archangel. I thought it was the nice thing to do, take it as you like. Tyler left after that, leaving the officers of the Archangel standing there to think about what information they had just been given. There was silence for a little while after Tyler left, until Natarl spoke her mind. Sometimes, I can't figure if Mr. McGregor is trying to hinder by design or if he just does it without knowing it. Mew snickered, to which Crystal elbowed him to get him to stop. Well, it's certainly not a bad thing for the 2 mobile suits being repaired at a place like Tesway, Crystal commented. As for Tyler, I think he does what he means to, we just see it differently sometimes. Muro cut over the 2 women. Back to what we do next, our goal is still to reach Alliance HQ at Josh A, she said, to get all back on track. The evening came on and the Archangel's crew found beds to sleep, hoping that things would work out in the days to come. Tyler woke up the next morning and found that Sakura was as she'd been almost every morning this last week in his bed. All of his efforts to get Sakura to leave him alone had failed, much to Tyler's ire. Even the help that others provided hadn't deterred Sakura from sleeping in Tyler's bed. Thus, Tyler had somewhat accepted that Sakura wouldn't leave him alone and to just tolerate her antics. Sakura had been chasing him for years now, he didn't see that changing just because he kept telling no. The other part of the bed issue was Sakura, for whatever reason, insisted on wearing very questionable clothing. Whether she was doing that to tempt Tyler or for some other reason, he couldn't say for sure. On her part, Sakura felt it completely natural to cuddle with Tyler at night, she couldn't get enough of the feeling. She loved him, and with that in mind, why should they be separated at night? So, Sakura snuck into Tyler's room each night even when he said for her not to do so. His refusals were so cute to her. Sakura wanted to be with Tyler always, so sleeping in the same bed was a step forward towards that goal. The clothes she chose to wear while doing that were to get Tyler interested in her, and she had seen signs it affected. However, she was patient and could wait for a time to have Tyler as hers. Tyler worked himself out of Sakura's hold, which took some time. Sakura wasn't interested in letting him go. Even in her sleep, Sakura clung to Tyler, holding him to her unconsciously. Nevertheless, Tyler did manage his escape after some time and persistence, leaving Sakura in the bed. He did glance back at the pink-haired woman in his bed, wondering why she was so fixated on him. That was the point he had never been able to figure out, why her pursuit started, and it was something Tyler had attempted to find out. He had established that Sakura's stalking had started shortly after they had first met, which had been while Tyler had been on a Salas mission. But beyond that, Tyler hadn't been able to come up with a reason why Sakura stalked him as she did. Tyler shook himself and left the room so that he could get breakfast and plan out the day. When he reached the kitchen, Tyler found he wasn't the only one up at the moment, with the sun just rising. The rest of his teammates were also awake and working on making breakfast for themselves and Tyler. He appreciated that his teammates had thought to make a meal, but they had gotten to the point they did simple things for one another. After the meal, Tyler began the conversation on the mission still assigned to them that was unfinished. He laid the information out which Tyler had come across thus far with his time on the Archangel. The data the ship carried was what the Alliance wanted, and from what digging Tyler had been doing while waiting for info on the Archangel said that those at the JOSHA base were preparing for when the ship arrived. Tyler was sure that the Omni technicians at JOSHA were ready to extract the mobile suit blueprints the second the ship docked. If things went according to their plans, then once obtained, the data would be sent to factories elsewhere for mass production of mobile suits. The only thing left for Omni would need to do to employ mobile suits was get a natural use OS. There had been no evidence from the information network that Tyler had seen that suggested they had one yet. But that was merely a matter of time before that became a reality for Omni. That brought the discussion back to the main point, which the mission was all about, preventing the blueprints from getting into Omni's hands. It was best and easier for that to be handled before the ship reached JOSHA, Tyler knew that. His best idea to achieve the goal was to sabotage the data the Archangel carried in some way to make it unusable. Tyler had thought about just extracting the data and have the Archangel go on to JOSHA without it. However, then the crew would be blamed for the action and suffer the consequences, and he wasn't okay with that. As long as the data was unusable and or unreadable by the time the vessel reaches Alaska, the goal was met. Tyler thought that perhaps if he could get some sort of digital virus could fit the bill for what they needed. The best place to get such a thing that Tyler could think of was Tesway, and he bet Carlos could direct him to the proper people who could help. When Tyler iterated his idea, his teammates were on board with the plan. Tyler moved on to divvying out the needed tasks for the plan, which he had already figured overall. Luke and Alan would go down to the docks area to gather what information they could so that we can do this as quietly as possible. Meanwhile, Lisa would acquire supplies such as clothing to pull off this task on the Archangel without notice. While that was being done, Tyler would swing by Tesway and get something that could deal with the target data. As that was going on, Athrun was returning from meeting Kira's friends from Heliopolis. They were nice individuals, and it was that which made what he'd been involved in worse. Although now, Athrun knew that neither Kira nor Tyler held what happened against him at all. However, meeting some of those from the Legate ship made Athrun have serious doubts about what he and the others on Commander Kruzet's team had been doing. Not to say Athrun hadn't had doubts before, but over the mission, they had been growing. But the time recovering in the Republic had given Athrun time to do some serious thinking about recent events. Nevertheless, once inside, Athrun heard Tyler talking to he assumed others about something. And though Athrun wasn't one to eavesdrop normally, after the first few sentences he heard Tyler say, he began listening. Tyler was talking about the mission that he and others were tasked with. He spoke of data carried by the Archangel which Athrun suspected was the mobile suit blueprints Tyler mentioned before. Tyler said that the data needed to be taken care of before the ship left the dock and headed for Omni's HQ at Josha. Athrun heard mention from Tyler of getting something from Tesway R&D to help in dealing with the data. There were voices that Athrun didn't recognize which he thought maybe the other teammates Tyler had in this. Tyler divvied out tasks for the mission they had been discussing, dividing them into 3 groups from what Athrun picked up. However, it was then Commander Klein moved forward revealing that she and Athrun were listening. Tyler stared at the two for a moment and said nothing to them, wondering what they were doing there. It was likely that the two had been hearing the planning meeting going on, and Athrun did admit that a moment later. The thought to have them leave as the current mission didn't involve them at all with them being with ZAFT did cross Tyler's mind. Yet, Tyler thought it may be better to have the extra help in this. The current mission was critical and failure was the worst option to end with. Both Sakura and Athrun would understand the dangers of Omni getting mobile suits, it hurt ZAFT as a whole too. As you two have been listening, Tyler began, would you be interested and willing to assist in this? Athrun, after talking with Tyler and hearing what he and others planned to do, it brought home how important this idea was. Preventing Omni from getting mobile suits was a priority even for ZAFT, as there had been assignments to do just that. Were the Alliance to get them, the uses such would be put to would be anything but good. The war would become much worse and far more lives would be put in jeopardy and possibly lost forever. Granted, eventually, Omni would likely get mobile suits, but if they were anything like the prototypes he and others had taken and dealt with, that would be a catalyst to horrors to come. Of course, Athrun replied, I will help however I can, this is to save many lives from being lost needlessly. Sakura would help if Tyler asked, it was a given as she knew her beloved wouldn't ask anything of her that she wouldn't do. And with how serious he was at this point, this task was important to him, and so helping him would score good points for her with him. Then she knew that Linus had active missions that weren't known to the public, which was to prevent Omni from mass-producing mobile suits. Currently one of her fellow champions was overseeing that, the Condor specifically. Such used to be done by the Mockingjay, but with their disappearance years ago, it had been passed to another. Zayla has a point, Sakura stated, I'm in as well. With the agreement, Tyler paired Sakura with Lisa to help with the supply acquisition needed to pull the mission off. Meanwhile, Athrun would work with Tyler in getting what they needed to handle the data on the Archangel. Luke and Alan would still scope out the dockyard to make sure they could be the least noticed. With the pairs set and tasks assigned, the 6 got to work while there was time and little attention if any on them. Alan and Luke headed out, taking the rented car they had, and headed to the dockyard to collect intel. Lisa and Sakura headed out and used the mass transit system to catch a ride into town to shop for the things that would be needed. At the same time, Tyler made a call to Carlos and found out that he believed that he had a colleague that might have what Tyler was asking for. After hanging up with his friend, Tyler made one more quick call to the Republic's military command. It took some smooth talking on Tyler's part to get a temporary pass for Athrun to be able to enter Tesway. The complex was usually off-limits to outsiders and Athrun would qualify as that. But Tyler used what privileges he had as a member of Salas to manage the pass being given out. Athrun was kind of impressed with Tyler and how he was talking to whoever he was to get a pass to the Federation's Tesway. As far as Athrun knew, outsiders weren't allowed near the facility as it was the Federation's most advanced development complex. From what Athrun had heard from some, ZAFT had requested access to Tesway but had been denied. Athrun assumed it was a harder denial to Omni and the Alliance, but he wasn't going to ask about that. And while Tyler had mentioned he was a member of the Federation's Salas, that had thrown Athrun for a loop. If he remembered right, Salas stood for Specialized Something Something Antiphon Squad, the Federation's best personnel. It was much like ZAFT's Faith, and Athrun had assumed that such got special privileges like those in Faith. But seeing his friend using some of the said privileges was not what Athrun imagined at all. Once the pass was granted, Athrun and Tyler piled into Tyler's car and headed out towards the northern train station. They first caught the train to the Republic's military command center as the pass to Tesway needed to be picked up. While they were there, Athrun did feel the tension in the air and it was worrisome. The Federation had stayed out of the war overall thus far, but the air Athrun was feeling made him wonder if that would remain that way much longer. Should the Federation join the war, Athrun couldn't honestly say which side would be put under more pressure. He knew ZAFT did some things that the Federation disapproved of and would openly condemn some actions. After the pass was obtained, Athrun and Tyler boarded the train again and took it to the station Tesway had. Athrun was left to wonder if the train system was the only way to get to Tesway since none had answered any questions. It would make sense, it would better keep the complex's location secret from the other factions. Really, the best ZAFT could ever figure is the general area if that of Federation development and military facilities. Sure, there were the large or well-known locations, like the Federation's Asgard base which was their Earthbound HQ. However, the places of interest like Tesway R&D's locations were never mentioned or even hinted at other than what member nation they were in. Upon arrival, Tyler and Athran exited the train and approached the checkpoint at the entrance of the station. Tyler showed his military ID and got checks a little, but not as thoroughly as others by what Athran observed. Athran presented the pass he had been given before he was scrutinized for several minutes. Athran did get a glance of a screen that flashed his ZAFT profile momentarily, which made him think they were bringing up any information the Federation could find on him. It was unsettling to understand that some were inspecting what you have done and those you associate with. But as Athran looked over at Tyler, his friend gave him a comforting smile. Tyler would vouch for him, Athran was sure of that, and so the worry faded from his mind. Tyler knew that Athran would be looked into before he was permitted into the Tesway complex. His friend was the first outsider that belonged to another faction that had been permitted in close to 2 years. It was an event that didn't happen often as far as Tyler knew, and it was for good reason. The Latinan Protocol had stood for years even before the current war. It had kept things from becoming much worse. Letting outsiders into development facilities could compromise the protocol, so it was mitigated by just not allowing outsiders normally. And so the inspection process took longer for Athran than it did for other people that came here regularly. Tyler flashed Athran a smile to help him know he would be okay. Tyler would put his own reputation on the line for his friend. Athran was waved through after things were checked out, and he joined Tyler, who was waiting for him on the other side of the checkpoint. After Athran joined him, Tyler led the way through the complex, heading toward Carlos's office. Athran could only stare at what he saw around him as he followed Tyler to wherever he had in mind. The complex was spacious and people were going from one place to another. There were rooms that Athran assumed were for general study and development, though some looked specialized for things that Athran could only guess at. Athran was kind of surprised to not see military development, but it could be somewhere else for all he knew. But then Athran hadn't really known what to expect when Tyler had told him they would be going to Tesway R&D. Tyler led Athran through the complex, not missing his friend glancing around with his mouth slightly open. It took about 10 minutes for Tyler and Athran to reach the office that Tyler was leading them to. Tyler saw Carlos working at his computer terminal working on something which Tyler couldn't see what it was specifically. Still, Tyler cleared his throat to gain Carlos's attention. Carlos heard the noise and turned and found Tyler at the entrance of his office. Now why Tyler was here, Carlos couldn't say. There was no standing point that he could think of that would have Tyler here. Tyler waved at the man. Hey Carlos, how goes things here? Carlos was going to answer but noticed a young man with Tyler a couple of years younger than Tyler himself. The other with Tyler had neck-length blue hair that framed his green-colored eyes along with the rest of his face. Carlos had never seen the other teen before now, and there weren't really any around his age that came around here. Tyler was the youngest regular that came around Tesway or that was normally allowed inside the complex. That would imply Tyler had pulled some strings to get the other teen entry for whatever reason he might have. Keeping busy as usual Tyler, Carlos remarked, "Should I ask you is with you?" Tyler glanced at Athran for a moment, realizing that Carlos was referring to Athran being with him. It was unusual for Tyler to bring another with him when he came to Tesway. He tended to come by himself. Tyler shrugged. "Oh, this is a friend of mine, his name is Athran," he answered. "He is helping me with the task I called you about." The task that Tyler had contacted him with was needing to deal with data he was looking into. The request was out of the blue, which wasn't unusual with Tyler, though it was a tad rare for him. Carlos hadn't asked for details on the data that Tyler was investigating and dealing with. He didn't want to know. The assignments that Tyler tended to get were either classified before he got them or right after. With that in mind, Carlos had just inquired some of his colleagues for a means to deal with undesirable data. "I'll take your word for it," Carlos replied. He sighed before continued, "Thankful we finished your suit's work, Tyler, along with the Aegis before the 2 other mobile suits arrived very early this morning." Tyler nodded with a small smile coming to his face. "That's good to hear. Hope nothing comes up that either will be needed." Athran agreed with Tyler. To have the Aegis on hand and ready if something should happen was comforting. Carlos snickered, "Glad to help, but you'll not hear complaining about the 2 other machines coming here. It has been very exciting to get a closer look at the X-105 Strike as well as Orb's prototype model," Carlos iterated. The memory of his chat with Erica Simmons came back to Carlos's mind as he thought about it. Erica was his sister-in-law, as he had married her younger sister, and she was among the few of his wife's family that he got along with well overall. And his little girl did love her Aunt Erica so, and Erica doted and spoiled her so, not that Carlos would complain. Carlos took a breath and kept going. Orb's chief engineer Erica Simmons was rather pleased to hear that Asuka Astray Frame was here. Apparently, it was thought to be lost during the collapse of Heliopolis, and so there had been a lot of concern. Tyler wondered about the pause that Carlos made. He thought if there was perhaps more to the Orb subject than he was saying. However, Tyler didn't press the matter as it wasn't his business, it was Carlos's personal life. Yet, Carlos wasn't finished. After the cursory inspection made with the strike, there had been questions raised. The operating system had not been as the report the investigation team put in that Omni had been working on. On the contrary, the OS the strike and the Asuka had were quite impressive, almost beautiful in how they worked. If Tyler had any idea who it was that did the work on the system, Carlos as well as others wanted to meet them. A question for you, Tyler, Carlos began. You wouldn't happen to know who it was that wrote the OS on either the strike or the Asuka, would you? There was a moment of hesitation for Tyler at that question, not because he knew the answer, but what the said answer would do for his friend. Yes, Tyler had looked over the OS that Kira wrote, and had to admit it was a good piece of work by the result. However, Tyler didn't want Kira to be pushed into something that related to potential military development. Well, Tyler started, I do know who did it, yes, then Tyler lowered his voice, naive idiot that he is often enough. Athrun caught the last part which Tyler whispered about Kira being a naive idiot. He knew that Tyler didn't mean it as an insult, it was referring to Kira's inability to see the obvious when it came to social things. Tyler's muttering told Carlos that whoever it was that wrote the operating system, they were not normal in some way. And Carlos wasn't one to pry into another's business and certainly not Tyler's as he extended the same courtesy to others. So, Carlos was waving his hands in dismissal, I would just like to know who it was, the system is quite something, looking at it has helped to come up with improvements to the current Federation OS model. Carlos's statement got Tyler to have a double take at knowing that Kira's work would likely be used for Federation application. The Federation's operating system used in mobile weapons was good and by standard could be used by any type of human with work. True, Tyler knew Kira was smart and could do things that others couldn't, but this was kind of a surprise. Athrun was shocked that whatever OS the strike and the Asuka had was seen as good enough for Federation scientists to be thinking of using pieces of it. Tyler planned not to tell Kira his work was being scanned over and possibly used for improvements to the Federation standard OS. Kira would either freak out or not believe that what he wrote was being seriously considered extremely valuable. So Tyler hesitated, that's neat and all, Carlos, but the one that wrote the OS is not the best at taking compliments or being told something he made is considered very valuable. Then this person is modest? Carlos asked. Tyler shrugged, to put it nicely, yes, he is a friend and is a whiz when it comes to programming among other things. Tyler then gained a serious expression, listen, Carlos, we're kind of in a hurry today, no offense. You said that you knew someone that could assist in the task of corrupting data that I need to have done. Could we please see this colleague of yours and see if they have what we need? Carlos nodded in understanding that time was not in plentiful supply for Tyler and his companion. He gestured for the two to follow him and he started off towards the cyber research area of Tesway. The cyber research division included those that dealt with a number of the information systems that the Federation utilized daily for all sorts of things. They researched ways to improve the automated parts of the Federation's information network, the government's computer systems to name a few. Carlos knew the department head whose name was Heidi Strum. She was a nice woman and driven in the work she was a part of and at Tesway that was applauded. If anyone had what Tyler was asking for, Heidi would know about it, so Carlos was going to her. Tyler was wondering where Carlos was leading Athrun and him as he was seeing parts of Tesway he wasn't familiar with. The mobile weapons development area and specialized weapon research were the places that Tyler knew. But then, he was their star tester of experimental things, so that's why he knew those areas rather than the whole complex. In fact, Carlos led the two into a moderately sized lab in the cyber research which Heidi was normally in. From what Tyler saw, the lab was meant for some sort of computer research with the equipment in the room. Carlos left Tyler and Athrun by the door and went over to where a woman was. The woman was of average height, around mid-5 foot from what Tyler saw. She had medium-length blonde hair that ended at her jawline level with her brown eyes and high cheekbones. Her figure was pretty normal, not too thin or too wide, and healthy overall. Of course, she was wearing the customary white lab coat with a blue shirt under the coat. Tyler assumed that the woman was potentially the colleague Carlos mentioned when Tyler had called before. Heidi had been getting an update on an ongoing project she had an interest in when she felt a tap on her shoulder. When she turned, she found Carlos Neal was standing there with a slight smile on his face. Carlos normally stayed around the mobile weapons development sector other than when section heads met together. However, Carlos had called her earlier today asking about if her department had something that could deal with unwanted data. Carlos, Heidi greeted, I assume that you are here for more detail to the answer I gave you earlier. Carlos nodded and then pointed back at the two by the door. Heidi glanced in the direction Carlos gestured and saw two teens standing there. The older-looking one appeared to be 18 to 20 and was 5'9" or 5'10". With green eyes and spiky tan locks of hair that went in random directions, the kid was rugged yet handsome. The other teen looked to be 16 and was a bit shorter than the other. They had neck-length blue hair that framed his green-colored eyes along with the rest of his face. Heidi had no idea why these two were with Carlos, but she did know Carlos didn't give tours to people. With that in mind, she assumed the teens were with him for a reason, should I ask what those two teens are doing here? Carlos's smile faltered a bit. Well, one of them is the one who I asked the question to you I did earlier, his name is Tyler McGregor. Heidi blinked at hearing the name. It had been mentioned by two of the department heads, one being Carlos. It was the name of an equipment tester they asked for often, as she recalled, and apparently he was supposed to give good data and honest opinion. She gave another look at the older teen, wonder if the kid was really as good a tester as others said. So that kid is your and Ross's star tester, Carlos? Heidi questioned. Yes, his actions tend to speak better than words do, Carlos replied. Heidi followed Carlos as he made his way toward the teens. Once close to Tyler and Athrun, Carlos gestured at Heidi. Tyler, this is my colleague Dr. Heidi Strum. She is one of the senior developers in our cyber research department as well as it is head. Carlos then turned to the woman. Heidi, as I just said, this is a friend of mine and star tester, Tyler McGregor. Heidi inclined her head toward the two teens. It is nice to meet you, Mr. McGregor, she said, shaking his hand. I assume there's a reason that you are here other than introductions, as you implied. Tyler figured it was his turn to sell his reason for being here, as he had asked Carlos for the favor. He wasn't one to ask favors often. Tyler preferred to either do things himself or ask for help himself and not through others. Indeed, I am Dr. Strum, hoping you can help me with a difficult task I'm trying to accomplish. I wouldn't be here if that wasn't the case, as much as it is interesting to see the people here. My dad would always tell me, to get a job done, focus on doing what moves you closer to completion, not digression. Tyler couldn't help but say one of his dad's chants in the sing-song voice he would use when he would say it to Lana or his. It was one of the ways that Tyler many a life lesson. Carlos held in the laugh by making it a snicker hearing a line that Professor Blas used to say to his students, which Carlos was one of. It was a quirk of the professor that all the students learned to handle, his one-liners and horrible puns. Carlos had personally thought the professor's way of singing a line off-pitch as it was to help drill in an idea was effective. Heidi blinked at hearing a phrase that her general physics teacher Lance Blas would say from time to time. It was one of the more repeated lines the professor used that his students tended to memorize. But the question in Heidi's mind is, how would this teen know such a thing? The young man was too young to have been a student of Professor Blas. That phrase is one I've heard a number of times. One of my professors used to say it. So how do you know it? She asked. Tyler wondered if Dr. Strum was a former student of his dad. He knew Carlos was. Of course, Tyler didn't know all the people his dad had as students over the course of him being a teacher. But he had met several of them during his travels, and said individuals were not those that Tyler would have figured. It's a line my dad would often say, normally in a sing-song voice, Tyler replied. Carlos snickered again. It wasn't done just around you, Tyler. The professor sang the lines to his students too. He then twisted to face Heidi. Tyler here is actually the professor's son, Heidi. Heidi looked at the older teen with a slight gape, as Carlos had just said that the teen was Professor Blas's son. Of course, the professor had mentioned when asked he had a family, but didn't go into a lot of detail. Sure, some of his students had seen him with kids before, supposedly his visiting sometimes. However, the teen had given a different last name in his introduction, so it was hard to swallow. You're Professor Blas's son, she uttered. Tyler nodded in reply to the question. Heidi did see an amount of resemblance between this teen and the professor. You look kind of like your father, Mr. McGregor. I would guess you've your reasons for going by a different last name than Blas, likely political because of your mother. The last part of the final sentence said the reason Tyler used McGregor as his last name, his mother. And it wasn't because he was embarrassed about what she did, more the opposite. He was covering for her and making sure his actions wouldn't hurt her in some way. Yes, you would be right, Dr. Strum. I don't want my mother to have to pay for the things I do, Tyler replied. Then he gained a serious expression. So then, Dr. Strum, I need something that can make a collection of data unusable and if possible unreadable as well. Do you or any in this department of Tesway help me with such a task? Heidi considered the question McGregor was asking, or rather what he was requesting help with. Dealing with a collection of data was vague and could mean several things, good and bad. So, Heidi couldn't answer without more information on the kind of data and what was the desired outcome of said handling. With that in mind, Heidi put a hand to her chin. That depends. Can you be more precise on what you want to happen to this data you speak of? Well, Tyler stated, put simply, I wanted it unusable and unreadable, ideally, as well as appearing to be untampered with if possible. In truth, I just need the data to be destroyed enough that it can't be put together, Tyler replied. I know it is a lot to ask for, but that is the truth of the matter I'm working on. Heidi's eyebrows rose at the reply and made her wonder what this data was. To want something unusable was one thing and a simple enough task which could be done in several ways. However, to also need it to be unreadable, that was a different task which didn't always go with unusable. The desire for both points inferred the data was dangerous in some way if it got into the hands of certain individuals. It was normally simpler to destroy such kinds of data outright, but Heidi assumed that since McGregor hadn't said that specifically, that wasn't preferred for some reason. So, let me see if I understand right, Heidi began, this collection of data needs to be unusable and unreadable? And for your task, it is preferred it not be destroyed and wiped clean. Tyler knew it was a lot to ask for, but the best case scenario which would have the Archangel's crew seen as innocent needed things as he described. If the data was simply destroyed, Tyler figured those at JOSHA would then blame the crew for the point in some fashion. The Archangel's crew were good people and didn't deserve to be blamed for something they didn't even know about. Muru's request for the blueprints told Tyler they hadn't a clue there was that data hidden in the Archangel's systems. So, if he could just corrupt the data in such a way that it was unusable and unreadable, that should get the crew out of serious trouble. It would also fulfill the goal of preventing Omni from getting mobile suits for a time. More or less for the best outcome, Tyler answered. It would be a challenge to meet the points asked for Heidi knew, but it shouldn't be impossible in the end. Heidi was more curious why Mr. McGregor was insistent on wanting the data the way he was instead of destroying it. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of data is it that you want it the way you say? Heidi questioned. Tyler hesitated for a moment as his mission was not to be public knowledge for the time being, really not until deemed necessary. He was treating this as he would most infiltration and espionage missions he did. Don't involve those you don't have to and don't leave evidence for the target group to find. It was an idea that Tyler followed strictly and it had saved him a lot of hassle and needless lives lost. To not involve others you didn't give specific details unless it was mission critical period. Yet the mission's objective was to be achieved the best possible and Tyler had a good record on completing what he was given, he didn't want to have a bad mark on it. Nonetheless, Tyler assumed that he would have to give some info to get something that would do the job as he wanted. Carlos saw Tyler's hesitation and figured whatever the data was, happened to be involved in something he wasn't supposed to talk about. Carlos had learned there were things that Tyler couldn't talk about due to what he did within the Federation's military. Yet, before Carlos could say anything Tyler let out a sigh. If I tell you, the point can't leave this room, Tyler stated, the task I'm working on is not to be public knowledge as of yet and that decision is above my pay grade. Heidi nodded slowly, that's fair, the info won't leave here. Tyler exhaled, the data is blueprints for Omni's prototype mobile suits they created. It is embedded deep in ship systems so is hard to get to and handle without drawing attention to myself. And the work it would take to decrypt the data enough as I will say the ship's security is not the greatest, seen much of it myself. But that said, it isn't bad enough that it wouldn't notice something obvious changing in the ship's system that I may do to get the job done. It certainly sounded like Mr. McGregor had been looking into the task he had from what Heidi heard. If the data was embedded as he said that would cut some option from consideration as they would be noticed by general cybersecurity sweeps. And that it was sensitive Omni data, that made a difference as their systems were different than ZAFT's. However, Heidi knew there was a project that could in theory handle the data mentioned without being detected. The project was a program that was named Xeno, and had been in the works for close to 2 years. The program had many potential applications from system cleanup and improvement to data organization and achieving. It was all dependent on the goal it was set and the necessary parameters Xeno was given. Xeno could self-modify as required to complete the tasks it received, which was the major innovation in the program. It would be able to not be noticed in a job if it was assigned the parameter of stealth. The only hesitation that Heidi had was Xeno had only been given trials and tests in the lab, not in a real-world system. There were concerns on whether Xeno could perform as well when not observed and monitored. Real-world tests weren't scheduled for at least 6 months and it was going to start small and then be scaled up depending on the results. Heidi was fairly sure Xeno would do well in the job McGregor was describing, but there wasn't 100% confidence. So, Heidi took a few minutes to consider the pros and cons of offering Xeno as the solution to the stated task. There's something in this lab that could do what you're asking, though isn't fully tested for application yet, she said. Heidi showed the visitors over to a separate room that was isolated from the other systems in the area and the rest of Tessway. The setup allowed Xeno to do its work and not have the chance of accidentally getting out and lost. 2 walls of the room were lined with floor-to-ceiling server towers which were Xeno's playground. On the free wall without the entryway were the 3 workstations for the scientists who would actively work with Xeno with a large screen on the wall itself. Tyler was glancing around the room and was wondering what was in here that could help him in his mission. Of course, Tyler was no scientist, much to his father's chagrin, so he wasn't the most scientifically inclined. Heidi went to one of the workstations, typed in some commands and brought up info on the large screen. Once the info she wanted was displayed, she turned to face those here. The information on the screen pertains to the project the room is for, which we call Xeno. It is a program that is intended to be a multipurpose assistant that deals with data of all kinds. What it does depends on what goal/task you give it and what parameters you assign to it. Tyler was encouraged by what he heard. It certainly sounded like the program being described could do the job he needed to be done. But there was still the question if this Xeno could deal with the mobile suit data and not leave evidence to be found by Omni. Should Omni find anything that could be traced back to the Federation in any way, they would press that as them being a victim. There was already more than enough complaining from the Alliance. Tyler knows there was no reason to give them more reason to. Tyler focused back on the present. Quite the program, Dr. Strum. Is there any way I could borrow it to complete the job I'm doing? After a little fine-tuning, I don't see why not, Heidi replied. The program needs some work before it is ready for real-world use. Carlos figured that while Heidi and her team did the work needed on the program, he could use Tyler and his friend for other things. He snagged the two teens and dragged them back to the mobile weapon development floor. Tyler was brought over to the Strike and the Asuka for questions about the suit. Athrun on the other hand was taken over the Aegis, which was close to finished being worked on. Tyler was asked about the two machines as he'd seen them perform out on the battlefield. He gave what answers he could about the Asuka, but as Kira piloted it, Tyler couldn't give an honest opinion on its systems. While Athrun was questioned about his views of the Aegis and its abilities from ZAFT's point of view. The questions were not what Athrun expected from Tesway's scientist. They asked several things about the transformation capabilities and details of that system. Athrun got the impression that they were comparing it to something they knew and likely worked with. He wondered if the Federation had some sort of transformation system for mobile weapon they had. There were rumors that the Federation's military had mobile suits and just hid the fact from both ZAFT and the Alliance. It was possible their space fighters and aircraft could be mobile suits somehow. It would be the most surprising to Athrun. It was around an hour before Heidi came by and informed Carlos that she and her team had finished the work on Xeno. When Tyler was informed that he was good to go, he couldn't hold in the sigh of relief when Carlos told him that. He didn't mind answering questions most of the time, but an endless barrage of them wasn't the most pleasant. And yet, Tyler didn't want to be rude to those here. It might have them go to another for testing experimental stuff. Tyler didn't want to lose the opportunity to test things from Tesway. It was too much fun to say no to for him. Tyler managed to snag Athrun and they were given data sticks with Xeno on it. The sticks could be inserted into different places for introduction to the Archangel systems. It would get the desired outcome the best Tyler could figure, and it wouldn't involve messy actions to achieve, a win-win. However, he knew that the sticks couldn't be seen by any from the ship itself, or there could be suspicions directed at Tyler. So, Tyler shoved the data sticks into his pockets and gestured Athrun to follow him. The two retraced their steps back to the train station and rode it back to Shira's northern station. Tyler then drove them to a set place that had been agreed upon before separating so that the three pairs that had set out could report on their jobs. Along the way, Tyler had Athrun send a message to Kira to say they were working on some odd jobs today and so wouldn't be available. It was so that Kira didn't accidentally come onto the work they were doing. Also, Kira would then assumedly tell any from the Archangel's crew that Tyler was busy with things. Athrun understood the reasons that Tyler had with messaging Kira. He was minimizing potential issues. Should any of the Omni personnel discover what Tyler and those helping him were doing, they wouldn't stay silent. Things between the factions were already extremely volatile. It would take a small event to make the current circumstance far worse. Tyler and Athrun arrived at the cafe that was the meeting place. It was a moderately popular sandwich and coffee shop that was in the commercial sector of Shira. And it was across the street from a park, very easy to fit in and not be noticed by most. Tyler had suggested the place as it would be extremely unlikely that anything said would be overheard. He was taking the steps to minimize risks for the mission to be successful in the end. Athrun and Tyler were the first pair to arrive at the cafe from what either could tell. So, Tyler chose a table and sat down at it to wait for the rest of those working on this mission. Athrun took a chair at the table just before a waitress came up and asked what the two would like to order. It was close to 10 minutes after the two ordered drinks that Sakura and Lisa walked into the cafe. Lisa spotted Tyler and Athrun quickly and gestured to Sakura in the direction the two boys were in. Tyler nodded as the two ladies took two of the chairs at the table, telling them to think of what to order for drinks. When the waitress returned to see how Tyler and Athrun were doing and if they wanted to order more, she found there were now two women sitting at the table. Lisa and Sakura ordered drinks before Lisa asked Tyler how things went on his end. Tyler mentioned that he and Athrun had gotten something that should be able to do what they needed done. Lisa nodded, knowing that Tyler couldn't say specific things about what he acquired to take care of Omni's mobile suit data. The cafe would make eavesdropping less likely, but not by any means impossible. Lisa then went into how she and Sakura had found out the Archangel's crew members were going around town for the majority of the day. That would keep the crew and specifically the Omni officers away from the ship and potentially interfering. And with the delicacy and importance of the mission they were assigned, the less interference the better. There was still the need to have a more detailed plan, which Lisa assumed Tyler was working on. Alan and Luke entered about 10 minutes later and both joined the rest at the table ordering drinks for themselves. After that, Alan and Luke began talking about what they observed around the dockyard and the Archangel. The dock workers had been doing the needed maintenance on the Alliance vessel, both inside and out. What Tyler appreciated was that his colleagues got the basic patterns in their movements down, which they could work with. Tyler was already starting to formulate a plan of how to get the job done efficiently and successfully. And with so many workers coming and going from the Archangel, Tyler, nor those with him would be noticed. Tyler could make a call to the chief of the dockyard to have them look the other way when his team went in. Lisa spoke up, saying that she and Sakura had picked up dockyard worker uniforms for this operation, 3 sets in total. The two had also obtained the needed equipment to blend in around the dockyard. Tyler figured that two teams would work best in this mission that would take place tomorrow. In his mind, he would lead the team that would go onto the ship and upload the program. Lisa would be in charge of the backup and observer team that would step in if need be. There shouldn't be an issue with being discovered that Tyler could think of offhand, as the crew couldn't just waltz onto the ship or into the dockyard without permission. Tyler's team, which would be made up of him, Athrun, and Sakura, would sneak onto the Archangel. He wasn't worried about Athrun in any way. Tyler knew his friend understood the task at hand. Sakura, on the other hand, Tyler wasn't as sure if she could be professional enough and not draw attention to herself. He bet the woman could, but the question was more would she, and that Tyler couldn't answer. However, in the end Tyler judged the risk worth taking with having Sakura on his team. Tyler would go over the ship layout with the two tonight to make sure they both knew where to go. But it would have to be when others wouldn't possibly come around and interrupt the meeting. The meeting at the cafe ended and the six parted ways, agreeing to reconvene in the evening at Tyler's place. The plan was to trickle in so not to draw attention from others and thus not create suspicion from the Omni officers. With that in mind, Tyler and Athrun were the first to leave after the check was paid and head back to the house. Lisa and Sakura came around a few hours later after having done some shopping. From what Tyler saw, he didn't look too closely at the items purchased, but he was still a tad worried on what Sakura could have gotten. Tyler was wary of his stalker, which his past experience told him to be paranoid of her. However, there were more pressing matters to attend to than to worry heavily about Sakura. One late evening came around, the 6 members of the operation gathered in Tyler's living room. Lisa and Tyler made sure the windows were covered and none could look into what would be talked about. After the house was secured, Tyler brought out 2 things, a small image projector and a Federation signal jammer. Tyler activated the signal jammer, which was more a failsafe than anything else, to make sure no one was listening in. Then he turned on the projector and had it show the blueprints for the Archangel for all to see. For all but 2 here, we at least know the basic overall layout of the Archangel, Tyler began, but for the 2 that don't know it, I'll give a summary. Tyler put in some commands on the projector. Let's start with the basic areas of the ship, which are the navigation bridge at the front, the engine and hangar area at the rear, the center crew deck, and the combat areas around the ship itself. Tyler zoomed in on each area as he mentioned it, momentarily indicated what he was talking about. Athrun was paying attention to this, as this was the closest look he had gotten of the ship he had been helping pursue. He could remember the areas of the ship to aim for and which to avoid to minimize casualties. Athrun knew some of his comrades wouldn't do that, but he didn't want to kill others if it could be prevented. Honestly, Athrun was impressed that Tyler and his team had gotten such detailed schematics of this Omni prototype. Tyler continued, of course, there are maintenance areas, but they are not of interest in this for the moment. A fact that I will mention which helps in this understanding of this ship, he paused, is that it is based on Orb's Azumo class. That is important because some areas are similar if not the same with both ship layouts. The navigation bridge is an example, as they are essentially the same in how they are arranged. They also have much the same weapon loadout, even if differently distributed and placed. Tyler took a breath. Now that the layout summary is done, let's get to the mission details. He took out one of the data sticks and held it up. This is the means which we will use to get what we will use to deal with the data we're after. Lisa nodded. You mentioned there was a program you acquired at Tessway that fit the bill, as you put it. Tyler bowed his head. Yes, by the name of Xeno, which has already been tailored for the job we need done. Simply put, we are just to deliver and introduce the package to the ship's systems and then let the program do the work. And as we have 4 data sticks, we will be introducing it in 4 different areas. We are doing that to make sure the job gets done and not potentially messed up by missing something. That is also the reason I mentioned the layout areas, since 3 of them will be where we put in the data sticks. Athrun could see the direction Tyler was going with this, and he agreed with the direction for the task. Tyler said to him that the blueprints were fragmented, so were likely spread throughout the ship's systems. If all of those fragments were not handled, there could be possibly enough for Omni to put back together. That would make the mission a failure, and while the Federation would suffer sooner, ZAFT would not too long after them. So this mission was just as important for the Federation as it was for ZAFT, even if ZAFT didn't know about it. Plus, he knew Tyler was taking the hard road to get the desired results and the least amount of people killed in the process. Athrun put a hand to his chin. I assume the navigation bridge is one place, he remarked. Tyler tilted his head. That is indeed one. The hangar is another, and 2 places on the crew deck to be more specific. However, each area will have a bit of a different way to get it in due to the security the ship has for its systems. With that in mind, I'll be taking the one that will be introduced on the navigation bridge. That one has the most security, and I'm the only one that knows how to get around it without setting off red flags the crew will notice later. The crew deck ones will be simple enough, and Athrun, Tyler said looking at his friend, you will do both of those. One place is in the quarters I was in, which will be easy as I've taken care of the security measures there. The other is in the sickbay, and I'll tell you soon how to do that one. Tyler turned to Sakura. The hangar place will be simple if done right, and so I will tell you how to do it, Sakura, and you are to follow the instructions exactly. Tyler gave a short set of instructions to Athrun for the sickbay place, and Athrun nodded in understanding. The security circumvention was easy enough to do for Athrun, and Tyler clearly knew the ship's security and how to get around it. Tyler gave Sakura a similar set of instructions for the hangar systems, though he was a tad more forceful in the delivery. By what Athrun would guess, Tyler would have the hardest job, as he said. The bridge security would be higher as it had far more access to the rest of the ship, so that was taken into account. Nevertheless, Tyler had always been good with technology, so Athrun believed he would do fine. The plan was to go to the dockyard in the morning and get down to business early enough to not be noticed. So, those there turned in for the night early so that they could be up early tomorrow and get to work. When Tyler woke up, he found that as he expected, Sakura had snuck into his bed without permission. It was frustrating to Tyler, but he knew that nothing he said would sway Sakura, as he'd tried already with no success. Tyler hadn't mentioned this problem to Lakis or Kira, he didn't want to know how either would react. And if Sakura didn't stalk him as she did, Tyler wouldn't mind as much as he did. Tyler forced his mind to the task of the day to distract himself from his position in bed. He was dedicated to succeeding with this mission, not just to keep his good record, but also with the importance of this mission. Should Omni get mobile suits, they would use them to make the war worse and kill innocent people as they did. The Alliance would force the Federation into the war in one way or another should they start mass-producing mobile suits. The message that his mother had gotten made that point clear: the Alliance were going to stop being polite going forward. It was that which worried Tyler about the future. It would unlikely be a bright one if things didn't change soon. After an hour of laying in bed, Tyler got out of Sakura's hold and got ready for the day. And though he was the first up, he wasn't the only one for long. Athrun was the second up, quickly followed by Lisa, and a short while after them came Alan and Luke. Sakura was the last to be up and ready for the work of the day. Tyler was a tad surprised that Sakura was up, as she had proven she wasn't an early riser unless extremely motivated to be so. After breakfast, Tyler, Athrun, and Sakura took the rental car that Luke and Alan had. All the supplies were in the car they would need minus the data sticks which Tyler had. The three headed for the dockyard and got there in good time, as it was just after dawn, so little traffic. Tyler parked in the employee area to not draw attention, and the three headed for the offices of the dockyard. In the locker room, the three put on the worker outfits and went to the chief on duty for the dockyard. Tyler's team waited for 20 minutes until the other workers were ready to head out to the Archangel. Tyler knew it would be suspicious if the three of them were to go onto the ship alone, so they needed to enter with the other workers. Athrun was handed 2 data sticks from Tyler, and Sakura got one as they left the office. Tyler split up from the other 2 and joined the workers going to the navigation bridge. Athrun and Sakura followed the other workers as they turned left and headed to the crew deck. Athrun slipped away from the group, avoiding the cameras, and went to the quarters that Tyler had indicated were his. The size of quarters suggested it was for high-ranking officers of the ship, and how Tyler had gotten them Athrun couldn't guess. His friend had admitted that there were some officers that didn't like his behavior, so why would they give him officers' quarters? Athrun saw the terminal that Tyler mentioned, and he inserted one of the data sticks into it. Meanwhile, Tyler reached the bridge by that time and headed down to the CIC, and sat down at the countermeasures station. Tyler heard the other workers doing their jobs, and he kept that in the back of his mind as he went to work. It took him a few minutes to bypass security for the station, and then he slotted in the data stick. As the program began loading, Tyler was quickly covering the event from ever reaching the diagnostic systems from finding out it happened. It was why he took the bridge. He knew it was the most likely to be noticed and caught out of all the places. Tyler had the skills to make sure what he was doing wouldn't be noticed, let alone be discovered by others for what it was. At the same time, Sakura got to the hangar. She saw workers going to different corners of the room. She looked around and quickly found the console her beloved mentioned she would need to use. Sakura went over to it and typed in the instructions that Tyler had given her before she inserted the data stick. Tyler had mentioned she may get a reward if she did this right, though not what he was offering. If he wasn't specific, then Sakura was more than happy to fill in what she wanted from him. That would be before she would proceed doing what she could to obtain the said reward for herself. Athrun slipped out of the officers' quarters after Zeno was loaded and made his way towards the ship's sickbay. There were workers around the same area, so Athrun's actions weren't noticed by them. He got to the terminal the ship doctor would normally use and went through the instructions Tyler had given him. Within a little more than 5 minutes, Athrun completed his task and took the data stick and pocketed it. Tyler vanished from the bridge with another worker and then went around making it appear he was doing work like the rest. He assumed that Athrun and Sakura would do the same, as the agreement had been they would leave with the shift change. In the next hour, the shift change occurred and the three blended in with those exiting the Archangel. Tyler knew that Zeno would be getting to work and would be done in the next day or so. With that in mind, the mission he and his team was assigned was completed per the objective. It got a lot of stress to leave Tyler, as that looming issue was said and done now. Phase end. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off for the time being. As I said at the beginning, there is a reason why this has taken so long. Originally, This chapter was going to be the original Phase 13, however, it was getting too long to make sense. So, I split it into 2 phases, which the next phase should be ready soon enough. I wish I had more time to write consistently, but that's not how life is working right now. There have been changes as you readers may have noticed. Of those, I would like to point out and elaborate a few, such as the time of Tyler and Athrun at Tesway and the meeting that followed. Now the time at Tesway, what came before it made more sense to me, as Athrun needed a pass to get in and where else would he getting than from military command. Plus, I got to add some of his thoughts about the process which was fun for me. Then at Tesway, I figured the expansion gave a bit of a view of Tesway and those that worked at it. Also, gave me a chance to poke at Kira and show others think he is modest. Next the meeting with Tyler's team, I decided it should not be at his house, too much of a chance to get overheard. So I changed the location and some of the assignments for the job. Now, like always, some of you please write a review and tell me your thoughts. Reviews help those who write more than most would know. Peace out all. Serverordi RXO. I get where you are coming from when you say the original version was confusing, one of the reasons I'm rewriting it. As to how I structure the phases, my style has going from one place to another trying to have a transition point. I've never been a fan of short chapters that feel like are one scene, I call them bit chapters and I avoid those. So, using things from other series, I normally use characters' name and appearances, but little else. On use of technology, I can make no promises, some of the other series tech is neat and I use it as a basis, not as a substitute. Still I hope you keep enjoying the story. Chapter 21, Phase 24, The Portrait of Betrayal. Standard disclaimer applies so on with the story. March 11, 71 CE. Shira, the Republic of East Asia. Nevertheless, when the team got back to Tyler's place, Lisa brought up an issue that brought an amount of stress back. She told him that some within the Archangel's crew had been asking questions about Athrun and Sakura. Tyler was worried that if details were revealed about Athrun that the Archangel's crew may harm him. For Sakura, it was more her doing the injuring rather than Omni personnel. It wouldn't matter as much to Tyler if it weren't for the point that he would be the one cleaning the mess caused up. From what Lisa said, there had been questions about who Sakura was indirectly. Tyler didn't see the Archangel's crew finding out Sakura was ZAFT's best pilot going over well. Really, the only ones that knew about Athrun and Sakura along with who they were was Kira and Lakis. However, Tyler doubted he was the only one that saw the building fire that was starting with things as they were. The bad situation Tyler could imagine was if Sakura were to stand beside Lakis. Their resemblance would be undeniable and that would bring up the question of why. That could lead to their last name of Klein coming up and that would be followed by a slew of problems. And that was before the stuff Tyler and others had done today, which could incriminate Tyler in the eyes of several. Tyler would be genuinely surprised if Natarl would not accuse him of treason in some way should she find out what he did. The officers hadn't taken the arrangements Tyler had made for the strike and the Asuka well when he informed them. Tyler doubted it would be any better. Natarl in particular had been miffed when she had found out none of them would be permitted to check on the strike. In fact, she had marched over to Tyler's place and he had sat through a tirade which he could have done without. To top that off with if it was discovered that the Aegis was at Tesway, Tyler felt he would be in even deeper troubled water. Combine that with the point that the Archangel won't get the Aegis back, Tyler knew his position was becoming more untenable as time passed. Knowing that Tyler decided it would be best if Athrun and Sakura left the Republic as soon as possible. And the Aegis and Sakura's CGUE needed to go with them and it was preferred the departure not be noticed. Tyler was the most concerned that Sakura would cause an issue should her identity be discovered. And where Tyler did damage control from time to time, he didn't want to clean up a mess made by Sakura. Plus, Tyler didn't want Athrun in the bad position that he would be if the Archangel's officers learned he was one of the thieves that stole their prototypes. Also, if Athrun got hurt, it would serve as motivation for his father to push for harsher things with ZAFT. With his decision made, Tyler headed off to Shira's military command center to make a call to ZAFT's Carpentaria base. It was to make arrangements to get a transport over to Shira to extract Sakura and Athrun. Said transport would need to be big enough to carry mobile suits which weren't normal with the request of an extraction. The idea itself shouldn't be too difficult to get to happen, especially if Tyler dropped Sakura's name. However, that didn't mean that Tyler was looking forward to talking to ZAFT personnel to get the job in the works. With his mood as it was, Tyler was irritable and not willing to take a great deal of crap. So, when a COMM line connected to Carpentaria and Tyler saw who it was he would talk to, his mood lowered further. The face of Cruzet caused a grumble to escape Tyler. Why does fate have to be so cruel as to screw me over like this? I don't want to deal with seeing your face again, Cruzet. Cruzet had been on duty at Carpentaria's command center to cover the normal officer while they were away. It was supposed to be a quiet job that would keep other officers from complaining that Ra did little around the base while there. With Carpentaria preparing for a large upcoming operation, most were on edge and tense. Currently, the operation was being stated to be targeting Omni's Panama base to capture or destroy the mass driver. Raw know that the target wasn't what those directing the operation were aiming for, they were going for Josha. The doldrum was broken when a call came in, and when Raw connected he found himself looking at the teen McGregor. My McGregor, this is a very unexpected surprise, to what do I owe the pleasure of chatting with you? Many things came to Tyler's mind to reply to the masked man, most not nice and some downright insulting. But little of that would likely hit home with Cruzit. Man had too thick of a skin from what Tyler had found. Tyler had learned that during the meeting with the plant's Supreme Council when Cruzit wormed his way out of punishment. Instead, Tyler calmed himself and refocused. You mind listening for a moment, Cruzit? I'm calling for a reason, and it's not to see or talk to you. I'm calling to ask for a transport to come to Shira from Carpentaria to do a pickup. For someone from a Federation member nation was unusual, and for McGregor to ask for a transport was unexpected. It made Raw curious what this was about, and why would you request that, McGregor? Tyler had half a mind to just tell Cruzit to mind his own business and do as he was told for once. However, a thought came to his mind, which was a very entertaining one as to the potential results. Tyler remembered that Sakura had stated disdain for Cruzit, his actions, and his habits. Tyler could whip him, but he felt it would be far more satisfying to watch Sakura do that job, as she would be far more thorough. So, a smile came to Tyler's face. Cause Cruzit, as much as I would enjoy seeing the Black Zephyr give you a beating, followed by the whipping of your life, which both would be epic, I have no doubt, I don't have the free time to witness such a wonderful show. Raw paled a bit at hearing about the Zephyr and the chance of having to deal with the woman directly. Most if not all times of dealing with Sakura Klein hadn't gone well with Raw. She didn't like him or how he did things. He had been relieved when the Zephyr had disappeared after the battle with Omni's 8th Fleet. The cleanup had been smoother without her. Nor had Raw been that interested in knowing what happened to her, though he didn't believe she was dead. Sakura Klein was far too stubborn to die from re-entry. She was dogmatic enough to find a way to make it through that process. And with the performance of 2 of the 4 pilots in his charge, Raw wouldn't put it past the Zephyr to punish him. What is that supposed to mean, McGregor? He shot back. Tyler was pleased to see he had made Cruzit squirm a bit, as the man had been a pain to deal with. Yet Tyler had business to get to and time was of the essence, so he didn't have the time to play with Cruzit. The transport is for her and one of your pilots, Athrun Zala, Tyler replied. They happened to descend with me and landed in the Republic and have been recovering since then. However, things have developed that make it an unwise idea for them to stick around without damage control needing to be done. That clear enough, Cruzit? Raw was almost curious enough to inquire what sort of issues had developed that might require damage control. The Zephyr may be hard to be around, but she did know how not to cause serious issues, especially in non-ZAFT territory. But he wasn't going to be the one that took the responsibility for what the Zephyr may or may not do. Yes, indeed it is, McGregor, Raw returned curtly. I'll arrange for a transport to be there by midnight. It looked like Cruzit at least had gotten the message to do as told, even if it wasn't for the best reasons. And right now, Tyler would take that to avoid doing major damage control. Make sure it can carry 2 mobile suits. The Aegis and the CGUE will be going with them, as they need to leave with them to cause fewer issues. Tyler ended the call before Cruzit could say more and wasn't sorry to hang up on the masked man. He headed back to his place and informed Sakura and Athrun to get their things together to be ready to leave tonight. Tyler did imply to keep their activity unseen as possible, which made Athrun wonder what was going on. He could see Tyler was worried about something and it was stressing him, which he didn't tend to show outwardly. And whatever it was occupying Tyler involved Commander Klein and himself in some way. After informing his house guests, Tyler called Carlos at Tesway, as he knew his friend would be working late today. He asked Carlos to send the Aegis to the airfield by midnight for its departure. Carlos could hear the stress in his young friend's voice and knew something was going down which he was trying to minimize. So, Carlos agreed before telling others to get the Aegis ready to be moved to the train tunnels. Tyler, once off the call with Carlos, got his teammates together and began laying out contingencies that could be used. There was still the chance that what they had been doing could be found out by the Archangel's officers. And with some, Tyler didn't expect them to give the time for an explanation or attempt to learn the truth. Natarl would make her own conclusions and wouldn't likely believe anything else, even with the evidence provided. Yet, Tyler was coming to accept that he would soon be seen as a traitor in some way to the Archangel. Tyler didn't regret his actions. He would do them again if given the opportunity and would not change anything. That in itself didn't irk him, though it wouldn't feel nice with some. Tyler could deal with that. It was more what his friends would think that weighed on him heavily, as he did care what they thought of him. Lisa, Luke, and Alan agreed to do what they could to prevent interference with Tyler's damage control. Tyler didn't expect his teammates to be able to hold the officers for all that long, but hopefully, it would be enough. So when 11:30 came around, Tyler, Athrun, and Sakura piled into Tyler's car and he drove them towards Shirazjing Airport. Tyler took a less used route, but also one that wouldn't take too much longer than the straight route. He did keep looking in the rearview mirror intermittently to check if any were following. Tyler was driving slightly above the posted speed limit due to the building stress he was under. At the airfield, the ZAFT transport from Carpinteria came into land on an open runway. Nicole was lost in his thoughts as he had been during the flight from Carpinteria. He had been the only one of his team that hadn't descended to Earth after the battle against Omni's 8th Fleet. Nicole had found that Isaac and Dirka had made it to Carpinteria even if they had needed help to land. The two had spent time recovering from the descent and were almost good to go again. However, there hadn't been news of what happened to Athrun until the message had come hours ago. Commander Cruzat had said that Athrun was in the Republic's capital Shira according to the message. It had also come to light that Commander Klein was there too and they needed a pickup. Nicole wondered how both had ended out in the Republic. There had been no information where they had gone down to. The last thing Athrun had said to Nicole was that he was going to get Commander Klein as she had been in the upper atmosphere. Nicole had questioned Athrun's choice since he would be hard-pressed to make it out of Earth's gravity. Still, to know that Athrun was alright was comforting. Nicole had volunteered to go with the transport to make sure that Athrun knew he hadn't been forgotten if anything. Nicole came out of his thoughts when he heard the order to open the cargo hold. He got up from his seat and headed for the entry door to the passenger cabin of the aircraft. Once outside the transport, Nicole spotted the Aegis on a platform that was rising from what appeared to be somewhere underground. The mobile suit looked to be as good as new, which made Nicole wonder where the repairs had been done. The Aegis, like the other Omni prototypes, had the challenge of being so different from previous machines that working on them was hard. If the Federation had done the job as Nicole suspected, he would still applaud them for the efforts. The Black CGUE was the first to be loaded onto the transport and it was smooth and simple. The Aegis followed with it being lifted by a crane and shifted upright before being brought over to the aircraft. Nicole was glancing around, not having seen Athrun or Commander Klein yet, but found no sign of them. Meanwhile, Tyler reached the checkpoint at the airport entrance, showing his ID to the guard. The car was let in and Tyler drove it to an inconspicuous spot so that he could leave and not draw attention later. Once parked, Tyler led Sakura and Athrun to the strip where the ZAFT transport should be waiting. Tyler was relieved to see that there was indeed a ZAFT transport waiting as he'd requested. In fact, the Aegis was in the process of being loaded onto said craft as the three came onto the strip. Nicole saw the three individuals approaching, and it was but a moment that he recognized one was Athrun and another was Commander Klein. Nicole jogged over the group. "Athrun, you're okay, thank goodness," he greeted. Athrun blinked at seeing Nicole approaching as he hadn't thought he would see his friend so soon again. "Nicole?" Athrun questioned. The teen coming up to them had looked familiar to Tyler, but he couldn't place the familiarity. Then Athrun had called him out by name and that had clicked in Tyler's mind and had brought back the memory. Tyler had met this teen Nicole Amalfi back on the Nazca class that Cruzat was over months ago. He had found him nice and a good influence on Athrun overall and Tyler was grateful his friend found Nicole. At the same time, Nicole glanced over to the last of the three in the group that Commander Klein and Athrun were in. It didn't take long for Nicole to realize that the last member of the group was the Federation pilot that had brought Miguel back. If Nicole recalled correctly, the guy's name was McGregor. "You're Tyler McGregor," Nicole greeted. "That was your name, wasn't it?" Tyler nodded. "That's me, Tyler McGregor." He twisted back to look at Athrun and Sakura. "I thought it would be best for these two to head out. Things will get complicated should both stay around here and a mess would follow. Thus, I arranged this so that such could be avoided for all parties concerned." The mobile suit loading completed in around 10 minutes and Tyler gestured to Athrun and Sakura to board the transport. Sakura didn't want to leave. She had enjoyed the time with her beloved over the last 2 weeks, so she didn't want that to end so quickly. But she figured that Tyler was trying to prevent issues coming up and she could respect that. So, she looked at him once more before she blew him a kiss, then she walked towards the boarding ramp to the passenger cabin. Tyler shivered at the gesture from Sakura, then shook his head to clear it from the non-nice thoughts that came to his mind. Nicole was blinking at what Commander Klein had just done as it made little to no sense to him. Athrun was gazing at Tyler worried as his friend was in a bad position that was only going to get worse if things didn't change. The crew of the Archangel would rail on him at best, call him a traitor at worse. If Tyler came with them to Carpinteria, he could avoid that. Tyler would be treated as a guest at the base or just a visitor as those came and went. "Ty," Athrun started, "come with us. You've completed your mission and don't have to stay around to take the fall should any find out." Tyler appreciated where Athrun was coming from and the concern that his friend was showing for him. Athrun was kind-hearted and Tyler knew that and didn't hold that against him in the slightest. It was a rare quality unfortunately with the war going on, so Tyler was grateful when it was shown. However, Tyler knew what he was getting into when he accepted the mission and was aware should he get caught what he would face. Also, there were still some things that Tyler wanted to tell Kira of before the Archangel reached Josha. He knew the Alliance and its Omni wouldn't welcome the Archangel, Kira least of all. So, Tyler wanted to warn his friend of the dangers that were ahead if he stayed with the Archangel. Meanwhile, Natarl had managed to convince Maru that something was going on that should be looked into. Tyler had been acting oddly even by her standards and she thought his behavior was rough to begin with. The teen was up to something even if Natarl didn't know what it was, and she believed it had something to do with his house guests. There had been an air with the pink-haired woman that was hard to miss, and it was an unsettling one. Plus, the resemblance between her and Lakis was uncanny, they could be sisters easily. But for such to appear here before the Archangel head was suspicious to Natarl, there had to be more of a story. Then Tyler had been absent all day yesterday, not a single sight of him, which was again odd. Natarl had a nagging feeling in the back of her mind ever since Tyler had suggested the Archangel dock here. With the ship's mobile suits were taken for work, the nagging feeling grew that there was something more going on. It wasn't that Natarl doubted the Federation's intentions, it was they didn't state them up front. For all they knew, the mobile suits were being dismantled or made less efficient. The repairs on the Archangel could be cover for other things being done, they weren't being allowed to watch. It was frustrating Natarl to no end that they were not a part of any of the work being done on the Archangel or the mobile suits. And with Tyler's absence, it made her all the more suspicious that something was going on. With that in mind, Natarl, along with Muru's help even if begrudgingly, convinced Mew and Crystal to check in on Tyler. However, when the four got to Tyler's place, he wasn't there but others were. The woman who answered the door stated Tyler was out with a friend at the moment and so wouldn't be available for a time. Mew and Crystal accepted the point, the kid likely had friends around here, probably spent time with them when he got back. Natarl on the other hand took Tyler being gone as a possible confirmation that she was right, that something was going on they didn't know about. Tyler may be trustworthy as far as making sure the Archangel didn't sink, but that's all Natarl would admit. He was still a Federation soldier and thus a potential enemy that could harm Omni and its chances in the war. So, Natarl dragged the other three off to a car and Mew drove them towards the dockyard upon her insistence. However, it was along the way that Crystal spotted an aircraft coming to land in one of Shira's airports. And after studying for a moment, Crystal recognized it as a ZAFT transport. That in itself was odd, ZAFT transports shouldn't be coming to a Federation member nation. The Federation had made it clear years ago that active military minded their manners or was punished, period. ZAFT knew that as well as Omni did, so why would they have a transport here and why would they even have permission? Crystal pointed out the transport coming into land, and Mew changed his route to head for the airport. He agreed with Crystal, a ZAFT transport coming to the Republic was odd, especially in the middle of the night. ZAFT was smart enough to not try an assault on the Federation with a small force, they would pay for that kind of thing. There was only one real way to find out what was going on, and that was to go and see. Back with Tyler, while he appreciated Athrun's concern, it wasn't needed as Tyler had prepared himself for what could come his way. Plus, time was short and it would be best that he wasn't seen here around the ZAFT transport. Tyler was already in enough hot water with the crew that would catch up with him soon, he didn't need more issues. Thanks Athrun, the thought is well received my friend, Tyler started then stepped back, but I'll have to respectfully decline the offer. Our friend Kira still needs a bit of help which I can provide and it wouldn't feel right to leave him on his own. Yes, I will probably take an amount of rap and crap from what went down today, but that's how it goes sometimes. It became clear I would face condemnation at some point from the start of this mission. Nicole was trying to figure out what was being inferred in the conversation for he couldn't come up with anything. Athrun knew something and whatever it was concerned him for Mr. McGregor's sake. Still, Nicole said nothing, simply listening in hopes of more information as Tyler continued, I'll manage to get through without horrible things happening to me Athrun. I've done it before and I'll do it again, so I hope to see you sometime soon in the future Athrun. Tyler headed to where his car was parked, leaving Athrun to watch as his friend went off, his head still filled with worry. The Archangel's officers got to the entrance of Shira's Jing airport and were stopped by the guard on duty. Mew merely asked if he knew about the ZAFT transport and what it could be doing at the complex. However, he was cut off by Natarl demanding they be let through to discover what was going on. The argument that ensued between the guard and Natarl bothered Muru as they weren't in a position to demand things. The crew of the Archangel were guests in Shira, it wasn't Alliance-controlled territory. That meant they had no authority to tell others to do anything and they could get into trouble if they abused their host's kindness. Granted, Muru wanted to know what a ZAFT transport was doing here, but that didn't mean they could demand with an expectation of results. After a little over 5 minutes, the guard let them in, though it was clear they were frustrated and appeared to be going to report this to their higher UPS. The argument only seemed to make Natarl more on edge and Muru didn't know what else. Her second-in-command had something getting the better of her, but Muru couldn't say what it was. Yet, whatever it was that had Natarl so hung up, it was getting worse by the minute. Mew drove forward, closing the distance between them and the ZAFT transport. When they got into view of the ZAFT transport, Natarl was angry when she caught sight of the Aegis in its cargo hold. There had been no mention of the Aegis being here in the Republic, and even if the suit had been stolen, it still belonged to Omni. And Natarl had the feeling that Tyler knew the Aegis was here and hadn't said anything. She knew that the teen didn't answer a question he wasn't directly asked, and it was annoying. This was an example of one of the quirks that irritated Natarl about Tyler. He had information which he should share, but he didn't do so for whatever reasons he had. The sight also brought into question whether Tyler's guests were somehow involved in this. If they were, then they needed to answer for their actions and for those that had died because of what ZAFT did. At the same time, Tyler had jogged back to his car, looking back for a moment wishing his friend well. He was observing the cargo hatch closing when he noticed a van which the Archangel's crew had been using on the airfield. Tyler slid into his car, knowing that he was soon to face at least one angry officer. Said officer was going to blame him for much if not all of the misfortunes the Archangel had received. And Tyler expected the argument that would happen would be one that he couldn't effectively win. Natarl would twist anything Tyler said into what she wanted to have him take the fall and responsibility for their issues. That they had arrived when they did, meant that Natarl and those with her likely saw the Aegis. It would be another strike against him which would be shoved onto his shoulders, unfairly he would add. The ZAFT transport moved into takeoff position as the officers watched before racing down the runway. There was nothing they could do to stop it from leaving even as Natarl clenched her fists in frustration. Nonetheless, Mira heard what sounded like an engine starting, and when she looked around she saw something coming out of the shadows. A moment later, a car that looked very similar to what Tyler had been driving was heading for the airport entrance. It begged the question if it was Tyler in the vehicle and if so, what was he doing? The trip home was silent and tension building. Tyler didn't see any following closely, not that meant much. He had been seen, and that said he wouldn't escape the coming argument he expected. But he knew that attempting to avoid something tended to make it worse when faced, so he didn't think about running. Kira wouldn't believe what Natarl would accuse him of. Tyler was confident of that, their friendship was too strong to allow that. The rest of the crew, Tyler wasn't anywhere near as sure of. He had done a lot to help them and protect the ship, both seen and unseen. However, with Natarl that wouldn't count for much if anything, and it could be the same with the rest of the crew. As Tyler pulled into the garage, he took a deep breath and then entered his house, preparing himself for what would come. His teammates were there waiting for him, which Tyler appreciated the moral support. Lisa came up to him with a sad look on her face. "Sorry Tyler, we delayed them as best we could," she said. Tyler shrugged. "Thanks for trying, I appreciated it," he replied. "I figured this would come sooner or later. It isn't like all the background help we provided will help our case. Omni still seems unable to see assistance unless is it blatantly obvious." Tyler paused for a moment, before sighing. "It's not like we can tell them what we were assigned to do or why. Even if we could, the majority wouldn't believe us. It paints Omni in a bad light and that is ridiculous in their view." Meanwhile, the 4 officers got back to the places they were provided to stay after the events at the airfield. Natarl barked orders for soldiers to prepare themselves for apprehending a criminal. Mew could tell the vice captain was angry and where he could understand that, it was clouding her judgment. If Tyler was somehow involved with what they saw, he should be given the chance to explain why. And with the mood Natarl was in, Mew didn't think Tyler would be given the chance to do so. Also, should said soldiers cause an incident, they all would be in trouble and be punished for it. Records made it clear that the Federation judged people from the other factions by their rules and no outside interference. Mew didn't think shooting one or more of their citizens and soldiers would go over well at all. "Natarl, I understand you're angry, but calm down," Mew began. Kira and his friends had wondered where the top officers of the Archangel had gone to a little while ago. But that changed to concern when they had returned and Natarl was clearly angry about something. Still, they were silent, not wanting to get involved in whatever was going on as it appeared complicated. Natarl rounded on Mew. "Calm," she snapped. "After what we saw, you have the gall to tell me to keep calm." Crystal had an educated guess why Mew was telling Natarl to calm down and she agreed with him. The situation was fragile at best right now, and a move in anger would make things much worse than they were. "Mew has a point," Crystal said, Natarl whipping around and glaring at her. "Remember we aren't with those in charge here. If we do something harsh, then we answer to the Federation, not the Alliance." Natarl ignored the 2 pilots and waved the soldiers to follow her as she stalked out the door of the house. Mew glanced at Maru. "I seriously think we will need to hold her back," he remarked, "or else we will pay for a stupid mistake made in anger." Maru ran after Natarl, agreeing with Mew as things were going down a slippery slope. Kira was scratching his head trying to understand what was going on. "What has Miss Badgeruel so mad, Lieutenant?" he asked. Mew sighed, wondering how to tell the kid what they had seen. He was still trying to process what had gone down at the airfield. It didn't fit Tyler's behavior, which made him want to know what they had to be missing. "Honestly, I'm trying to figure out what we saw, but it looked like Tyler was helping ZAFT." The one line made no sense to any of the teens. Their friends wouldn't help those that were trying to kill them. Crystal noted the confusion, and nodded herself. "We are as confused as you about that. It doesn't feel right. Normally, I would say to ask Tyler, but..." Crystal paused and looked to the door. "I doubt Natarl is going to give him that opportunity to explain." Tyler had been waiting for around 5 minutes when his front door was forced in and broken down by Alliance soldiers rushing in. He had to admit, this was one of the times he didn't like being right about some people, Natarl in this case. And Tyler had that particular thought that would be coming to his mind frequently in this coming confrontation. Within the next few moments, Tyler and his team were staring down the barrels of multiple guns being pointed at them. While Tyler expected this, he didn't appreciate having guns aimed at him in his own home. He could have them in trouble with just this. However, Tyler knew this was just the beginning of the problem. Nevertheless, he didn't flinch at guns aimed at him, just settled into an attitude of indifference, complete with a deadpanned expression on his face. Tyler gazed back at the soldiers the Archangel had. "You mind lowering those guns, boys, before you do something you'll regret for the rest of your lives?" Tyler suggested flatly. "I would hate to see you all throwing away your career for such a foolish action as having an itchy trigger finger, if not for worse." "Don't listen to him," Natarl commanded just before she stepped into the room. She wouldn't be intimidated by the teen who had been akin to a thorn in her side from close to day one. Natarl had figured there would come a point she would need to use force to bring Tyler to task, and it seemed the time was now. She'd tried to gently educate and guide Tyler to good behavior, but he had ignored her attempts. Tyler's eyes slowly, almost lazily flicked over to her. His expression remained unchanged as he faced the woman. He knew that Natarl wasn't ignorant or stupid. She'd shown herself to be intelligent enough for that not to be the case. With that in mind, she knew there would be consequences should she do something harmful to him. So, either she didn't care anymore or thought that she would somehow get out of said consequences. He would correct the latter and assume the former. "Do I really need to iterate just what you all would face should you shoot any of us?" Natarl Bajaruel, he posed. "Do keep in mind where you are at the current time, then use the logic you have in your brain to see how this would go. This isn't the territory of Omni nor the Alliance, so they're not in charge and don't make the rules. You've shown that you aren't as dim as some Omni officers can be, so exercise that brain you have and think." The rest of the crew had rushed over to Tyler's place and had heard part of the exchange between Natarl and Tyler. Muru entered the house and was horrified to see the soldiers pointing weapons at Tyler and others. An incident here would cause issues between the Alliance and the Federation, and there were already more than enough of those. "Natarl, stop this, it's not the way to do this," Muru ordered. Natarl after a moment exhaled, acknowledging Muru even when she didn't want to do that. Tyler inclined his head towards Muru. "It's good to see at least one person still has some common sense in their head. Things are tense already without adding weapons to the mix. That's how mistakes happen, and those come with serious consequences." Tyler saw his friends coming in and that didn't sit well, but there was nothing he could do. "So," he continued, "I've done the courtesy of not disappearing when I could have vanished just as easily." Tyler threw up his hands. "Hell, I've even waited for you to come here. And what do I receive for the manners and niceties that I present to you all?" The silence in the air became comfortable very quickly before Tyler kept going. "You respond by showing poor manners in the form of breaking into a property that doesn't belong to you. Add to that you don't have any inclination to talk with me without pointing guns at in my direction." Tyler sighed heavily. "At first meetings, I would have assumed and expected this type of thing was a running theme for all of you, seen by the messes you leave in your wake." Tyler's words stung much of the crew even when they had been said calmly. But Tyler didn't stop there. He had a lot on his mind, and since this conversation was blunt, he saw no reason to hold back. "I would hope you've enough respect to do better and at least use the intelligence we have as human beings to talk first. I've come to expect that bare minimum from all of you, or at least, I thought I had." He scanned the people in his place now. "Yet, you're acting more like members of Blue Cosmos whose mentality is shoot and kill first, ask questions later if you are forced to by someone else. Don't demean yourselves to lowlifes like them. You've all shown yourselves to be much better than that." The way Tyler mentioned Blue Cosmos suggested to Mew and Crystal that he'd run-ins with them before now. And unfortunately, Tyler's description was pretty accurate from what the two had seen. Blue Cosmos killed coordinators and didn't explain why unless forced. Their arguments for what they did were baseless to most, but due to the organization's influence, few were punished for what they did. It was the bad part of the Alliance that wasn't mentioned internally as an unspoken rule. Mew had heard that Blue Cosmos was a big funder of the Alliance and Omni, but he couldn't say if that was true. Muru gestured to the soldiers to lower their weapons as violence just as accusations wouldn't make this any easier to deal with. Tyler had done a lot for the Archangel, so he at least deserved a chance to explain himself. Once the guns were lowered, the tension lessened a small margin. Muru's gaze locked onto Tyler. "Well then Tyler, what do you have to say for yourself?" Tyler noted that a good portion of the crew was watching, including his friends from Heliopolis. He didn't like they were here, as he fully suspected he was about to be put on trial for a crime he didn't commit. Tyler fully counted upon at least Natarl would be doing what she could to brand him a traitor and bury him during this conversation. Such had happened before with members of Omni and others from the Alliance, and Tyler couldn't care less about them or what they thought of him. However, Tyler did care about what his friends thought about him, and those he was going to talk to wouldn't help that. With that in mind, Tyler sighed. "That really depends on what you're referring to," he replied. "I can say a lot of different things about myself, though some I'm not allowed to state in the current company. Although, as you serve in a military force, I would think that you know how that kind of idea works." Tyler's casual attitude was grating on Natarl as it seemed to often enough. The way he waved off things as something else or something less irked her. The teen had been caught around the enemy, far too close for it to be a coincidence. One didn't get close to the enemy unless they planned to attack them, or else they were a traitor. The Aegis had been there and ZAFT took it away from Shira, which was away from the proper owners. What reasons that Tyler had to help ZAFT didn't make much of a difference anymore. Natarl took a moment to calm down before she refocused on Tyler. Would that include assisting ZAFT forces with the theft of property? It was the accusation that Tyler knew would come his way from Natarl, wrong as it was. From the one scene they had seen, it would lead them to blame him for things that happened before to the Archangel. That would of course, include what ZAFT did at Heliopolis which Tyler had nothing to do with. And while Tyler had a good solid defense, he felt he wouldn't get to use it to clear his name of what he would be accused of. Although Tyler was a tad surprised that Natarl didn't shout her line, he expected her to. Nice of you to use an inside voice Natarl, I would rather not hurt my hearing, Tyler replied. However, that's quite the accusation you're making considering I didn't assist ZAFT forces, nor the Alliance forces, thank you. Natarl held herself back from lunging forward and manhandling Tyler and getting answers from him. Then what happened earlier? Natarl asked evenly. Tyler stared at Natarl for a moment. Admittedly, you are showing quite some anger control, I applaud that. He paused, then continued, the event earlier tonight that you happened to see the tail end of and base your information off of was me helping a friend and another leave. Tyler was still wondering if it was worth even iterating what he had done and why. The stuff he did in the background for others both filled him with pride and drove him nuts depending on who it was for. He ended out shrugging his shoulders. Honestly, I was playing the peacemaker and taking care of issues before they became real problems. I prefer to be proactive when I can be. Mew and Crystal were trying to figure out what issues Tyler was working to prevent becoming a problem. It had to have something to do with his house guest, but what neither of the armor pilots could say how. Both the teen around Kira's age and the woman that had been there hadn't given any impression of trouble. Although the pink-haired woman did put off a slightly unsettling air somehow. Yet, Tyler continued, although admittedly, said friend is with ZAFT and was put on the team that was at Heliopolis. He now pilots one of the Omni prototypes, but one point doesn't affect or have to do with the other in this. What Tyler just said didn't make sense with what he said before that to Maru. That Tyler knew some from other factions was believable, and that wasn't problematic. It was more the one he knew was a part of the attack on Heliopolis and now used one of the G weapons. Maru was fairly sure Tyler hadn't been helping ZAFT as Natarl seemed to now think. Tyler's defense of the Archangel cast too much doubt for that to be likely. However, the Aegis had been at Shira's airport and on the ZAFT transport and Tyler had been there as well. Such facts were hard to use to conclude Tyler doing something that put the Archangel and its crew in danger. That mobile suit being the X-303 Aegis, Maru remarked. Tyler didn't see any reason to deny what they had seen at this point, it wouldn't help only hinder really. He expected to be grilled followed by being accused of things he never had done and not be able to answer due to military protocol. The mission Tyler and his team were assigned was still officially ongoing, so they couldn't discuss it with those from the Archangel. So, in essence, Tyler wouldn't be able to defend himself effectively against a dumb accusation, a lose-lose situation in his view. With that in mind, Tyler shrugged, sure, you were seeing right and don't need your eyes checked or anything. Would you have a logical and valid point you're trying to make in this, Miss Ramius? That Tyler knew one of the stolen machines had been here and said nothing about it was ridiculous. Him waving it off as little to nothing was crossing a line that Natarl wouldn't let go unchallenged. The teenager's behavior had been annoying and unhelpful before now, but it was going beyond that and endangering their mission. So, Natarl banged her fist down onto the coffee table in the room expressing her anger. The point is you helped a thief get away with what they stole. And while your behavior before has been borderline rebellious, this crosses a line, she snapped. For a second, Tyler thought it cracked the furniture, but he didn't see any sign that the hit had done so. Tyler knew Natarl wouldn't like the current situation, but the destruction of property was not the way to show such. Plus, the table wasn't his and he didn't want to pay for a replacement as it wouldn't be cheap at all. But what really irked Tyler was Natarl happened to be calling his best friend Athrun a thief. Athrun was no thief and Tyler would certainly not stand for him being branded as one. Athrun had been ordered to do things he wouldn't have done if he'd known the whole picture and Athrun had said he had doubts going in. That was good enough for Tyler and he would take the fall himself and Athrun would not share the blame for it even if he had to let Natarl get the better of him in this argument. Thus, Tyler's expression, or rather lack thereof would appear to be carved out of stone by this point as it didn't change at all. He would face this and make sure Natarl didn't have the satisfaction of breaking through his skin. Would you please refrain from damaging or breaking the furniture here, a portion does belong to me, but not all of it. And I take back my comment earlier about keeping calm and repeat myself in saying you need anger management Natarl. Tyler paused as Natarl glared at him, you know that glare of yours doesn't work with me Missy, it's only going to give you wrinkles sooner. You still aided a thief and in doing so endanger our mission, Natarl growled. Tyler exhaled heavily before cutting over Natarl. You need to learn to actually listen sometimes to what is said and not change it to what you want to hear. Badgeruel. As I just told you minutes ago, I helped one who's a friend to me and he isn't a thief any more than any of you are, Tyler stated firmly. And I certainly don't appreciate that you label someone you have never met as such. It is unbecoming of you and lowers you to the same level as thugs and some terrorists these days. Natarl wasn't going to let Tyler have the upper hand in this argument, not when he crossed the line. She would nail him and then grill him for what information he had been holding back at the very least. Tyler's holding back information was dangerous before but was now proving to be far too much to ignore. And then, there were needed answers as to if the Federation had been involved in hampering the G project. Friend or not, they are in possession of property of the Atlantic Federation, Natarl replied. It should have been returned to the rightful owners, not sent with the thieves. Tyler shook his head. You're confusing things with your black and white view of the world, which is completely biased. The Aegis may have belonged to you, however, ownership changed months ago. Get over your issue of that, Tyler returned insistently. Like most Omni officers I meet, you fight and disagree about things you have little to no say and / or control over. It would be nice if you stopped acting like kids and grow up, behave as adults should. Natarl wouldn't let Tyler turn things back to have them on the defensive, and when were you going to mention that the Aegis was here, she demanded. That is something rather important to bring up. Maybe to you it is, Tyler remarked rolling his eyes, yet, none of you ever asked about whether I came down with anyone else or by myself, so that's your problem since you had the opportunity before now. And before you ask the question in whatever demeaning way you would why I never said anything, I have my reasons. One of which being you lot blowing up about something that already happened and demanding retribution. Tyler shrugged. Did it ever once occur to you that maybe some of those who took Omni's prototype mobile suits didn't entirely agree with what their orders were? Or have you never been given orders that you have some sort of issue with, because if so, then you need to get out more. The rest in the room were staying back, not wanting to get between Natarl and Tyler. It was a somewhat familiar scene, the two arguing and having a go at one another figuratively speaking. It certainly wasn't the first time the two disagreed, far from that, it was something that happened half the time when the two were in the same room. That was one of the reasons that Muru tried to have Tyler and Natarl on different shifts when on the Archangel. But this argument was escalating quicker than previous ones that had happened. Natarl kept glaring at Tyler. That's an excuse, she shot back. Tyler was getting annoyed that Natarl was dragging this out. She should just get to accusing him so he could get this over with. Yes, Tyler knew, in the end, he would lose the argument, and that wasn't a nice thought. But he would rather just get the charges slapped onto him and move on than for it to be done slowly. He was already trying to figure out a way to help his friends understand what Natarl was saying wasn't correct. Tyler couldn't properly tell his side with the Archangel's crew in the room, which was what made this unfair. Knowing that had Tyler groaning in response, so, you have never been given orders that you didn't like and / or agree with. Are your views so black and white that you unable to comprehend some using their position or authority for gain? I find that hard to believe honestly, it's just as common now as it used to be historical as I understand it. Natarl ground her teeth at the counter Tyler used since it was unfair in her view. Plus, he was getting the discussion off his actions, which was what this confrontation was about. She would admit that the teen had a knack for changing the direction of a conversation, but she wouldn't let that happen in this case. If Tyler had helped ZAFT tonight, there was a chance he had been assisting them before now. And even if he hadn't, the teen had admitted he was around Heliopolis on assignment for the Federation. She would make him accountable, so then, Natarl started, did you come back to the Archangel just to sabotage it and stop our mission? Is that what you did when you walked around the ship? Playing nice to gain our trust to steal data for the Federation to use. Tyler was relieved that Natarl was getting out the accusation instead of wasting time on other things that didn't matter. However, at the same time, she put it in a way that smeared him incorrectly, but he couldn't give a truthful defense for himself. Federation Mission Protocol for Priority 1, you cannot reveal anything to anyone until either the mission is complete and declassified or given express permission. Also, even if Tyler could tell the truth, Natarl and likely much of the crew wouldn't believe anyway. The Federation had good reason to not trust the Alliance or Omni, but the public didn't know the facts that made it so. Thus, Tyler was silent to Natarl's accusations, knowing also that anything he said would be twisted against him. In truth, Omni nor the Alliance had data worth stealing from what he understood, and he believed that. And though he was technically quite talented in the art of sabotage, Tyler had done none of that to the Archangel specifically. It had been one of the suggestions from some of the higher UPS of the Federation's military to handle the G project. Or the other action recommended was to just destroy the Archangel and be done with the matter. Tyler had considered both options suggested by those of higher rank than him, several times in fact. The only thing Tyler would have to do was get his friends off the ship and then let ZAFT do their part and his job would have been done. ZAFT could have done the work for Tyler in his assignment and there was no lack of opportunity, 3 were 4 different chanced in each of the battles that Tyler had seen, starting with Artemis. During the journey to Earth, Tyler could have tried less to help the Archangel and none would have suspected anything. The Battle of Omni's 8th Fleet and ZAFT was the most prime opportunity for him to have the ship go down. Nonetheless, Tyler had chosen the hard route and wanted the crew of the Archangel to live. And it was that which made the current argument ironic as well as ridiculous. Tyler had been doing what he could to help the Archangel survive, and yet, he was being accused of trying to harm it. The mental conundrum was that Tyler couldn't say he was trying to hamper their mission for the right reasons without having to kill them. He had technically done sabotage with what he did earlier concerning the mobile suit data the ship carried, which the crew didn't know about. And that fact alone was enough for most Omni personnel to accuse and condemn him for wrongdoing. Not that Tyler really had much of an issue with the crew thinking he was a horrible person, there was nothing he could do about that anymore. However, he would need to get his friends separate from the rest of the crew to explain what was going on. Tyler didn't think he would get that chance since they were a part of the crew now. With Tyler branded a traitor, the crew would be told to have nothing to do with him going forward, including his friends. As the silence lengthened, Natarl took that as Tyler had no defense for himself and she had caught him. He wasn't denying sabotage or stealing, so he likely did that to the Archangel. There would need to be systems inspected to find out what Tyler had done on the Archangel. The teen couldn't be punished by the Archangel's officers as he was a member of the Federation's military. However, they could deny him entry to the ship going forward, and Natarl would do that herself. Nothing to say for yourself, McGregor. Kira hadn't been liking the conversation from when he came in and started listening to it. Tyler was a good person, he wouldn't do things to put others in danger if there was any way to avoid it. And where Kira had noticed that Tyler and Miss Badgeruel didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, he didn't think they would be at each other's throats. Clearly, Tyler had done something that others didn't like, but Kira was trying to figure out what that was. By what Tyler said, he had helped Ithrun and Sakura leave, that was simple. The two had been off duty, but they were still with ZAFT when all was said and done. That could make things tense between those here, and Tyler had done what he could to minimize that. Kira couldn't figure out how that translated into Tyler having done something wrong. Tyler's mentioning of Blue Cosmos, Kira figured he knew about them with his mother's work as the Republic's Prime Minister. Kira heard such groups did protest against the Federation and probably with their leaders. But Kira wondered if there was more to Tyler's dislike of Blue Cosmos. He would ask Tyler about that point later when he got the opportunity, but now wasn't the time for that. His friend's mention of military jobs explained that Tyler couldn't talk about what he had been working on. It made sense to Kira, military organizations wouldn't talk about everything they did for several different reasons he imagined. However, it was when Natarl accused Tyler of helping ZAFT that rage ignited inside Kira. Tyler had defended the ship and its crew just as much as Lakis and he did when called upon. For him to be charged with harming the ship or those on it was crazy. Lakis was watching the situation unfolding and it was hard to see it as Tyler was a good person being wrongly accused. Yet, she saw Kira was taking this worse than others, and she could understand his discontent. He was listening to one of his best friends get accused of doing horrible things to hurt others. She didn't like others saying such things about Tyler any more than Kira did, but snapping at the officers wouldn't help. And by what Tyler said, he was getting her sister and Ithrun out of potential trouble, which she appreciated. It was obvious to her that Tyler was taking the fall for something instead of Ithrun, what she didn't know. Nonetheless, things took a turn when Natarl accused Tyler of sabotage and stealing. Lakis had to put a hand on Kira's shoulder and hold him in place. However, Tyler said nothing to counter Natarl's charge against him, he didn't even defend himself. That confused Lakis as he wouldn't do what Natarl said he would, he wasn't that kind of person. So, why wasn't Tyler saying anything to help himself? Tyler knew he had lost and this conversation was essentially done, better to end it and not make it worse. Lisa stepped forward, fully intending to tell this woman to shut her mouth and cram her conspiracy theories up her rear. Tyler had done more for their ship and them than any of their own comrades had considered doing. The Alliance was embarrassed about the Archangel, even if they hadn't stated that publicly. The crew would likely face discipline soon enough for what they had done. So they had no right to charge Tyler with being responsible for their issues, both known and unknown. Yet, Tyler put up a hand stopping her from coming to his defense. He appreciated Lisa trying to help, but he knew this was going to happen, he was ready. No, Ensign Badgeruel, in your view, it's clear that no matter what I say now you will see me as nothing else but a traitor, period. Tyler sighed at the foolishness of the whole situation and what had led up to it, as it was beyond ridiculous. I could tell you several things that would counter your claims, Tyler remarked indifferently. And there would be not a single thing that would change your mind, no matter how much irrefutable evidence I or others can provide you to show what I say is true. So, why waste the time for all of us here when none are going to listen? Whatever I say would be twisted into an attack against me, he continued calmly before he let out a tired sigh. Honestly, it's like having to deal with any given member of Blue Cosmos I've encountered before now. Some within the room flinched at being compared to the Anti-Coordinator organization, yet Tyler continued. They've always had their justification to try and kill people like me since I'm a coordinator, and that's all that's needed to said for me to deserve to be condemned and executed. And here, I was beginning to think that all of you were different than them and a good portion of the others within the Alliance. But apparently, I was wrong. Suppose it's one of those you live and you learn lessons. Natarl wouldn't be swayed by Tyler's attempted sob story. He had admitted he had worked against the Archangel's crew. The teen had little to no loyalty, even to his friends apparently, as he had betrayed them too. Him trying to use Blue Cosmos as a reason as to why he did what he did wouldn't fly with her. Tyler's deceptions wouldn't blind her anymore. One could say the same of you, she returned. As Tyler expected, there was literally nothing he could say to convince Natarl of the truth. He could tell her what was likely ahead, how her own allies were going to trick them and turn on them. However, she wouldn't believe it even if he could show her proof of what the Alliance thought of the actions of the Archangel. The woman and through her the rest of the crew would continue in their ignorance and pay the price. And that price is what Tyler had tried to help them avoid facing, and they had refused the final offer of help he could give. So, he shrugged, if you wish to keep moving forward with your eyes shut, you go right ahead, Tyler said. Have fun finding out how long that works out for you and keeps you alive. Don't blame me when you get woken up to the truth and it's too late to change things. Tyler's attention shifted off Natarl since she had her view of him, and only if she were to see how twisted the Earth Alliance's politics and military have become would that view change. Her reply only went to prove his point that he couldn't change her view. She took an insult into an attack on Tyler. Instead, his gaze landed on those he thought of as friends from Heliopolis, and it was like being stabbed in the heart. He knew that it would be hard as he couldn't tell them the truth while the rest of the Archangel's crew was around. If he could do that, there would be so much more understanding between them. Tyler was sure of that. With the conversation done, all but Tyler and his teammates filtered out of the room. Part of Tyler was glad the argument was done. It had been more than annoying, definitely the worst one with Natarl to date. Yet, there was another part within him that was aching and hurting with the ending results that came with the end. Having to see his friends' faces with expressions of pain and shock hurt Tyler more than he had prepared himself for. And all for trying to prevent fighting between his friends and having the war get worse than it already was. It was irking Tyler that all the work he put into the assignment, and while it was completed in the end, it wasn't in the way he had wanted. After the crew of the Archangel left the room, there was no sound other than the noise of the appliances in the house along with the breathing of the occupants. Lisa was watching Tyler and could see he was having a hard time with how things had ended. His face had kept indifferent for the majority of the conversation, and Lisa had to applaud that, as it couldn't have been easy. But the indifference was fading and emotions were starting to show faintly on Tyler's face. Lisa wasn't the only one seeing Tyler's normally schooled expression going away and other feelings beginning to show. All three of Tyler's teammates kept staring in growing shock as tears began coming out of their team leader's eyes. Tyler wasn't one to shed tears due to events that any of them had seen. Luke was the first to speak up. Mate, you doing all right? Tyler looked over at Luke, opened his mouth, but his voice didn't do as he instructed it to, which got Tyler to stop. He wasn't one to have trouble speaking when spoken to, no trouble with speaking to anyone. Tyler took a moment to breathe in and out before opening his mouth again. Wrong, Luke? He questioned. I'm doing peachy. The mission is done, and now, Tyler hesitated, now we'll hopefully get some well-deserved R&R. So, what could be wrong? Tyler's voice started breaking halfway through his reply, which he noted, but he waved it off as stress building up affecting him. It had been a long day, and after some sleep and a chance to talk with friends, he would be fine. None of Tyler's teammates took what he said seriously. It was obvious that things were not fine for him. The tears were still coming down his cheeks, though he seemed not to notice them at all. Alan was the next to speak his mind. Tyler, friend, you're crying. At Alan's comment, Tyler was about to ask him what the heck Alan was talking about, as he didn't cry. Tyler hadn't shed tears for years, other than when he was laughing hard enough he couldn't help it. He had steeled himself to not do that type of thing since the Bloody Valentine, and he held to that over the passing years. But when he touched a hand to his face, Tyler found that his teammate was absolutely right. He was crying, and he couldn't stop the tears that just kept coming without seemingly any reason. Tyler had prepared himself for the pain that would come from his friend's disappointment, or he thought he had. But apparently, that hadn't been enough to be ready and keep the pain from really affecting him. And as the realization sunk into Tyler's mind, he lowered his head, unable to face his teammates. Tyler could handle a bloody battlefield, even if he hated the environment it had. He had learned to cope with the baggage that came from fighting and killing others in the war. Tyler wouldn't be surprised if someday he had some form or variation of post-traumatic stress disorder, but soldiers tended to. But it had been time with friends that had really gotten Tyler through hard times, and he would admit that. Oh, there were the quirks those from Heliopolis had, but Tyler looked past those to enjoy their company. However, the expressions of pain and shock of betrayal cut directly to Tyler's heart better than anything really had for a long time. Shortly after Tyler's head fell, his breathing became ragged and his face contorted in pain. It was some of the first genuine pain he'd shown in the years since the Bloody Valentine. Lisa could see Tyler was hurting, and it was different to see him like this. Tyler had always been the strong one on the team, could make the hard decisions when it counted. He didn't falter when circumstances became harsh, he kept moving forward making a path. So, for him to show hesitancy and regret outwardly was hard to watch. Tyler, Lisa began, putting a hand on Tyler's shoulder, we can help you, we're here for you. The pain was tearing Tyler up on the inside, it was so similar to what he'd felt learning about the Bloody Valentine. Tyler didn't like to lose those that he cared about, that one event had taught him how horrible that feeling was. That was why what happened to Kira and the others matters so much, Tyler didn't want to go through loss again. Tyler brought his head up, the tears flowing down his face faster than before. Why, he uttered before his voice caught in his throat one more. Tyler swallowed and tried again, why does this, he hesitated, hurt so much? Why does this pain feel like, Tyler's voice caught again, what I felt when I fully understood my dad and little sister were gone forever. Tyler's voice was wavering frequently, but he couldn't help it by this point. The horrible aching in his heart hurt so much and past pain washing over him only added to the feeling. He'd been trying to help those he thought of as friends and protect them as well, which normally gives the opposite feeling. And while Tyler admitted that he didn't show plenty of real emotions much anymore, he couldn't hold it in right now. His normal coping mechanisms weren't working as they would before, it was like they weren't even there. Tyler, old boy, you've been trying your best, that is all any of us can do, Alan remarked. Tyler knew what Alan and the others have said was right, they had all been doing what they could to get the best outcome. It was just things didn't work out for the best and the Archangel and its crew were going to be the victims. It hurt more as Tyler had vowed to himself that he would do everything within his power and capabilities to not have to feel the pain of loss like he had back when his dad and Lana had been killed. And by golly, he'd been busting his rear end to help the Archangel's crew survive and live, not just his friends. However, in the end, it wasn't enough to save them from what peril loomed ahead. He did not doubt that the welcome they would get should they reach Omni's JOSHA base wouldn't be nice. To the contrary of what the crew might be hoping for or expecting, it would be anything but nice. And the ship's crew would only comprehend the truth when it was far too late to do anything to change their positions. Their faith in their allies would be their downfall and Tyler cursed that and the insistent blindness they had. And while Tyler's teammates did try to help console him so they could start to deal with the situation, it still took time. Meanwhile, the crew of the Archangel gathered in one of the houses that had been provided for them to stay in while the ship was being resupplied and repair. The mood in the place was a mix of gloom and feelings of betrayal, and the silence that was filling the air served to increase the emotions all had. Mew hated the feeling in the air, it didn't sit right and it was not helping anyone and it was irritating him. Granted, the argument that Natarl and Tyler had was the worst the two engaged into to date. However, Mew felt that there was more to whatever Tyler did earlier than he had said. Perhaps, if Natarl had given the kid a chance there could be more sense made of the situation. It was once again, a time that Mew wished Natarl listened to Crystal and him on giving Tyler a chance to explain without interrupting him with accusations or questions. Crystal and he had learned that Tyler's actions while they may not make sense up front, the kid did what he did for a reason, even if he was the only one that knew it. Heck, even if the kid had said he couldn't say due to military reasons, that would have been an explanation at least. There came a point that Mew just couldn't stand the silence any longer. Man oh man, the current feel around here is just beyond awkward, he said rubbing the back of his head. Can we just get on with discussing this and get this dread and gloom to go away? I know what Tyler did is questionable, but I still don't think we can say he's against us. Not after what that kid has done, he isn't malicious like that by what I've seen. Crystal agreed with Mew, Tyler didn't seem the type to help ZAFT or sabotage the Archangel given the chance. Natarl's claims of Tyler doing horrible things to the Archangel and its crew didn't feel right to most of the crew. Tyler had worked hard to protect the ship and the crew during its journey, which was hard to deny. Indeed, he didn't seem the kind of person to help ZAFT, especially after how hard he defended the Archangel. I just feel there has to be something else, but I can't see what more there could be to this, Crystal remarked. There was another moment of silence that hung in the air, which only added to Kira's growing anger. Kira was more than just frustrated as he had been while Tyler had been taking the rap from Natarl. And Kira didn't get angry easily but, having to listen to Natarl paint Tyler as a criminal was wrong and infuriating. One of his best friends was being seen and labeled as a bad and horrible person that tricks people, and for what? For helping out their other best friend that they share along with Lakis's older sister get back to ZAFT territory to prevent issues coming up between them and the crew of the Archangel. Yet, that was apparently enough for Natarl Badgeruel to accuse that Tyler had been attempting to sabotage the Archangel as well. It was as ridiculous as it was dumb to Kira more than anything had been before. If there was something Kira knew about his friend Tyler McGregor, then it would be that he didn't do anything he did without a viable reason and he didn't like hurting people if there was a way to avoid it. Tyler had clearly shown to Kira himself that the destruction of the Archangel wasn't his goal at all. He had defended the Archangel far too hard for that to be his objective. And whatever his real job was, it was causing him grief enough, that he was going out of his way to do what he was at a cost to himself. There came a point that Kira couldn't hold himself back and hit the nearest wall with a fist. How can any of you accuse Tyler of betrayal? He hasn't done anything wrong, he shouted angrily. Most in the room were shocked at Kira like this, taking into account his normally calm demeanor. Granted, those from Heliopolis and Lakis understood Kira's feelings and agreed with them, but his reaction was so out of character. It was sad to Lakis that Kira felt the need to defend his friend when Tyler's efforts should do that for him. Tyler had worked hard to protect the Archangel and its crew, that point shouldn't be in doubt. Kira is right, Lakis piped up, Tyler has been helping by working for the best interest of us all. How can any of you accuse him of being a traitor with everything he's done for all of us? Nataral could comprehend it would be difficult for the teens to accept the truth about Tyler. It was hard for her to understand he would throw away everything to assist ZAFT, but the facts showed that Tyler had helped a ZAFT agent, the enemy that had been trying to kill them. He had gone against those that he'd been helping. He had proven that his loyalty wasn't to friends but others, whether the Federation or not, whether the teens would take that as truth or not. So, Nataral stepped forward. I can understand that this will be hard to accept, but the fact of the matter is Tyler helped out the enemy. He has taken your trust along with all of ours and used it to pull a fast one over us all. It's more surprising that he would do such to you too, she commented, gesturing at Kira and Lakis, but apparently, loyalty means little to Mr. McGregor. That was the final straw for Kira. To hear someone say that Tyler had little to no loyalty to his friends, that was one of the lowest blows, and Kira wouldn't let that stand without challenge. Tyler went above and beyond for friends, period. Even when it stressed and hurt him, there was no hesitation with Tyler. You're wrong. Tyler isn't like that at all, Kira bellowed to the shock of everyone else. Kira then kept going, but his volume was less than a full bellow or shout. You're just pinning the blame on him for everything that's been going badly from the start. You have no proof of wrongdoing or that Tyler had anything to do with your issues, you just assume it. Clearly, you haven't taken the time to get to know Tyler at all. Kira, after yelling the line, turned towards the door of the house and stormed out, slamming the door after himself. No one spoke after Kira's outburst. Most there couldn't come up with anything to say after hearing the young coordinator's defense of his friend. It was again Mew that found the use of his voice. Got to give the kid credit, he's loyal to his friend. Lakis knew the reasoning that Kira had, and she didn't blame him for his outburst even if it was unlike him. The friendship that Kira, Athrun, and Tyler shared was strong, so much so that others would not be able to break it. The trust the three had in one another was pretty much absolute and had been for a while from what she understood. There was nothing that any other could say about any of the three that they would take over what any of them said. Their friendship is more than strong enough for them to trust one another to not accept your claims, Miss Badgeruel, Lakis stated. Unless they come as a confession from the other personally, there is nothing you can say about Tyler that Kira will believe. Lakis then left the room, not wanting to hear anything else about Tyler, as she didn't believe the claims any more than Kira did. He had been preventing a fight between the Archangel's crew and her sister, which she was grateful for. Meanwhile, Kira was stomping outside to vent his anger at hearing the insults and accusations against Tyler. It had hurt to have to listen to Tyler be seen in the picture that had been given by Miss Badgeruel. He knew that Tyler was no traitor and would never be. His views and beliefs wouldn't allow that. Tyler had always been there for Kira when he needed it, and he wouldn't let what others said to blur the truth. Kira, without thinking, had been walking towards Tyler's place, and upon noticing this he thought it would be nice and good to tell Tyler that at least Kira himself did not see him as a traitor in any way. Tyler would likely know that, but being told always helped, and Kira would do just that. However, as Kira approached the house, he heard voices from within the place, and what he heard stopped him from where he was. The sound that had frozen Kira was the sound of Tyler speaking in a way he hadn't for a long time, 5 years in fact. The tone and wavering in Tyler's voice shocked and hurt Kira, much like it had when Athrun and he had found Tyler curled up in his dorm room at the Lunar Prep Academy. Tyler, old boy, you've been trying your best, that is all any of us can do, Alan remarked. While Tyler appreciated his teammates trying to help and comfort him, this was something they couldn't help with. A few minutes passed before he spoke again. Being cursed isn't what hurts, I've unfortunately gotten used to that by now. But, Tyler hesitated for a moment, knowing what was really doing the damage to him. The expressions of shock and pain from my friends, he stopped again, it won't stop playing through my mind, it just hurts and aches so much. Kira understood where his friend was coming from. He had been trying to help and it was not being seen as an attack. And the reason it was seen that way was the officers didn't know who Athrun and Sakura were. It was better in the end that they didn't know who they were due to the complications it would bring up. And Kira felt for Tyler. He wanted to rush in and comfort him, much like he had just after Junius 7 had been destroyed. But Tyler didn't stop talking for long, and if that's not enough, then there's how I've been trying to handle finishing our assignment and have the Archangel still be in one piece with her crew alive and kicking. The amount of work done both in the open and more in the background hasn't been small. Yet, it's like no matter what I do, they're still going to be screwed, and because the crew of the Archangel is decent people make it worse. Lisa would applaud Tyler, stating that the Omni personnel on the Archangel were decent people, especially with his experience with Omni and the Alliance. However, Lisa knew not all the crew of the Omni ship had gotten along with Tyler. You say the crew of the Archangel are decent people, would you say that of its second-in-command, Natarl Bajaruel? Tyler understood what Lisa was getting at, and while she had a bit of a point, it wasn't enough of one for Tyler not to care. He and Natarl may not get along or agree on most things, but that didn't mean that Tyler wanted her dead. So, Tyler snorted, Natarl Bajaruel is a tight-reared officer and a royal tight ass, far more so than your average tight-reared one, true, but at heart, she's not a bad person. She can and normally is strict as hell, but think that comes from something else, family perhaps, I can't say. That woman, nor any of the other members of the crew of the Archangel deserve to die, and that's what is ahead of them. What Kira was hearing didn't sit or bode well in his mind. The mention of death ahead stuck out to Kira, as he could think of nothing that would point to that. However, that Tyler had done background work said there had been things going on that weren't visible. Tyler tended to know what he was talking about most of the time, so there wasn't a reason to suspect him lying. Regardless of what others like Miss Bajaruel may say about Tyler, he did what he could to protect others from danger. Tyler continued, heck, even if I had told them what the heads of Omni and the Earth Alliance think of the Archangel and her crew, they wouldn't believe me. Kira was worried at that statement. It implied that the Archangel's crew was in trouble with at least some of their superiors. And as if to confirm Kira's thought, Tyler spoke again, they don't appreciate what the Archangel has done at Heliopolis or afterward, as those events have already come back to bite the Alliance in the butt hard. Specifically, the Atlantic Federation has been put in a worse than they have been in for close to a year. They have been distancing themselves and denying any involvement with the events, and doing so loudly to everyone else. Those rebuttals do include the existence of prototype mobile suits and that the Archangel had been built at Heliopolis. Tyler paused for a moment, which is ironic in several ways. Kira was left to wonder several things, some of which he hadn't before and others he had. The Atlantic Federation had a reputation for being aggressive, and a bully when not chastised about it. There were also rumors that the Atlantic Federation had been trying in different ways to get the Federation to side with them. However, Kira doubted that, as the Federation's standing was consistent and clear, the war was a horrible thing and was wrong. Honestly, Tyler kept going, the only real reason the Alliance hasn't sent out forces to sink the Archangel, which would solve some of their problems, is what the Archangel carries. Sure, the Atlantic Federation denies the existence of their prototype mobile suits, but they still want the results of the work that was done at Morgan Roet. The data the Archangel has on board is far more valuable to the Alliance, much more than the ship or her crew are. To Tyler's teammates, what he said was an obvious fact. The mission they had just completed was a testament of it. You're right, mate, Luke pipped up, but what does that have to do with what's ahead of the Archangel? The corrupting of Omni's mobile suit blueprints had much to do with the reception of the Archangel. That data was the major reason the ship was not being hunted down and taken care of before now, and Tyler knew that as fact. So, when it was discovered that the blueprints that Omni wanted were unusable, they wouldn't be happy about that. And the first they would turn to as responsible and blamed would be the Archangel's crew, even when it wasn't their fault. It has quite a bit to do with the idea, Luke, Tyler replied, even when it isn't the fault of those on the Archangel at all. Kira was still listening and was becoming very concerned with the direction the conversation was going. What Tyler had said about there having been data on the Archangel was odd, and Kira didn't know what to think about that. It sounded like this data was important to Omni, and Tyler's tone made it seem like the data was dangerous. I would be amazed if the Archangel and her crew receive anything but a harsh welcome should they make it to Josh A., Tyler continued. The crew have and are being made into scapegoats for the Alliance to get out of recent events. They definitely won't be happy when they find the data they want so much is now unusable, and the blame for that will fall on the crew of the Archangel. Tyler paused, knowing that stating what he was wouldn't help in the long run. It was the results that were more pressing. What was done to the blueprints was done and couldn't be reversed, nor would he do so if there was a way. The mobile suit blueprints were dangerous in Omni's hands and would have been used to do serious harm to others. Omni, once they found out what had happened, would do clean up and mitigate things in a way to benefit them best. But back to the main point, the Earth Alliance is all about making themselves appear confident and infallible. So, they will separate those they believe can still be controlled and used by them from those they can't effectively. Meanwhile, the rest they have no intention of keeping around will be sent to die on some kind of suicide mission at worst, or simply silently handled at best. Tyler paused again for a moment. Honestly, it's frustrating that good people are gotten rid of regardless of their value and skill. If what Tyler said was correct and Kira didn't have any reason to doubt or not believe him, then Kira was now more than worried. However, it did prove to Kira that Tyler had been doing as he knew he was by helping others even when others didn't see it. It was clear that his friend had been doing a lot to help the Archangel and its crew behind the scenes. Kira had no doubt about that, but now he had proof that others could listen to and believe, which would defend Tyler for his actions. He was close to entering Tyler's home and tell him that he had a friend more than willing to believe what he said and ask what could be done to help. However, Tyler kept going before Kira could. what haunts me the most is what will happen if Kira and Lakis are still on the Archangel when or if it gets to Josh A. The mention of Lakis and himself got Kira to halt and return to listening. Kira, I fear, will be quietly assassinated. Then his body disposed of in such a way that few will ask further, and for those that do will either be silenced or just killed. Tyler stopped. His thoughts of what would happen to Lakis filled his mind, which made him hesitate. Yet, Lakis will face worse than that, especially once those there figure out who she is. Being the daughter of the chairman of the Plant's Supreme Council will have Omni use her as a hostage. The majority of the Earth Alliance's leadership wouldn't hesitate to do something as low as to use a hostage to get what they want. Hell, they will threaten to torture and kill Lakis in a heartbeat to get Siegel Klein to cave into their demands. Not like the man could give in to the threats, for it would conflict with the best interest of the citizens of the plants. It was clear to Kira that Tyler was torturing himself with thoughts about what could happen to Lakis and himself. What Tyler said he would face had Kira wondering several things, first of which was why. What had he ever done to have others want him dead? Yes, he was a coordinator, and that was enough of a reason for some to do horrible things. However, Kira would like to think enough in Omni's leadership and those under them wouldn't sink to the level that terrorists did. Kira feared that Tyler was correct when it came to what could happen to Lakis if others found out who she was. It was the main reason that she didn't use her real name, her connection to her father and sister. But for others to use her to sway her father to do things he wouldn't normally do was painful to swallow. Kira didn't have much time to ponder those thoughts as Tyler continued. It's why I understand the reasons Federation High Command has for not wanting the Earth Alliance and its Omni to have mobile suits. I'm in full agreement that if the Alliance were to have them, they will use them against the Federation, starting with the member nations first. Heck, the message my mother received from the Atlantic Federation is a prime example of how the Alliance is run now. Their urge to assist them in the war against ZAFT is ridiculous and is a poor mask. I'm more surprised they just didn't outright say help us kill mankind's enemy like some of them do anyway. Then the suggestions they gave were disgusting. They were telling us to demean coordinators to less than human. Kira had been hearing rumors that relations between the Federation and the Alliance were souring lately. However, Kira hadn't given much thought to those rumors until last month while traveling on the Archangel, and still not a great deal of consideration. It sounded like the rumors were more true than Kira had imagined them being. That the Federation's military was so seriously concerned with Omni getting mobile suits said a lot. The expectation of them using said machines to attack the Federation member nations both shocked and scared Kira. The war was already bad with just ZAFT and Omni going against one another. If the Federation was forced into it, things would become worse. There was solid silence after that. Kira backed away from where he had been listening to Tyler speaking. He didn't think anyone in the house had noticed him being in the vicinity, but he didn't want to interrupt either. Plus, Kira had a great deal to think about from what he had heard from Tyler and those with him. Some of the information filled in holes that Kira had been meaning to ask his friend about with his actions. It also confirmed that Kira had been right, that Tyler had done nothing to harm the Archangel nor its crew. Tyler may have been working against the interest of Omni and the Alliance, but that was different even if some would disagree. Then there was Tyler showing genuine emotion, which he didn't express such often since the Bloody Valentine. Kira made his way back to where the Archangel's crew was, or at least he still hoped they were all there. He would clear and defend Tyler of the accusations being put to him, or else Kira couldn't call himself Tyler's friend. And with what he now knew, Kira would tell even Miss Badgeruel in a way that she would comprehend that Tyler was not their enemy nor a traitor. Kira knew that his friends would understand and side with him on Tyler helping them rather than harming them. And to his good fortune, he found the majority of the people from the ship were still there, though there was not talking much going on. Lakis had been worried when Kira had stalked off, not that she didn't understand to an extent why he was mad. Tyler didn't deserve any of the accusations that were being placed on him, not with the efforts that he made to help. Tyler, for all his faults, had a good heart and a valiant soul to match it. He wasn't perfect, but then no one was. All had faults and Tyler was no different. His humor was not always appreciated, whether due to timing or wrecking the mood, for example. However, she had found that Kira's and Tyler's friendship was strong and pretty much unbreakable, much like their relationship with Ithrun was. So, for another to say that Tyler had betrayed them, she knew Kira wouldn't take that well. With that in mind, it was somewhat relieving to see Kira return and look calmer than when he had left. Lakis may have been the first to notice Kira enter the house, but that didn't last all that long. Mew spotted the teen and was glad to see the kid seemed to have blown off steam and was less likely to argue and fight. Mew had been worried that he and Crystal might have to physically separate the two. Naytarl hadn't been seeing what her attempt to reason with the teen had been leading to. Mew knew Naytarl hadn't meant to anger the teen, she was just laying out the truth as she saw it. But Naytarl didn't get that some people didn't see that as help or assistance but as lighting fires and burning bridges. Good to see you've cooled off, Kira, Mew greeted. You were pretty mad when you went out the door. Kira would admit that he hadn't left this house in the best way, and it was a tad embarrassing now looking back. However, he had been furious with Naytarl as she had been accusing Tyler of things he wouldn't do. Yet, all of that was beside the point now, as he had information that would prove Tyler was helping them. Yeah, sorry for walking out as I did, Kira returned. But listen, while I was out, I overheard Tyler talking, and by what I heard, he is, as I've said, been working for the best interest of the whole crew. He isn't a traitor or an enemy." There was silence at Kira's claim from all in the room, not because they didn't want to believe him, but wondering what he could have heard. Mew wouldn't say no to more info on what he and the other officers had seen tonight. Tyler working with ZAFT didn't fit his behavior at all from what he had seen before now. Crystal was thinking along the same lines as Mew, that there had to be more to what Tyler had done. And if Kira could shed light on such, she was more than willing to give the teen a chance to speak. "Well, what is this information you heard?" Crystal asked. "I for one, would certainly like to hear it. I have a hard time seeing Tyler as a traitor, doesn't seem the type to do that kind of thing." Kira began going through what he had overheard, even though there was a lot to cover in what he'd overheard. He started with the part about how those in leadership positions in the Atlantic Federation denied any involvement in what the Archangel had gone through or caused. About how the ones that the crew of the Archangel considered their superiors said there were no prototype mobile suits built or designed at Heliopolis and the Archangel hadn't been created at the colony. Kira even told them Tyler firmly believed that the Alliance had considered sinking the ship to cover up things. Much of the crew was shocked and appalled at the information Kira was telling them. To hear that the leaders of their military thought so little of their efforts and even saw them as problematic was harsh. Mura was trying to process that Omni higher-ups and even some within the Atlantic Federation denied the G Project's existence. It had been the secret hope to turn the tide of the war, so why would they state it never happened? With all the difficulty they had faced and gone through, did that mean nothing to those they had been working for? So many questions were coming to Mura's mind she couldn't sort them out well in a short period. Mew and Crystal, on the other hand, actually believed that Kira had been hearing right with their allies denying the G Project. With the other factions finding out about it, that put the Alliance and specifically the Atlantic Federation in extremely hot water. And for politicians at least, when something made you look bad, you did one of two things, either admit what you did or deny it in every way possible while hiding or destroying evidence. The latter was more common than the former from what both armor pilots had seen during their military service. But that left the question, why then not handle the Archangel in some way and rid themselves of evidence? Nonetheless, Kira kept going, not letting them interrupt or counter what he was telling them. He continued by saying Tyler believed the reason Omni hadn't tried sinking the Archangel was the ship had special and valuable data which the Earth Alliance wanted badly. Kira didn't go into a lot of detail as Tyler hadn't mentioned where or what that data exactly was. Yet, it had been clear to those Tyler had been speaking to that they already knew about it. From what Kira could figure, it had something to do with mobile suits, though he didn't bring that up specifically. Mew wanted to ask more about the data that Kira mentioned, but the kid didn't give him a chance to do so. Whatever the data could be was the reason according to Kira that Omni hadn't sunk the Archangel. It made him wonder what could have been hidden that none of the crew or officers knew about. And Mew had been suspecting that some within the G Project were doing things they hadn't told anyone about, but this was the first real evidence that showed that clearly. Although, Mew was irked that this data was seen as more valuable than the ship and her crew who had been protecting it even if unknowingly. Next, Kira got to what was said about the type of reception that would be waiting for them at Alliance headquarters at JOSHA. It had sounded like more than a guess as to what Tyler believed would occur, like he had evidence of some kind. The details Kira heard, he mentioned the crew being separated into the two groups of who they wished to keep and those they didn't. Those they didn't want would shoulder the blame for what had happened, essentially using them as scapegoats. However, Kira left out what had been said would happen to Lakis and himself apart from the others, as he didn't want to tell Lakis, and everyone else would then question why Lakis would be used as a hostage against the plants. Crystal was worried at the stated reception Kira iterated was waiting at JOSHA. The details provided made it hard for Crystal to believe that it was made up or a wild guess. The Archangel's actions along its journey would potentially explain why several in Omni would be miffed. But how that transitioned to weeding out loyalists from the Archangel's crew, Crystal couldn't say. It did make her wonder that if true, then what would be the qualifications of being saved rather than thrown away? Finally, Kira laid out what had been said about Tyler's mission and why the leaders of the Federation military viewed the Alliance getting mobile suits as a serious problem. The position and viewpoint weren't all that hard to understand in Kira's mind, for it was based on the assumption that Omni would attack the Federation. And with recent events within the war, it was possible that such could happen. With that in mind, to protect their citizens, they had sent a group to do what they could to prevent the Alliance from getting access to mobile suits. It's why Kira himself thought that the data had something to do with mobile suits, mostly from what Tyler said later on. However, Kira left out the mentioning of some sort of virus or program that was taking care of the data. By what Tyler had said, it didn't sound like it would hurt the ship itself, just do something to the data mentioned. If Kira had mentioned something about the program, then it would likely be used by someone to say Tyler was a traitor again. Still, Kira did mention the document that Tyler had said had come to the Republic leadership. He knew that would mean that Tyler's mother would be the one to have received this document, whatever it was. Tyler's mother was the Republic's Prime Minister, though Kira wouldn't say that as he knew Tyler didn't want that to be public knowledge. And while Tyler hadn't said much about the document's content, there had been enough inference to say it had not been what most would say nice or good. It made Kira a tad curious what it said, but at the same time, he didn't want to if it was as bad as Tyler implied. Once finished, Kira waited for the reaction of those who had been listening, as it was them he was attempting to convince. The whole story that Kira told was quite something. Natarl would give the teen that. She would also applaud his attempt to defend and exonerate his friend, for it was commendable even if misguided. The claims of denied involvement from Omni and the Alliance would be a public task to mitigate rumors and damage to the Alliance. It was a process that existed for when things didn't go according to plan and normally very wrong. She didn't doubt that behind the scenes their allies would help them finish their mission and it would benefit Omni and the Alliance. The mention of data only proved to Natarl that McGregor was making up things to cover for his actions. If there were data on the Archangel, Maru and her at least would know about it, as they were a part of the bridge officers group. Not that she needed more confirmation of Tyler working against them or not having their best interest in mind, but Kira had kept going. The reception he spoke of was nothing more than a twisted view of an outsider that knew little to nothing about Omni. The Archangel and her crew had performed admirably, and she assumed once debriefed would be commended. Then Yamato had revealed some more interesting pieces of information, whether he knew that or not. That Tyler had been on a mission for the Federation's military said a couple of things, foremost of which was they were aware of the Archangel's mission. The second and perhaps more troubling point, what the Federation apparently didn't want Omni to have access or use of mobile suits. The reasoning or logic they used didn't matter, it was that the Federation was and likely had been actively preventing mobile suit development for Omni. That did, however, bring up the question of if there really was data on the Archangel, though Natarl doubted it. Could it have to do with mobile suits? Lastly, there was the so-called document that Yamato talked about, which the Republic's leadership received from the Atlantic Federation. Whether the Atlantic Federation's president or any others in its leadership sent messages to other nations of Earth was not the point. Politics was something she stayed out of, as her father long ago had suggested, and it had helped her steer clear of horrible messes. So whatever it was that said document, if it existed, was of no concern of Natarl's. It was a distraction from Tyler's actions, which were still against the interest of the Archangel and its mission. Instead, Natarl was the first to speak up. Quite the story you've told, I'll admit, Kira. Nevertheless, there's no proof that any of this information you have provided is true. Mr. McGregor could just be making all of it up to cover himself, and that's just as likely. Kira frowned, as he had been telling the truth, but it seemed even that wasn't enough for some people. It assisted Kira in understanding Tyler's view of the Alliance and Omni. There would be those of them that wouldn't listen. No matter what you told them, true as it could be, and even with evidence provided, they wouldn't agree. A sign or effect of the ongoing war, perhaps, the distrust of other human beings? Of course, Kira wasn't going to let Natarl continue to call Tyler an enemy or traitor. He was his friend after all. Lakis saw Kira shifting himself into a position to defend Tyler by whatever means he saw necessary. She didn't want Kira fighting others from the Archangel, and she doubted Tyler would be any more comfortable with it than she was. So, she put herself in front of Kira, shaking her head. No, Kira, don't do this, he wouldn't want you to. The room was tense until Mew hummed in thought, if everyone would calm down and not be at each other's throats, I have a thought I would like to say. All in the room turned to look at Mew, who continued after a moment, from what Kira just said, Tyler is either extremely well informed or really good at predicting how people can act. And honestly, from what I've seen watching the kid, I'm more inclined to go with the former rather than the latter, Mew reasoned, putting a hand to his chin. I mean, some of the information Kira gave is pretty specific, and it makes me wonder if there isn't something to it. The denial of the Atlantic Federation leaders sounds like what most politicians I've been around doing, deny what makes them look bad. Mew paused for a moment, thinking about what concerned him more, although what has my attention is the reception that's supposed to be waiting for us at Alaska. Crystal knew that Mew would not miss the reception mentioned any more than she had. It was too detailed to be a story pulled out of a hat. With that in mind, either Tyler knew some things about how some disgusting people acted, or he knew things the crew didn't. And with experience, Crystal was inclined to believe the latter over the former. The older teen had been uncannily accurate in what he said would happen thus far, that unlikely would change now. The weeding out was what worried Crystal the most, as that had several implications, and most weren't good. So, Crystal nodded in agreement. That caught your attention as well, Mew? The reception sounded worrisomely specific and makes me really more than just curious too, she commented. Natarl was kind of irked that Crystal and Mew were giving any credence to what was being said. None of it was true. Tyler was lying to save himself from being caught helping the enemy, there was nothing else. This conversation was not worth continuing before Yamato left with him unable to accept the truth. It was now beyond that and ridiculous, as nothing said would change the facts, and it was a waste of time. That point alone says Mr. McGregor doesn't know what he's talking about. It's utter nonsense, Natarl stated with finality. Mew didn't need proof or more examples that Natarl didn't get along with Tyler any more than Tyler got along with her. However, this wasn't the first time, and he didn't believe it would be the last, that Tyler would be right to some extent while Natarl wouldn't admit he was. Mew stared at Natarl. Really, he posed. Would it be the same kind of utter nonsense he told you about ZAFT with the battle with the 8th Fleet before he went out? That turned out to be rather on the money, as I recall, whether you admit that or not, Natarl. Natarl was at a loss for words at that reply from Mew, for she couldn't think of an answer to it, as he had a point. She wouldn't admit it out loud, but what Tyler had said before going out in that battle had been correct. That didn't change her views or standing by what she said about Tyler having betrayed them and working with the enemy. She would keep stating that Tyler had helped ZAFT, as that is what he had done. However, Maru spoke up before she could say anything. There's no reason to debate this right now. We depart tomorrow en route to Alaska. Everyone is to go and get sleep, be on the ship at 0800 hours. People began exiting the room, heading to the beds they had, until all that remained was Kira, his friends from Heliopolis, and Lakis. The other teens were trying to process what had been said about Tyler, both by Kira and Natarl. It was hard to believe Tyler would do anything that would harm them. He wasn't that kind of person. Sai was the first to speak. Kira, after hearing what you said, Sai hesitated. I don't know what exactly to think. Tyler helping that ZAFT pilot is hard to dispute by what the officers said. Lakis figured the best way she could help Tyler and defend him is to tell their friends the truth that she had been keeping from them. She had wanted to tell them who she really was when they had met. It had never been nice to hide her identity from others, though she understood the need. With the fame her sister had gained from the war, while her father was a well-known diplomat and a defender of the plants, the name Klein was known by most. Yet, with Tyler having helped Athrun and Sakura, to reveal the truth of why Tyler had helped them needed to happen. The one that Tyler helped wasn't just a ZAFT pilot, but one of his best friends by the name of Athrun Zala. So, Tyler wasn't helping ZAFT, he was assisting his friend and trying to prevent fighting from coming up. And the other was, Lakis paused while glancing at Kira, who was nodding, my sister Sakura Klein. Those from Heliopolis were silent at the mention of the name Klein, since they had all heard it before. The news networks mentioned Klein every now and then, but it was in reference to the Plants Council leader Siegel Klein. Nevertheless, Lakis's last name was Christopher, not Klein, and she hadn't mentioned a sister before now. Although, the older woman had looked a lot like Lakis herself, which they had all noticed, but had said nothing out of courtesy. Everyone stared at Lakis. You said the name Klein, right? Tal asked. But your name is Christopher, isn't it, Lakis? Kira had known that should Lakis's real identity be found out by their friends, there would be questions. He'd hoped to avoid it, but now it would serve as a way to show Tyler had been doing what he could to help rather than to do harm. But with all the effort that Tyler had put forth during the journey to Earth, he deserved that much. Lakis was looking down at the floor, not able to gaze at any in the room. No, it actually isn't, guys, Kira admitted, and it's my fault that you think it is. All attention shifted to Kira. With Lakis's last name being so well known, it seemed a really bad idea to have anyone else know what it was. Kira's admittance made their friends wonder why Lakis's last name was such a big deal. It was not like she was related to the leader of the plants, but why is it such a big thing for you to have the last name Klein? Lakis, Mirialia questioned. I mean, it's not like you're related to the one with the Klein name in the government of the plants, right? Lakis hesitated for a moment, not because she didn't want to be connected to her dad or anything. She loved her father and was proud of what he did for the plants and its people. But because of what he did, many in the Alliance and through them Omni saw him as an enemy and despised him. Any related to her father were seen the same, yet in her case, she could be used to get to her father. That was the major reason she didn't use her own last name when she went outside the plants. Lakis sighed. Actually, the one you're referring to is named Siegel Klein. Lakis paused, and he's my father. His job and position are that of the chairman in the plant's Supreme Council, while my sister is one of the best ace pilots and commanding officers that ZAFT has. And then, my career being an idol singer does contribute to the issue. Kira was somewhat relieved and happy that Lakis had finally been able to tell their friends the truth about her name and family. He knew that much more would have to change for Tyler to be able to do that, if that ever became possible. Not that Kira didn't understand why Tyler didn't discuss his family or who they were, there were good reasons. But with Lakis explaining her father's and sister's professions, that brought back to mind what Tyler had said would happen to his friend Lakis should she reach Josha. A frown formed on his face at the disgusting thought of Lakis being used as a hostage. Lakis took note of Kira's expression, as a frown was a rare thing for him most of the time. And she felt there had been things that Kira hadn't said when he had been telling the rest about what Tyler had been saying. She couldn't show proof of that, it was more woman's intuition more than anything else. Kira, are you okay? She asked worriedly while moving to be right in front of him. Kira focused on where the voice came from and realized that Lakis was right in front of him looking worried. He didn't want to worry her, and if he told her what Tyler suspected would happen to her, that would likely occur. Yet, Kira couldn't think of a way out of telling Lakis what Tyler believed would happen to her. Oh well, he muttered, hoping Lakis would drop the subject and he wouldn't have to continue. Lakis, however, could see Kira was trying to dodge the subject, as he did sometimes on things he didn't like talking about. She felt that what he wasn't saying was too important to let it go, so she would persist. Lakis didn't move from being in front of Kira and didn't let him break her gaze. Kira took Lakis pressing as she was to say that she wouldn't take his mutterings as an answer to leave it be. He exhaled heavily. Tyler said that you and I Lakis would be facing something a bit different were we to go to Alaska with the rest. Kira took a breath. He believed I would be killed in such a way that most if any would know about it happening. There were gasps at Kira's admittance from all but Lakis herself. She figured that with the things Sakura had said about those in Omni and the Alliance, that such could happen. Sakura hadn't spoken highly of many in the Alliance, really only Admiral Halberton that Lakis could recall. And then as Tyler likely got much of his information from the Federation's information network, he knew what he was talking about. Kira hesitated as he didn't like what Tyler had described what awaited Lakis at all, though he believed it was right. Tyler said that you would be used as a hostage against the plants and wouldn't be let go. Everyone minus Lakis gained a horrified expression, however, the pink-haired girl herself nodded in sad acceptance. It was a very plausible outcome, and with the actions of the Alliance lately, it was also quite likely to happen. It also lent credence to Sakura's warning to her in orbit about the Alliance, specifically the Atlantic Federation. With a lot of them being members of Blue Cosmos, using a hostage to get an advantage over ZAFT was something they would do. Yes, I would imagine it would be as Tai says, Lakis stated. Sakura also said not to trust the leaders of the Earth Alliance and it would fit. Lakis's agreement to what Kira said hit home for their friends of how dangerous this war actually was. For there to be people that would be selfish enough to see nothing wrong with using another's life to advance their own interest and the evil intention was horrible. But there was still the point as to how Tyler could know what Kira said he did. It was odd, even when Tyler had a knack for knowing things. How would Tyler know or guess any of that? Tal asked while the others nodded in agreement. Because, Kira started before he took a deep breath, Tyler is a member of the Federation's military, and he has been for 2 years according to him. There were gasps from all but Sai as Tyler being an agent for the Federation's military made some sense to him. Their friend's skills and how he was so good at not being noticed when he didn't want to be could have been learned from military training. But that raised the question of what a member of the Federation's military would be doing around Heliopolis and then the Archangel. I believe what you say, Sai began, yet, what would the Federation be doing at Heliopolis and the Archangel? Kira sighed, not because he didn't understand the reason for the question being asked, but because he didn't know himself completely. He had an educated guess from what he'd heard from Tyler, but Kira couldn't be sure if that was correct. I don't know for sure, Kira replied, but from what I gathered, the Federation is extremely concerned with Omni getting and using mobile suits. Tai mentioned that its military leaders fear that Omni would use such to attack their member nations. And that now apparently includes the Orb Union for some time. Mirelia blinked at what Kira said as there had been a couple of things he had revealed. The Federation was concerned about the recent actions of the Alliance and was paying attention to the war likely more than was publicly known. And second, Orb was a part of the Human Federation when she couldn't recall there ever being an announcement about that. It would have been rather big news as it had been almost 20 years since a nation joined the Federation. Wait Kira, Mirelia said, Orb is part of the Human Federation. Kira nodded, as far as I understand it yes, I took some time to check the Federation's information network while we've been here, and it is true. The Orb Union was officially welcomed into the Human Federation on December 20, 69 CE though no announcement was made by Orb's leadership about it. But why then was Tai at Heliopolis, Kuzi asked. Kira had heard the story from Tyler and Athrun had added a few details later, but the overall explanation was simple enough. Tyler had been around the colony on an undercover mission for the Federation which was to look into possible Omni activity. Tyler was there to look into Omni doing things at the colony due to rumors, Kira answered. That doesn't mean he didn't enjoy the times we all had with him. Tai sees you all as friends and because of that he has gone out of his way to help and protect you all. Lakis had heard from her dad before the visit to Heliopolis that there were rumors of Omni doing development more lately. Of course, that hadn't meant that ZAFT had ways to prove those rumors like the Federation's military did. And looking back, Lakis could only guess the stress that Tyler had been going through with the events that had unfolded. Yet, he had kept it to himself and put on a good face that none had noticed until recently. In the end, Lakis could only smile weakly. It always seems that Tai is being a kind of unsung hero, doing good but never being seen for that. He doesn't seem to care about what others think of his actions in general since he throws his own image away to help others. Nevertheless, he always appears to be unaffected by what's going on around him putting on a calming face. Those from Heliopolis looked at the floor, thinking about what Lakis and Kira said, and came to the slow realization that they were right. Whenever Tyler was around, things may sometimes not be pleasant, but they weren't horrible when they likely should be. Tai seemed to be the first up and around the Archangel and the last to bed most days no matter what was happening. The more they considered the point, the more the students began to notice the subtle signs of the things Tyler would help with. Sai ended out sighing, with time to think back, I can see what you both mean, he remarked. Guess it is proof that we rely on Tai more than we admit, that he is a pillar of strength to us. Tal nodded before he exhaled, I think we all knew deep down we relied on Tai a great deal, but now, I wonder if we really understood how much he does for us. I mean, every time I needed help with something, Tai would drop what he was doing and assist me. I don't know about any of you. No, that sounds right for all of us, Kuzi commented. Like Sai said, Tai is a pillar of strength and we all know that. It makes believing the vice captain even for a moment feel horrible, as we should know our friend better than them. Mirialia brought her head back up, though it had a frown on it. Only Kira and Lakis defended Tai when we all should have been. I mean, I know that Tai and Miss Badgeruel don't get along, but even when he does nothing to improve that, it doesn't mean that he should be accused of being a horrible person. Sai agreed with what had been said, but where did they go from here was still a standing question. In his mind, the image of Tyler's hurt face had been popping up over and over for Sai. But then Sai felt a smile come to his face as a thought came to mind, which was they could apologize to Tai when they saw him before leaving tomorrow. Tyler would unlikely travel on the Archangel, so they could at least send him off the best they could. Perhaps we may have a chance to apologize to him before we leave tomorrow. That would be helpful, I would think, he suggested. The suggestion resonated with those in the room, and after agreeing upon it, they turned to small talk. After Kira's explanation, Sai, Mirialia, Tall, and Kuzi believed, as Kira and Lakis did, that Tyler was no traitor. Tyler had been and was a friend, doing his best to help and protect them from what had come their way along the journey. Even when it had been hard on Tyler, he had gone out of his way apparently to help them, and through that the Archangel to stay safe. And looking back, it was quite easy for them to see that Tyler had been helping them. After that, the group of teens separated to their beds to get at least a little sleep before tomorrow. The next day dawned and the crew boarded the Archangel in a solemn mood as things changed for them last night. It was easy to see that not all of the crew believe as Natarl did that Tyler had been tricking them the whole time. Yet, there was no discussion about Tyler or the accusations Natarl had pinned to him. The boarding to the Archangel was hurried along so that the teens didn't get the time to talk to Tyler. And the Alliance vessel's departure was quiet, but not unnoticed by anyone as it was watched by several. Tyler had gotten up early and witnessed the ship leaving the dock and shortly the port itself. As he watched, he silently wished his friends safe travels, but his worries didn't leave him. His friends were sailing toward danger and he was convinced that if nothing changed it would be the life-threatening kind. He knew what most leaders in the Alliance and Omni were like. Previous missions had made it clear. Most leaders in the Alliance were either stubborn war dogs or coordinator-hating fascists. There were few exceptions with those in leadership positions, and they tended to not last in the spot. Halberton was the longest-standing exception, and Tyler doubted Omni higher-ups like the man, but he got results that were hard to argue. But the Archangel was still sailing into a horrible situation and his warning had gone unheeded. Tyler had expected Natarl not to believe what he said. Her views were too set for them to be changed by words. He assumed that came from her military background, which he had read over when he had peeked into the file the Federation had on her. The woman came from a military family who had served the Alliance and the organizations that came before and made it up. In essence, a career soldier, and while Tyler normally had little issue with that type, the blind faith in their superiors was problematic in his opinion. Truthfully, Tyler kind of hoped that Natarl would learn the truth about the Alliance and its goals before it was too late and she paid with her life. Oh, Tyler didn't like her attitude, but that didn't mean he was fine with her dying, and he wasn't. Natarl was similar to Halberton when Tyler had first met him, which was before he enlisted official. Halberton had seen the horror this war was feeding and so he tried to do what he could to end it with lives intact. Tyler wanted to believe that when Natarl Badgeruel saw the truth of what those in Alliance and Omni leadership were willing to do to achieve their goals, she would fight for the right reasons going forward. That's how Tyler saw a lot of the crew on the Archangel, good people blind to the truth of what direction the war was going. If things didn't change drastically, things would become far worse than they already were. Tyler had read some unverified information on the Federation network that attempts were being done to get around the Enjammers. If nuclear weapons came back into this war, there would unlikely be an Earth or colonies for that matter left intact or habitable. Tyler hoped such rumors were untrue, but a nagging feeling in him said they weren't. The Alliance would love nothing more than to send nukes at the plants like some of them did with Junius 7. And Tyler would be there were some in ZAFT and the plants radical enough to not just consider doing the same but follow through on it. If nuclear weapons came into play, the Federation wouldn't stay out of the war, there was that opinion. It may not even be that idea that drew the Federation into the war. Tyler knew things were just too tense for that to be the only reason. Should or rather when Omni became able to mass-produce mobile suits, they would use them. Tyler would bet a large sum of currency that the Federation member nations would be the first on the list of places to attack for them. As their suggestions had gone unanswered and unheeded, they would use that as their reason to force their will, Tyler would imagine. He wasn't looking forward to the time the Alliance would be foolish and make themselves enemies of the Federation. It was going to be a messy business and that was never fun or even okay in most cases. So, Tyler's was low and he figured it was going to be for a time, which irked him as he could do little to change that. The next 2 days proved his assumption right as his mood was still gloomy and miserable. Tyler had decided to make a written report for his team's mission, more so he didn't have to give it orally. He wasn't in the mood to talk about things since he was brooding and he knew it. His worries about some of those on the Archangel hadn't left him, they were more haunting Tyler, especially for Kira and Lakis. Tyler knew those at JOSHA would not be happy in any way when their blueprints were found corrupted. And that in turn would have them pin the blame on the ship crew even though they had no idea what they had been carrying. Heck, Tyler wouldn't be at all shocked if the officers and the crew were grilled for their actions along the journey to Earth. The Alliance had been taking flak for what had resulted at Heliopolis and beyond that, and rightly so, even if they wouldn't admit it. Along with that, those in charge at JOSHA would be mitigating responsibility for what the Archangel did. Naturally, if possible they would have the consequences fall on the Archangel's crew rather than themselves. Yet, none on the Archangel knew what was ahead of them, and Tyler hated being right in this case. But now, he was in a far less able position to lend assistance to those on the ship, which didn't sit well. There was still a ways to go from Shira to JOSHA and lots of opportunity for others to delay or try and destroy the Archangel. Tyler hadn't forgotten that Cruzat was at Carpinteria, prime position to attack the Archangel along its way. True, that would put him and his force in Federation territory, but that hadn't stopped or slowed him down before now. However, as things were, Tyler was forced to wait until more was known about the situation. The Archangel was no longer his primary problem even when he thought and wanted it to be. As was the normal routine procedure with the Federation's military, Tyler and his teammates were given R&R time now that the mission was done. It was a way for those at high command to say thanks for a job well done, and so it was expected. Tyler and his team hadn't gotten much of that after Heliopolis, but circumstances had been rather precarious back at that time. Nonetheless, with the time he now had, it was only dragging his current mood down since the Archangel left, since it only fed Tyler's stress and nightmares. And with nothing to do, Tyler stuck around his place moping, as his position was one he detested and he couldn't do much about it. Meanwhile, Ellen had been keeping herself busy over the last week, even with the Omni vessel coming and leaving. The ship's crew had not caused any issue during their stay, so there was no extra work for her. And with the workload Ellen had lately, she didn't need or really want more to deal with. The Earth Alliance was already seeing to problems, whether creating them or just making them worse. The Atlantic Federation's insistence on helping them in their war efforts had become more than just annoying. There came a point that Ellen needed a break from the foolish blind idiocy that she was dealing with. So, she decided to go and check on Tyler, as he was apparently free of duties for the time being. Ellen traveled to his home, and when she entered, she found her son moping about something. It was rare for Tyler to let emotion get the better of him, an effect of the forced growing up he did after the bloody Valentine. It had been hard for Ellen to see Tyler's pain at the loss of his father and sister. The coming to terms hadn't been short or smooth at all, the venting he'd done had been alarming at the times it happened. It had been several years since Ellen had seen Tyler in a negative mood like he was in. It certainly made her wonder what had happened to have her son in the state he was. "What is troubling you, Tyler?" Ellen greeted. "I can't say I've seen you like this in years." Tyler twisted and focused on where the voice had come from and found his mother standing at the entrance to the living room. His mother didn't visit often, it was normally him going to see her rather than she come to him. Tyler's mother kept herself busy, even more so than Tyler tended to be, and he wasn't lazy or given the opportunity. Yet again, Ellen had proven to Tyler that she put family first when it counted the most. Tyler had seen the point time and time again, his mother making time to spend or watch him. Tyler had been grateful to his mother for the time she put aside for him and his younger sister. The security that had accompanied her on most of those trips hadn't been as nice as her coming. However, after Tyler had grown up more, he understood the reason that security personnel was around her. There had been at least one assassination attempt on his mother before, a failed one, true, but one nonetheless. Tyler considered his response but was too irked to come up with an excuse that his mother would more than likely see through. So instead, he sighed, "Rare for you to come to see me, normally it is the other way around, Mom," Tyler replied. "Not that I'm complaining or anything, just not in the best mood for visitors, wouldn't doubt you know how that goes." Ellen could understand not wanting to entertain visitors at times, and depending on who it was visiting. She'd had more than her fair share of those she wasn't fond of insisting to have time with her, politics had made sure of that. But she could tell that something was really bothering Tyler, and her son had a thick skin, she'd made sure of that. However, it still hurt to see times that her son was in this kind of state, much like she felt any parent would feel for their child. "It will help if you talk about what's bothering you, Tyler," Ellen suggested. "I know you don't always agree with that idea, but I assure you it tends to be true." Tyler knew his mother was right, even though it was one of those times that he wanted to disagree. Keeping in the turmoil hadn't been helping at all, it had been only making the brooding worse. And Tyler's mother was one that listened and rarely judged upon what was said, he would appreciate that. So after a few moments, Tyler sighed, "Where do I start with the mess I have become involved in?" Ellen's eyebrows rose at that opening, as it said a lot of things about what Tyler had been involved in. She had heard the general summary of what the Omni ship had gone through to get to Shira, but little detail. And with how Tyler had gotten back to the Republic, it had Ellen wondering several things. "The beginning tends to be the best place," Ellen said, and you can leave out any classified information even when I'm privy to an amount of it. Tyler paused at the last line, and what makes you think there is classified info involved, Mom? Tyler asked. Ellen smiled slightly at the question as she knew what Tyler did, things that the public didn't know about. She had read some of the reports from Tyler's missions. They had both worried her and had her proud of her son. He did work behind the scenes to keep not just the Federation's citizens safe, but innocent human beings in general. Because, Ellen began, I've read enough of the mission reports that you were on to know that tends to be the case. The missions you involved in tend to be classified or have classified information a good portion of the time. Tyler sighed. I suppose it shouldn't be a surprise that with your position you can read classified information to some extent. He paused for a moment before he continued, I don't know if I should see it as a good thing that you can read the reports I write or be worried that you can. There are some reports that I mention things that I would rather you not see or read. Ellen could guess what Tyler was referring to even when she didn't call him out on the idea. There had been times that Ellen had read things that Tyler wrote that if he'd said in her presence, she would have been giving a stern talking to. But she had kept that urge to herself and attributed Tyler's wording in some of his reports to stress. Do get on with your story, Tyler, you have brooded long enough, I would think, Ellen replied. As blunt and to the point as ever I see, Mother, Tyler returned. I can't fault you on that as I respect such really. Tyler took a moment to gather and order his thoughts about the journey to the present. As you know, I traveled to Heliopolis around a year ago officially on an educational exchange, which was a cover story as you no doubt know. Ellen nodded as she had made the paperwork originally and had wondered what Tyler's decision had been based upon. The real mission was to investigate possible Omni activities there. And it turned out to be correct, and things got worse when ZAFT got involved and just kept going downhill. Ellen exhaled. I assume when you say ZAFT getting involved you are talking about its commander L.E. Cruzat attacking the colony, she posed. She had not been pleased with the man's actions and had been with those that were calling for him to be held responsible. And yet, the plant's Supreme Council hadn't punished the masked man. It would likely fall to the Federation's military to apprehend Cruzat and bring him in to face the consequences. Ellen knew that those like Cruzat needed to be held responsible or they would keep going and usually do worse if given the opportunity. Reports about what befell Orb's colony were frustrating to read, I will admit. Tyler shrugged his shoulders but also frowned. It was worse to be there in person to watch the event happen. But as bad as that was, it was made worse with the meeting with the plant's Supreme Council. Ellen put a hand to her temple. I would hope that you were on good behavior while meeting with them, she questioned. Tyler nodded. As with official functions, give the best impression you possibly can, just like you taught me, Mom. I wish that the same courtesy had been extended instead of having to be in the middle of a kind of shouting match. Ellen blinked. What do you mean a kind of shouting match, Tyler? She asked. The summary that Tyler gave disturbed Ellen in several ways as it worried her about the direction the plant's leadership was going. Ellen had confidence in some of the leaders like Siegel and Eileen Canaver. They would see the issues with what occurred to Heliopolis. What was concerning was those like Patrick Zala. Their views were dangerous if fed. It also showed how far Patrick had descended since the loss of his wife. That Cruzat hadn't been called to task and punished for his horrible actions, and he had kept going after that. Granted, Ellen was worried about Omni perhaps getting mobile suits to use as they saw fit. It was a concern of the Federation, Omni attacking the member nations to enforce their will. The things that Tyler told Ellen weren't any better than what happened to Heliopolis. The lives lost were regrettable even if they weren't Federation personnel, there were still people. And even with the refugees rescued and safe, that had come at a cost. Then Tyler's time around Shira hadn't been the rest he should have been getting after re-entry. Although according to Tyler he had managed to handle the issue he was assigned to take care of. But through that, the crew of the Omni ship, which included some of the friends Tyler had made at Heliopolis, had accused him of betraying them. That event had caused Tyler to mope for days now as he had been hurt by his friends feeling he'd betrayed them. Tyler was grateful for his mother listening to his story and the baggage that came with it that he really needed to get off. He knew that she wouldn't judge him for his actions or what had happened during his trip back to Earth. Once he was finished, Tyler was silent, waiting for his mother's thoughts. It seems like usual, you've gotten yourself into a precarious position once again for the sake of helping others, Ellen remarked. You are so much like your father in such things even when it doesn't help much. To be compared to his father was the highest compliment in Tyler's view since he respected his father the most just as he did his mother. Hence, a smile came to Tyler's face though it was mixed with a bit of nervousness. Waving off what he did was something Tyler could manage when needed, but it rarely worked with his mother. And it was a personal challenge for him to strive to be like his dad. Always strive to be the same kind of man that Dad was, Tyler replied. Ellen was glad that Tyler at least got or learned some of the good qualities Lance had within him. There were some of those said qualities that Tyler didn't show often as they had a tendency to put his life in danger. However, his selflessness was still something she was proud of and she wouldn't deny that. Nevertheless, she also wanted Tyler to snap out of this mood he was in, so she pinned her son with a serious gaze. And do you regret any of your actions in these events, Tyler? Tyler stared at his mother for a moment with the question she asked. for it was one he thought he answered some time ago. He wasn't one to regret the choices he made, even when the results of said choices weren't nice. That was how Tyler had lived his life since the Bloody Valentine, live without regret of choices and actions to the best of his abilities. Absolutely not, I regret nothing of what I did in any of these events any more than I would anything else I do, Tyler returned firmly. Ellen knew as was proud that Tyler lived with his choices, since that meant he thought things through the majority of the time. True, there were times and things that Tyler got involved in or did that Ellen didn't appreciate. His habits that went into prodding others or pulling pranks were quite annoying when they came out. Yet, Ellen loved Tyler for who he was, both the good and the bad parts of him. So, she nodded at his response, then all you can do is move forward from here and let the past be. Tyler mulled over what his mother said, and it didn't take long for him to know she had a good valid point. The past couldn't be changed as much as some may wish it could be, and even if it were possible, it shouldn't be done. Tyler just needed to move forward, and the first step was to quit moping and get to work. I really don't know how you do it, Mom, Tyler said, you always seem to know what to say, so thanks. Ellen smiled, it may seem that way, but I just speak from my heart, and that tends to work the vast majority of the time. She left as there was work for her to still do, and she felt there would soon be much more. The visit from his mother had worked as a type of pep talk for Tyler and gotten him more focused on the present. While he hadn't gone with the Archangel due to issues with the crew, that didn't mean he wanted the ship sunk. Tyler's friends were still on the ship after all, and so, if the ship went down they would likely die for that, and that wasn't okay. Thus, that translated in Tyler's mind that he needed to know where the Archangel was and get there. Simply put, the lives of the crew were of value, but not as much as his friends' lives were to him. So, Tyler wasted no more time and got to work with going through the Federation's information network. And while Tyler didn't want to wait for what he needed, in the end, it took a few days for the information to come in about the Archangel. By the information he'd seen from the network, the Archangel was on the way to the Orb Union. It was likely for the reason of resupply one last time before making a break for JOSHA. Tyler wasn't the happiest that they were still blindly marching into a horrible situation with their so-called allies, but there was nothing he could do to change that. The standing issue was a certain ZAFT commander was still dead set on hunting down the Alliance vessel. It was much as he'd done at Heliopolis, and so he intended to sink the Archangel and all on board. However, there was a twist in the circumstances that hadn't been present before now to the extent it would be. Tyler suspected Cruzat had managed to convince enough at Carpinteria to send a force out to intercept the Archangel before it got to Orb. That was the only logical explanation Tyler could come up with, as the Archangel would still technically be in Federation territory by the time ZAFT could reach them. And Tyler didn't doubt that Cruzat would be involved in the said assault in some way, shape, or form. Honestly, ZAFT commanders and other officers would and should know better than attack Federation territory. They knew the consequences just as the Alliance did. You became targets whether you agreed to that or not. Things further became complicated with that ZAFT force with its current course and speed would intercept the Archangel before they reached docks in Orb. Honestly, Tyler had little to really no interest in helping the Alliance or its Omni in their war efforts. And helping the Archangel was akin to helping Omni with getting the ability to mass-produce mobile suits. When that came to pass, the war would become worse than it was already, Tyler had no doubt. Plus, after his last fight with Natarl, most wouldn't blame him should he let the Archangel deal with its own problems. However, should Tyler not help, there was a chance the ship would be destroyed and his friends along with it. Truthfully, that was only half Tyler's issue, and the other half was the harder part. The other part was an internal and moral issue that Tyler had known could come up, but he had hoped it wouldn't. He had a best friend on both sides of the developing conflict, and they would be put in the position to fight one another, and likely worse than before. So, the question for Tyler that was tearing him up was, who does he help, Kira or Athrun? Siding with either of them would automatically label him the enemy of the other side. Where Tyler would rarely side with the Alliance due to his past experience with them, the Archangel wasn't the same to him anymore. Then Tyler couldn't agree with the views of Cruzat, as he's a warmonger and Tyler didn't like those at all. The longer Tyler thought about the conundrum, the more it irritated him, since he couldn't see a way to help and prevent death from being a result for some he didn't want to lose. If Tyler did nothing, friends would die, but if he did interfere, friends would still possibly die. In short, Tyler was seeing just how much of a lose-lose situation he was facing, and it was one of the harsher ones he'd dealt with for a while. And yet, while he would admit that, Tyler would not let that fact stop him from trying to help, no matter how small the percentage was that he could help. He knew there was a moderate chance that attempt could end out doing rather problematic to potentially lethal things to himself, but Tyler accepted that. With his decision made, Tyler grabbed the pilot suit he had and then headed to his car with the intent to go to Tessway to grab the Shadow and go. Tyler also had left without telling his teammates. He didn't want them to go into what he was. He was willing to risk his life to save friends, but he didn't want others to do that for him. Along the way to Tessway, Tyler contemplated what he was going to be heading into. He knew the Shadow's normal equipment wouldn't be enough. And the only option he had to go with would be the Kale artillery pack, which would help with the firepower issue. Tyler needed any advantage he could get as he would be on the side which would be outnumbered. After arriving at Tesway, Tyler didn't waste time and headed to the mobile weapons development area. Carlos was a bit surprised at seeing Tyler and he had a serious expression on his face which rarely boded well. "Tyler," Carlos greeted, "what brings you around here today?" Tyler didn't have a lot of time to explain himself or what he was doing, time was of the essence. "Carlos, I'm sorry to say I don't have the time to regale you with details," Tyler replied. "I'm in a hurry if it isn't obvious, I need the Shadow made ready for launch with the Kale artillery pack equipped. Got a place to be that I'll be needing my machine to work with." Carlos knew better than to ask about what his young friend had gotten himself into, it was normally better not to ask. So, instead, he had others ready the Shadow as quickly as possible so that Tyler could head out. At the same time, Tyler found an empty room and slipped into his pilot suit, and sealed it up other than the helmet. He returned to the work floor to find the Shadow getting the equipment pack linked up. It was a short time later that Tyler entered the cockpit of his machine and booted up the OS. Tyler flew out of Tesway via the top exit he'd used previously, engaging the Shadow's Mirage colloid after leaving. He headed off in the direction that would have him at the Marshall Islands where the Archangel would likely be when ZAFT got to them. Tyler's thoughts were going over the possible scenarios he might find by the time he caught up. Reaching his friends too late was about as bad as not reaching them at all in Tyler's mind. And the silence Tyler was in wasn't helping him keep those thoughts at bay. Still, Tyler was keeping focused on his goal as he would do whatever he could to achieve it or die trying. Along the way, Tyler came across a fleet of 5 Federation ships going in the same direction he was going. With the information Tyler had scanned over that had gotten him moving, he assumed that they were looking into the possibility ZAFT was going to skip over territory lines. The number of ships was average for a moderate patrol group, perhaps a tad heavy, but with what they were going towards understandable. The next thing Tyler knew, 3 Federation Valkyries were coming up from behind him to fly alongside. The aircraft wasn't surprising to Tyler as the Shadow was by this point registered in the Federation's military database as an Allied machine so it didn't need an escort. Lisa and the others of Tyler's team had agreed that he had gone off when they couldn't find him that morning. It hadn't taken a great deal to figure out that Tyler was heading for where the Archangel had been going. With that in mind, the 3 had grabbed Valkyries and headed off towards the patrol group heading in the direction of Orb. It was around the same time that the 3 caught up with the expected patrol ship group, that Lisa spotted the Shadow flying close by. She opened a COMM channel to the machine. "Tyler," she began, "I understand you want to rush off, but take a moment to make a plan. Or else you will end out saving those you are out to try and rescue." Tyler hesitated at Lisa's statement, her reasoning was sound and he knew it. He didn't want to admit the point as he was focusing on getting to where his friends were to save them. But Lisa was right, if he rushed in, then he could end out failing to do what he had set out to do. Tyler knew time was short, but he also knew that not having some sort of plan was just as bad as not having enough time. So, Tyler changed his path to come into land on the deck of the largest ship in the patrol so he could make a plan. The largest ship was a Lapis-class carrier, which had a length of 275 meters from stem to stern with the shape of a long rectangle with rounded corners. The forward half was for launching fighters or mobile suits with the main runway and 2 separate catapults on either side of the runway. The back half had helipads for rescue operations to be sent out and behind those was the command bridge tower. The ship didn't have as many armaments as the sea cutters possessed, but with the ship being able to hold 10 to 14 aircraft or other mobile weapons if they squeeze in, the armaments weren't necessarily needed. The Lapis class was pretty much the leading ship of the ocean fleet of the Federation's earthbound naval forces. Tyler landed and then followed the directions of the deck workers to one of the service elevators to the carrier's interior. Tyler exited the Shadow and met with his teammates before they headed to the command bridge to meet with the ship's captain. From the captain, they learned the patrol was heading towards Orb's territory due to information received from High Command. The information was that a hunting group of ZAFT subs had left Carpentaria and were making their way toward the Marshall Islands. A ZAFT hunting group was normally made up of 3 of their Voskilov-class subs which could carry 6 mobile suits, if not up to 8 including the 2 underwater machines. And while Tyler knew those facts, he didn't like it repeated and expanded upon. A ZAFT hunting group would definitely make trouble for the Archangel. Tyler didn't doubt that Kira, Lakis, and the armor pilots would try their best to defend the ship. But in the battle that was coming, they would be outnumbered and outmatched. That was being nice really. It showed that ZAFT was serious about wanting that ship sunk. It was also the reason that Tyler figured ZAFT was taking the risk of being caught by Federation forces. A ZAFT hunting group would get whipped by a Federation patrol the size that Tyler was traveling with. And with the Ordia Treaty that the Alliance and ZAFT had with the Federation, crossing borders was not to be done without a valid reason and hunting wasn't one. So technically, ZAFT's hunting group's action could be seen as an act of aggression against the human Federation itself, which could be taken as an act of war in the extreme stance. ZAFT was already fighting against the Earth Alliance in their war which had been going for 5 years. Tyler believed that even a child could see it was a dumb idea to take on another group that could take you on and wins. So, Tyler was left pondering two things: do these orders come from those leading the ZAFT military, or was Cruzat doing this without others knowing and hoping that he doesn't get caught? Second, say ZAFT does what they want, the point was their actions would be seen as a violation of a major standing treaty. There's no way Cruzat would convince any in the Federation that his hunt was justified in this case. And the plant's Supreme Council won't be able to cover him as they had for Heliopolis. The weird thing to Tyler was Cruzat should already know all of the trouble he would be in. He had proven that tactically speaking, he wasn't an idiot, so why make and take such a serious gamble, all for an obsession? Phase end. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off for this phase. This turned out longer than I thought, but I would like to think it is better than it was originally. Now most of this phase is of course the argument between Natarl and Tyler and the fallout from it, as you readers know. Yes, there turned out to be longer than I thought it would be, but I expanded it out from what it had been before. However, I will highlight a few things that changed. The first point was the conversation between Tyler and Cruzat as I expanded that one. As I've been doing, I've been adding the viewpoints of other characters that weren't in the original version of this story. I would like to think fleshed out this part as we get more detail more on Cruzat's end, which is interesting to me. Second, the argument between Natarl and Tyler. If it isn't obvious by this point that Tyler and Natarl don't get along, go back and read previous phases. This is the culmination of their dislike to this point in the story. Natarl wanted to nail Tyler for something, but didn't have enough evidence to do that in her view until the airport scene. I did change the tone a bit, but the argument is much the same as before. Finally, the fallout from the argument is a bit more detailed, but still overall the same. For those that have read the original story, you are aware that a battle phase is coming up. I have no time frame as to when it will be done, work is sucking up time and life may get more busy. I will write as fast as I can without giving up quality. As I seem to always say at the end of pretty much every phase or chapter I write, some of you please take the time to write a review and tell me your thoughts about the story, the phase. Comments help more than most would think, else I take it that there's nothing wrong and no questions at all. Chapter 22, Phase 25, Sacrifice. March 20th, 71 CE. The Archangel, close to the Marshall Islands. The mood on board the ship for the last week had been the lowest it had been since the outset from Heliopolis. The majority of the crew's morale had been dragged down by recent events, not only from Tyler McGregor's actions and absence but the tension that came from other things. The overall mission hadn't changed, the Archangel was still to travel to Omni HQ at JOSHA and arrive as soon as possible. Once there, the crew would learn more of what would come next from the Omni higher UPS. Those that made up the crew, however, became divided into groups that hadn't existed before Shira. There were Kira and the volunteers from Heliopolis who stood together believing what Tyler had said and that he was an ally. The team of mechanics seemed to also agree more with Kira and those from Heliopolis when it came to Tyler, though they didn't voice it. Then there was the group that either thought Tyler was a traitor or didn't know what to think. For those that saw Tyler as an ally, nothing that was said changed their views or opinions. Most didn't challenge the teens or their views, nor were they questioned beyond the first day by the majority. Natarl was really the only one that kept voicing her belief that Tyler was a traitor and had sold them out. However, nothing that Natarl said swayed the teens though, nor did they argue back either. Natarl's badgering of them wasn't helpful while they worked during their shifts. And it had forced them to handle the frustration out of the crew's eye among themselves. Kira had gotten to the point that he pretty much ignored Miss Badgeruel unless she was giving a direct order, and Lakis was much the same. The others had come to the point that they only communicated with her in the form of answers to questions that didn't involve Tyler. They still all kept a polite and professional air about them, but they were starting to distance themselves in a fashion from the rest of the crew. Most of the crew pretended Natarl's actions weren't happening and just ignored it, not wanting to make it worse. Mew and Crystal attempted to tell Natarl to let it go and leave the kids alone, but the woman wouldn't listen. They had thought to discuss with the vice captain that her insistence wasn't helping the crew's morale, but they knew it would be fruitless. In the end, Maru stepped up and put her foot down with a ship-wide order. The order was that talk about what occurred in Shira was to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Natarl took the hint to stop bringing up Tyler's actions for the time being, even when she was right. Kira and the other teens did appreciate what Maru had done, even if it had only put off the issue for later. Nevertheless, even with the discussion and the insults against Tyler stopped, it didn't change the gloomy feel and mood that was over the ship. Maru decided it was better to move forward and not dwell on what happened around Shira. Nice as it had been to get repairs done and the ship resupplied for their journey, their mission was still a priority. Omni's JOSHA base was still a long way away and would take close to a month to get there traveling by sea. And while the supplies should be able to cover that time frame, if the Archangel resupplied in orb, then they could cut the travel time down somewhat. Hence, Maru and the other commanding officers came to the consensus stopping in the Orb Union to obtain supplies before going on to Alaska would be prudent. It would hopefully be the only stop made before JOSHA and the only event of note along the way. However, with how ZAFT had been chasing them up to this point, the likelihood of having a peaceful journey ahead was very low. Less than a day out from the mainland of Orb around the Marshall Islands, the point was proven with ZAFT forces appearing. The Archangel's sensors picked them up first with sonar detecting 3 Voskilov-class subs. The subs were closing in from the south, which would infer that they were from Carpentaria in the Oceanic Union. Muro could see that the ZAFT group would reach them before they could get to Orb. They were faster in the water than the Archangel was. And that was before the sight of mobile suits on ZAFT school atmospheric subflight lifters, which only added to the difficulty in the coming battle. Among the ZAFT machines were also the other 4 Omni prototypes, each with its own lifter. The odds for the looming battle were certainly not in the defenders of the Archangel's favor. It would be at least 3 to 1, if not worse, depending on if the enemy subs were packed with other mobile suits. On the Archangel's end, they were down a mobile suit from the 3 they had in previous battles. So essentially, they had 2 mobile suits and 2 aircraft to face ZAFT forces coming at them. That this would occur in Federation territory really didn't matter, as their pursuers had proven they didn't care. No more time was wasted when the subs came into sensor range, battle stations were sounded, and everyone was at their stations for what was coming. Crystal, as much as she didn't like the position, was stuck on the bridge in the co-pilot chair when stations were called. She wanted to be out there fighting, but shift and timing wouldn't allow that. The ship's only backup pilot for the Sky Graspers was Tall, so he would have to take the second craft. The teen had been learning quickly how to use the Sky Grasper and had made 2 test flights which had both been good. However, while Mr. Koenig had done some simulations, he had no actual battlefield experience, which the upcoming fight would not be a good one to use for that. At the call to battle stations, Mew had received a quick brief on what they would face from the bridge. After that, he had raced down to the hangar as he knew things would be harsh out on the field. Mew would be the team lead, and normally he had no issue with that, since those that defended the Archangel knew their jobs. Yet, this time Tall would be taking the second Sky Grasper as Crystal was on the bridge. The kid hadn't been on a real battlefield yet, and this would be a nightmarish awakening to the point. The 3 teens slipped into their pilot suits in the locker room. Tall was a tad nervous about what was ahead. He'd done test flights with the Sky Grasper and that had been okay, he had managed to handle that. He'd also done combat simulations with the aircraft and he had scored moderately high. But even Tall knew that simulations weren't how things necessarily went on a battlefield, lives were at stake. Lakis could see that Tall was nervous, even if Kira wasn't seeing the same thing she was. So, Lakis elbowed Kira and gestured at Tall, which when Kira looked, he saw Tall was unusually silent. Tall, Kira started, "You okay?" Tall glanced at Kira, "Well, just a little nervous I guess," he replied. "You two make going out and fighting against ZAFT look easy. Doing it myself, I'm starting to think that you two have it much harder than it seemed before. I guess I'm only now realizing how much those of us on the ship count on you two, the lieutenant, and the major for our safety." Tall paused, along with Tyler. Kira smiled at his friend. "We'll all be out there looking out for one another," Kira stated. "We will all make it back to the ship." At the same time, Tyler was pacing the main deck of the Lapis class, trying to keep himself contained. His stress levels were on the rise, skyrocketing would be more accurate in his mind with the circumstances as they were. It was no longer a question of if, it was now when ZAFT would catch up with the Archangel. Intelligence had confirmed that a hunt group had set out from Carpentaria to pursue the Omni ship. That in turn translated into the patrol Tyler was with would now get things under control and clean up. Whether that meant the ZAFT hunting group was wiped out would be up to them. Tyler himself didn't have an issue with the job ahead of when it came to ZAFT and dealing with them. But Tyler had friends whose lives would be at risk during this altercation and he wasn't okay with that. As details were coming in about the developing fight to the patrol, the higher Tyler's stress climbed in response. His mind kept supplying him with images that he didn't like at all and wouldn't see if he could do anything about it. The Shadow could reach the battlefield before the patrol could with its current equipment. The only thing stopping Tyler from doing that is he knew it would be outnumbered by a margin which would cost lives if mistakes were made. And yet, Tyler felt if nothing was done that there was an equal chance of mistakes ending in killing people. Drawing close to where the fighting was taking place, there came a point that Tyler just wasn't willing to wait any longer. Tyler knew that he wouldn't be able to win the battle by himself and have everyone alive in the end. Circumstance as they were made that outcome far too low for Tyler to put faith it would happen. However, Tyler was confident that he could make a difference even if it was to delay ZAFT long enough for Allied reinforcement to arrive. He knew that he could go ahead, one of the perks of his pilot license, but it was one Tyler tried to not use if he could help it. But Tyler saw things as desperate now and so he would use what was available to him to get the job done. So, Tyler went to the ship captain and told him he intended to launch out in the Shadow as soon as he could. The captain wasn't against the point since he knew that McGregor had a pilot license. The young man had a reputation for doing things his way. Stories about him circulated as he was the youngest member of Salas as well as an ace pilot himself. With that in mind, the captain called down to the launch deck to have it ready for a mobile suit. Tyler had been out of the bridge the moment the ship captain had begun calling down to those on the launch deck. He put on his pilot suit as he made his way to the Shadow in the mobile weapon hold. Once in the hold, Tyler boarded the Shadow and activated its OS before communicating that he was ready to launch. The Shadow was released from the dock it had been put in and Tyler moved it over to the main elevator that went to the launch deck. He had his suit step into the catapult ram platforms which locked the Shadow's feet in place. The elevator began rising to the upper deck and sunlight hit the cameras and displayed for Tyler to see. After the elevator reached the launch deck, there was a clunk of tracks connecting and the Shadow moved forward off the lift. There was a slight jerk as the Shadow was locked into the catapult and Tyler glanced down to where the deck crew was clearing the way. A few were signaling the catapult operators on what was happening on the deck. Tyler saw the signal for hold which meant the catapult was about done charging up the rams to launch. He gripped his controls and waited still keeping an eye on the deck crew as he knew the signals they used. It was seconds after the wave forward to launch came that Tyler was forced back into his seat as the Shadow zoomed forward. The moment the Shadow was off the carrier Tyler transitioned into a stable flight, activating its Mirage colloid while heading forward towards where the battle would be. The captain stated it would be around 20 minutes before they came into range to join, so Tyler would buy the time needed. Meanwhile, on the Archangel, Mew moved to one catapult while Lakis in the strike moved to the other. Mew requested that the launcher striker pack be equipped to his Sky Grasper as he wanted any advantage he could get for this battle. That would give his craft the strike's Agni cannon and weapon pod along with the aircraft's own arsenal. The Agni cannon was attached to the underside of the left wing between the fuselage and the left engine below the medium caliber wing cannon. The launcher's weapon pod was mounted on the right engine so that the pack's battery was linked into the Sky Grasper's own power system. He moved to the right catapult with the airtight shutter sealing behind his craft once equipped. The exhaust intake module rose up to redirect the craft's engine exhaust before the outer door of the Archangel rose to reveal the view of the sea. The electron acceleration rails came into place and extended out, then hummed into life for the launch. Lakis was in the strike checking over the onboard systems while waiting for her turn to go to load the suit's equipment and launch out. The strike came to a halt and then dropped into the linear track connectors locking in for launch. Alarms were sounding as the docking cage disconnected and pulled back from the mobile suit. Once in the airlock, the strike was loaded with its AL strike pack as requested by her. Lakis figured that with them being outnumbered, mobility would be at a premium. When the equipment was attached, Lakis focused ahead as the catapult opened and the rails came into launching position. Both Mew and Lakis shot out of the Archangel and set themselves between ZAFT and the ship. The next up were Kira and Tal, the Sky Grasper to the left catapult and the Asuka to the right one. Tal didn't ask for the remaining sword striker pack even when it was available, he was just trying to concentrate on using the craft's equipment. He was still sweating a bit as the realization he was about to fly out into battle. Tal was scared, he didn't want to admit it, but he was terrified of what he was about to do. He was questioning how Kira, Lakis, and Tyler dared to go out and fight to protect those on the Archangel. The thought of pulling the trigger and potentially killing another human being was horrifying to Tal, even to defend friends. But it was expected of him to do just that and Tal didn't know if he could shoot when the time came. At the same time, Kira was going over the Asuka's systems, more out of routine than a need to do so. As the Asuka dropped into the linear track connectors locking in for launch, his thoughts turned to other things. Kira wished that Tyler was with them in this battle, if he was Kira would be more confident in the Archangel's chances in this. Yet, due to a misunderstanding, Tyler was elsewhere and they were all in danger because ZAFT wouldn't leave them alone. That would place much of the work in this battle on Lakis and himself. Because of that, Kira knew that power usage with the mobile suits would be the biggest factor in who would come out alive. The two final machines the Archangel had launched out and joined the others on the field. As ZAFT mobile suits surged forward toward the Archangel, the four defenders moved to stop them. The duel made a beeline for the Asuka as Izak wanted to take that machine down more than ever. 3 times Izak had fought the winged suit and 3 times he had been bested by it and it was beyond irritating. His wish or need to beat the winged machine had become what others were calling an obsession, though Izak didn't think it to be that. Once the winged machine was beaten, Izak would do the same for the black enemy suit. After both were dealt with, things would return to what they had been before Heliopolis. Kira spotted the duel coming at him and raised his shield to defend himself against the onslaught. It was clear to him that the pilot of the duel, whoever they were, had some sort of fixation on the Asuka. Kira couldn't guess why the duel's pilot was fixed on him, such had never happened to him before being drawn into the war. The issue was the duel would take most of Kira's attention and that could allow its allies to attack the Archangel. The other stolen machines were bad enough, to have other ZAFT mobile suits with them made defending the ship harder. Lakis was quickly forced to engage the Blitz, who kept her busy and unable to stop the other ZAFT suits. And she had really not gone against the Blitz in battle before, she normally went against the other 3. In fact, now that she thought about it, Tyler had been the one that fought the Blitz when it came around. Lakis had to say though, whoever was piloting the Blitz was tactical and more reserved than the other stolen machines. Things got worse when the Buster began helping the Blitz, forcing Lakis to pay attention to them and no one else. Both Tall and Mew noticed that Kira and Lakis were being kept busy and away from the Archangel. The other ZAFT machines were taking the opportunity to move forward toward the ship and attack. Mew opened up with his medium-caliber cannons and beam turret aiming for the Jins that was coming. Tall did much the same as Mew, but he was having difficulty concentrating on the task. The Archangel supported its defenders as best it could, but the assaulting force was just more than the ship could effectively handle. It was 10 minutes into the battle that the shadow got close enough to see the signs of the fighting. Tyler scanned the field before himself and didn't like what he saw, though he suspected things wouldn't be nice. On the ZAFT side of this, there were 3 Wasp-type Jins that were equipped for underwater operations, an Assault-type Gin, and 2 regular Jins. There were 2 Jins that he'd not seen before, which made Tyler think it was a new variation of the Gin model for aerial recon. And then, the machines from the Alliance's GAT series were present, all 4 of them in fact. It was about as bad as Tyler figured it would be, if not slightly worse, with the stolen Omni units involved. And as expected, on the Archangel's side were its 2 mobile suits and 2 Sky Graspers out fighting ZAFT. The Archangel was flying above the ocean, still pointing its bow towards Orb's mainland ahead of it. The ship had proven in Tyler's view it was not a bad warship, but it was certainly not meant for serious solo assault. Things would be hard with a full crew, which Tyler knew the Archangel didn't have. It made Tyler wonder a bit what crews it could have said or reported about the Archangel to have ZAFT hunting it like they were. ZAFT knew what they were doing went against standing treaties, and there would be consequences for that. With ZAFT attacking openly in Orb's territory, it wouldn't be kept quiet. The Federation would be getting answers from the plant's Supreme Council. Tyler refocused on the task at hand. He would do what he could to prevent ZAFT from getting to the Archangel. Granted, Tyler knew that he couldn't reverse things on his own, though he could be considered to an extent a one-person army by some. It came from Tyler being ranked a top ace pilot, however, that came more from the capabilities that Tyler gained when he used his seed mode. Only 2 others had beaten him, which was why he was ranked 3rd in the Federation, and those 2 were former ZAFT champions. And Tyler would use his abilities to protect and save his friends regardless of what consequences followed. Yet, he still questioned why people like him seemed to put in the position of cleaning up rather bad messes. As Tyler continued forward, railgun rifle in the left hand and the beam rifle in the right, he scanned the field to get ideas of how to efficiently turn things around. He knew that the ZAFT subs would need to be priority targets as they could resupply ZAFT forces. But time was of the essence, so just attacking the subs wouldn't get the results Tyler was going for. However, Tyler then felt his seed mode coming on, which changed the whole situation. Tyler had more experience than Kira or Lakis did with seed factor, as he'd had it come before now, so he knew how to use it effectively. Being able to predict where one's opponents would be almost all of the time would help cancel out the unfair numbers. Tyler was confident in that. And now a plan quickly began forming in Tyler's mind on how he could get things to turn around to something more preferred. The subs were still at the top of the list of targets, but once that started, ZAFT would come to him. Making himself the primary target would get the attention off the Archangel for a time. Tyler, as an ace pilot, could handle being shot at for a time and not be taken down in the process. He focused on his first target, which was the nearest ZAFT sub, even if it was underwater at the moment. However, Tyler had the Loss Cannon shift into active use mode, as he intended to use it on the sub. With the Shadow's Mirage colloid up and running along with his Echo Trace system, Tyler was ignored by ZAFT and unseen by the Archangel. Tyler brought out the hidden scope and began acquiring the sub's location so he could shoot at it. The sooner that ZAFT forces had to worry about issues with resupply, the better in Tyler's mind things would be. As Tyler was acquiring the location of the sub, one of the Wasp-type Jins with aquatic equipment came into his field of vision. And while it wasn't the ZAFT sub he was searching for, it would still be a start. He raised his beam rifle and fired, nailing the head of the Gin, thereby taking out the main cameras the suit had to use. Then Tyler proceeded to disarm the mobile suit, but left its legs and thrusters so that it could retreat if the pilot chose to. By the time Tyler finished up with the Gin, the Shadow's scope found the nearest sub's location. Tyler stored his railgun rifle and had the Loss Cannon swing forward for use, and as the accelerator coils had been warming up, he then pulled the trigger and shot the sub, making a hole along with a tower of water that followed the explosion that came from the puncture Tyler made. The shell from the Loss Cannon ejected from the back of the weapon and fell to the water, beginning its cool-down cycle. The tower of water didn't go unnoticed by some on the battlefield, even if most were busy enough to miss it. Mew did manage to catch sight of the tower of water going up on the side ZAFT was assumed to be on. However, as far as he knew, none of the Archangel's defenders were on that side of the field, as they were on the defensive. So that begged the question of what or who was attacking the ZAFT sub. Granted, they were in Federation territory, so their intervention was expected at some point. But if Federation forces were on the field already, they had been quicker to respond than normal for even them. Not that Mew would in any way complain when the Federation stepped in and shoot ZAFT away. Nicole also noticed the tower of water and had heard the cries of distress from the struck sub over the radio. The sub that had been hit did come to the surface to prevent flooding from sinking to the sea bottom. Still, the event brought back the worries and concerns he had with this mission before setting out from Carpinteria. And it wasn't that Nicole doubted that Commander Kruset's intuition was off or wrong, it had proven to be right. It was this mission that took place in Federation territory and would give the Federation's military more than enough reason to attack them. The other issue that Nicole saw in this was there were 4 defending the enemy ship when there should have been 5. The absence of the black mobile suit had started as disconcerting to Nicole, but it was getting worrisome now. By previous reports, the last sub that had tried taking the legged ship down had dealt with the black enemy machine and it had equipment that could strike the sub underwater. The black machine had already shown it could switch equipment much like Omni's X-105 strike. Nicole could only imagine what Federation R&D could do with that technology, and it wasn't pleasant thoughts. Should the Federation get a hold of Omni's project that had designed the mobile suits Nicole and his comrades used, the applications were frightening as well as endless. Phase shift alone being employed or worse improved by the Federation would be nothing but problems for those who went against them. Back with Tyler, he moved on after scoring a hit on the sub, seeing that some of ZAFT's pilots had figured out something was attacking them that wasn't the enemy ship or its defenders. Some of the Jins were scanning around trying to find the cause of the Tower of Water and the damaged Gin. Tyler began making his way closer to the Archangel and its defenders as they were one of the major reasons he was here. As he went, Tyler was shooting off the arms and heads of Jins that he passed. There were a few that didn't ignore him as most did, and for those he did shoot to destroy, but the rest he left damaged. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Kira was fending off the duel and Lakis was fighting the Buster. Their opponents were not making it easy for them and kept them busy as their allies surged forward. Kira had come to think the pilot of the duel had some sort of obsession, though he couldn't figure out why. But the last few battles made it clear the duel's pilot would go for him if given the chance. Kira wouldn't let the duel get past him, as then the Archangel would be in even more danger than it already was. Lakis was being occupied by the Buster, which had been restored with its original equipment. The Blitz had been drawn away from her by other things happening on the battlefield, so she had been able to focus on the Buster. The fight with the Buster started fine. Sakura's lessons were serving Lakis well. On the other end, Dirka found himself having to work hard and concentrate in the fight he was in. Things that Nicole and Athrun were coming to Dirka's mind about the enemy suit pilots. Before this battle, Nicole had iterated his concerns about the enemy pilots, which had included some new information. According to Nicole, he had heard the Black Zephyr say that the black suit was part of the Federation's military. That Dirka could believe and would admit was more than just possible, unlike Isaac, who had replied with such being nonsense. However, the second part of what Nicole said more concerned Dirka, as the Zephyr also suspected said enemy pilot was likely Federation Special Forces or better. The black suit's pilot was one thing, but if what the Zephyr said was true, and with her experience it likely was, then what were the odds the other 2 enemy pilots weren't normal? The past performance would suggest that either the Strike's pilot and the winged suit were fast learners or had piloting experience. Tyler noticed the matchups that Kira and Lakis had been put in, and he didn't like them at all. With Kira, Tyler didn't like or appreciate that the duel's pilot had some sort of interest in his friend. Then Lakis was fending off the Buster, who had its equipment back now, which Tyler had destroyed in space. Tyler did not doubt that Lakis could manage fending off the Buster given time. The girl was using her sister's lessons well. However, Tyler then spotted the Blitz moving to help the Buster, which he wasn't okay with. He didn't doubt that Lakis could hold her own against both for a time, but he didn't want to test how long that could be true. Also, should Lakis get into trouble and Tyler do nothing to help her and Sakura find out, he didn't want to imagine how much worse the woman would make his like hell. With that in mind, Tyler decided to lure away the Blitz and fight that machine, leaving the Buster for Lakis to deal with. And while Tyler intended to let Nicole Amalfi live, he had to convince him to leave as well. Some soldiers were stubborn on taking a hint. Tyler knew that, as he was one of those kinds of soldiers sometimes. He hoped Nicole would be smart and after realizing he was outmatched would retreat from the fight. So, Tyler flew ward, pointing his railgun rifle at the Blitz, and let loose a few rounds in that direction. He could have used his beam rifle, but then there would be a chance of killing the pilot. Nicole was moving to help Dirka with the strike. Things were souring in this battle and the problems were getting worse. It was only a matter of time before the Federation's military appeared, if they haven't already. Once they were in the mix, ZAFT would be pushed to the defensive and the battle would be essentially over. So the quicker the enemy defenders could be disabled, the better chance there was to get the legged ship. Nicole did observe that the Omni suit's pilot was doing decently against Dirka, in fact, more than decent. He was wondering if the pilot had some sort of training, and if so, who had been the one teaching. However, before Nicole could get back to the Buster, shots flew close to the Blitz, which got Nicole to glance down at his sensors. There were ally and enemy signals everywhere, so rounds flying by wasn't out of the question. The shots that had come close had appeared to be what came out of the recoilless rifle some of the Jins were carrying. Nonetheless, something in Nicole's mind said it hadn't been friendly fire, and he couldn't dismiss the thought. Yet, Nicole's attention was forced to shift as the strike shot its beam rifle his way, so he had to weave out of the way. But then, the Blitz was struck from behind in the torso, which got Nicole to swing around and search for who had shot him. That hadn't been friendly fire, that had been precision shots, he did not doubt that anymore. As the Blitz was scanning around, Tyler knew he had Nickel's attention and that was what he wanted. Tyler deactivated his machine's Mirage Colloid and switched the Shadow's phase shift armor on. He kept closing the distance between the Shadow and the Blitz so he could strike in close range. The next thing Nickel knew, the enemy black machine had appeared a worryingly short distance from. By the time the Shadow had gotten right in front of the Blitz, Nickel had just enough time to raise his shield to defend himself. Tyler ignited his shield's beam saber and slashed downward and slammed down onto the Blitz's shield. Nickel was once again surprised at this machine's capability and how its pilot used them. And now Nickel was sure that the black machine had been the one that had struck the sub before. However, this time the black machine had yet different equipment than in the last encounter. In addition to its shield and beam rifle, it had two cannons attached to its back frame that sat behind either shoulder. Also, it had a second rifle that appeared longer than its normal beam rifle from the brief picture that Nickel had gotten. Nickel would guess that one of the two cannons was the weapon mentioned in the report from the sub that had gone against the legged ship, which could strike an underwater sub. And for all Nickel knew, his opponent's backpack could have a second battery, thereby extending its operation time. Then, while the Blitz's shield's anti-beam coating was holding its enemy's beam saber at bay, the Shadow had more thrusting power than the Blitz even combined with the sub-flight lifter. Tyler kept pushing forward against the Blitz using his advantage with thrusting power the Shadow had over the Blitz. He saw little reason to be nice beyond not killing when it could be avoided to achieve the intended goal right now. Nickel tried what he could think of to get out from being on the defensive, as he could do little in that position. However, in Nickel's mind, this battle had the odds stacked so high against him that there was little way he could win. He hadn't missed the signs, subtle as they could be. The pilot was doing whatever they did to have eyes in the back of their head right now. If Nickel needed proof of his suspicions, a Gin moved over to help him, but the black machine grabbed its beam rifle and shot the Gin, destroying it. And it wasn't the single shot kill which Nickel could respect the skilled attack, it was the black machine didn't even glance that way before shooting. It was a moment later that Tyler forced the Blitz backward before ramming the Blitz, knocking it off its lifter and sending Nickel tumbling a short distance. Nickel was working to stabilize his suit as he didn't want to be vulnerable with the black enemy machine as his opponent. That task was made harder when the Shadow fired 3 consecutive rounds in rapid succession from its railgun rifle. Nickel had once again admit the Zephyr was right with this enemy pilot being anything but ordinary. They were in a similar if not the same league as the champions. And its new rifle was interesting in the fact it could rapid fire with railgun-like projectiles. That idea was only theoretical as far as Nickel knew at this point. ZAFT had tried to make a type of railgun mobile suit used that could fire consecutive shots without a cool-down time, but attempts were not promising. And yet, the Federation looked to have made a working idea that did just that, showing their technological development was still ahead of the Alliance and ZAFT. When a momentary lull came for Dirka in his fight against the strike, he glanced over to where the Blitz had been. Nickel had been moving over in Dirka's direction to likely assist. That was how Nickel was, help a comrade even when it made things harder for you. Even Isaac had admitted Nickel was a good person when he helped others on a battlefield, which was rare for Isaac to say out loud. And with the strike's pilot not just showing improvement, but also signs of potential personal training from one who had to be experienced and likely an expert, Dirka needed help if he could get it. However, Dirka spotted the Blitz in combat with none other than the black twin to the Blitz. The enemy machine had its shield beam saber pushing on the Blitz's shield, and they looked to be locked in that position. And Dirka noted that the enemy machine had different equipment that he'd never seen before now. It had a backpack with 2 cannons behind its shoulders along with a new rifle clipped on the left upper leg. Dirka saw the Shadow pushing forward and slowly but surely forcing the Blitz back in their clash. The Blitz flailed a bit to try and get the Shadow to back up, but nothing worked to break the deadlock. Dirka was forced to block an attack from the strike, but an explosion got him to twist to see a Gin being destroyed and the Shadow pointing its beam rifle in that direction. And what got a shiver to go up Dirka's spine was that the black machine hadn't looked that way before shooting. It was just as unsettling as it had been back in the upper atmosphere when the Shadow had done the same. Lakis also noticed the ZAFT suit being destroyed and saw that the Shadow was fighting the Blitz. She was surprised to see Tyler's machine here on the battlefield, since the Archangel crew hadn't parted with him on the best of terms. Lakis was glad he was here. The Archangel and their friends needed all the help they could get to make it through this battle against ZAFT. Of course, she knew that Tyler valued friends far more than the opinions of others about him. And yet, to see him kill another and do so without looking at them when pulling the trigger was unsettling. She figured that Tyler was a skilled pilot, but to be able to hit a target without taking the time to aim visual was a rare capability. Lakis then witnessed Tyler force the Blitz back and then ram it as he did with some opponents. Then the Shadow grabbed and raised its longer rifle and shot 3 rounds in rapid succession. Dirka shoved the strike away a bit and then he combined the Buster's rifles in the snipe configuration and took aim at the enemy black machine. To Dirka's frustration, the Shadow evaded 2 of his shots and blocked the 3rd with its shield, all the while not even glancing his way once while it was being attacked. After the 3rd shot, Tyler did look over to where the Buster was and saw his opponent had regained its high-energy rifle. Tyler clearly remembered nailing that beam rifle a couple of fights ago. It had been sacrificed to save the pilot's life. That implied ZAFT had managed to reproduce Omni's weapon, meaning they were reverse engineering Omni's project slightly quicker than Federation intelligence had predicted. Nicole after a minute got the blitz back to being stable and gave the command to his lifter to come back to him. Once back on his lifter and flying levelly, he quickly locked back onto the shadow so he didn't lose sight of it. When Nicole spotted his opponent, he saw that the shadow had raised its railgun rifle and it was pointed at the Buster. The Buster had been shooting its combined rifles, likely Dirka trying to help Nicole against the shadow. However, the shadow started using its rifle, firing shot after shot, also adding its shield cannon every third rifle shot to the mix. Thus, Dirka was getting essentially pummeled by railgun rounds and was forced off shooting his rifle and defending himself. Dirka was being shaken by the impacts and he was trying to figure out how his enemy was using some kind of rapid-fire weapon or combination. That machine had never shown before now that it could do that with anything other than its hidden machine guns in the torso. Nicole pointed his beam rifle and fired, but the shadow moved out of the way and kept up its barrage on the Buster. An assault-type gun made its way towards the shadow to assist its allies who were being pinned down. Tyler noticed the ZAFT machine moving its way toward the fight he was pretty much dominating. He wasn't about to let another interfere and complicate things more than they already were if he had any say. So, Tyler brought out the shadow's Titus cannon to active position, letting it begin charging for use. Nicole saw the right cannon swinging forward and he was worried about what it could do. One of the two cannons could fire some from or volley into the water and his a sub. By the look of it, the cannon out wasn't the one that did that if Nicole was to give an educated guess. Should what Nicole was looking at be some sort of beam cannon, the size of the barrel suggested strongly the output would be nasty and most likely lethal. That assumption didn't stop Nicole from trying to get the shadow to cease its attacks against the Buster. The gun used its assault rifle and began firing at the shadow, which did get Tyler to stop using its railguns temporarily against the Buster. Nevertheless, before Nicole or any of his allies could release a sigh of relief, the shadow stored its railgun rifle on its left leg and swung its cannon to point at the gun. Tyler pulled the trigger of the Titus cannon and the positron beam zoomed at the ZAFT machine and blasted right through the suit. Nicole was stunned at seeing the beam his opponent just let loose at his ally. It looked much like the type of beam the legged ship could fire off from its hidden beam cannons. If it was similar or the same, then that would spell out potentially frightening possibilities in the near future. Nicole could only imagine if Omni had come up with such a weapon and what it could do if equipped with some kind of mass-production mobile suits. Should the Federation have created the weapon, it would be slightly less worrisome as they wouldn't use it recklessly. The positron beam hadn't been missed by all on the field, just ignored by the majority who were busy with their own issues. However, Mew had seen the flash in a line of red which got him to pause for a brief moment. He glanced at the Archangel, but the Lohengrin cannons were not out, and besides that, the line had been elsewhere on the field. Yet, as Mew scanned the battlefield, he stopped at an unexpected sight. The shadow was currently fighting against ZAFT forces and had its cannon from the last battle pointing in the direction the red beam had been. That the shadow was here at all was something that Mew had to admit he didn't expect. Natarl had pretty much declared Tyler a traitor to the Archangel even if others didn't agree and essentially told him to never come back. That notwithstanding, Tyler was here and clearly defending the Archangel in its time of need. If that didn't show where the kid's loyalty lies, then Mew didn't think there was anything better which could say it. Granted, Mew doubted it was the Archangel specifically which Tyler was protecting, but his friends on board, yet Mew could still appreciate that kind of commitment. When the gun was out of the way, Tyler had the Titus cannon go back to its stored position, and then he rushed toward the Buster. Dirka had just managed to get his head to stop bouncing around from the barrage he'd been under when he was snapped back to the present. For when Dirka looked forward, he found the shadow directly in front of him. Dirka certainly didn't like an enemy machine this close, and definitely not this one. As the Buster was disconnecting its rifles, the shadow kicked them, knocking the Buster off balance. Tyler followed that move up with pointing the shadow's shield at the lifter, specifically at where he knew the craft's power cell was. ZAFT School had its battery cell slightly in front of where the clamps for the mobile suit were positioned. The shadow let off a round from the shield's railgun which ripped right through the ghoul's battery without much resistance. Dirka was trying to bring his weapons to point forward at his opponent, but he was shaken again and an alarm started going off. When Dirka looked at his forward display, he swallowed hard as it said his ghoul had just taken a lethal shot. At glancing upward, Dirka had just enough time to see the shadow sending a foot at him before he was thrown forward as the Buster was separated from its lifter. As the Buster was falling, Lakis could only stare at what Tyler had just pulled off in front of her eyes. Lakis even would bet Sakura would applaud the move he'd pulled off as impressive and noteworthy. And Sakura was not easy to impress, Lakis knew that for a fact. Yet, as the shadow turned to face the blitz again, Lakis was caught by a gun and was forced to defend herself. Nicole was both awed and scared at what he'd just seen happen to Dirka. The opposing machine had done a maneuver that any soldier would be commended for if not congratulated for pulling off. Nicole believed most would be hard-pressed to counter that move if called on without serious practice, and even then it would be extremely difficult. If the Black Machine's pilot wasn't fighting against ZAFT, Nicole would love to talk with them about technique. However, Nicole was also scared, as someone who could pull such off would not be an opponent that textbook strategy would work against. Nicole knew that if he lost his ghoul, he would lose any chance to fight and force back the shadow. His opponent's backpack apparently gave them flight capabilities, and with the thruster the suit had, the backpack may not be needed for the idea anyway. That would be an advantage it had over the Blitz, and there seemed to be a growing number of those from what Nicole was figuring. So, Nicole raised the Blitz's left arm with the intent to use the Gleipnir to act as a distraction if anything else. Tyler saw the Gleipnir launching and flying in his direction, which he could counter just fine with the Shadow's shield. It had been one of the upgrades Tyler was thankful for. His shield had been refitted with reinforced Zincium, which was 3 times stronger than the non-reinforced alloy. However, there were also 2 more Jins, one a regular type and the other an assault type, coming at the Shadow from different directions. Tyler didn't doubt that he could handle the 3 suits attacking at the same time, yet should his popularity keep rising as it was, Tyler would have a harder time working towards his goal. At the same time, Lakis managed to fend off the Gin and saw that Kira was still fighting the duel as he had been the last time she'd checked. Kira was doing okay, but Lakis flew over and began helping him with the duel as the Buster was down and she was free. She hadn't forgotten Tyler, but he was showing he was handling himself masterfully. The problem that Lakis saw was they were being drawn away from the Archangel and some of ZAFT's forces were going for the ship. If the Archangel was sunk, all their efforts would be for nothing in the end, and Lakis wouldn't accept that. As Tyler saw the Gleipnir zooming at him, he oriented the Shadow to be leaning backward an amount and have the shield in front of the torso. At the same time, the Shadow grabbed its beam rifle and swung it to point at one of the oncoming Jins. Tyler also had the Lost Cannon begin charging as well for use in the next moment. The Shadow parried the Gleipnir, which ricocheted off the shield and kept going with a slight upward arc. Then Tyler shot his beam rifle and blasted off a leg of one of the oncoming Jins, which had to drop to its lifter a moment later. Nicole recalled the Gleipnir, surprised that his opponent's shield was able to deflect it rather than penetrate it. The Gleipnir should have penetrated the shield, or at least make some notable damage before being brought to a halt. But the enemy shield had taken the attack, making Nicole think the Federation had done something to it. Federation armor was superior to both ZAFT and Omni. Nicole knew that even if higher UPS didn't want to admit that fact. Yet, the surprises weren't done. The Shadow brought out its Lost Cannon and pointed it in the direction of the other Gin. The cannon fired and punched a sizable hole in the ghoul, and then a distance behind that made a splash in the water. A tower of water followed the splash, and Nicole heard over the radio one of the subs had just taken a hit. He couldn't help but stare at the damage, and his mind began putting things together and horror filled him. Nicole's opponent had a weapon that did near identical damage as Federation space cruisers did with their main weapon. That implied the Federation had engineered the same type of armor-piercing weapon for a mobile suit to use. And Nicole didn't want to put to the test if phase shift armor had a prayer of blocking that kind of attack. If it could by some miracle stop that kind of shot, Nicole would bet the power drain it would require would be enough to effectively make a pilot retreat to resupply. Nicole had the Blitz rush forward and activate his beam saber to do something to decrease the number of weapons the Black Machine had. He aimed for the backpack so that he could get rid of those dangerous cannons, as much for himself as for his allies. Tyler saw the attack coming, but at the same time, the Gin with the functional ghoul was firing its weapons. The situation gave Tyler 2 choices: defend against the Blitz or eject the Kale pack, since he had no time to counter the Gin effectively. The first option would have the Shadow taking the Jin's shots, which would drain the Shadow's battery, and Tyler needed as much battery power to work with as he could get. The second option would have Tyler lose both cannons, which had been a very helpful advantage in this battle. However, the longer this battle went on with the Archangel flying, the more likely ZAFT would be forced to retreat once Federation forces arrived. In the end, Tyler figured time was more pressing rather than how many ZAFT machines he handled. Thus, Tyler input the command to have the Kale pack eject from the Shadow's docking points. Nicole was swinging his beam saber down when there were 2 puffs of smoke and the Shadow's backpack separated. His opponent shot forward while the backpack fell downward toward the water below. Nicole was taken aback as the black suit had just sacrificed the heavy weapons it had for no apparent reason. That still left the Shadow with both rifles, its shield's equipment, and whatever the machine had on it, which still could be employed dangerously. But Nicole couldn't figure out why the enemy would just do what it did. It made no logical sense. Yet, before he could consider further, the Shadow used its beam rifle to take out the Jin's lifter and the suit began falling. Nicole rushed forward and caught the Gin before he looked around and saw the Shadow had disappeared. His opponent vanishing didn't end the issue. If anything, that added a wrinkle to the current circumstances. Meanwhile, Kira was still fighting the duel and Isaac was getting frustrated with the lack of successful hits he was having. Athrun noticed that the duel was having trouble, but he hesitated as it was going against the machine Kira piloting. Then this battle had been going on long enough for the chances of the Federation showing up very possible, and the odds increased the longer this was drawn out. And while Commander Cruzet was persistent, even he had to know that when the Federation got involved in this, ZAFT would have to fall back and retreat or be wiped out. That this battle was in Federation territory at all had worried all but Commander Cruzat, who had merely said they would finish this before that came up. Yet, since Athran didn't want to fight Kira if he didn't have to, he chose to target the legged ship. As Kira forced the duel back, a red beam shot by in his peripheral vision, and when Kira looked he didn't like what he saw. The Aegis was in its mobile armor mode and had fired its energy cannon at the Archangel. The ship's laminated armor had taken the shot, but where the beam hit was bright orange. Kira knew that meant the armor was at its limit of dissipating attacks for that particular spot. And after a moment, Kira realized that all the Archangel's defenders had been pulled away from the ship and were being kept busy. So, the Aegis could attack as it pleased without any around to interrupt or stop it from doing so. Kira focused forward and used the Asuka's Eagle Stallions to pepper not the duel but its lifter, specifically its missile launchers. The missiles exploded in their pods and did damage to the ghoul, which had alarms going off inside the duel. Isaac cursed the alarms and found his lifter was going down, meaning he had lost once again against the winged suit. Mew also noticed the attack on the Archangel and quickly pulled away from the gun that he'd been working on. He put his foot down and zoomed towards where the Aegis was, which had switched over to its suit mode. Athran was using his beam rifle to attack the legged ship when the beam came his way and he was forced to move right. When he looked, Athran saw one of the aircraft that had come from the enemy ship flying toward him. The aircraft also appeared to be carrying the strike's beam cannon on its right wing and the weapon pod that went with the cannon on its left wing. Athran had to say he was kind of impressed, as Omni had designed one of their aircraft to use equipment packs that the strike used. It couldn't have been easy. Still, Athran had the Aegis jump and shift to use the Scylla cannon, and with this shot, he hit one of the Archangel's Valiant linear cannons. The Archangel shook as the Port Valiant took a hit from the Aegis's beam cannon. Muru knew going into this battle things would be grim at best. ZAFT had gotten the jump on them. It had been hoped that traveling through Federation territory would avoid an encounter with ZAFT forces. But instead, 3 Voskilov-class subs had attacked them along with their mobile suits, which had brought the Archangel to a halt. Of course, all the ship's mobile weapons had been sent out, but its fighting force was down by 1. The loss of the Shadow had been more of a blow for the Archangel, even if some didn't admit it. And it hadn't taken long for ZAFT to draw away the defenders of the Archangel. Natarl's orders for the mobile suits and Sky Graspers to get back and stay close had gone unheeded. The reports from the crew that had been near the damaged linear cannon weren't encouraging either. There were fires in that area and smoke was pouring out of the hull ruptures around the Valiant. Mew had his Sky Grasper dive and fired the Agni cannon at the Aegis, hoped to get it to back off from the Archangel. On the third shot, Mew managed to send a beam right through the Aegis's ghoul lifter. Athran had the Aegis leap off the lifter before it detonated from the damage the beam had done. The moment that the Aegis touched the ground, Athran had it leap backward and begin to make distance from the Archangel for now. However, Athran did take a shot at the aircraft and managed to get a hit on the craft's right wing. Mew gripped his flight stick as the Sky Grasper began to fight him with the damage incurred. Mew kept glancing at the altitude readouts falling as his Sky Grasper started gliding downward. He did get the craft to aim toward the closest island beach he could get to as he glided. A minute later, Mew's aircraft skipped on the water twice before hitting the sand and plowed to a stop. Tyler had by that point gotten some good distance from where he'd been and escaped the attention he had been under. He took a moment to assess things as they stood compared to what he wanted them to be. From what Tyler calculated, Federation forces would be in range in the next few minutes, so ZAFT just needed to be delayed for a little longer. However, then he had seen the Aegis score a hit on the Archangel and one of the Sky Graspers make a landing on a beach. And while Tyler wouldn't blame his friend for his actions, they certainly didn't help the current situation. Kira had appeared to have dealt with the duel, which did help as Tyler didn't see that troublemaker around. The Buster was down thanks to Tyler and the Blitz was busy with other things, which left really 2 of the stolen suits still in this fight. The Archangel was down 1 defender but still had 4 including Tyler. However, ZAFT was still pressing forward with desperation if Tyler observed correctly, which he took to mean they knew they would be in trouble when Federation forces arrived. Yet then, Tyler caught sight of a scene that he didn't like and was in no way comfortable with. The Asuka had gone after the Aegis and the 2 were now dancing, which worried Tyler a great deal. He knew from the moment he found out Athran had been among the ZAFT force that had stolen Omni's pet project that there could be some very bad possibilities that could come up. Losing friends was among the worst things that Tyler could imagine, and yet, here in front of his eyes, Tyler was seeing his 2 best friends fighting one another. And if things didn't change quickly, there was an extremely good chance Tyler would be attending one of their funerals if not both of theirs. Tyler tapped in a few commands and began hearing the exchange between Athran and Kira. Athran had planned to head back to the subs as this battle was coming to a close and it wasn't worth continuing. He would argue that to Commander Cruzat if he had to and tell him their losses were bad enough already and would be worse if they didn't leave. Athran was confident that Nicole would agree and back him up with the reasoning. If the other sub-captains agreed, then the commander would be overruled, and the retreat would happen. However, the suit that Kira was piloting got in Athran's way before he could get back to one of the subs. Athran opened a channel so that Kira would hear him. "Kira, please move, this battle is over, it isn't worth continuing for either side." It wasn't that Kira didn't agree with Ithrun's statement, he truly did. This battle was pointless to continue. Nonetheless, it shouldn't have happened in the first place and people had died that hadn't had to. It isn't that I don't agree with you, but this shouldn't have happened in the first place and you know that somewhere in your heart, Kira returned. Ithrun hesitated as he didn't want to argue with Kira as he agreed on this fight, it hadn't been necessary. Yet, Commander Cruzat had been insistent and had only said the legged ship needed to be sunk. Ithrun had been worried the commander's persistence was turning into an obsession that was dangerous. And while Cruzat was a good commander, Ithrun had seriously considered going to the leader over Carpinteria and report his concerns. Ithrun was regretting that he hadn't done that already but it was too late to take that back. However, Kira was also defending those that were using him and Lakis to protect them in order to deliver their project. Granted, Tyler, he, and others had made sure that project wouldn't reach Omni intact, but Kira unlikely knew that. That brought up the point of Tyler in Ithrun's mind, as he had left his friend behind to take a harsh fall. Ithrun didn't fool himself. The officers of the Archangel would accuse him of betrayal in a heartbeat when they found out he and Commander Klein had been there. And it felt like Tyler was taking the fall for Ithrun personally to keep him out of trouble, which he knew Tyler would do without hesitation. Yet, he doubted that any of Tyler's efforts to save those on board the Archangel were taken into account if the crew were aware of them at all. Ithrun didn't know if Kira knew of Tyler's effort but if naivete was anything to go with, he likely didn't, he would have watched Tyler take the fall. Oh, Ithrun didn't doubt Kira would have attempted to defend their best friend the best he could. But Kira was just too nice to stand up against authority figures like officers if they were stubborn enough. I know this battle shouldn't be happening, Ithrun began, but that ship and its crew are not innocent either. What did they do when Tyler helped me and Commander Klein out of Shira? Kira paused as he knew what Ithrun was referring to and he was still sore about that event. What Natarl had done to Tyler wasn't fair and had been totally uncalled for whether she meant it to be or not. Kira knew that Tyler had been helping in what Ithrun mentioned, he had been preventing a clash between the Archangel's crew and Sakura. There had been a fallout between the crew and those who were friends of Tyler and that was ongoing. However, Kira didn't think that event should mean that the Archangel's crew was guilty of crimes. They misunderstood Tyler's efforts, I know that, but they don't deserve to die either, Kira reasoned. Ithrun appreciated Kira's heart of gold, he looked for the best of things and in people and that was a great quality. But it was that which made what the Omni officers were doing to Kira and Lakis so horrible. They were taking advantage of them and using their abilities for their own purposes. Yes, perhaps circumstances did play a part in that, but the fact was whether intentional or not, they were using Kira and Lakis to help complete their mission. Ithrun feared if either of them reached whichever alliance base this ship was heading for, Omni would hurt them if not worse. Lakis alone would be used as a hostage against the plants as she was beloved by the citizens. Kira, you're too nice to be doing this, your naivete is blinding you to what Omni intends to do. Kira didn't want to believe Ithrun in relation to the Archangel's crew, they really were nice people. And he would deny what his friend said before overhearing what Tyler had been talking about around his house. Yes, Tyler had like Kira knew had been defending the Archangel and its crew from ZAFT. But Kira hadn't forgotten what Tyler said about what was supposed to be waiting at Omni's JOSHA base. And it was that which made Kira pause, maybe you're right about Omni, but I can't let ZAFT sink the Archangel. Ithrun was trying to wrap his head around this and couldn't figure out what was anchoring Kira to this. The Archangel's crew was using his friend, Ithrun was sure of that, so why help them in that? Granted, Tyler had mentioned something about their being friends on that ship, but all that needed to be done was for them to leave too. So what was holding Kira and Lakis back? Kira, the ship can't be allowed to complete its mission, Ithrun stated, it would make this war so much worse. Even you should be able to see Omni getting mobile suits as an issue for everyone that isn't at the Alliance's beckon and call. Stop being so stubborn in this, Ty, and I can help get your friends off that ship, and then you'd be free. Kira was a tad surprised at what Ithrun was saying, he wouldn't expect it from him. Ithrun was suggesting that Kira take Lakis and the others from the Archangel and then leave the rest of the crew to fend for themselves. Ithrun was not the kind of person to leave people to die if it could be prevented. Perhaps his time with ZAFT had changed that, but Kira didn't want to believe that about his friend. Ithrun, are you hearing yourself? Kira asked. You're saying everyone on the Archangel deserved to die. They are decent people, yes, they have flaws but everyone has some, that doesn't mean they don't deserve a chance to live. Tyler wasn't liking what he heard, as he knew both sides of this disagreement, which Kira and Ithrun only had one side each. Ithrun had a point with the Archangel's mission needing to fail in the end for everyone's benefit. However, Kira had a point that the Archangel's crew didn't deserve to die just because they were with Omni. And what was worse to Tyler, he had been the one to give both an amount of their information which they were arguing with. Normally, Tyler wouldn't have much of an issue with Ithrun and Kira having a disagreement since he was all for constructive discussion. But with both his friends in mobile suits, the chance that calm discussion without unhealthy emotion coming into play was much too high for Tyler's liking. Thus, Tyler was planning to get between the two and separate them as required and have them cool off before they continue talking. So, Tyler was knocking off the distance between him and his best friends so that he could prevent them from hurting each other. Tyler wouldn't be attending a friend's funeral because of today, he would make the utmost effort to make sure of that. And though the thought wasn't in any way pleasant, if said efforts required Tyler to risk his life to prevent Athrun and Kira from killing one another, he would put himself on the line. This situation was merely a reminder to Tyler why he hated this war. It pitted friends and good people against one another. Athrun was doing his best to keep calm and collected with this talk with Kira, he knew it would be better in the end. However, Kira's naivete was making that much harder as it was blinding his friend to the truth. Athrun assumed that Tyler had been trying to get Kira to see that Omni was not fighting this war to bring peace. He knew that Tyler would be aware that Omni and through them the Alliance were attempting to assert dominance and for some exterminate coordinators. And while what Kira said about the Legate ship's crew may be true about them being decent people, the ones they worked for weren't. Athrun wanted to believe some of ZAFT's commanders would have given the Archangel the chance to surrender and let the crew live. Yet, this ongoing war had been cutting that number down and it was becoming shoot first and regret later. If it did any good, then Athrun would argue for giving a chance for the Legate ship's crew to surrender and be alive afterward with the mission commander. Nonetheless, that in this mission was Commander Cruzet and it was extremely unlikely to agree to such. And that brought the internal argument that Athrun was having back to where it began. This war had him facing one of his best friends. ZAFT protocol would expect him to take down the enemy unit which would have him killing Kira. Athrun couldn't face Tyler or Lakis if he did that without serious hesitation and attempting to talk to Kira. There was one other desperate idea that Athrun could think of and he didn't like it. He could ask Nicole and any with them to go and disable their target and do their best to not destroy the ship while he held one of its main defenders at bay. Not only would Kira fight that, but it also put Nicole in the line of fire which Athrun didn't want to do either. Athrun exhaled heavily. Kira, please, he started, I don't want to fight you, but the ship you're defending can't continue its journey. If you could convince them to stand down, I will get the ZAFT forces to stop attacking. No one else would have to die and all on that ship can leave this alive and go wherever they wish. Tyler wanted to believe what Athrun suggested was possible, and if by some weird chain of events Sakura was in charge of this force, he would be on board with the idea. However, Cruzet was the one calling the shots, and Tyler wouldn't trust that man to stop his hunt if asked to. No, Tyler was more sure the masked man would take a stand down from the Archangel as an encouragement to sink them once and for all. Kira himself stopped for a moment and considered what Athrun said. It wasn't that he didn't believe Athrun wouldn't try to stop ZAFT if somehow Kira got Muru to stand down. Kira would go to Muru as he was sure Natarl wouldn't even for a moment consider the idea. But ZAFT hadn't been very willing to give the Archangel a chance to even talk, they had been shooting at them first. Still, Kira didn't want to fight Athrun either, he was one of his best friends and he still saw him that way even now. Athrun, I think both of us know as wonderful as your idea is, neither side would agree to it, Kira admitted. Athrun was well aware that his last-ditch suggestion was a long shot, even he was doubtful it would play out well. Nevertheless, he was grasping at straws that didn't have him attacking Kira and possibly killing him in the end. So, it fell to the other desperate idea that he had which could work, which had Athrun opening a secure channel to the Blitz. Nicole, I have a serious favor to ask you, and I want you to agree to it before I tell you about it. Nicole had just gotten the gun he'd assisted after the Black Machine had beaten him back to a sub when Athrun had contacted him. It wasn't that Athrun was asking a favor of him that made Nicole wonder what was going on, it was he wanted Nicole to promise to do it before he told him about it. Athrun hadn't done that before with Nicole or any member of the team that had come together under Commander Cruzet's watch. Nicole knew Athrun wouldn't ask such a thing if he didn't have a reason, but the tone of voice worried Nicole. The last he'd seen the Aegis, it had been set up for an attack on the target ship, but Nicole had been distracted by the black suit. Okay Athrun, Nicole replied after a brief pause, what do you need me to do for you? Athrun didn't like going behind Kira's back in this, but he couldn't see an alternative that didn't have Athrun potentially killing him. I need you to strike the Legate ship's engines and disable it as much as you can without destroying the main ship structure. I want the crew to be alive by the end of this if at all possible, Athrun got out. I know it is a lot to ask, but please, I need you to try while I hold the winged suit off. Nicole blinked for a moment at what Athrun asked, for it wasn't what Nicole would have expected. The Legate ship and its crew had been troublesome from the start of the mission to pursue them, there wasn't a question of that. It was because of them that 4 of the soldiers they had worked with were dead. And yet, Nicole didn't doubt Athrun had a reason to ask what he was, even if Nicole couldn't guess what it was. Athrun was taking on the winged suit, it was no joke to fight that one any more than the Black Machine, only slightly less dangerous. And while Nicole could see getting over to the Legate ship and shooting the engines, it would be hard after the first few shots to not aim for vital areas. Still, Nicole had agreed to help Athrun in this, so he wouldn't go back on his word. Others were currently holding the attention of the other Legate ship defenders other than the black suit, so what Athrun said should work. Yeah, I can do that, Nicole returned, but hesitated, but what would disabling the ship do that sinking it wouldn't? It would spare the crew, Athrun answered, and then we would have leverage to stop this battle with no more lives being lost unnecessarily. Nicole could see the logic Athrun was going with, and he would certainly agree with it, too many had died in this. But Nicole wasn't sure that the ZAFT sub-captain and more Commander Cruzet would give a chance to surrender to the legged ship. Although there may not be the time to do so either, as Federation forces were expected any minute now. So, in the end, Athrun's idea would work well in stopping the Omni ship, and then ZAFT could retreat. Very well, Nicole replied, I'll do my best, just be careful Athrun. Nicole then activated the Blitz's Mirage Colloid and began making his way toward his target, avoiding the fighting as he went. Athrun returned his attention to the Asuka and lowered his beam rifle before storing it on the hip binder. Kira was slightly surprised at Athrun's actions of lowering his weapons. Perhaps he was showing he didn't want to fight anymore? Kira, Athrun started, I don't want to kill you, I hope you can believe me when I say that. I wish this war had never pitted us against each other, and I'm sorry about what happened to Heliopolis. At the same time, Natarl and Muro could see things were not improving for them as this battle kept going. Close to half their weapons and CIWS systems were damaged and not working properly by this point. If ZAFT kept pushing, they would soon overwhelm the ship should nothing change quickly for the better. One Skygrasper had crash-landed and so was out of the battle, while the other was fighting against mobile suits. Both mobile suit defenders were being kept busy by ZAFT, so couldn't jump quickly to help the Archangel. The Asuka was the closest, but while it had managed to drive off the duel and stop the Aegis from attacking the ship directly, it was now in combat with the Aegis. Muro was kind of hoping that as the Archangel was in Federation territory, one of their patrols would come by soon and help them out. Natarl, on the other hand, wasn't optimistic of Federation assistance, as she didn't want them potentially doing anything to the Archangel. Yet, things took a turn for the worse for the Archangel as the Blitz reached attack range by that point. Nicole moved to have the legged ship's engines in view for him to shoot at with his beam rifle. Granted, only 2 engines were above the water at the moment, but Nicole remembered the wings had smaller engines which he believed he could strike. If Nicole got the 2 large ones and the wing engines, and perhaps 1 or 2 of those underwater, then it would slow the ship to a crawl if not stop it. So, Nicole aimed at the right engine and pulled the trigger, seeing a moment later an explosion and the engine's jet go out. Nicole knew time was now of the essence, so he started firing at the wings and the other visible engine. The Archangel shook as one of the large thrusters was hit, and when Natarl ordered a damage report, she wasn't happy. One of the large thrusters had been damaged enough to have it shut down, which cut down on the Archangel's forward travel speed. It was the last thing they needed right now, giving ZAFT a chance to slow them down and catch them. Natarl ordered Mirialia to contact the Asuka and tell Kira to get back here now as the attacks continued. Kira lowered the Asuka's beam rifle as he listened to Athrun. He really did believe his friend when he said he didn't want to fight or kill him. Athrun had a good heart. He didn't want to kill people and cause others the same feelings of loss that he'd experienced due to Bloody Valentine. Maybe if they worked together, they could get both sides to come to some sort of agreement, as Athrun suggested. Kira wanted to believe that was also possible still and was at least worth an attempt. However, before Kira could voice anything to Athrun, a COMM channel opened from the Archangel. Kira, Mirialia said in a panic, the ship is under attack, someone is taking out the thrusters. We need you to come back now and stop them. Kira turned and saw there was smoke coming from the Archangel more than there had been before. The Asuka started forward, but the Aegis zoomed at his, and Athrun had the Aegis grab the mobile suit and hold it, preventing it from moving. Kira glanced to his left and saw the Aegis holding him in place. Athrun, what are you doing? He demanded. Athrun wasn't happy or even feeling good stopping Kira from helping the Archangel, likely for his friends on board. And if it wasn't for Kira's long-term good, Athrun wouldn't be doing what he was, but that was his motivation. So, Athrun bit his tongue before he spoke. I'm sorry Kira, but this is the only way I can think of to not have to potentially kill you. A trusted comrade of mine is taking out the ship's engines. Once it is slowed down or stopped, I will do everything I can to stop ZAFT attacking. Athrun paused, honestly shocked with what he was about to offer to Kira, but it was all he could conceive to not attack Kira and have to do it seriously. I will even help you defend the Archangel while getting them to fall back so talks can happen, you have my word. But you have to let my friend bring the ship to a stop first, please, don't resist. Tyler would have had his mouth open at what Athrun had just said if the battle wasn't as serious as it was. Should Athrun follow through with what he offered, he could be court-martialed if not accused of being a traitor. Not that Tyler doubted Athrun would keep his word, he knew his friend would. It was that Athrun felt any of what he was doing or suggesting was necessary that shocked Tyler. Still, Tyler was trying to get to the two so that he could get them to break things up and focus on working together to end the battle. Tyler felt that were the three of them to work together, they could get all sides to pause long enough to get things to break up. However, the Asuka managed to break free of the Aegis's hold and start going towards the Archangel. The Aegis moved in front of the Asuka and Athrun blocked Kira from going where he was. Kira, Athrun shouted, don't do this, listen to reason and look at the big picture so we can save as many lives as possible. Kira was angry at Athrun, not because he was clearly willing to do what he could to stop this battle, but because his plan put his friends in danger. He was a tad surprised that Athrun would offer to help defend the Archangel if it stopped moving. If Kira wasn't so angry, then he would have contacted the Archangel and told them to stop and say what he had to get them to do so. But his friends from Heliopolis were in danger right now and that took priority. So Kira took out one of the Asuka's beam sabers and slashed at the Aegis. Athrun was forced to throw his controls back to avoid the attack. He took that as Kira wouldn't be cooperating, which made this all the harder. However, Athrun surged forward, igniting one of his own beam sabers and swinging at the Asuka, making it stop. The two began fighting harder and that moved them to the nearby island, which became part of the battlefield for both suits. Tyler had paled when Kira had attacked the Aegis, as it signaled the fight had just turned and was going downhill fast. He felt he could get to them in the next minute if he wasn't drawn into something else along the way. It was painful for Tyler to see his two best friends fighting, and it was quickly looking like they were striking to damage and potentially do harm to the other. Tyler would leave helping the Archangel to allied reinforcements that were about to arrive. They would do as good as Tyler would. If Tyler deviated from his current task, he was convinced one of his friends would be killed. Neither the Asuka nor the Aegis was getting notable hits, but that wouldn't take long to change. Kira, Athrun shouted, don't do this. I won't let you hurt them, Kira yelled back. Tyler was putting the Shadow's thrusters to their safe limits to get over to the fighting mobile suits. Yet, Tyler wasn't the only one that was heading towards the Asuka and the Aegis. Tal and his Sky Grasper was doing so as well. Tal had heard the cry for help from the Archangel, but he knew he wouldn't be able to do much to help. However, he could free up Kira to do so and then try his best to distract the Aegis. He knew it was borderline suicidal and there would be a good chance the Aegis would kill him. But their friends were on the Archangel and Kira could help them best to be alive after this. So, Tal swallowed hard and then locked in an attack run, aiming at the Aegis, arming one of his missiles. He sent the missile out and it stuck the Aegis, momentarily giving the Asuka some breathing room. The Aegis shook as the missile hit. The phase shift armor blocked the shot from doing damage to the suit. Athrun glanced the direction the missile came and saw one of the Omni aircraft coming at him. That Omni pilot may be helping Kira, but they were also using him and helped this situation come about. So Athrun threw his shield like a frisbee at the oncoming aircraft to get them to back off. Tal watched as if in slow motion the shield coming at him. There was no time to veer off enough to not take a serious hit. Thought flashed through Tal's mind as he stared at the projectile coming closer. There had been things Tal had wanted to do, things he had wanted to say before he died. One of the big things that came to him was he had wanted to tell Mirialia how he felt about her. Yes, he may have joked about it before when around the rest of the gang, but Tal really did like her. Heck, he'd been trying to figure a smooth way to ask her out on a date the next time they got shore leave. But now he wouldn't get to do any of what was coming to mind, and he regretted not having the courage to do so. Tyler had seen the shield thrown by the Aegis, and he didn't blame Athrun for it. He was reacting. However, Tyler wouldn't let Mew or Crystal die today, as they were good people and the world needed as many of those as it could get. He pulled on his controls and pulled up to get in the path of the shield so he could intercept it. Tyler knew he couldn't divert the shield anymore with it so close, but he could stop it dead with his shield. Tyler raised it up and the Aegis's shield slammed into the Shadow's shield with massive kinetic force. Yet, the projectile struck in the side before Tyler could get the main face of the shield in place, so it punctured the shield. An alarm began screeching after the impact, and when Tyler looked down at the display, he saw the shield's railgun's firing camber had been breached. That was causing an overload that would end in a detonation which would destroy the shield. Tyler hit the switch that would detach the shield and he let it fall to the water below. Tal had been readying himself to veer the best he could so the shield nicked the aircraft engines and maybe manage a crash landing. However, a moment before Tal was going to do that, the shield appeared to vanish, which was followed by a crashing sound. Then there was something falling through the air which Tal couldn't identify as he went left, but whatever it was exploded just before it hit the water. The next thing Tal knew, the shadow materialized where the shield had been, but it was missing its own shield. It took a moment for Tal to realize that Tyler had just literally saved his life. And Tyler wasn't supposed to be around here, as he'd been left back in the Republic when the Archangel left. Yet, Tal was grateful that his friend had been around this battle and had stepped in to save his life. Tyler would have taken the time to acknowledge Tal's thanks he gave over the radio if the situation wasn't what it was right now. He was a tad surprised that Tal was in one of the Sky Graspers. It wasn't Tal wouldn't be able to fly the aircraft, he had been acting as the Archangel's co-pilot, so it wouldn't be that much different. Tyler was taken aback that Tal had the courage to get into the cockpit knowing he may not come back. It wasn't as easy as some made it seem. Still, Tyler assumed that Tal could make it back to the Archangel just fine from where they were. He needed to focus on splitting Athrun and Kira up as soon as possible before the two got to the point of doing serious harm. As Tyler looked back, he saw to his worry that Athrun and Kira were going harder at one another. Kira had been horrified when the Aegis's shield had been flung at one of the two Sky Graspers. and a glance down told him it was tall in that said aircraft that was about to have the shield plow through. Kira tried to shove the Aegis back so that he could try to stop the Skygrasper's destruction. But Athrun didn't let him leave, so Kira was left to watch painfully as the projectile kept getting closer to Tall. Nevertheless, the Aegis's shield came to a dead halt before it dropped a moment later with something attached to it. The shield exploded just before it made a splash, but Kira's attention was drawn back to Athrun as their fight resumed. But now, Kira was fuming since Athrun, even if unintentionally, had almost killed one of his friends. "How could you, Athrun?" Kira began with a snarl. "You almost killed Tall." Athrun blinked at Kira's response, trying to think about what he was so angry about. The name Tall was vaguely familiar. He believed it belonged to one of those Kira had introduced him to back around Tyler's place, yet no face was coming to mind. However, that did suggest that maybe one of Kira's friends was helping as a pilot for the Omni ship, which Athrun hadn't been aware of. Yet, Athrun was also wondering what his shield had hit to stop, let alone blow up before striking the water. This whole fight had gone south quicker than Athrun had thought it could, and it was frustrating him. Before he could apologize to Kira and tell him he hadn't known his friend had been in that aircraft, the Asuka attacked him again. After the first push from the Asuka, it slashed upward with its beam saber, and Athrun tried to pull back to avoid the attack. However, he wasn't quick enough as the Aegis got its left arm sliced off as Athrun was jumping back. Athrun's frustration was growing as he was doing the best he could to not hurt or kill Kira in this battle. He had asked Nicole to do something that could easily get him killed, and Athrun had not wanted to put Nicole in that position. Athrun had even offered to help Kira after Nicole finished, which he would have to pay for later. Defending an enemy ship was a serious thing, and if you didn't have a solid reason to do that, you would be court-martialed bare minimum. And yet, none of that had gotten Kira to listen and let Athrun help him save as many people as they could. "That's not what Athrun started trying to keep calm, but his irritation was getting the better of him. Kira had killed ZAFT pilots today, and they were not horrible people any more than other people were. "You have taken lives." Athrun couldn't get out the words he wanted to say and make them nice. "Why won't you listen, Kira?" The Aegis shot forward and cut off the Asuka's left arm, shield included, in exchange for what Kira had done to the Aegis. Athrun then had the Aegis twist around to get behind the Asuka and stab the backpack. He leaped back, and the Asuka's backpack had a dull explosion, which Kira noted that half his thrusters weren't responding now. He didn't like how Athrun was being so stubborn. Athrun was claiming Kira was being stubborn, but it was him that was doing that. So, Kira whipped out the Asuka's beam rifle and nailed the Aegis's head, taking out Athrun's main cameras. Tyler was now in range to do things to separate the two mobile suits even without his shield to work with. He was worried that the situation had already spiraled to the point that Kira and Athrun were trying to tear the other machine apart. The Shadow landed on one leg before Tyler had the suit launch forward toward the Aegis and the Asuka. Tyler was using his machine's thrusters and the added momentum that he could get from the push the Shadow's legs could give. Just before Tyler could reach the two, the Aegis leaped backward and transformed into its armor attack mode. Athrun was making do with having the Aegis's main cameras gone, and could see motion ahead of him. So he had the Aegis leap back and shift into its armor attack mode before zooming forward towards the motion. As the Aegis rocketed forward, the Shadow got to the Asuka and shoved the suit away. The Aegis crashed into the Shadow, and its three remaining limbs latched onto what it hit. Tyler looked forward and saw the Aegis's cannon emitter pointing right at him. Athrun couldn't see what he hit, but as the Asuka had been in front of him, he assumed that's what he had latched onto. So, he pulled the trigger for the Scylla cannon. In the back of his mind, hoped that the cannon was aimed above the cockpit. Tyler witnessed the emitter charge for a second, but then go out right after that. With Athrun, a moment after he pulled the trigger, an alarm went off, denoting that there wasn't enough power to use the Scylla. With that option not working, Athrun could only think of one other thing to stop Kira from this. He brought out the timer and keypad that was connected to the explosive charge Omni installed in this mobile suit to destroy it. He input the code and set the timer for 2 minutes and began the detonator's countdown before he unbuckled the seat restraints. Athrun opened the cockpit of the Aegis and quickly got out of the mobile suit, using the thrusters on the backpack of his pilot suit to get to the ground safely. Tyler was a tad relieved that the Aegis's cannon wouldn't fire, likely due to a lack of power in the battery. Yet, the Aegis wasn't letting go of the Shadow, which held Tyler's attention since it said the battle wasn't over. Then the Aegis's phase shift dissipated, confirming Tyler's suspicion of the suit lacking power. Tyler tried his controls, but the Aegis stayed where it was, which had Tyler looking for any sign of what was coming. A moment later, Tyler saw something red moving away from the Aegis. It was a few seconds later that Tyler realized what he'd seen and what it meant was about to happen. The red had been Athrun exiting the Aegis, and by how he was running, he'd likely activated the Aegis's detonator. The second his feet touched the ground, Athrun began sprinting away from the mobile suit that had been his for close to 2 months. It would perform one last task by self-destructing and taking the Asuka with it when it did. After a little over a minute of making distance from the bomb his suit was now, Athrun turned to look at the scene about to happen. However, what met his eyes wasn't what he was expecting to see in his wildest imagination. It wasn't the Asuka in the hold of the Aegis as it should have been. Instead, the Blitz's twin the Shadow was what the Aegis was latched onto. The Shadow was struggling and clearly trying to get the Aegis off of it. At seeing this, Athrun felt terror and dread flood through him at the picture of the Shadow where it was. Without thinking, Athrun turned on the spot and began sprinting back towards the two mobile suits. As he was hurrying back, thoughts were flashing through Athrun's mind wildly, the foremost of which was what would the Shadow even be doing here. Tyler had stayed behind back in the Republic, so the Shadow shouldn't be here at all. And then why would he even consider helping those that would have branded a traitor? If anything, then Tyler had more reason to not help Omni than Kira with the mission he'd been working on. The only reason that Athrun could figure that Tyler would help the Archangel was Kira, Lakis, and their friends were on the ship. Tyler heard multiple alarms going off loudly a moment after what was coming sunk in, blaring warnings of imminent danger. Nonetheless, he knew that it was too late for him to do anything to get out of the explosion about to happen. With the Aegis where it was, Tyler couldn't get out with the time he had left. Even if he could, Tyler wasn't fool enough to think he would make the distance to not be within the influence of the detonation. And so, he stopped struggling as Tyler let the stress he'd been feeling drain away as acceptance became firm within him. Tyler had always figured that he would go out of life fighting and also more than likely in a spectacular way. One of the few regrets Tyler had was he knew his mother would be in pain with his death. However, Tyler had managed to stop Kira and Athrun from killing each other and that's what counted in the end to him. Time seemed to slow down as his end was closing in, and it was a surreal experience for Tyler. He had lived his life as much as he could just as his father would tell him to do and Tyler was proud of that. And he could at least say he had done his best and saved his friends from doing something they would have difficulty forgiving themselves for if they could. A smile came to Tyler's face at the comforting thought, well, I've done what I can, no one can do better than that. Tyler paused for a moment, sorry Mom, I just couldn't sit by and let my best friends try and kill each other. Tyler took what he believed would be his final breath, be seeing you soon, Dad, Lana. Right after he uttered that a blinding light quickly filled his whole vision as the Aegis detonated. Athrun saw the blinding light of the explosion engulf the two mobile suits which forced him to a halt. The concussive force that came from the explosion stunned Athrun slightly and pushed him back from the epicenter. Pain flooded Athrun and it intensified as it sunk in that his friend Tyler had just died in that explosion. And that he'd played a major part in that event made Athrun feel so much worse. He'd been attempting to not kill one of his best friends, and yet, Athrun had ended out killing the other. Athrun could only give voice to the pain in one way, Tyler, yelled Athrun with all his might before he was taken off his feet and sent flying from the blast. He bounced along the ground a few times before he managed to grab a hold of something and keep himself from flying farther back. The effects of the mobile suit explosion lasted near a minute and it was accompanied by crashes and bangs of objects hitting the ground and other parts of the environment. Yet, as the light died down and the sounds of objects crashing to the ground came to a stop, Athrun brought his head up and froze at the sight he had. Debris was spread everywhere, which was made up of pieces of the Aegis as well as the Shadow. But both mobile suits were destroyed and the possibilities of any surviving such a blast were slim to none. An empty feeling took over and filled Athrun as he just stared at the field littered with scraps of metal which dulled the pain ever so slightly. Kagalai was racing to see what had caused the explosion. The group with her on her heels followed her. That ZAFT had attacked the Omni vessel within Orb's borders was ridiculous and they would answer for that. She knew her father and the rest of Orb's council already planned to grill the plant's Supreme Council about this. They would be held accountable for this occurrence, Kagalai would help make sure of that herself. So, she was not in the best mood while on this exploration as she was irritated about this. A Federation patrol was already en route to settle this and get ZAFT to move along quickly. And while Kagalai appreciated the promptness, the Federation's military was to be commended as it prevented horrible messes from involving innocent bystanders. It had helped Orb's own military forces improve their response times and efficiency in the long run. However, as Kagalai got close to where the explosion had been, she came across a lone person in a red ZAFT pilot suit. Kisaka, Kagalai's guardian, was right behind her and also noticed the ZAFT pilot who seemed to only be staring. Kagalai wanted answers and if this guy could give them then she would drill him for it. She grabbed his right shoulder and turned him around. ZAFT pilot, what the hell is going on here? She demanded. Kisaka held in the sigh at Lady Kagalai's behavior, it was so blunt and normally that wasn't helpful in any given situation. Lord Atha had been trying to help his daughter exercise manners but he was so busy these days he wasn't able to correct her. Kisaka had also been doing what he could but the girl just didn't listen to most other than a select few. There was Kagalai's father of course, but there was also the current leader of the Republic as well. And right now, making blunt demands for information wasn't going to help figure out what was going on. Lady Kagalai, Kisaka started, that attitude isn't helping in our assessment. Kagalai knew that Kisaka was right, but her irritation was getting the better of her right now and so was showing. So, Kagalai took some deep breaths and calmed down as much as she could with the current circumstances. As she did so, Kisaka ordered the others with them to inspect the immediate area for any information that could help them know what was going on. Athrun was still in shock enough he wasn't aware of what was going on fully. He felt someone grab his shoulder and turn him around and start saying something, but he didn't comprehend what was being said. He did take in enough to understand that he was being identified as a ZAFT soldier, but little other than that. Athrun took a moment to glance around and took in that those in the area were in Orb Union military uniforms. It would make logical sense, he was in Orb territory, but Athrun was still so numb that he didn't consider beyond that fact. However, a blonde-haired girl moved to be in front of him and he looked up at her. The first thing Athrun noticed was the girl was kind of pretty and she was around his own age. And if the situation was different, Athrun might even ask for the girl's name. Kagalai on the other hand, gazed down at the guy. So then, what happened here? Athrun understood the question this time where he hadn't the last, but he couldn't respond. Images of the shadow being destroyed along with memories of Tyler were going through his head. What could he say to any of these people? That he'd just killed one of his best friends by accident while he'd been trying to kill his other best friend? Athrun doubted any would believe that and give him a chance to explain. He would unlikely do that in their position. And as he thought of what to say, the pain of losing Tyler came back in full force. In response, Athrun's eyes rolled upward and he fell to the ground, having been embraced by unconsciousness, and thrown into nightmares that now haunted him. At the same time, Kira was recovering from having been shoved and then blinded from something. He'd been fighting Athrun in the Aegis and the fight had been getting bad if Kira were to be honest. The Aegis had been coming at him just as he got hit by something and forced the Asuka away a distance. Kira had gotten the Asuka to land on the ground and slid to a stop and had taken a moment to regain his bearings. However, then there had been a flash of light, accompanied by a boom that had shaken the ground. The force of the boom had pushed the Asuka back a small margin, but Kira had kept the mobile suit from tipping over. Objects had flown past Kira, and been crashing around him with bangs. Kira had brought up the Asuka's remaining hand to try to improve the clarity of the camera's display to try and see what was going on. He managed to dodge many of the incoming objects which were made up of rocks and metal, but some still struck the mobile suit. It was what felt like a long minute later when whatever was happening died down, and the light went away. Once that was the case, Kira looked around to take stock of what could have happened to cause the light and flying things. Some of the stuff had struck the Asuka, yet the phase shift armor had prevented notable damage. However, a sight on the left caused Kira to freeze and a serious shiver run up his spine. There on the ground was unmistakable, the head that had belonged to Tyler's mobile suit, the shadow. Yet, half of the face appeared to be melted, revealing internal circuitry and components. The left eye was damaged badly, among other differences from what it should have been, stood out for some reason, all clear signs of serious damage. It felt surreal as Kira stared at the piece of his friend's machine, and it left his mind with a storm of thoughts. How could the shadow have been here? Tyler had stayed back in the Republic when the Archangel had left days ago, hadn't he? And if he was here, why hadn't he made that known? Ice-cold dread began flooding Kira, as if the shadow was so damaged, Tyler could be in trouble. Kira quickly moved the Asuka to the place he had been before being pushed, and the sight didn't help the growing fears. Debris was spread far and wide, some recognizable and others much less so as he gazed out over the area. Parts were obviously from the Aegis, Kira knew its appearance enough to know what he was seeing. Yet, others pieces were clearly from the shadow, all the parts strongly saying the machines were blown apart. Kira was stunned by the destruction that was in front of him, and the ice-cold dread was morphing into heart-wrenching pain. The realization that his friend Tyler was gone and wouldn't be coming back began sinking and making the pain grow worse. The pain quickly transformed into something the likes of which Kira hadn't felt before, and he couldn't ignore it. Memories of Tyler and all the times that he had been there for Kira and Athrun flashed through his mind. Tyler had always gone out of his way to help those he considered friends, he had never left a doubt about that. It was one of Tyler's defining and endearing qualities which Kira always had to admit he appreciated. And apparently, he had even made the ultimate sacrifice for Kira himself to prove that friends were so important to him. Kira's voice was failing him as time kept moving forward and the pain continued to grow. Kira had always assumed that Tyler would be around whenever he would need him, so much so that Kira had taken the fact for granted. And now, Tyler was gone forever and had given his life to save both Kira and Athrun. Kira vaguely heard the orders coming over the radio for him to come back to the Archangel, but it fell on deaf ears for a moment. Yet, Kira swallowed and ignored the tears that were beginning to flow from his eyes and did as he was told. The pain still remained and brought a numb feeling to Kira as he flew back towards the Archangel. The trip back to the Archangel gave Kira the time to understand fully that Tyler had taken the attack that was meant for himself. Athrun had tried to use the Aegis to kill him, and if not for Tyler, then Kira would very likely be the one gone instead. Phase end. A/N. Okay, I'll leave off there and continue in the next phase from there. As I said in the beginning, I am sorry this phase took so long to come out. Due to a mix of working full-time and school, my writing time has been cut down more than I like. Then I had a massive headache of writer's block which made this phase take so long. Hopefully, phases won't take months going forward, but I make no promises. Now on to the details of this phase and less on my excuses on why I've not posted in a while. First, some of you may have noticed that I go into detail about the feelings of the character more than I did originally. That can be seen with Tal's views before the battle and in the battle itself as an example. It has been an addition in this rewrite that I think brings more to the story as you get to know the characters more. Second, as most of you may have noticed, I changed some of the finer details of the battle flow in this phase. I would like to say it feels better in the way it is now than before. Readers are entitled to your own opinions. Tyler still gets to show off and be awesome, and others get to comment on that point. Specifically, the conversation between Athrun and Kira is more fleshed out than before. I also wanted to show Athrun is having growing serious doubts about what he is doing. I hope you readers enjoyed this phase as I worked hard to have it done by Christmas. I would also like to say that I've been working on a Dragon's Tale rewrite and there is already some of it posted. If you like my writing, please go check it out. Please some of you write reviews for me and tell me how I did. See you in the next phase. Chapter 23, Phase 26, Hollow World. March 29, 71 CE. The Archangel. Muru and much of the bridge crew were more than happy to see Federation forces appearing on the field. They had appeared a minute or so after a large explosion occurred on one of the nearby islands. Muru had called down after the explosion to the CIC and asked Natarl for a status report on their forces. Natarl had looked to Mirialia and Sai for that info and they had said the defenders' signals were still showing. However, Mirialia did mention she wasn't seeing the Aegis's signal anymore. Natarl hoped that meant the explosion that had occurred was the Aegis detonating. The stolen machines had been troublesome. To even have one be dealt with was a step forward. So, Natarl reported that the Archangel's defenders were still out there, though one of the Sky Graspers had crashed on one of the nearby islands. Also, by what Lakis said, the Buster had been disabled though not destroyed and had gone down nearby the Sky Grasper. The strike could bring the Buster back and then there would be 3 mobile suits on the Archangel. Plus, Natarl figured the top brass would prefer more of the G-weapons intact to inspect when the ship got to Josha. And as Natarl saw it, whether others agreed, the Archangel's crew was in enough trouble with what they had lost of the G project. 2 years of work and only 2 mobile suits out of the 5 along with the Archangel to show for it. She worried there would be arguments about the Asuka when they reached Josha, but there was nothing that could be done about that. It would be much the same when the subject of the shadow came up with the higher UPS. Thus, Natarl didn't look forward to the accounting and reporting that would come up at Josha. Yes, the Archangel and her crew had done their best under the circumstances they had been thrust into. All the officers besides Muru and herself had been killed in the ZAFT surprise attack, and though they had gotten Mew and Crystal which had been a lifesaver, it didn't change the fact. However, that still had 20 officers dead before their journey began, which would be seen as a failure. Then Natarl would be shocked if the destruction of Heliopolis had gone over well, as Orb would have inquired into what happened to their colony. And should what Tyler had said be correct, the Orb Union was a part of the Human Federation, it could cause issues between the Alliance and the Federation, and there were already enough bad feelings between the two. Finally, there was the situation with Tyler McGregor which had made the air on the Archangel very tense. Natarl had her own problems with the teen, he was far too rebellious to deal with much of the time. Yet, he had his moments of serious performance which strongly implied Tyler had good disciplinary habits but just chose to not employ them regularly. Nonetheless, she couldn't deny the teen had defended the ship along its journey just as the others had. Granted, Natarl had called him a traitor, and the evidence pointed to Tyler helping ZAFT get the Aegis away from the Republic. And while it was possible there could be more to the story, Tyler had said nothing in his defense. If some of the crew couldn't understand the facts, then that was their concern as long as it didn't affect their performance. And now that the Federation was getting ZAFT to back away, Natarl took charge of the mobile suits' recall orders. Natarl did have Mirialia tell Lakis to stand vigil over the Buster while the Archangel made its way to their location. She had Sai tell Murdoch to prepare recovery teams for both the Sky Grasper and the Buster. As the rest were letting out sighs of relief, Crystal was observing the Federation forces driving back ZAFT. It was no secret that the Federation's military had superiority over ZAFT and Omni, they'd had it for years now. And it wasn't just their technological superiority that gave them the advantage by what Crystal had seen. The general tactics that they used were the best and proven to work against the swarming methodology Omni used or the ZAFT's use of mobile suits. As far as Crystal had seen, and Mew had agreed with her, the Federation endured as they fought smarter by staggering their force deployment and supporting them with ships. Nothing could really be said about what would happen if either Omni or ZAFT attacked one of the Federation's member nations. The concern with that idea was the response that would come from the Federation, it was what kept the Alliance from trying. There had supposedly been those that had suggested forcing the Federation to join the Alliance in their fight against ZAFT. Crystal hoped those were rumors, but she doubted they were, and she was worried such might be listened to at some point soon. Crystal knew that Mew shared her view that Omni going against both ZAFT and the Federation's military at the same time would be very bad. And watching the Federation fight ZAFT only reinforced the concern that Crystal had. Omni as it was now would not last long against the military might the Federation had to work with. Heck, Crystal would even question with mobile suits if that would change. After all, ZAFT hadn't had luck against them either. And the G project was clearly meant to get Omni mobile suit models that could be transitioned into mass production suits. The war was going badly enough already. Crystal hoped enough common-sense-minded people were in the Alliance leadership to not make a horrible mistake. Meanwhile, Lakis received the orders from the Archangel, and while she understood them, she didn't like them exactly either. Being around the Sky Grasper that Lieutenant La Flaga was in that had gone down was fine. However, standing guard over the Buster, Lakis wasn't as okay with it even if she didn't voice it. The Buster had a ZAFT pilot inside and their freedom and may have their life at risk now. Lakis did not agree with Le Cruzat's hunt, but she believed that those under his command may have doubts too. She knew Athrun would have issues and serious doubts about what he was and could be ordered to do. And Lakis didn't want to believe Athrun was the only one under Cruzat's charge that didn't like what they had been doing. She hoped that the Archangel's crew would treat them fairly and humanely as well. They were a person too. Lakis landed the strike next to the Buster, which was still where it had crashed after the Shadow had destroyed its lifter and kicked it down. Inside the Buster, Dirka was wondering what would happen to him next. The enemy black suit had whipped him. Dirka couldn't deny that without lying, so he accepted the point. It had humbled Dirka a bit, and should he ever face the black suit again, he wouldn't take it lightly nor underestimate it. And now the Buster was stuck as it was too low on power to get him back to a ZAFT sub. Even shutting off the phase shift armor hadn't consolidated enough power to get him back, thus Dirka was stuck. And by the sounds that were filtering in, it was likely the Federation's military had arrived, which meant Dirka would unlikely get help from allies anytime soon if at all. That left Dirka with two outcomes that he could figure with what he knew currently. Either the Legate ship would pick up the Buster, or Federation forces would. Whichever side picked him up would still put him in enemy hands, and Dirka wasn't looking forward to that. The Federation would be a little nicer as they would treat him fairly, probably after asking questions about the operation. From what Dirka had heard, most ZAFT soldiers that the Federation detained were treated well. They were asked about what they had been involved in before arrangements were made to return them to the plants. However, should the Legate ship pick him up, who knew if Dirka would see the plants again? Omni wasn't well known for being nice or understanding with prisoners of war. So, Dirka was not in a good position and he didn't see it getting better anytime soon, thus he waited to see what would happen. The Archangel moved over to the island that the Buster and Sky Grasper had crashed on before they deployed recovery teams. The Sky Grasper was retrieved first, which Mew did appreciate as he was tired of sitting around doing nothing. He hadn't been idle. Mew had been watching what he could see of the battle after crashing. The explosion had been concerning, mostly as he couldn't tell what had caused it or what could have been affected by it. The sight of Federation fighters appearing on the field was comforting to Mew. Granted, they weren't allies officially, but they certainly helped the Archangel by going against ZAFT. Heck, the Federation didn't waste time and got down to the business of making ZAFT retreat, outnumber them among other things. Mew's thoughts were turning towards the other defenders of the Archangel, and that included Tyler as he'd seen the Shadow. If the Shadow popping up didn't stand as a testament to where the teen's loyalties lie, Mew didn't think anything could say it better. Once this was all over, Mew would make sure the kid was welcomed back properly. If Nataro made a stink about Tyler coming back, then Mew would dress her down using rank if necessary. Tyler had defended the Archangel just as much as the rest, even had saved Mew's life a couple of times. The kid deserved respect and thanks, not suspicion and flack, which he'd gotten increasingly since coming back to the ship. Mew just wished that defending Tyler for his actions wasn't needed. Those were his thoughts as the recovery team reached him and Mew exited his cockpit. Lakis waited as the Sky Grasper was taken on board the ship as she would help get the Buster moving. Even as the recovery was going on, Lakis would glance intermittently at the Federation forcing ZAFT forces back. She was glad they were helping the Archangel even if there were different reasons they were doing so. Lakis knew there were treaties between the Federation and ZAFT that specifically with territory. And this battle was likely some sort of violation of the treaties, so ZAFT was going to have to answer for this. Thus the Federation was clearing out those that weren't supposed to be here nor causing trouble. Unfortunately, Cruzat would not likely face consequences for this incursion if his record was anything to go by. She hadn't forgotten the few rants her sister spouted about Cruzat and the frustrated tone that had come with them. Cruzat was good at deflecting blame, or just not be held responsible for what he did or the messes he created. When the recovery team reached the Buster, Lakis helped them get the suit onto the vehicle that would get it back to the ship. It took them a few minutes for the Buster to be loaded on the flatbed before the team started back toward the Archangel. Lakis walked the strike back following the recovery team, her thoughts turning towards Kira. She hadn't heard anything about him recently and she was beginning to be worried. There had been an explosion on one of the islands a little while ago, which hadn't been explained yet. Lakis didn't think Kira was involved, but a whisper in the back of her mind wouldn't be quiet about that. So the sooner she got back to the ship and saw Kira, the better she would feel. Then when Tyler got back, things would be as they should be and all could move forward. Dirka felt his mobile suit being moved, meaning that one side had gotten to where he was. With the Buster's cameras down, he couldn't see anything outside, so he couldn't tell who was picking him up. He would likely find out soon enough, but Dirka wasn't looking forward to what would come next. It was around 10 minutes later that there was a beeping, then a hiss before the buster's cockpit opened up. The next moment, Dirka found himself staring back at people with guns pointed at him. He saw that they were in Omni uniforms, which didn't bode well for him at all. Dirka had been kind of hoping for the Federation to be the ones to pick up the buster and not Omni. And as Dirka didn't have a gun himself, he did the one thing he could think of to preserve his life by raising his hands in surrender. He was ordered out of the cockpit, which he did as told before the soldiers surrounded him. Lakis watched as the ZAFT-suited guy was escorted out of the hangar, likely to one of the ship's brig cells. The pilot had cooperated, which she was glad he did, so he wasn't shot or threatened, just walked off. However, as she looked around the hangar, she didn't see the Asuka or the Shadow here yet. That got the whisper in the back of her mind to get louder, saying the explosion could have done something to hurt her friends. The very thought mortified her, and she didn't want to entertain or even consider the possibility. Tal had come back as she'd caught a glimpse of him, but the absence of Kira and Tyler brought pain to her heart. The view and experience she'd had gotten in the last few months of this war had opened her eyes. Lakis had assumed that Sakura just was gifted and fighting came easy for her in this war, but now she was regretting ever think that. Fighting for one's life was harder in practice than it had ever been in the abstract. Taking another life was horrible, and Lakis still was completely uncomfortable with anything to do with such. And yet, her older sister did so often to defend the plants and its citizens. Her mood when she would swing by home made much more sense to Lakis now. The mental and emotional baggage that this war thrust on a person was backbreaking, to put it mildly. And the next time Lakis saw Sakura, she would apologize for ever thinking that she had it easy or didn't have a hard job. Meanwhile, the Federation forces were continuing to fight ZAFT forces and drive them back. Cruzat had gained a frown the moment the sonar operator called out that Federation vessels had been detected. It was less than a minute later that their fighters appeared and put ZAFT mobile suits on the defensive. In fact, the Federation got ZAFT to leave the legged ship alone and only deal with them. There had been the customary warning shots, but then the subs became targets, which just made things worse. Cruzat didn't need to see the sensors to know that ZAFT was outnumbered and would be pushed back soon enough. He silently cursed the Federation for being so damned nosy and so stubborn at defending their territory. They'd had the legged ship on the ropes and could have finished it off in the next few minutes before the Federation's arrival. Lisa, Alan, and Luke had launched out when their turns came and joined the fight against ZAFT. Lisa was glancing around for any sign of the Shadow, as Tyler had gone off a while ago to help the Archangel. Federation fighters outnumbered ZAFT suits 3 almost 4-1 overall, which was enough to have the advantage. Lisa was helping, but she was searching for Tyler more than sending ZAFT on their way. ZAFT would be forced to account for this event, Federation High Command would make sure of that. However, Lisa was worried about Tyler, as he had been more than stressed, and that was rarely a good thing with him. Then an explosion occurred along the shoreline of one of the Orbs Islands, which were impossible to miss by those fighting. It wasn't long after that which ZAFT began falling back and taking the hint they were to move along. Lisa, Alan, and Luke were shortly assigned to join the search operation to assess the situation that the conflict between Omni forces and ZAFT had produced. Lisa was beginning to wonder seriously what had happened the longer the search went on. Tyler was certainly not an amateur pilot, far from it. He was ranked in the top 10 pilots within the Human Federation, 3rd specifically. Most didn't have a clue that he was that good, though it was mostly due to how well he did when he used his seed factor. Lisa was fairly sure that Tyler would have used that ability in this instance. The lives of his friends were at stake after all. Then there was the explosion on the shoreline earlier. Little was known about what had caused that, and with the size of the blast, it would take a sizable charge to produce that. The only thing that Lisa could think up that would have enough explosive power would be the charge that was built into the Alliance prototypes. It was as Lisa flew along the shoreline where the explosion had happened, she got her first view of the results of the event. Debris was spread over a large distance and seemed to be made up of metal and rock. The bigger pieces told the story better and helped view the picture of what had happened. Clearly, there had been a battle between different mobile suits here, too, by the amount of debris and shrapnel. As Lisa spotted a few of the larger chunks, she moved her fighter closer and came to land on the ground near the wreckage to get a closer view. At the same time, Kira was making his way back silently, not engaging in the battle that was still going. The Federation had quickly taken control of the battle and put ZAFT on the defensive and got their attention off the Archangel. Kira was grateful for the Federation drawing ZAFT's attention off the ship, but his heart was in too much pain to show that. The fact that Tyler was gone bounced around his head and wouldn't leave him alone. Kira knew Tyler was more a friend than most could ever be, but he hadn't thought he'd go so far. Yes, Tyler had said multiple times that he would do absolutely anything for Kira and a thrun. Kira had never abused that privilege, and he saw Tyler's statement about being there for him as a privilege. Nonetheless, Kira had not thought Tyler would go to the point that he would put his life on the line and give it without hesitation to save Kira's own. And it was only now that Tyler was gone that Kira realized how much he depended on Tyler and how much of an anchor he'd been. Kira's mouth was completely dry by the time he reached the Archangel and words weren't working for him. The silence hung over Kira as he came into the hangar and moved to his suit's assigned dock. Once out of the Asuka's cockpit, Kira glanced around the hangar and saw the strike was back in its dock, and that was at least one good thing. It didn't help the pain go away, but it did take off the edge a little bit. If both Lakis and Tyler had been killed, Kira didn't think he could handle losing both of them at the same time. It was heart-wrenching to lose Tyler, he couldn't handle more pain on top of it right now. Kira came down via the zip line, his helmet was left back in the cockpit. He was only vaguely aware of the environment around him as the pain in his heart was taking most of his attention. The world around him seemed empty and hollow, almost like colors and other elements were taken out of it. Lakis had been overjoyed to see the Asuka coming into the hangar, it got the whisper in her mind to be much quieter. Tyler was likely out helping the Federation get ZAFT to leave before he would return to the Archangel. She was making her way over towards the Asuka as Kira came down to the hangar deck. Yet, Lakis's joy faded a margin when she saw Kira's eyes and she blinked hoping she had just imagined things. However, Kira's eyes were still hollow-looking, like the lights were on but no one was really there. The expression scared her quite a bit and her worry from before came back to her heart instantly. Lakis moved to be in front of Kira and took his hands and held them and found he was trembling, which didn't comfort her at all. His facial expression made Kira appear completely lost and not seem to be aware of it. "Kira," Lakis uttered, "what's wrong? What's happened?" It was as if Lakis appeared out of nowhere for Kira, the world around him was so cold right now. It was like he was moving through icy water while trying to concentrate and having trouble doing that along with anything else. But Kira managed to meet her gaze, yet when he opened his mouth, nothing came out of it. The pain roared for absolute attention by thoughts going through his mind that it was his fault Tyler was dead. Lakis was afraid for Kira, he wasn't speaking and now tears were coming out of the corners of his hollow eyes. This was the worst she'd ever seen him and it made her terrified of whatever could have put Kira in this state. Kira shook his head to get the accusations of him being at fault for Tyler's fate to be muffled and took a breath. "He," muttered in a strained and quiet voice, "he saved me." Lakis was trying to figure out what Kira was talking about as he wasn't making sense with his words. In the back of her mind, the whisper came back louder harping that Kira was talking about Tyler. However, Lakis dismissed that thought as potential truth. Tyler wouldn't be dead, he was too important to those on the Archangel. But that Kira had needed saving made Lakis worried that he could have been near the explosion that had happened earlier. "What are you talking about, Kira?" Lakis asked evenly. "Who saved you, Kira?" Kira barely heard Lakis's question, the event of Tyler coming in and saving him was playing through his mind. He couldn't get the images to stop flashing in his brain over and over, which made the pain worse. And as the images kept flashing through his head, Kira's mouth began iterating what he was seeing. "He came out of nowhere," he uttered, "and then he pushed me out of the way." Lakis was getting more worried every moment she had to see Kira like this, and that worry was morphing into horror. Kira kept going as she was starting to connect the dots. "He took the attack that was meant for me." By this time, all in the hangar had gone silent, the quiet was more than eerie but due to the quiet, all could hear Kira. All the mechanics were gazing at the young coordinator wondering what was going on, even Murdoch. Tall was staring transfixed at Kira never having heard his friend's voice as it was now, the pain was unmistakable. Mew was silent as he waited for Kira to get out what he was trying to say. However, he had a bad feeling about whatever Kira was talking about, the inkling wouldn't leave him. In fact, Mew moved an amount closer so that he could hear better and figure out what the kid was referring to. Lakis, on the other hand, gripped Kira's shoulders and asked what she feared, but she had to know. "Who are you talking about, Kira?" The question registered somewhere in Kira, but it was a part of him that was being ignored for the pain in his heart. The accusation in his mind had climbed to a roar and wouldn't be silenced any longer. His voice gave heed to the roar and Kira couldn't stop himself. "It's," he muttered, his voice breaking, "it's my fault." Hearing himself say it stabbed at Kira's heart, for he couldn't say he didn't play at least a part in Tyler's fate. It was because Athrun and he had been fighting each other and had come to the point they were admittedly attempting to kill one another. Because of that, Tyler had gotten between them and been killed and was now gone forever. There was not a sound in the hangar after Kira's statement, all had heard it and none could come up with a response. Lakis was terrified that the growing whisper in her mind was true that Kira was talking about Tyler. And if he was, then something extremely horrible had happened to him to put Kira in this state. Still, Lakis shook Kira a bit to hopefully bring him out of his current low, it was dangerous. She didn't like Kira being like this, it scared her to her core and she didn't want that to happen. Kira then lifted his head and looked straight at her. "It's all my fault that Tyler," but Kira's voice caught in his throat and he stopped. Lakis froze at hearing Tyler's name, her fears now fully becoming panic and terror swelling up in her. If Kira was implying what she was afraid he was, then she didn't know what to say or do. Lakis was terrified that Kira was saying that Tyler had been killed in some way in this battle and that perhaps Kira had been forced to witness it. Tyler in no way deserved to die, he was a good person, and the world needed as many of those types as it could get. Yes, he had his flaws, but everyone had some, so shouldn't count against him. Pain flooded from her heart to the rest of her as the realization began sinking in. Mew moved forward, not liking where this conversation was going at all. Tyler was more than likely out helping the Federation as a member of its military. The chances the kid had been taken down by ZAFT were slim to none. Tyler had proven he was no easy target. The Archangel was lucky to have had such a pilot helping them. Now listen, Kira, I saw the shadow out there myself, Mew began, and your friend was sending ZAFT packing proficiently, I might add. I would bet he is out there helping the Federation mopping up things from the fight. Lakis wanted to believe Lieutenant La Flaga that Tyler was outside helping with the cleanup, but Kira's expression said otherwise. Kira wouldn't be as he was right now if he wasn't convinced well beyond a reasonable doubt that what he said was true. In fact, Kira's whole body began shaking after Mew had spoken, though he said nothing. Tal then stepped forward. Kira, Ty will come back, you just wait, he said as confidently as he could. I still need to thank him for saving me, so Ty will be back, he always is there when you need him. The pain within him could no longer be kept inside as much as Kira didn't want others to know. This pain was the worst he'd ever experienced, and it was more than he could handle anymore. So, Kira's head snapped back up, tears were freely flowing from the corners of his eyes, a twisted and pained expression marring his face. No. He was here, and because of me he's gone and won't be coming back. All in the hangar kept watching with growing horror to what Kira was saying as he continued. Tyler is dead, he sacrificed himself to save me, he bellowed, then Kira sunk to his knees, quiet sobs starting to rack him after shouting. The pain Lakis was feeling grew as it was clear that Kira believed what he said about Tyler being dead. Kira wouldn't joke about this, which only led to it being the truth. Tyler was gone forever. Lakis felt tears begin to stream from her eyes, and she could do nothing to stop them. Whether Tyler knew it or not, he was an anchor for his friends, and his presence would be more than just missed. Kira was just the first that would be lost without Tyler being there, the rest of their group would follow in some fashion. No, Lakis whispered, he can't be, then she dropped to the floor next to Kira and broke down crying. As the fact that Tyler had been killed sunk in with those in the hangar, there were mixed reactions. For the mechanics, they began muttering in disbelief to one another, not believing the idea. McGregor had been the best pilot the Archangel had, there was not really much contest at that point. The mock battles had proven Tyler was a really good pilot, no matter what he used to prove it. So, if ZAFT had managed to beat him, the chances for the ship became much bleaker than ever before. Murdoch was also in a state of disbelief as his boys were about McGregor. The kid had been an inspiration for several on the ship, even if the officers didn't agree with it. For him to be called a traitor had been a serious blow, but being defeated was much worse in the end. McGregor was defeated, Murdoch whispered somberly, I didn't think any of us would see the day that would happen. All the mechanics bowed their heads in respect and were silent at their chief's remark, agreeing with him. Mew didn't want to believe it, but Kira certainly did, and the kid didn't know how to lie well at all Mew had found. But the idea of Tyler being dead, while it made Mew sad, it also made him furious at the same time. Tyler was one of those kinds of individuals that had the potential to make a difference. Heck, the kid may have been able to play a part in finally ending this damn war that had dragged on. If there had been a chance, then Mew would have done anything to help that kid to end this tiring war. Yet now, that possibility was snuffed out before it could shine, and that angered Mew. How many like Tyler had been taken from the world before they could leave a legacy? In the end, Mew punched a fist into the nearest scaffolding. Damn it, he shouted in anger. Why does it always have to be those who could help change things for the better that die because of this damn war? Tal, who was normally chatty in a given conversation, was silent entirely at learning Tyler was gone. He didn't know what to think about Tyler dying, other than of course he wasn't right or nice. Tal knew that while Kira was taking it the hardest right now, he wouldn't be the only one in their group that would take this badly. Mirelia, Sai, and Kuzi would be crushed just like Tal were about this. Tyler had been someone they could depend on and normally did, more than Tal had thought now that he considered. And Tal had planned to thank Tyler for saving his life, yet now he couldn't with Tyler being dead. So, Tal slipped out of the hangar to go and tell the others about what had happened. Lakis had somehow moved into an embrace with Kira, and he had held her as they had both shed tears for their fallen friend. Their lives wouldn't be the same without Tyler in it, and they both knew that without a doubt. And yet, after Kira had calmed down a bit, he noticed there was a third machine in one of the suit docks. It only took a moment for Kira to realize it was the Buster, which didn't make any sense to him. But then, Kira had been busy with the duel at first, then the Aegis after that, so he hadn't had much time to see where the stolen machines were. The Buster was damaged, though not seriously by what Kira could tell. What is the Buster doing here? Kira asked. Chief Murdoch glanced at the Buster, then over at Kira. Oh, that, according to what Lakis said, the shadow whipped the Buster and then destroyed its lifter. We picked it up once the Federation got here and started driving ZAFT back and off of us. When the Buster got on board, the ZAFT pilot was extracted after he surrendered. I would guess the soldiers took the kid off in one of the brig cells, he replied. Thought McGregor would end out in one of those cells before anyone else honestly. Meanwhile, Lisa landed close to the shrapnel zone that the explosion had created so she could look it over more carefully. After her fighter was on standby, she popped open the cockpit and proceeded to the ground via the wing. She removed her helmet hopefully to get a better look as her helmet's visor wouldn't help in this. Lisa approached the nearest collection of parts and scanned it to try and identify what she was seeing. The field of debris was scattered in the area of the explosion mostly, though there were scraps a little outside of that range. However, within a minute, Lisa could identify enough of the wreckage to know one of the machines involved had been the Shadow. The rest made her think the X-303 Aegis was the most likely to have been the other in the explosion. Yet, that didn't make much sense, as the pilot of the Aegis was one of Tyler's friends. She couldn't imagine any circumstances that would pit Tyler against any of his friends. Tyler would disagree upon things, but he didn't let such come to a head which may require a fight to settle it. So what could have happened in the 13 to 14 minutes that Tyler had been gone from the Federation task force? But the reasoning was not the most important thing right now, it was searching for survivors. The explosion hadn't appeared nice, but there was a slim chance that someone could have survived. And if there was one that you could count on to beat impossible odds, Tyler was your guy hands down. Nevertheless, the sound of voices drew Lisa's attention before she could start searching for any clues about Tyler. She glanced over in the direction that they were coming from and saw a group approaching where she was. Lisa saw several children a distance away, most of them watching her and whispering to each other. Some of the children were trying to hide and others weren't attempting to do so at all. There had been nothing in reports to suggest there could be innocent bystanders to the battle that had been wrapped up. But they could have witnessed some of the battle and have the information she didn't. Lisa approached them. "Did any of you see what happened here?" she asked. Lisa turned and focused on a man that appeared behind the kids, and when he had, many of the children flocked to him. He was around average height, had black hair, was wearing a long-sleeve jacket with a tan shirt underneath. His eyes were closed and a few of the children were guiding him forward, so Lisa assumed that the man was blind. She removed her helmet before continuing, "My name is Lisa Malto, I'm a pilot of the Federation military, I'm here inspecting what happened here. Can any of you give me a summary of the events that occurred please?" Reverend Malchio had been working on keeping the children he was watching overcome, which had been a difficult task. The battle between ZAFT and Omni that had started recently had frightened the children immensely. Malchio couldn't figure out why the two sides would fight one another around here since it was Orb territory, which now meant it was under the Federation's watch. The announcement had come a month ago from Lord Atha, which come as no surprise to Reverend Malchio. Orb was so similar to the Human Federation in its policy and views, it made sense to join the Federation. It should have made things safer rather than more dangerous. ZAFT and the Alliance tended to stay out of Federation territory as the Federation's military patrolled its territory. Nevertheless, the children had told him of the fighting since he couldn't see it being blind. And what they had described hadn't been pleasant to listen to as the battle didn't sound good. The fighting was a distance away, so the orphans and himself shouldn't be in immediate danger, but such could change in a heartbeat. Then there had been a loud explosion nearby which had terrified all the children who had rallied around him. Many of the children had been crying after the boom, begging for the scary things to stop. It had been minutes later that one of the older kids had said they were seeing plans appearing outside. That told Malchio that Federation forces had arrived and would likely settle the fight between the Alliance and ZAFT. Once that was happening, some of the orphans began going outside again and looking around. There had been wreckage spread around a short distance away from the orphanage according to the children. By what they described to Malchio, it sounded like they were seeing damaged parts of mobile suits. And now a Federation pilot was here asking for information about what had happened. It made Malchio wonder what was really going on and what that explosion had been before. The voice had sounded female and had held no malice, more desperation if Malchio heard right. "Indeed, miss, we did happen to hear and witness some of this horrible battle that took place," he replied. "We were trying to understand what was going on outside as it sounded like a great battle was going on." Lisa looked at the man one more and noticed his eyes were closed, which could mean he was blind. The kids around him did appear to be leading him, which would agree with the assessment that he was blind. Lisa had heard that some of the citizens of Orb did also live on the smaller islands that were in the territory. "Yes, a battle did happen nearby," Lisa acknowledged. "I'm one of those trying to gather information to see the full impact." Reverend Malchio nodded in comprehension. "I can understand the need of such, miss," he returned. "But forgive me for not introducing myself, I'm known as Reverend Malchio. As to what happened, we heard the sounds of the battle going on from the orphanage we live at. I kept the children inside as I felt it would be safer to do for them with all the fighting. But then, there was a loud boom and a bright light by what the children said, and that scared them a great deal. After that, the sounds of battle came back but farther away than before. Some of the older children said they saw planes that I believe would be Federation fighters appearing. Beyond that, we have been looking around to see what has happened before meeting you, miss." While the discussion between Lisa and Reverend Malchio was going on, some of the older kids were exploring the wreckage nearby. They were watching over the younger kids as Malchio had always taught them to do. And once some of the younger kids found a large boulder, they got the older kids to come to take a look. The oldest among them looked at what had been found and knew it wasn't a boulder, not with the straight sides it had. And it looked to have wires and other globs of metal all over it which rocks didn't have. The oldest kid told the others to not climb on the object as it was too dangerous right now. At the same time, another was looking at the object more closely and said they saw something inside it. After that, the whole group started back to Reverend Malchio to tell him about what they had found. Lisa was going to ask further, but a group of children came into view chattering about something as they got closer. Reverend Malchio could hear the approaching kids though couldn't tell what they were saying. "Reverend Malchi," one of the younger children called, "there's a big mound over there." One of the older kids nodded. "It isn't a boulder since it has flat sides and looks to have wires and metal on it." Another child stepped forward. There also seemed to be something inside the object. Malchio cocked his head to the side. "Why not show us what you are talking about? Your descriptions aren't clear." The whole group including Lisa began to follow the group of children as they turned around and led the way back to the object they'd found. Lisa instantly saw that the mound that had been referred to was, as far as she could tell, a good portion of the torso section of the shadow. The torso was definitely damaged with the outer plating mostly gone, leaving much of the framework that surrounded the cockpit. Such suggested that the cockpit could have made it through the explosion and protected the pilot somewhat. The components of the machine were still around where they were supposed to be, not necessarily where they had been placed during the construction. A number of those components were melted and unrecognizable, also forming a layer of melted material between the inside of the cockpit and the outside world. But there were gaps that Lisa saw that might reach the cockpit itself, and it meant there was hope. So, Lisa moved forward, climbed up, and hoisted herself to the front of the machine, which was facing upward, and began scanning with a critical eye. It was a miracle that the cockpit was in any way intact after the explosion. However, she saw something through the gaps, but it was too vague to make out. Lisa reached into the largest gap she could find and felt around to hopefully identify what she had seen. Lisa touched something, and after feeling for a moment, she realized it was an arm, likely Tyler's. Yet, after going to his wrist and putting 2 fingers there to feel for a pulse and make sure he was alive, Lisa felt a pulse which she was grateful for, but it was dangerously faint. Tyler needed medical help and required it as soon as possible if he was to live for much longer. The issue was getting to Tyler would require cutting tools and time to do so safely, and Tyler needed no more complications. But a recovery team needed to be called, so Lisa quickly tapped out a command on her right arm control pad. Lisa used her COMM to get into contact with the Lapis class as they were the lead ship of the group that had come. "This is Lieutenant Malto," she stated in a calm manner that she didn't feel herself, so it took her effort to keep calm as she was. "I need a medical evac ASAP at my location. I have a Federation pilot in critical condition." There was a confirmation from the other end, which left Lisa to wait for the recovery team to be deployed and arrive. She had mentioned after saying Tyler was in critical condition that the team would need cutting tools. Then Lisa had to keep her worry down as she waited for those that could get Tyler out to come. On the Lapis class carrier, the rescue team quickly loaded their equipment including plasma cutting tools, as cutting tools had been requested specifically. It was assumed that the pilot in bad condition had been some way involved in or caught up in the explosion seen earlier. The helicopter lifted off the flight deck minutes after the report came in and everything was loaded. The aircraft climbed before it began heading to the coordinates given and traveling as fast as they could. It was several long minutes later, which seemed much longer to Lisa than there should have been, before the sound of the helicopter came to her ears. Reverend Malchio gathered and calmed down the children who were either excited or scared at the moment as the aircraft became visible to those waiting. The helicopter came into land nearby the wreckage field in a large clear area. The second the helicopter's skids were less than a foot from the ground, members of the rescue team began jumping out and rushing towards the remains of the Shadow's torso. 2 of the people had plasma cutting tools by what Lisa saw, and she was glad they were rushing to get to work. Tyler didn't have the luxury to wait as his life was in the balance and his chances got worse the longer it took to get him help. Reverend Malchio kept the children back from those that were working, making sure they stayed out of the way of the rescuers. The 2 with the cutting tools wasted no time and began slicing away the metal that was between the outside and Tyler. The children were watching with interest as they had never seen the cutting tools being used, but they remained back with Reverend Malchio. Lisa also saw others bringing a stretcher over from when those cutting got through to the cockpit itself. And it took around 20 minutes for those working to get into the cockpit area, as they couldn't just slice directly to it. Were the cutters to go straight down, it could injure Tyler more, and that was too much a risk. However, once the cockpit was reached, the 2 cutters called down to those waiting to help them. A makeshift ramp had been made while the cutters had been working so the accessway would be easily reached. Lisa saw 4 working on bringing out something, hopefully, Tyler, as he should be the only thing inside. She held her breath for a long moment until she saw Tyler's body hoisted out of the wreckage. He was carried down by 3 while the 4th followed them as they headed for the stretcher. Lisa moved forward toward the stretcher to make sure Tyler was still alive and to see how bad a shape he was in. And as she approached, the chattering of the medical personnel didn't comfort Lisa at all, as the tone said things weren't good. The children also walked forward to get a better look at what was going on with Reverend Malchio right behind them. Lisa reached the rescue team before the kids did, and she was shocked and horrified at what she saw. Around half of Tyler's pilot suit still remained on his body, if not less overall, and that was being optimistic. Some of what was left of his pilot suit were melted to his skin, and most of the electronics that were integrated into the suit were gone. While the parts of Tyler's body that had been exposed after the suit was burned/melted away were visibly burned and were a terrible sight to witness. Reverend Malchio listened to what the children were saying when they came to a stop. They were talking about the man on the stretcher who had been taken out of the wreckage. What they described was more than worrisome in Malchio's mind, as it didn't paint a pleasant picture. The man was burned, and badly so, and whatever he'd been wearing was almost gone, and the pieces that were left were stuck to him. It sounded like this man had been burned badly, and his clothing had been fused to him by whatever he'd been around. After listening to the children's mutterings, Reverend Malchio spoke to the woman that had come inspecting. "It sounds like your colleague came off rather the worse from the explosion. My condolences to you, Miss Malto." Lisa would normally thank the man for his concern, but she was more worried about Tyler at the moment. However, she identified the leader of the rescue team and went up to him asking how Tyler was. She was told that preliminary examinations were not promising, but Tyler was alive right now, yet would need serious medical attention quickly. Tyler would be flown to Orb's mainland to their top hospital for that help shortly. Lisa acknowledged the information and let the rescue team take Tyler back to the helicopter so he could go. She intended to follow in her fighter in the next few minutes, but she needed to contact Luke and Alan and update them on what was going on. But before Lisa could return to her fighter, Malchio called to her, "Miss Malto, if you could wait just a moment and talk to me, I think I can help." Lisa stopped and looked at the man, wondering what help he could offer for Tyler or herself at the moment. As Tyler would be unavailable for a time while he was stabilized, it couldn't hurt to listen to potential help in Lisa's view. So, she turned to face Reverend Malchio. "What kind of help are you offering?" Lisa asked. "I'm not trying to be rude, but the one extracted is a friend who is in quite a bit of trouble right now. And I feel that those like him are needed if this war is to come to an end, so I want to do what I can to make sure he lives." Malchio could understand worrying about a friend, which clearly this woman was doing. Whether the young man that was flown off could do what the woman said was another matter, but Malchio believed it should be given a chance. And if the young man's life could be saved in Orb, he would need time to recover with the injuries described to him. Malchio didn't think that time for recovery would be found on Earth right now with the war going the way it was. However, the plants were peaceful right now and shouldn't be directly involved in the war for the near future. It was the ideal place for one to get the time to rest and recover as best as possible from serious injury. And Malchio believed he could have Siegel Klein to help in this, as the man had a big heart. "Should and when your friend is stabilized, he will need time to recover his strength," he started. "I can't see him getting that here on Earth with the fighting as it is, so it would be best for him to do so elsewhere." It wasn't that Lisa disagreed. Tyler would need a place to recover and the time to do so. However, there wasn't a place that the war wasn't affecting and so wouldn't be safe for one to recover around that she could think of. So, while the suggestion was a nice thought, it wasn't practical. "You have a point, nowhere on Earth is very safe right now with the war." Lisa paused for a moment. "So, where would you suggest?" It was easy to hear the stress in the young woman's voice, which implied the one that had been flown off was more than just a friend. Malchio could understand being concerned for a friend. The war had taken so many good people, including some friends of his. "I would suggest going to the plants, as they are not directly being affected by the war right now. Your friend can get the time he needs to recover there. I can make arrangements with some I know there to accommodate you and your friend for the time needed." Lisa's thoughts had not even gone near the plants, mostly since she had promised she wouldn't go back to them. It had been a little over 5 years since she had left the colonies that she had been born at. Her exodus had occurred after the worst fight with the man that had been her father. Lisa had changed her name after leaving to not be reminded of her former home and not be tempted to go back. Nonetheless, if it would help Tyler, then Lisa would do what she could, even going back to the place she said she would never go to. Lisa ended out sighing after a long moment. "You make a good point. If you could make arrangements, that would be very much appreciated." After saying that, Lisa jogged back to her fighter and got into the cockpit before she lifted off. Lisa set her course to Orb's capital Alofate, where their best hospital was and where Tyler would have been taken. She landed at the Orb's military base that was on the eastern edge of the city, where her fighter could be kept while she checked in on Tyler. When Lisa got to the hospital, she was informed that Tyler was in the emergency room being worked on currently. As Lisa waited, Luke and Alan did join her after they had finished helping with the cleanup of ZAFT. During the wait, Lisa sent in a report to Federation High Command about Tyler and asked for some means of transportation to elsewhere for recovery. Hours went by before news of Tyler finally came, yet there was little good news brought. Tyler's condition had been stabilized for the time being. However, he was far from okay or even coherent. He had injuries all over his body. The burns had been fixed as best as it was possible, though that was only one of the many problems Tyler faced now. He had lost an amount of blood, which had been replaced already with 2 blood transfusions. Tyler was also still unconscious and there was no estimation as to when he would possibly wake up if he did at all. The doctor's prognosis wasn't comforting at all to Tyler's teammates as he had been their leader in recent events. It was then Lisa got a message back from Federation High Command and she had to read it 3 times to make sure she wasn't seeing wrong. The higher UPS had authorized the use of a Hermes-class shuttle and that said quite a bit on them not wanting to lose Tyler. Hermes-class shuttles were not craft used every day by just anyone, normally only employed for serious emergencies. They could ascend to space by using a mass driver and in a quarter of the time that a normal shuttle did. They could also travel faster than most spacecraft and were protected by solid treaties between the 3 factions. It was due to the shuttle's design that allowed it to be as quick as it was. The Hermes class was the only craft that was Federation designed that all the factions could use if their reasons qualified. So that Federation High Command would say it was necessary was quite a surprise to Lisa and the others. It would certainly get Tyler to the plants as fast as it was possible as the Hermes class could do the journey in 10 hours. Lisa explained to Luke and Alan about what Reverend Malchio was arranged by his own words. In the middle of her explanation, a call came to Lisa's COMM unit and it showed it was Reverend Malchio. She answered the call and the man told her he'd made arrangements for her to take Tyler to Aprilius 1 for recovery. Lisa relayed to Malchio that she would be arriving there via a Hermes-class shuttle once her friend was ready to be moved. Lisa resumed talking with Luke and Alan telling them to keep an eye on things while she and Tyler were away. They acknowledged they would do their best to keep watch before they all parted ways. Tyler was prepared for transport with portable life support hooked to him before being moved from the hospital. At the same time, Uzumi Itha was at his desk going over reports for the day, among which were the ones about the recent battle around the Marshall Islands. It had been ZAFT going against the Omni ship the Archangel, which was being mopped up currently by Federation forces. It was one of the benefits Orb had been seeing with joining the Federation, issues were settled quickly and lives were protected. However, Uzumi paused as a priority alert came in, which stated it was from Onogora. When he brought up the message, he blinked as it said that a Hermes-class shuttle was to be loaded to the Kagaya mass driver for launch. Orb had one Hermes-class shuttle, which the Federation had shipped here after Orb joined. The shuttle type was only used for genuine emergencies and nothing else, so for them to be requested and authorized was rare. Uzumi accessed the information network to find out why the shuttle had been authorized and potentially for whom. It was one perk he had as Orb's leader, he could access information others couldn't when he saw the need. He was further shocked that the shuttle was approved by the Federation Admiral Ben Moses himself. Yet, Uzumi's heart skipped a beat when he saw who the shuttle was authorized for, which was Tyler McGregor. The report said the young man had been critically injured and was being transported to the plants. He could only wonder if Ellen knew her son was hurt, he doubted it for the moment. And he couldn't call himself her friend if he said nothing about this to her. So, Uzumi told his secretary to not disturb him for some time as he was making a call. Ellen was at her desk doing the daily work she normally did, nothing out of the ordinary for her today. Then a call came in for her and she was somewhat surprised to see Uzumi on the vid screen. Uzumi, Ellen started, to what do I owe the unexpected call today? Uzumi wasn't fond of giving bad news, more so to a friend of his, but he wouldn't let Ellen be kept in the dark. Ellen, I wish I could say this is a social call to talk about the stresses of running a nation, as we both know how that goes. Ellen was wondering what her friend was getting at. She assumed this wasn't a social call, Uzumi did those differently. But a feeling was creeping into her heart that bad news was coming, which she didn't want. So, Ellen sighed. I take it you have bad news of some sort, she questioned. If so, then please just get it out so I can deal with it. Uzumi took a deep breath. I wouldn't doubt you heard about the battle between ZAFT and Omni that happened in Orb territory. Ellen nodded as she had read the report about that within the last hour. ZAFT had been foolish with their actions, and the plant's Supreme Council would be answering what the one responsible was thinking. Yet, Uzumi continued, due to the effects of that, a Hermes-class shuttle has been requested moments ago. Ellen was worried to hear that. Hermes-class shuttles were rarely a good sign when requested and authorized. But before she could ask, Uzumi kept going. The shuttle was approved and being loaded to Kagaya. Uzumi paused. From what I read, it is for Tyler. Ellen's head snapped up at hearing her son's name, studying Uzumi's eyes, and seeing he wasn't joking. This was one of her worst fears, hearing about Tyler being hurt badly if not killed because of this war. And now she was facing the possibility she could lose him. It made it hard to keep her cool calm. She was glad Uzumi was telling her this, rather than another giving her some report about it. Bad news coming from a friend was somewhat more bearable than getting it from others. I see, Ellen managed to say, thank you for telling me, Uzumi. I'm no less worried, but it still is nicer to hear this from you. Uzumi could see tears coming from Ellen's eyes. That is why I called you as soon as I found out, Ellen. Uzumi paused for a moment. Know that Tyler will be in my prayers until he pulls through. Ellen nodded. Thanks, it is appreciated, Uzumi. Meanwhile, The aircraft Lisa was on with Tyler arrived at the Kaguya facility in 15 minutes after leaving the airport they had gone to for transport. The moment Lisa exited the plane, she saw the Hermes-class shuttle was being equipped with boosters. The Hermes class was bigger than normal shuttles were by 1.5 times. That was due to the larger fuel tanks on the Hermes as well as the engines it carried. The Hermes had its cabin in the center with the 2 large slanted wings that came from the back central structure. The craft's engines were in groups of 4, one group at the end of each wing and the final group in the rear of the center section. Each engine was comparable with half of ZAFT ship's engine output themselves. And while Tyler was being ready to load onto the shuttle, Lisa managed to find a standard Federation military uniform for herself. She was to be the escort officer for Tyler while around the plants. Lisa could get other supplies when she arrived at Aprilis 1, so the uniform was enough. Once on board the shuttle, Lisa stopped by the cockpit to talk with the pilots. "Excuse me," she greeted. The flight captain turned to see Lisa. "Assume you're the escort officer for the one we are transporting, ma'am," he replied. "Captain Morris, hearing that we're heading for the plants?" Lisa nodded. "Yes, I am the escort officer, the destination is specifically Aprilis 1, Captain," she returned. Captain Morris turned forward. "Understood, ma'am, Aprilis 1 it is." It was 5 minutes later that the shuttle was ready for launch from Kaguya. The Mass Driver Control Center ordered a hold on all other aircraft so that the Hermes wouldn't have any in their way. It was part of the Hermes protocol, the shuttles took all priority and were to be given precedence. The shuttle raced down Kaguya's track with its center engine group igniting halfway down the tracks. The Hermes rocketed upward after being flung off Kaguya and activated its other engines along with the plasma boosters on its wings. Lisa was relaxing to counteract the G-force that was coming of the Hermes. She knew that Tyler would be secured and so wouldn't move at all with the ascent into space. And though she wasn't looking forward to going to the plants, it would help Tyler. Honestly, Lisa hoped that fate wasn't against her and have her bump into her father while around the colonies. While that was going on, Kagali was coming back to check on the ZAFT soldier that her group had brought in hours ago. She wanted answers as to what ZAFT had been doing around the Marshall Islands when they shouldn't be there. And with things as they were, the ZAFT pilot would be sent back to Carpentaria once he was cleared. So the window for getting information was closing quickly and Kagali wouldn't give up so easily. At the same time, Athranzela woke up in a bed, and a quick glance around the room told him that he was in a hospital somewhere. He was still numb from the images of what happened to the shadow being destroyed going through his head. But before he could figure out what was going on, the door to the room opened and Athran found himself looking at the blonde girl from before. Kagali saw the guy was awake and didn't waste time. "Finally awake then are you?" she said evenly. "Perhaps now you can tell me what happened out on the battlefield that wasn't supposed to be there in the first place." It was a loaded question if ever there was one, and Athran didn't know where to begin on how things had come to be what they were. Athran had lost the plot about how hunting the Archangel had ended out causing the battle that had gotten Tyler killed. Heck, he didn't even know where he was now or what would happen to him. "Where am I?" Athran asked. "I'm still gathering my thoughts as to what is going on." Kagali was irritated that this guy wasn't answering her question of what had happened. She could understand the confusion of waking up in a strange place, she really could. However, there were questions to be answered and the sooner they were the better. So, Kagali figured that if she tell him where he was, that maybe he would be more cooperative. "You're in a hospital in the Orb Union on the mainland," she returned. "You were brought here after you fainted when my group found you." Athran figured that he was in Orb. It made logical sense all things considered with where he had been. It didn't change what he had done, which he wished it did, but Athran couldn't undo what he had done. Tyler was gone. As much as Athran would give anything for that to not be so, it was a fact now. Athran had never meant to do that, but his actions had brought about Tyler's end, and he regretted it. So, all Athran could think to do was exhaled in horrible acceptance. "I see," he muttered. Kagali was losing her patience on this, so pinned the guy with her eyes. "Who are you and what happened out there?" she demanded in a slightly louder voice. "My name is Athranzela, I'm a pilot in the ZAFT military," he said. "As for what happened, it's complicated and getting more so the longer I consider things." While what this Athran said about things being complicated could be true, that wasn't an answer. "I'm Kagali Eula Atha," she introduced herself. "And no matter how complicated that fight may have been, you can give some explanation." Athran was a tad stunned that the girl next to the bed he was in happened to be the so-called Princess of Orb. Her father Uzumi Nara Atha was seen to be the leader of the Orb Union as the man was the head of its ruling council. And with Orb being a part of the Federation now, dealing with Orb had changed. It meant that Athran would be returned to likely Carpentaria soon enough once he recovered. So, he didn't have to answer questions, but he couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. And as Kagali kept gazing at him, Athran decided it would work out to do as she had asked and tell her what had happened on the battlefield. So, he began by giving a short summary of the battle that had occurred. He kept his voice flat and even as he spoke, yet Athran noted that Kagali had some type of interest in the Archangel and those involved with the ship. Kagalai had heard the rumors and read some of the reports about the Archangel being chased by ZAFT. Why ZAFT had such an interest in the ship, she couldn't begin to guess, but for that to bring ZAFT into Federation territory, that was odd. But as Athrun talked about fighting the machine that Kira piloted, Kagalai paid close attention. Athrun kept going even if he paused from time to time during his recounting. What got Kagalai was tears were flowing from the guy's eyes as he kept talking. It was weird to watch and made her think that he had been forcing himself to fight in the battle. When he came to the explosion, he nearly broke down as he stated a different mobile suit was destroyed along with his own. Kagalai ended out shaking the guy to get him to talk. He hadn't said what happened to Kira. What happened to Kira Yamato, she demanded, where did he go, damn it? Athrun was feeling the weight of guilt, that it was his fault that his friend Tyler was dead now, the pain coursing through him made sure he didn't forget that fact. And Athrun couldn't forgive himself for what he did no matter how it had come to be. Yet, the question from Kagalai caught him off guard, for until now, he hadn't thought about Kira. That brought on a fresh and new wave of pain, that he hadn't even considered his remaining best friend. I don't know what happened to him. I would guess that he returned to the Archangel, still completely blind to the fact that he's being used. Athrun paused for a moment. Omni is going to do horrible things to him sometime in the near future and he had no idea what is coming. It was a full day later that the Archangel came into port at Orb's mainland for resupply and repairs. The arrival of the Archangel in the Orb Union was a quiet and solemn affair. Orb's government had permitted the Archangel to dock so that the ship could be resupplied and get repairs done that came from the most recent combat they had seen. By that point, the news of Tyler's actions and ultimate fate spread like wildfire throughout the Archangel. The Heliopolis volunteers took the news by far the hardest of those on the ship. Mirialia broke down crying when Tal had told her about Tyler being killed and was inconsolable. Tal was quiet, which was different for him as he was talkative most of the time he was awake and not on duty with Natarl. Sai and Kuzi said nothing, but it was clear that they felt the loss of their friend like the others did. None of them could believe Tyler was gone from their lives, yet the fact couldn't be proven false. Even the officers of the vessel were melancholy at the news of Tyler's fate. Most were in disbelief that Tyler had been taken down, the kid had been the best pilot they had. The loss of the Shadow was even worse than it had been when it was thought to be left back in the Republic. Natarl Badgeruel was no exception to the melancholy, she too showed signs of regret, perhaps of her accusation of Tyler McGregor. For him to be on the battlefield and fighting against ZAFT and protecting the Archangel as he had before, showed that he didn't wish ill on the ship and hadn't betrayed them as she claimed. And the fact that he'd given his life to save another was something Natarl couldn't help but respect. It took around 3 days for the repairs to be done well enough to get the Archangel ready to ship back out. During that time, Kira had convinced Lakis that it would be best for her to leave the ship while it was in Orb. Many of their friends also had been telling Lakis that she should leave the Archangel while it was in Orb. It pained her to think about leaving while they went into a potentially dangerous situation. Yet, Lakis finally agreed with their pleas, and when Kira's parents came by to see Kira, she left when they did. The farewells were sad ones, but they had all come to know that it would happen sometime before Josha after finding out her true identity. Along with Lakis's departure, the Asuka was also taken off the Archangel as it needed serious repairs and the mechanics were unable to fix what was needed. So, Morgan Roat agreed to take the Asuka and do the repairs. The suit would be ready when they passed by Orb again. Lakis after leaving decided it would be better for her to return home and try and see what could be done from there. So, she went to Orb spaceport and booked a seat on a shuttle due to leave for the plants. Her mood was low as she boarded the craft, her thoughts dwelling on friends as she took her seat. She held back the tears with Tyler's fate, but it was difficult to do so for her as the shuttle launched and ascended to space on its journey. And when the Archangel left Orb, gloom hung over the vessel as it left the last neutral port on the journey to Alaska heavily. The number aboard that were starting to question the value of the Archangel's mission was growing. Even with the officers, Natarl chief among them said their mission was critical to the Earth Alliance. The continual silence from those who they were working for didn't sway the ill thoughts that were coming to them and what answers could await them at Earth Alliance headquarters in Josha, Alaska. A/N. And I'll leave off there and continued the story in the next phase. Okay, a couple of things to go over with this phase. As I stated at the beginning, this was a part of recovery phase. However, as I was writing and expanding, it was just getting too long for one phase so I decided to split it in two. The scene with Kira in the hangar is a tad different in details, but as some saw Tyler on the battlefield, I wanted that to be taken into account. Then some may have noticed that I elaborated Tyler being removed and then taken to the hospital and added him going off of Earth. I felt it would be more interesting to introduce the Hermes-class shuttle which came to me before now. Not only does it reinforce the Federation's technological superiority compared to the other factions, it shows that in some things the Federation is willing to share, thus showing their nobility. Now I will state one thing about the next phase, yet will not give any spoilers in the process. It will not be exactly as it was originally, there will be changes and additions to the phase to give it more depth and intrigue. Also, it will likely take more time than this phase took to write and get out, School is starting back up again for me. School and work suck up much of my time I would use for writing, but it won't be months like the last phase was. Please, some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think. Chapter 24, Phase 27, Interim. This phase was not part of the original story. Again, I don't own anything Gundam, only my own characters and musings, so enjoy. March 31st, 71 CE. Aprilius 1, Lagrange 5. The call from Reverend Malchio had been unexpected, more so with the odd request the man had made. Siegel hadn't at that time seen an issue with agreeing to help the man. Reverend Malchio had been very helpful in the past, and so Siegel had been willing to assist him. But the request to support a critically injured Federation soldier was definitely not something that had happened. However, as the council had issues agreeing upon things lately, Siegel had more time home than usual. So, in the end, Siegel had been fine with the request from Malchio. Yet, the last sentence had nearly floored Siegel as Malchio said the soldier would be coming on a Hermes-class shuttle. If that type of craft was used, then it tended to be for someone that was doing beyond poorly. Siegel had contacted the medical institute after getting off the call with Malchio and gave them what information he had. And the staff there assured him that they would have a team at the main dock when the shuttle arrived. The rules and protocol with Hermes-class shuttles were something all medical professionals knew. Thankfully, it was something that transcended faction lines, even if political leaders argued that it shouldn't. It also made Siegel wonder who could be coming that required the situation. Nonetheless, it was around an hour after getting that arranged that Siegel got contacted by Lakis. And while it was a relief to hear from his youngest daughter as he'd not known what was happening to her lately, the call quickly worried him. The last Siegel had heard from Sakura, Lakis had been in the Republic of East Asia and had been with Kira Yamato. Sakura herself was at Carpentaria but had also said she'd been around the Republic for a time. Siegel liked the young man when he'd met him years ago and so saw that as minor issue, yet Sakura had not agreed with him. He knew that Sakura was very protective of Lakis, far more than he'd ever been. The situations that had come up with her had been uncomfortable to say the least and getting them resolved had been tiresome. However, the subject matter of Lakis's call concerned him as she sounded like she was in tears as she'd been talking to him. The details he'd gotten from her were that something terrible had happened and that someone had died. But beyond that, Siegel couldn't understand what Lakis was talking about since what she was saying wasn't making sense. Lakis did say she was going to get a flight on a shuttle back to the plants. Siegel was still worried about Lakis, but perhaps he could learn more when she returned. Yet, with the Hermes class coming in, Siegel had to make a backup plan to have others meet Lakis if he should be unavailable. Sakura had also said something to the effect that she would be returning to space relatively soon. Both of his daughters had left a good deal of unanswered questions with Siegel and had caused him to wonder what was going on seriously. The last he'd known, Sakura had been sent out by Linus tries to handle a threat from Omni. The man had never mentioned precisely what the danger was though. Yet, Siegel had some time ago stopped stressing over what Sakura did within the ZAFT military, and she had proven she could handle herself. That didn't stop him from worrying about her, but that was all he could do these days. It made Siegel once again see the growing distance developing between his daughters and himself as of late. Sakura, well, Siegel had seen that this war had affected her in brutal ways, and talking would not help much. She had lost friends and comrades that she would likely never get fully over losing. Plus, Sakura had been closer to her mother than him, and she wasn't the same after Tazura died. However, with Lakis, he had hoped she would stay at least somewhat close as she had always done with him since his wife's death. Siegel knew he was partially to blame as he was so busy with being the Supreme Council chairman, so he couldn't say he had tried his best completely could have done more. As the Hermes shuttle wasn't due for close to 9 hours, Siegel got to work making arrangements for the guest he would soon have. The house staff was more than happy to help put things Siegel wanted. While they did so, Siegel called his friend Linus to help with his backup plan for Lakis. Linus was going over reports that had come in today, one of which had him thinking. The latest from Carpentaria said a hunt group had come back having failed at taking out their target. It wasn't the hunt group failing that had Linus curious, it was their target that was simply referred to as an Omni vessel. There was no other information on the said vessel, which was odd, but Linus did see Cruzet was assigned as the mission commander. Linus had wanted to keep the masked man up in space as he would get into less trouble. However, the National Defense Committee had said he needed to be sent to Earth. When Linus had inquired what they needed Cruzet for, the committee had been strangely silent. That had gotten Linus to begin looking into what Cruzet had been doing lately in hopes of finding out what was going on. The most recent trail that Cruzet had been making had been a messy one, but much of what he'd done had been waved off or buried. The results of the battle against Omni's 8th orbital had been what Linus saw as the reason the committee had Cruzet down to Earth. Sakura did send a personal report to him, and it had made it clear Cruzet was becoming a real issue. The man was crossing lines causing problematic ripples that needed to be dealt with. But before Linus could start putting things into motion to get that result, a call came into him. To Linus's surprise, he found it was his friend Siegel. Siegel, Linus greeted warmly, to what do I owe the pleasure of you calling? Or do you wish to talk to a calm non-political minded person after a long day of listening to the council? Siegel sighed but had a small smile. Ever the fortress of reason, Linus, he remarked, I only wish there were more like that these days. However, I'm reaching out to you for a favor, and you are the one I turn to when I need something done without fail. Linus smiled, always happy to help out a friend in need. It brightened his day to make one of his friends smile. It matters not what the favor was in Linus's mind. Siegel wasn't unreasonable and so wouldn't ask for outrageous things. Ask away, Siegel, name what it is you need, and I'll do whatever I can to help, he replied. Siegel hesitated. I was hoping you could spare someone or maybe a pair to escort my youngest daughter when she arrives at the colony. She is traveling back from Earth as we speak, Siegel began, and I know you can choose those that would be prudent in this. Linus nodded at the point but was curious about what Siegel would ask this of him. His friend would usually meet his youngest daughter when she returned to the plants. Thus it was odd for him not to unless he had something else going on at the same time. With his responsibilities on the Supreme Council, that could be the case. And the rumor was that the council had disagreements about policy as of late. Of course, I would be happy to choose a ZAFT officer to escort Lakis, Linus returned before he chuckled. Honestly, I fear if I asked for volunteers, I would have far too many trying to get the duty. Your youngest daughter is quite popular among the troops, but I wouldn't doubt you are well aware of that. But correct me if I'm wrong, you tend to meet Lakis when she comes home, so what might I ask is keeping you from doing so? Linus knew Siegel too well, they had been friends for years, so of course, he would know he tended to meet his daughter when she returned. You are quite right, Linus, as you always seem to be, Siegel admitted. I do have an engagement that could take time to deal with. It isn't with the council, but something I have been asked to help with, and I didn't refuse. Linus blinked. Forgive me if I sound nosy, but what might you be helping with? He asked. Siegel sighed. You will likely find out about this, so I might as well tell you. He paused for a moment. There is a Hermes shuttle on its way here. It came from Orb by what I'm led to understand. Hearing the term, Hermes got Linus's attention, for those shuttles were rarely used, and when they were, it was for specific reasons. If one were coming here, whoever was on it would likely be going to the medical institute here on Aprilis 1. A Hermes shuttle, you say? That's the first I've heard of one coming our way, Linus stated. Do you know what or who is coming on it? I doubt it is for a joyride of any sort, not what those shuttles are used for. By what Reverend Malchio told me, Siegel began, a severely injured Federation soldier is being transported here for recovery. Beyond that, I couldn't say accurately, sorry Linus. Linus shook his head. Don't blame yourself, Siegel, he replied calmly. Yet, in his mind, he was curious about a few things to do with this incoming shuttle and the soldier on board it. That a single Federation soldier was getting a Hermes-class shuttle said one of two things. Either they were precious to the Federation's military, or the individual had a connection to someone of very high standing, perhaps a mix of both. Linus was inclined to go with the former rather than the latter at this point, which, if true, Linus wouldn't say no to meeting them. I will make sure there is a clear shot from the docks to the medical institute, Linus said, and I think I have a good pair in mind to escort your daughter, my friend. They have been on leave for a bit. Siegel let out a relieved breath. You are a life and sanity saver, Linus, regardless of whatever others may say about you. Linus laughed. I get told that from time to time, my friend, but I am happy I could help you out in your time of need. Siegel ended the call and went back to helping the house staff to occupy his time until the shuttle arrived at the colony. When the shuttle arrived, Siegel traveled to the docking area. He found there was already a group of medical personnel there waiting for the incoming patient. It was shortly after Siegel arrived when the announcement came of the Hermes shuttle beginning its final approach. At the same time, Lisa was going over some documents during the journey to Aprilis 1 to keep her mind busy. She was still perturbed about Tyler's health. The doctors had to work on him along the way. He'd had at least one blood transfusion, and while the doctors had slowed the bleeding, it hadn't stopped. It was hoped that those at Aprilis's Medical Institute would do more for Tyler. Lisa had heard Aprilis's Medical Institute was one of the best medical facilities off of Earth and definitely one of the more advanced there was right now. The Federation had a medical facility on the moon at Serenity City, but Aprilis's was equipped to handle extreme cases, or so she heard. Then Lisa had no idea what kind of arrangement Malchio had made for her and Tyler on Aprilis 1. When the captain said they would be docking at Aprilis 1 shortly, Lisa put away the datapad she'd been working with. She looked out the window and frowned at seeing the hourglass-shaped colony she could see. It had been just before the war officially started since she'd seen them so close. She'd been 18 when she had left. And Lisa had never intended to come back to them, yet here she was doing just that. Sure, Lisa still communicated with her mother, but that was the last connection she had with her old life. But it was far too late to turn around and not go to the colony, and Tyler needed what help he could get. So, Lisa took a deep breath and started collecting her things in preparation to disembark. The Hermes class came in and was locked into the dock itself before the boarding tunnel was moved into position. Siegel walked to where the boarding tunnel would exit to, the medical personnel not too far behind him. The first off the shuttle was a young woman who to Siegel looked to be around Sakura's age. She was a few inches shorter than Sakura was, possessed straight black hair that fell to just above her waist. Her eyes were a neutral green and gave Siegel a small feeling of déjà vu, though he couldn't place why, so he dismissed it. The young woman was wearing the standard Federation military uniform, inferring that she was the escorting officer. Siegel stepped forward, drawing attention to himself. "I assume you are the escort officer for the one being transported on the shuttle," he posed. Lisa faced the speaker and was surprised to see it was none other than Chairman Klein of the plant's Supreme Council. She knew the man's face. Lisa had seen it enough with her father being a legislator on one of the council's committees. Lisa had absolutely nothing against the man, she respected what the chairman did. But out of all those Malchio could contact, he chose Siegel Klein. It didn't make sense to her. However, beggars couldn't be choosers, as the ancient phrase went, and in this, she nor Tyler could complain about who assisted them. So, Lisa saluted. "Correct, I'm Lieutenant Lisa Malto, and I'm the escort officer in this situation." Chatter from the boarding tunnel drew attention back to it, and those on the docking lounge saw doctors coming down the tunnel. In the center of their group was a gurney being pushed along with other machines attached to it. The moment the gurney was in the lounge, the medical personnel moved forward to meet the doctors and began exchanging information. Siegel wasn't listening intently as the doctors were talking, but that changed with just one sentence. "The patient's name is McGregor." Tyler Siegel's head snapped over to look at the gurney at hearing that. The one on the gurney was covered in bandages, with wires and tubes connected to him through folds of the dressing. The monitors that Siegel saw were showing the young man's vitals, but other than that, there was no movement from the man other than the slow rise and fall of his chest. And there were areas of the bandages that were red, which was very worrisome indeed. Siegel had always liked Tyler. He was decently mannered but had no problem speaking his mind. Then Sakura had shown much more than just a casual or even a passing interest in Mr. McGregor. If his eldest daughter were to see the young man like this, Siegel couldn't say whether she would demand and seek vengeance upon whoever was responsible for putting Tyler in this condition or fall into some kind of depression. Sakura could go either way in this. Siegel had seen both types of reactions from his oldest child. And Sakura had enough issues from the war without adding this to her plate. "He will need another blood transfusion before too long," said one of the doctors. "Blood type?" one of the medical personnel asked. "Negative," was the reply. Tyler was being wheeled off towards the waiting vehicle that would take him to the medical institute. From the short glimpse Siegel got, Tyler was in an extremely dangerous position. Tyler wasn't only being given oxygen, but also seemed to be receiving fluids, and by the sound of it had been given a blood transfusion while traveling here. How Tyler had come to be in this condition he was in now, Siegel couldn't begin to guess, but it seriously worried him. "How did he end out like this?" he asked Lisa. Lisa didn't know where to start in this subject. It was so complicated with so many twists and turns. Even she had to admit it was sad, almost heartbreaking what fate Tyler had been handed because of this war. And frankly, what had happened recently was best to not be public knowledge for the time being. This dock lounge was certainly not a good place to have a private conversation, so Lisa would need to ask for patience. So, Lisa shook her head in response to Siegel's question. "This isn't the place or the time to talk about the events that occurred. I will give you an explanation if you can be patient, but there are more pressing matters at the moment." While Siegel was curious as to what events could have led to the current situation, he could understand the need of discretion. And the young woman was right, there were more pressing matters to tend to first before satisfying his curiosity. Tyler's health needed to be seen to, and speaking of the young man, he was being wheeled off by those from Aprilias's medical institute. Both Lisa and Siegel followed them to their destination, and Siegel did notice the roads were cleared, which he would thank Linus for later. Tyler was taken straight to the operating room when he arrived at the institute, while Lisa and Siegel were left to wait. It was hours later that one of the doctors came out and began telling Siegel about what they had been doing for Tyler. They had stabilized him better than he had been in orb, but the damage Tyler had taken was extensive, to put it mildly. Tyler had some bones that had been reconstructed as they had been broken so badly. And due to the techniques that the institute had, Tyler would recover fine for that, and he would have no long-term effects from it. What had taken so long was the injuries that Tyler had on the right side of his torso. By what the doctors said, some pieces of shrapnel had gone into Tyler's chest and had ripped their way into his right lung. The damage from that had collapsed the lung badly and brought on other complications. Thankfully for Tyler, those at the institute were able to prevent things from going any further. However, fixing the damage in the right lung had taken extensive work and cutting-edge methods. In the end, the right lung was functioning as it was supposed to, even if it was doing so at around 50% the level it would normally. Lisa was horrified how close Tyler had come to dying from the detonation of the shadow. If not for those here at the Aprilias Medical Institute, then Tyler would have unlikely be alive by the end of the week. Now it was time he would need to recover his strength, and while he was out, that would be simple. However, when Tyler woke up, getting him to take things slow and easy would be much harder, she wouldn't doubt. And who knew how long it would take for Tyler to heal from the consequences of his last decision? The ongoing war was getting worse slowly by the day. Time wasn't an ally any longer. Tyler, once readied, was moved to the Klein residence per Siegel's request, put in one of the guest rooms. The doctor that had helped the transport pronounced Tyler good for the time being before he and his colleagues left. With Tyler settled, Siegel led Lisa to a sitting room where he hoped he could get some sort of explanation. Once sitting in a chair, Lisa took a moment to gather her thoughts of how to iterate what had occurred to get where they were. Siegel waited for Miss Malto to speak, as it was clear to him that she was organizing her thoughts. After a moment, Lisa decided to just give events as they were. The chairman would find out about soon enough anyway. A few days ago, Lisa started, a battle between ZAFT and Omni occurred, which isn't, as you know, unusual, if not for it being in Federation territory. Siegel didn't like what he was hearing at all, since it implied a coming issue that the Council would have to deal with. And as this involved ZAFT forces, Siegel would very much like Linus's view and opinion on it. In fact, that thought had Siegel holding up a hand to stop Lisa for a moment. "Forgive me for interrupting, but I feel it would be prudent if I make one call and have another hear this as well." Lisa nodded slowly, wondering who the chairman wanted to have hear this as well. Siegel got up and left the room before calling Linus, hoping he was free for this. Linus connected the call and was surprised to see Siegel again. "Siegel, is there something else I can assist with?" he greeted. "I assure you I have Commander Waltfeld and his partner on the job of escorting Lakis when she arrives." Siegel shook his head. "This isn't about that, I'm listening to an accounting that has me," he paused for a moment to find the right word, "concerned. It has ZAFT forces involved, so I feel it is something you should listen to as well if you are free. Perhaps you can shed some light on the point of what is going on as well." Linus's attention was piqued at the word concerned, as Siegel didn't say it in the way that he did often. And the mention of ZAFT forces being involved in something was odd, but there had been more odd things as of late. So, since Linus had no pressing engagement today, he nodded. "Where would you like me to be?" "If you could come to my home as soon as possible, it would be appreciated," Siegel replied. "I will be there in 10 minutes, Linus returned. Lisa was wondering who the chairman was waiting for when he came back and asked her to wait 10 minutes. She assumed that he had a reason, but she couldn't figure it out with the facts she had. When a knock came at the door, it was a moment later that a man walked into the room, which Lisa had never seen before. He was close to 6 feet tall and had an average figure overall, denoting good standing health. The man had short ginger-colored hair which was combed back and brought attention to his ice blue eyes. Siegel rose up to greet his old friend. "Linus, thank you for coming on such short notice." Linus waved a hand in dismissal. "Think nothing of it, my friend," he returned. "By what you said, this is likely to be important enough to take the time." Lisa was stunned a bit at the greeting, not at how the men acted, but who the newcomer was. Most soldiers, regardless of which faction they belonged to, had heard the name Linus normally in reference to Linus Tries. The man was ZAFT's unofficial leader and was given a good portion of the credit of making ZAFT what it was today. He was supposed to be one of the most brilliant tacticians the human race had currently. To meet the man in person was an extremely rare thing for anyone but high-ranked ZAFT officers. Both men sat down and looked to her as Lisa took that as a sign to continue her explanation. "So," Lisa cleared her throat, "as I was telling the chairman, a few days ago a battle between ZAFT and Omni occurred, and it was within Federation territory." Linus paid rapt attention to what was being said, and it was bringing back to mind the recent report from Carpinteria. Lisa kept going about the battle that had happened on the outer reaches of the Orb Union's territory. As Siegel listened to the description of the battle that had occurred, he became confused as well as irritated. There had been nothing about any of this event within the recent council meetings, no reports from the National Defense Committee. A mission that would have ZAFT forces going into Federation territory was something of note to bring in front of the council. And the Federation had been even less inclined to take internal issues being taken care of and not showing proof of it. Linus, on the other hand, was seeing holes being filled that he had been trying to figure out. Cruzat's pursuit of the Omni ship from Heliopolis had been a messy thing. Tries wouldn't deny that. The way the Legate ship, as Cruzat called it, was described, the ship certainly seemed to be an issue that needed to be settled. Mobile suits getting to the Alliance was not a good scenario for any and would only make the war worse. Yet, while sinking the ship would get the goal, the destruction being left in the wake of this was not acceptable. It was the reason Linus had sent Sakura to help deal with the issue, to get things in hand and Cruzat under control. But apparently that hadn't happened as hoped, and Linus was again left to question why the National Defense Committee approved Cruzat going down to Earth. Linus would have assigned a team to handle the Omni vessel properly and not cause a mess in the process. Then both men knew that this incident was a violation of a major standing treaty that the plants and ZAFT had with the Human Federation, and that could end really badly. The territorial treaty had kept tensions down for the last few years between the two factions. And historically speaking, the Federation wasn't known for overlooking things often, if at all. Thus, a blatant line crossing would be brought up, which, as Miss Malto said, would come to the Supreme Council. Yet, the story became sadder still when Lisa spoke of the explosion that Tyler had been in, even if she hadn't seen it herself. When Lisa explained Tyler's reasons for what he did, it was a reminder of what this war was doing to people. Linus bowed his head. It is an unfortunate truth of this war, pitting friend against friend. And then both are expected to kill the other without hesitation in order to help the side they are on, he remarked. Lisa moved on to when the Federation force came onto the scene and started mopping up what was left of the two sides. Once Lisa finished her summary, Siegel shook his head in frustration. How did things come to this? He cursed. Linus hummed, I fear because there are more that want what this war can give them than peace can, were I to assume. He paused for a moment, but this does fill in some holes I've been trying to look into. Siegel and Lisa look at Linus. What do you mean, Linus? Siegel asked. I received a report yesterday from Carpinteria about a task that a sub-hunt group went out to handle. Not odd in itself, if not for details being left out, Linus iterated. All it said was an Omni vessel was the target and that it was a priority task. When I asked for clarification about that, I have gotten silence in return, which is very unusual. Linus stopped and thought for a moment. It causes concern for me as the National Defense Committee would normally bring such an issue to me and ask to get someone on it. Such never occurred, and I would not have put Cruzat on this delicate situation for fear of exactly what happened occurring. Siegel's worry grew at what Linus said, as it suggested the Defense Committee was taking things into their own hands as of late. The war was bad enough already, Linus was keeping ZAFT from making it far worse. Linus rose. Forgive me, Siegel, but I think I need to do some investigating into this myself. Linus left and Siegel thanked Lisa for the explanation as to how Tyler got into the condition he was in. Lisa, after the discussion, returned to the room Tyler was in to keep an eye on him and occupy herself. It was close to a day after launching from Orb that Lakis's shuttle arrived at December 1's port. The colony was one of the 3 incoming entry ports for the plants from Earth and the Moon. From here Lakis would board a contact shuttle to Aprilius 1, as those were what was used for travel between the colonies themselves. The trip hadn't helped Lakis improve her mood or come to terms with what recent events had brought about. Tyler's death was haunting her the more she thought about it, and he mind wouldn't let her forget it. She hadn't even been able to sort her thoughts out enough to figure out what to tell her father. The sorrow gripping her was so painful, it was so hard for her to ignore the pain it brought her. Lakis was more at a loss of what she could do to help people keep alive than before going to Heliopolis. She hoped that her father may have some suggestion that might give her a direction to move in. Another 2 hours passed before the contact shuttle that Lakis took to Aprilius 1 docked at the colony. Her homecoming lacked the normal relief she would have previously with the weight of her journey. Lakis was doing what she could to hold in the tears from all the emotional baggage she was bearing. She just wanted to find her father and go home to let out the feelings she was holding in. However, one glance around and Lakis didn't see any sign of her father Siegel waiting for her like he normally did. Granted, her father had responsibilities with the Supreme Council, so he could be busy with that today. But he would usually tell her if he would be unable to meet her and send one of the house staff in his place. Miss Klein, welcome home, a male voice said. Lakis turned and found herself looking at a man and a woman coming up to where she was. The man was just under 6 feet in height, and had short brown hair with full sideburns. His purple eyes stood out as the color was rare and was the predominant feature of his rough-hewn face. He appeared to be in his early 30s and had fairly tan skin, suggesting he had been on Earth in a arid region for a time. His ZAFT uniform was a dark tan color with short sleeves, making Lakis believe it was the desert variation for the military uniform, which again said he had worked in desert areas. Meanwhile, the woman with him was a head shorter than the man, having long dark blue hair flowing down her back with an orange streak on either side of her face. She had dark green eyes and looked to be around the same age as the man. She was wearing a tight-fitting blue bodysuit that left her shoulders and collar area exposed. She had never seen either of these two before now, and her father wouldn't send those she didn't know without a very good reason. And it wasn't that Lakis had an issue with ZAFT soldiers coming to pick her up, it had happened before now. Sakura had arranged such a few times when their father was too busy and Sakura herself wasn't available. But there was usually a message sent ahead to her in order to inform her of the arrangement. Hello, Lakis replied, I'm sorry, but who are you two? Andrew could understand that Miss Klein was surprised at not meeting her father or Commander Klein herself. The girl was a popular idol around the plants, she likely wasn't fully aware of what was done in the background to keep her safe. From what Andrew had heard, there had been a couple of attempts of enemy soldiers posing as Miss Klein's fans to get close and try and kidnap her. Then whenever the job to escort Miss Klein came up, Andrew could only imagine the list of volunteers that came to Admiral Trice's desk. Commander Klein tended to suggest who would be right most of the time, and no ZAFT officer nor soldier would argue with that woman. So it had been a bit of a surprise when the Admiral had asked him and Aisha to do this job. All that he'd said was that the chairman had asked it as a favor to have an escort his daughter as he was busy with something. Andrew bowed, begging your pardon ma'am for not introducing myself, my name is Andrew Waltfeld. Lakis saw him smile as he gestured at the woman with him, and this lovely lady is my partner Aisha. Aisha shook her head a bit but couldn't help the smile that came to her face with Andy's reference to her. He was really a sweet man when he tried to be, it made dealing with his oddities easier. And this escort job was a nice breath of fresh air compared to what they had been doing up to a month ago around the African community. Aisha waved at Lakis. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, Miss Klein. Then she gave Andrew a knowing look. Andy does know better to do introductions and they should be done first, such just slips his mind sometimes. The pair were odd yet interesting to Lakis. They had to have been together for some time now as they appeared to know each other well enough to apologize for bad habits. She assumed that the two were here to escort her home. It made the most sense. It didn't answer why her father wasn't here, but she could ask him about that later. It's nice to meet you both, Lakis returned. I assume you are here to escort me home. Andrew nodded. Indeed we are, per Admiral Trice's orders, he answered. He said something about the chairman asking it as a favor. Andrew shrugged. Can't say much better than that, sorry to say. That her father had gone to ZAFT's Admiral Trice for an escort for her was odd in Lakis's mind. Her father had mentioned that he was friends with Mr. Trice, but both were busy with different things normally. It made her even more curious as to what was occupying her father that he couldn't come here himself. The two escorted her to the Klein residence and she thanked them before they went on their way. Lakis greeted the house staff and asked where her father was and was told he would be back in around an hour as he'd been called for council business. Lakis put her things in her room and took the time she waited for her father to organize her thoughts. Minutes after Siegel got back from the council session he had been called to, Lakis found him started talking. Tears quickly came to Lakis as Siegel listened to his daughter recount her journey back here. The tale was hard to swallow for Siegel, more so with the facts as he knew them. He had wanted to shield Lakis from the horrors the ongoing war was producing in a way that he couldn't do for Sakura. But in the end, he'd failed and Lakis had become involved in the war between the Alliance and ZAFT even if only for a time. Siegel wanted to think Lakis's involvement was over, but he feared such was only a dream. Siegel said nothing as Lakis continued her story and could only pity his daughter having to see what the war was taking firsthand. Meanwhile, Lisa had headed for the kitchen after submitting a report for Federation High Command to get something to eat. None of Tyler's vitals had changed, they were still low even if stable and that didn't help. She knew it would take time for Tyler to recover from his near-death experience. It was just the waiting that was a form of torture and Lisa wasn't liking it at all and she knew Tyler wouldn't if he were in her position. And the house staff had been very nice and had asked if they could help her. She believed that they felt sorry for Tyler and his long recovery that he had ahead of him. The chief was more than happy to make Lisa something when she got into the kitchen. Lisa did notice something had changed since the last time she was out of Tyler's room or her own room here. What it was that had changed, she couldn't guess, nor was she all that interested right now. There were voices in the nearby sitting room, but Lisa didn't pay attention to them. She grabbed the food prepared for her and headed back to Tyler's room to check on him again before she moved on to other things. Lisa tried keeping an eye on the Federation's information network a few times a day. It was one of the few ways that she could know what was going on Earth and in the war. Tyler would need to know when he woke up and it would be one less thing he would need to do if she did it for him. Plus, it kept her mind off of Tyler's condition even if for a short period of time. Back with Siegel, he was trying to console Lakis the best he could, but there was nothing he could say that would help. She was sobbing about Tyler McGregor's death and saying he was taken too early. Lakis wasn't giving him a chance to speak, so he couldn't tell her that her friend was here in one of the guest rooms. True, he wasn't doing well at all currently, but those from the medical institute had assured him that Tyler was stable. Tyler would slowly recover and doctors would be checking in on the young man every few days. So Lakis would find out Tyler was here sooner or later, but her mood was making things harder. And Siegel didn't want her to panic and worry more when she saw her friend on the bed connected to medical equipment. Thus, Siegel suggested to Lakis to have a meal and get some sleep as that would help her come to terms. Lakis knew her father was right, she needed to eat and sleep before she could move forward and accept things as they were. And telling him of what had happened to her had helped a little even if it hadn't lifted the whole weight on her. Lakis would work on figuring out what to do after sleeping. The house cook was more than happy to make her something, though it looked like he had already been at work. Lakis thanked the man and took her dinner in her own room, being left to her own thoughts. Being home was helping a little, but Lakis's heart was still aching for her friends. Lakis had taken her dishes back to the kitchen and was heading back to her room when she saw a light down the hall. As far as she knew, there were only some guest rooms down in that direction, and there shouldn't be anyone down that way. It was possible that some of the house staff were making their rounds, but Lakis's curiosity was piqued. So, she walked down the hall to find out what was going on. As she went there was the sound of a door opening and closing ahead of her. Lakis rounded a corner and saw nothing, but she knew she had heard a door along this hall opening and closing. There were 2 guest rooms on this hallway that Lakis knew of, but none of them should be in use. And a moment after looking at the 2 doors, she noticed one had light coming from the floor crack. So, Lakis moved forward and quietly opened the door that had light coming from under it. Lisa had come for the final time today to check on Tyler before she retired for the night. And while she was no doctor or nurse, she knew how to check the machine's readouts and check the fluids in the bags. There was fluid-filled bags that could be switched out by almost any and should be done each morning by what the doctor had said. Thankfully they had stopped the bleeding at the institute so Tyler wasn't in danger from that now. Yet, even with Tyler being stable, it was horrible to see him as he was right now. Lisa just finished checking things over when a quiet creak came to her ears. Lakis peeked into the guest room and was baffled at what she saw inside, for it wasn't how it was supposed to be. She'd seen most of the guest rooms, they had a similar setup due to the house staff's work. Yet, where there was the bed as there should be, other equipment was also in the room around the bed. From one look, Lakis believed the equipment was medical in nature, but she couldn't say beyond that. Then there was a woman in the room as well, but she wasn't a member of the house staff that Lakis had seen. There was the possibility that she was a new member of the staff. There were rotations as far as Lakis understood. Lakis spoke up, "Sorry if I'm interrupting anything, but what is going on in here?" Lisa recognized the girl. She was one of Tyler's friends that had been traveling with the Archangel. She also looked quite a lot like the woman that had caused Tyler trouble and grief around his own home. The resemblance was so striking, Lisa would guess that the two were sisters, and if this house was anything to go by, she was related to the chairman. As far as Lisa knew, Chairman Klein was supposed to have two daughters, one in the military and the other some sort of idol. Honestly, Lisa didn't keep up on what was new about the plants after she left them years ago, so she couldn't be sure. She didn't know what to say in this situation. The girl didn't know Tyler was in this room, just not coherent. "Rather late, is it not, miss?" Lisa said in reply, not being able to think of anything else. The woman's voice sounded familiar. Lakis just couldn't place why it did or where she had heard her voice. She racked her brain trying to figure out why this woman's voice sounded familiar and where she'd encountered it. "Who are you?" Lakis asked. "Have we met somewhere? Your voice sounds familiar but I can't place it." Lisa sighed, seeing no further reason to hide anything. "We have met, rather recently in fact," she began. Lakis was only partly paying attention to what the woman was saying. She was looking towards the bed. The medical equipment didn't make sense, unless whoever was in the bed had very poor health. Lakis felt like she was missing something huge in this, but she couldn't figure out what it could be. Lisa drew back the girl's attention with her next sentence, "But apparently you have already forgotten Lakis Christopher." Lakis's head snapped back to the woman, as none here should know the name she went by when she was away from the plants. "How do you know that name?" Lakis questioned. "None here know it." Lisa exhaled. "You assume we met around here, we did not." She paused. "Must say though, you're very different than that sister of yours. She is dogmatic about things." Lisa stopped remembering what Tyler had to deal with around Sakura. "However, with the reputation your sister has, never thought I would hear her whine like she did." Lakis was getting a tad angry as this woman was insulting Sakura and Lakis wouldn't let another do that in front of her. "Sakura isn't a bad person," she snapped. "And Sakura doesn't whine." Lisa shook her head, remembering what she had witnessed back around the Republic. "She certainly did when I was helping pull her off of Tyler after she jumped into his bed," she remarked. That one sentence got Lakis to stop and question what was being said, as it didn't make sense. If true, then Sakura had actually snuck into Tyler's bed while she had been around the Republic. Lakis hadn't thought her sister would do anything like this woman was suggesting, but her behavior around Tyler said it could be possible even if unlikely. However, the point also got Lakis to recall that Tyler had another besides a throne at his house when the Archangel had arrived at Shira. "You," Lakis started, "you were around Tyler's house in Shira?" Lisa nodded. "Remember, do you?" she posed. "My name is Lisa Malto, and now that you recall, you would do well to go to bed. I feel tomorrow will be quite a day for you and you will need your sleep." Lakis didn't understand what this woman meant about tomorrow being out of the ordinary day for her. Also, Lakis still had so many questions that she wanted answered now rather than waiting for later. However, Lisa moved forward and grabbed one of Lakis's arms. "No more questions for tonight, off to bed you go." Lakis wasn't allowed to argue as Lisa tugged her out of the room and closed the door behind her. Once Lakis was off to her room, Lisa went back to hers, knowing that it was better the girl hadn't learned Tyler was the one in the bed. Lakis, on the other hand, was unhappy about being told off by someone that was a guest in this house. She would get answers as to what was going on tomorrow, even if she needed to get her father involved. For all Lakis knew, her father may know about what was going on, what the woman was doing here and why there seemed to be a stranger in one of the guest rooms. After that, Lakis could decide on what to do going forward, as she had been meaning to do. The next morning, Lisa got up and headed straight for the room Tyler was in and checked things over. She tried to make the bed Tyler was in the best she could, as the girl from last night would no doubt be in here today. And Lisa couldn't say how Lakis Klein would react at seeing Tyler in the state he was in currently. It was a miracle that Tyler was alive right now. There was not much of another way to say it. However, simply put, Tyler still have a ways to go and fussing over him wouldn't help him along that path. Lisa just hoped the girl would realize that quickly and not hinder Tyler's recovery. So, Lisa set up her data terminal on the desk in the room and waited for Lakis to come. Lakis was up earlier than usual and quickly headed for the kitchen to get breakfast before she found out what was going on. She was told that her father had council business this morning so wouldn't be home until the afternoon. That was fine, but it wouldn't stop Lakis figuring out what was happening in the house. When she asked the staff about their guests, all she was told they had arrived the day before. Nothing else had been said to the house staff only to not disturb the 2 guest rooms now occupied by Siegel. Nor was the staff to say anything to any visitors about those staying here, it was to be kept quiet. That was odd to Lakis and made her want to know more what was going on, and why it was being kept a secret. Lakis headed towards the guest room she had looked in on last night, determined to find out the truth. Once at the door, Lakis took a breath and knocked on the door, but no answer came at the knock. So, Lakis opened the door and peeked inside, seeing the woman from last night was within. Lisa was at the desk appearing to be looking over something on a display on the desk. Lakis glanced at the bed and it looked unchanged from what she had seen the night before. As the woman hadn't said anything, Lakis moved inside still looking around taking in the room. She could see a bit more than she had last night, the equipment was definitely medical in function. Lakis couldn't see specifically what the machines were showing from where she was, but she recognized some things like a heart monitor. Lakis glanced over at the display Lisa was looking at, and couldn't tell what was going across the screen. Her attention shifted to the bed hoping to figure out what this was all about. Lakis was moving closer to the bed when Lisa stopped reading over the information she had been reading. "Should you move forward," she began, "please contain yourself and do not interfere with the medical equipment." Lakis looked back at Lisa trying to understand what she was talking about as it didn't make sense. She returned her attention to the bed and closed the rest of the distance and looked down. There was, as she had seen last night, someone in the bed, yet they were not just connected to tubes and other medical equipment, but also were wrapped in bandages. It was clear that whoever this was, they had been injured badly and that was putting it mildly. Nevertheless, Lakis studied what she could see of the face and the minutes went by, she began to recognize features. The longer she looked, the more the face looked familiar and her heart lifted a small margin. Lakis's breath caught as the pieces came together and she realized who was in the bed. "Tyler," she whispered. Lisa nodded solemnly. "Yes, it is him," she acknowledged, "it really is a miracle that he's alive and here right now." Lakis turned to Lisa still trying to wrap her head around how Tyler could be here and be alive. The last she knew, Tyler had been fighting the Blitz before he had vanished to go elsewhere on the battlefield. Yet, here he was now in a critically wounded state and not even awake or aware of his surroundings. She was overjoyed that Tyler was alive, but it was painful to see him as he was right now. All that Lakis could think to do that wouldn't hamper Tyler's condition was to take his left hand and gently squeeze it. She felt no response from Tyler which hurt, but she hoped that somehow he knew there were those that were praying for him. Lisa frowned a bit at seeing the helpless gesture, fully understanding the feeling as she had it herself. After that day, Lakis would come by Tyler's room multiple times a day to check on him and do anything she could to help him. Lisa didn't see a problem with the girl's action, she clearly wanted to help. Siegel even encouraged Lakis to do what she was as it had given her new purpose. More than 2 weeks went by and Tyler was slowly healing though he was still out and hadn't woken up. While Lakis was keeping an eye on Tyler, Lisa figured she could go out and get a few things for herself. It was still uncertain how long she would be here with Tyler in the condition he was. Nice as the house staff was, there were just some things that Lisa saw that she needed that they didn't get. So, Lisa headed out to the commercial district of Aprilis 1 to go and get the supplies. She was wearing a white wrap/surplice type dress with an off-white reefer coat with a hood. The inside of the coat appeared to be lined with aqua green frill lace while the coat was embroidered with black velvet. Lisa was also wearing gloves that had white palms and wrists while the fingers were black. To top off the outfit, Lisa had black tights with a decorative green garter with white ruffles on her left thigh. No one called her out while she walked through the area, which was what she wanted as Lisa didn't want attention drawn to her. Lisa had become fair at blending into crowds shortly after she left the plants, it had been almost a necessity. She'd admit that she wasn't as good as Tyler was at the idea, but Lisa could manage. Yet, while Lisa was going about, she was listening to the chatter that the locals were doing. And it didn't take long for Lisa to figure the citizens were worried about how things were going with the war. And the council was not helping silence the fears growing, if anything some were using what was happening to rally more to their cause. It reminded Lisa of the mentality her father had and what had eventually got Lisa to leave the plants years ago. Lisa was brought out of her thoughts when something bumped into her and brought her to a stop. When she looked down, she found a child on the ground trying to regain their senses after the impact. Yet, after a minute, Lisa had to blink as for a moment she thought she knew the little girl. But they couldn't be who Lisa thought they were, there was little reason for her to be on Aprilis 1 rather than Maias 2. So, Lisa bent down to the girl's level. "Are you okay?" she asked kindly. The girl shook her head and then looked up at Lisa. "I think so," she replied. Lisa smiled. "Sorry for bumping into you, I should have been paying more attention," she remarked. She held out a hand to the girl which she took. "Were you with someone? I wouldn't doubt they are worried and are looking for you." The girl followed Lisa as they looked around for whoever she'd been with before bumping into Lisa. The girl described got Lisa thinking about her previous thoughts about this little girl. She talked about a boy that was in his early teens according to her. The description reminded Lisa a lot of her younger brother, but that could be a coincidence. Those that had been Lisa's family years ago lived on Maias too. The only one that would have reason to come to Aprilias 1 would be her father as he worked with the council. After about 10 minutes, the girl ran ahead toward a boy, and Lisa took that opportunity to blend back in with the crowd. The boy certainly did look like an older version of Lisa's brother, but she let that thought fade. Lisa continued on her way to get the supplies she was out for before bumping into the little girl. Lisa ended out in a clothing store and was looking around at things and still drawing as little attention as possible. As she was looking around, Lisa crossed another, a woman, and Lisa was apologizing out of habit. Yet, as Lisa looked at the woman, her voice caught as she recognized the one in front of her. Even when more than 5 years had passed, Lisa couldn't forget the face she was seeing. They looked very much alike, showing the family resemblance that they shared. And it was the first time in more than 5 years since Lisa had seen her mother face to face. Sally Minty had been out shopping for a few things today while her husband did whatever council business he was here for. Both her children were out looking for things to take back home when they left soon enough. Matt was responsible enough to keep an eye on his younger sister Cynthia. They were all to meet up for lunch and try and enjoy the sights of Aprilias 1. Then she had bumped into another by accident, understandable as the store was heavily trafficked. However, when Sally looked at the one she bumped into, she froze as she thought she was seeing things. In front of her was one who looked very much like her eldest daughter Lily, who vanished years ago. That night had been a nightmare. Sally hadn't been able to forgive herself for what happened. Even when Lily had reached out and talked to her every once in a while hadn't been enough for Sally. Yet, here before her could well be her estranged daughter, Lily, she questioned. It had been years since Lisa had been called the name she had at birth, not since she left the plants. Lisa had pretty much started over after leaving, even changing her name and coming up with a background story for herself. It was her way of leaving behind the life that had turned upside down and rejected her attempts to express herself. Yes, she spoke to her mother from time to time, once a year if that these days. Nonetheless, here she was, looking back at what she had left behind years ago due to her father's stubbornness. Fate seems to have something in mind, Lisa sighed heavily. It has been years since I've been referred to as Lily. Sally couldn't say how happy she was to see her eldest daughter. It had been years since the last time she'd seen Lily's face. But a frown came to Sally at her saying she didn't go by Lily anymore as it had been the name Sally had wanted. And while Sally wondered why Lily was here, just seeing her was enough to be happy without the answer to that question. So, Sally moved forward and hugged Lisa. It has been far too long, Lily. Lisa slowly returned the embrace. It has. Sorry that's the case. She paused. Things just never seemed to line up for me to come back around the plants. Her thoughts went back to the night that she'd left the place she had called home years ago. The fight with her father had made any attempt at a goodbye difficult for Lisa. She'd been 18 back then while her brother had been 9 and her sister almost 4. The fight hadn't just affected Lisa and her father, she knew that her family had been hurt by it. Lisa remembered that Matt had listened to her views and had inquired further about them. She wondered if Matt had said anything about his differing view from their father. She doubted it. He would get into trouble if he did. Then Lisa could only imagine how scared Cynthia had been back then, probably not understanding what was going on. Lisa exhaled. I didn't leave under the best circumstances. Sally frowned at the last line as it was more true than Lily could ever know. The differing views between Lily and her father had built over her late teenage years. The fight that had caused Lily to leave had just been the culmination of the disagreements. Sally had considered if she could have done anything to prevent the fight, but she could come up with nothing. Her husband had literally acted like they had only 2 children after Lily left. Sally hadn't said anything to the contrary as it wouldn't have changed his stubborn mind. I don't know if anything could have been done back then, Sally admitted. Neither of you were willing to let the other lay out their views. It hadn't been that Lisa had been unwilling to listen to the man that had been her father, she had tried a few times. The problem was her father wouldn't give her a chance to speak her mind and support her views with facts. Bryce Minty was the kind of person that had to be right in what they believed. You either agreed with his views and supported him, or you were a fool that didn't know what they were talking about. It had been when Lisa had understood that point when she stopped trying to help her father see her views. That's one way of putting it, I suppose, Lisa replied, though I tried compromising and listening, he didn't. Sally shook her head. But enough of that, how about you join me for lunch, she suggested. You could have the chance to see Matthew and Cynthia again, and I would bet they would love the opportunity to see you again. Lisa thought for a moment, and figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to go along with her mother. She did miss her siblings a great deal. They had looked to her for a lot of things before she'd left the plants. And she had the time, as Tyler had shown no signs that he would be waking up anytime in the near future. Thus, Lisa nodded. Sure, I have the time. Sally led Lisa out of the store they were in and the two headed to a cafe. It was the one that Sally had instructed Matt to meet her at with Cynthia before parting with them earlier. The two picked a table and sat down and ordered drinks. Sally was asking Lisa if she'd been taking care of herself after she left the plants, like most mothers would. Lisa gave a few details about how she had gone to Earth, specifically landed at the Euros Coalition's Rome Porteous spaceport. She had then moved on from there doing what she had to managing to make ends meet. Meanwhile, Matt was leading his younger sister as they were heading to the cafe their mother had said to meet her at. Cynthia had been going on about the nice lady that had helped her back to Matt when they had been separate. He had meant to lightly chastise Cynthia, but he had stopped when the memory of how Lily had done much the same to him when he was younger. He now understood why his older sister had told him to be careful and aware of his surroundings back then. Matt had told Cynthia pretty much the same thing, which had been ironic. Cynthia had merely smiled at Matt, telling her to be more careful, which had made any chance of being mad at her disappear. The two entered the cafe area and began looking around for their mothers so they could join her for lunch. It was Cynthia that spotted their mother first and simply weaved through the crowds to get to her. Matt followed but had to be more careful to not knock over people as he went, unlike Cynthia. However, Cynthia got to the table her mother was at first and grabbed her hand, still smiling. "Mom." At the greeting, Sally looked down and saw Cynthia there with her normal smile set on her face. "There you are, Cynthia," Sally remarked. "Did you lose your brother or did you leave him to make his way here himself?" Cynthia glanced around and didn't see Matt with her as he had been just a moment ago. "He was with me when we got here, Mom," she said. "I thought he was right behind me." As the girl tried to explain to her mother why she was alone, Lisa was holding in the laughter. It was reminiscent of times Lisa had been watching after Matt when he was younger. She'd chased after him several times when he wandered off. Lisa also remembered explaining to him that wandering off was not a good thing and caused trouble. And yet, as Cynthia kept going, Lisa just couldn't stay silent and she chuckled at the scene. The laughter drew Cynthia's attention, and when she looked, she saw the nice lady who had helped her earlier sitting at the table. Cynthia pointed at Lisa. "You're the nice lady that helped me before," she exclaimed. Sally glanced at Lisa curiously, wondering what Cynthia meant that she had been helped. She would have asked Lily about that, but a person came out of the crowd before she could. Matt was breathing a little harder with having to work his way through the crowd to get to where his sister was. "Cynthia," Matt began, "I told you not to go off on your own, that's how you got lost earlier." Lisa snickered at the line, which caught her mother's attention, and Sally knew why. Lily had given much the same kind advice to Matt when he was Cynthia's age and younger. Matt heard the snickering and turned to its source and found a woman sitting on the other side of the table. However, as Matt kept looking, he was not sure he was seeing what he thought he was. Across from him appeared to be his older sister Lily, but she left years ago and hadn't come back. "Lily?" he questioned in minor disbelief. Lisa smiled softly. "You've grown taller, Matt," she returned, "and by the sound of it become more responsible than you used to be. A/N. And I'll leave off there to pick up on the next phase." So, for those that have read the first version of this story, you'll notice this was originally part of Recovery. I gave this its own phase as it fits better in the long run in my opinion. So Tyler's arrival and trip to Aprilias's medical institute is new and gave me a chance to give better details on how injured Tyler was from the Shadow's destruction. And someone can feel free to correct me with the seriousness of a collapsed lung, but it was what fit for me in this story. Then I felt that the original way in which Lakis found out about Tyler being there at her home could be done better. I imagine Lakis was distraught enough that she wouldn't see there was another there until she calmed down a bit. Thus it took a day for her to figure out that Tyler was there, which works better in my opinion. And finally, the meeting for Lisa with her family, which you reads clearly saw was different. I felt that it was better for it to not be arranged or expected like it was before. I did that since I have portrayed that Lisa has left her previous life with her family behind. Anyways, hope you enjoyed this phase, as I do work hard to write them as quickly as I can. As I said before, between full school load and working full-time at the same time, I don't get to write as much as I would like. And I thank you readers that comment on what I put out. It does inspire and motivate me to keep writing. So, I ask some of you write reviews to keep the thoughts coming. I hope to keep up this pace, but I make no promises with my life the way it is, yet I will try to keep this up. Thus, I will see you all in the next phase. Chapter 25, Phase 28, Recovery. April 20th, 71 CE. Tyler was heading for the fighting between ZAFT and the Archangel at the briskest pace he could manage. What Tyler saw motivated him to get into the battle, as he knew it would get worse given time. On the ZAFT side were 3 Wasp-type Djinns equipped for underwater operations, an Assault-type Gin leading them and 2 regular Djinns, and a few other suits Tyler couldn't identify thus far. Then, the 4 suits seemed not to be able to leave the Archangel alone, the 4 Stolen Alliance's GAT series. Tyler scanned the other side of the conflict, which was unfortunately expected. The Archangel flying above the ocean, appearing to be trying to get to Orb's mainland a distance ahead. For its defenders, there was one of Skygrasper with the Strike's launcher configuration equipment, the Strike linked with the Ale equipment, and the Asuka out with an anti-ship sword with it. Tyler had an odd quiet feeling about the Asuka, but he couldn't place what the feeling was saying to him. He dismissed the whisper and focused on changing the flow of the battle ahead. Tyler did register the onset of his seed mode, which would assist and make things a bit easier in the long run. He shot forward with the Shadow's Mirage colloid up and actively looked for his first target. With the beam rifle in the right hand and the railgun rifle in the left, Tyler kept cutting the distance. The Loss Cannon's barrel was connected to its full length, and the acceleration coils were warming up. Tyler brought out the Shadow's hidden scope and began scanning for the nearest sub to hit them first. His crosshairs came to a stop instead on one of the two Wasp-type Jins with aquatic equipment. Tyler raised his beam rifle, aimed, and fired, nailing the Gin, causing the machine to explode shortly afterward. After taking care of that suit, Tyler's attention was drawn to two particular machines clashing, the Asuka and the Aegis. Suddenly the world around Tyler became fuzzy for the briefest moment, which caused him to pause. His surroundings were clear a moment later, but there had been something off a second ago that Tyler couldn't figure out. However, Tyler couldn't give that much more thought as he looked back at the Aegis and the Asuka going at each other. Tyler shot forward again to get to where his two best friends were. And yet, the thought that something was off came back to Tyler louder than it had been the last time, but he ignored it again. Nevertheless, as Tyler made it around halfway to his friends, the Asuka was rushing towards the Aegis, anti-ship sword swinging in an arc towards its opponent. Should that arc be completed, the Aegis would be destroyed, and Athrun would die as a result. Then things went fuzzy again as the Aegis didn't move out of the oncoming sword. Tyler blinked and saw the Blitz appear and shove the Aegis out of the way of the attack. The anti-ship sword kept going and hit the Blitz, and for a brief moment, the phase shift held the weapon off. Time seemed to stop for a moment, the image of the anti-ship sword frozen where it was. But then it kept going and sliced into the black mobile suits and exited the back of the machine. A moment later, the Blitz vanished in an explosion as it detonated. Tyler then heard a voice cry out in pain over the comm channel, "Nicole," Athrun yelled. Tyler's eyes widened at what had just happened in a numb feeling accompanied by a sick flavor. He couldn't believe what he had witnessed had just occurred. It didn't seem possible even when he'd seen it. Tyler could only curse the masked man that had insisted for his hunt to continue and send good people to their deaths. And yet, Tyler had little time to contemplate what he'd seen as an object that came from the Archangel's direction. Tyler recognized it as one of the Sky Graspers heading towards the Asuka. At the same time, there was a flash, and Tyler saw the Archangel crash along the shoreline of the closest island. However, Tyler's attention was drawn back quickly. "Kira, how could you?" Athrun snarled in a mix of anger and pain. "You killed Nicole." The Aegis sped forward and attacked with its beam sabers, yet the Asuka dodged the strike and got behind Athrun. Then Kira swung his beam saber at the Aegis, though he missed as Tyler watched, trying to get to them. "Kira," Athrun shouted in anger. Tyler was going all out and pushing the Shadow as much as he could without risking overheating the thrusters and having them fail. Then the world went fuzzy for a moment again before everything snapped to be sharp and clear. The Sky Grasper had started a dive towards the Aegis before letting loose a missile. The Aegis weaved out of the missile's path and then threw its shield at the Sky Grasper like a frisbee. Tyler watched in torturous slow motion as the shield flew at the intended target. Tyler knew there was absolutely nothing he could do to save the pilot of the Sky Grasper, which only made the pain worse. So, when the Aegis's shield slammed into the aircraft's cockpit, it was like being stabbed in the heart. There was no way that a pilot could survive that attack, and the craft exploding just sealed their fate. "Tall," Kira screamed right after the Sky Grasper was destroyed. The pain in Tyler's heart sharply grew as he realized a friend had just been killed. And yet, once again, the world went fuzzy for a brief moment before returning to normal. "Athrun, you," Kira growled, "you killed Tall." There was another pause. "I'll destroy you." Tyler was within range just as the fighting between his best friends continued in earnest. Kira shot forward. "Athrun," he screamed as the Asuka moved forward and cut off the Aegis's left arm cleanly like a hot knife through butter. The Aegis pushed the Asuka back, responding, "I'm going to kill you," Athrun shot back. The Aegis sliced off the Asuka's left arm and shield before spinning around and landing a blow on the Asuka's flight system. Kira didn't let Athrun get away with that scot-free, taking the Aegis's head in exchange. The Aegis leaped back from the Asuka and into the air before shooting forward and latching onto the mobile suit while in its armor attack mode. Tyler was so close to where they were when a massive explosion engulfed the Asuka and the Aegis, forcing the Shadow backward. The world went fuzzy again as Tyler made a cry from his soul, "Athrun, Kira." "No." Tyler's eyes snapped open, breathing hard as he tried to figure out what was going on. A second ago, he had been in the Shadow's cockpit, yet now he was in a bed of some sort. Tyler looked upward and focused on his current surroundings and found himself looking up at a ceiling he wasn't familiar with. The burning pain was flowing through Tyler's body which he couldn't explain, even breathing hurt to do. There was beeping nearby, which he had no idea what that was from. Any form of movement would send waves of pain all over Tyler's body, and that was enough to force him to pause. Thus, it took Tyler calming down somewhat and slowly raising himself to a sitting position. Tyler slowly glanced around the room he was in now and was still confused about what was going on. It looked like a bedroom of some sort, but no identifiable markings to suggest where he was. However, what quickly caught his attention was the bandages that covered his body. Tyler's hands were wrapped in bandages, in fact, every part of his body was in bandages by what he took in. It didn't make sense to Tyler, why would he be in a strange bedroom wrapped up in bandages? Tyler took a second look at himself and found tubes and other things attached to him and connected to equipment around the bed. However, Tyler's mind was murky, and so he was having trouble figuring out things right now. The feeling that something was out of place came back to Tyler, and it was the loudest it had been yet. The clue didn't point to anything in particular, just that something wasn't right with things as they were. Such added to the confusion plaguing Tyler's mind as he tried to figure out what was going on. Tyler's breathing hitched, and a wave of pain surged through him, getting him to put a hand to the right side of his chest. The pain was the worst there, but it certainly wasn't the only place that hurt. It took a moment and regulated breathing for Tyler to get things to quiet down and the pain to subside somewhat. As he was getting things back under control, the feeling of fear came to Tyler's mind. That fear became a mix of desperation and panic, which didn't make sense to Tyler. He managed fear when it came to him, which was not too often these days. And then Tyler didn't panic, at least not as other people did, he kept calm when things became stressful. As Tyler tried again to recall what could have put him where he was, little was coming to him. Yet, a moment later, images started flashing through his head, horrific ones of having to witness his two best friends killing each other. As more pictures came to his mind, Tyler felt sick as Kira and Athran hadn't been alone in their fate. Others had died in whatever was going through his head, and Tyler didn't like it at all. What Tyler recalled sent him reeling, and he physically recoiled back, falling out of the bed. The second that Tyler struck the floor, pain racked him, and all he could do for a short period was writhe and thrash around in response. And Tyler's response only increased the magnitude of the waves of pain he experienced. The length of time the pain overrode his physical senses was beyond Tyler's comprehension, the aspect of the passage of time was lost to him right now. However, once Tyler was able to regain control of his body and senses, he made an effort to get to his feet. Just trying to get to his feet was a difficult task as the pain kept surging through him with each movement. During the process, Tyler removed all but the 4 in his left arm and the oxygen tube to his nose. Tyler ended up using the bed with his right hand and the 4-pole with his left to plant his feet on the floor and rise. And when on his feet, Tyler was gasping for air both with his mouth and nose. Tyler had a near-death grip on the 4-pole to keep his balance while his right hand went to the same place on the right side of his chest as before. It also felt like he couldn't take as deep a breath as he wanted, like something was preventing him from doing so. Tyler's body shook, and his legs were shaking, and he had to work hard to not collapse to the floor again. His right hand shifted to his head as the pain increased sharply, and that was accompanied by terrible images flashing in it. What was odd was the images clashed and contradicted others, which confused Tyler further. It was hard to tell which images happened or if they were some nightmare. There seemed to be 2 versions of the same event playing in his head, but they were fighting for which would have attention. And the versions were similar but had differing vital details, and both were convincing enough to be true possibly. Tyler ended out stumbling back a bit and hitting the bed, forcing him to sit on it. Tyler was exhausted mentally and physically, and he couldn't say how he had come to be so. And yet, the feelings of fear, desperation, and panic wouldn't leave him alone and wouldn't let him rest. He would love nothing better than to sink to the bed and close his eyes and sleep to get the pain to fade. So, Tyler rose slowly again and faced the door to the room, intending to find out what was happening. First, he took the oxygen filter machine and hung it on the 4-pole, and secured it the best he could. Then he shuffled slowly towards the door, using his iron-clad will to keep him going even with the pain that was burning within him. Tyler was dragging the 4-pole with him as there was a bag with a tube linked to his 4 and the oxygen equipment on it. However, around halfway to the door, Tyler caught a glint from his right, which got him to stop for a moment. He glanced in that direction and noticed a mirror on the wall that was the source of the glint. Tyler's reflection showed him just how much of a mess he was right now, and it made him wonder what happened to put him in this state. He had the thought that his current condition could be due to a stupid decision that Tyler couldn't recall right now. Tyler could be considered a risk-taker from time to time, but he usually didn't eat the consequences that could hit him like he was. Yet, after a second look at the mirror, Tyler blinked as his eyes didn't look right. And it took a minute for Tyler to realize that his eyes were as they would be when he had active seed factor with the pupils as pinpricks. Tyler stood staring at the mirror for a long minute, not quite comprehending what he saw in his reflection. Both collections of images did say Tyler had used his seed factor in the fight between the Archangel and ZAFT. But Tyler still couldn't determine which set of images was what could have happened to him. However, as Tyler was thinking, the point of a condition he had came to mind. The illness was called recoil syndrome, named after the doctor that discovered it, Benson Recoil. It was a scarce condition that potentially affected 1 in around 100 million. The syndrome tended to have specific triggers that varied between individuals. For Tyler, one of those triggers was extended period use of his seed factor, which was why he was careful how long he used it. If not dealt with, the condition was potentially problematic and could be lethal if ignored for long enough. If Tyler were dealing with his recoil issue, things would worsen if he didn't get the medication that was made for the problem. It could also explain the two different collections of images that Tyler had seen, potentially one of the known symptoms of the syndrome. Should Tyler be dealing with recoil, then getting that manageable was one of the main priorities, if not the top task to get done. Finding out where he was and what was happening could wait for a time, even when Tyler wanted answers now. Of course, getting his condition under control and manageable was more complicated than just saying it. Still, he would try and go on from there and find out where things went. Tyler went back to moving to the door, planning to search for something that was a source of potassium. That would help slow the progress of the syndrome until he could get a dose of medicine that would deal with the problematic symptoms of recoil. The door opened, and Tyler stepped through and found himself in a hallway. The corridor appeared to be from a house, not a lavish one but a bare or destitute one. The other point that he noticed was that the hallway didn't look heavily trafficked regularly. The carpet didn't seem too thick, at least the four-pole moved through it without much effort. It made walking less painful as Tyler wasn't slamming his feet onto a hard surface and delivering pain through that. So, he began to shuffle forward down the hallway to see what he could find. At the same time, he ignored the whispers that were starting to come to him as he went. The next door that Tyler came to looked much like Tyler's room minus the medical equipment. This room also looked like someone had been staying in it, but no one was there now. Tyler moved down the hallway, turned at the corner, and found more hallways with doors on both sides. He kept moving and checking rooms, and the longer he didn't find anyone, the harder it was to ignore the whispers he was hearing. And what was worse, the whispers were starting to become distinctive and understandable, which wasn't a good sign. It meant the hallucinations would soon start, and that was when things with recoil got much harder to deal with. It was midway down the hallway when Tyler opened a door that his circumstance took a brutal downturn. The moment after Tyler opened the door, and it felt like a wave of burning heat slammed into him, which made him take a few steps back. He raised his right hand to shield his face as he squinted to see the room ahead of him. In front of Tyler was a room that was a complete mess. Metal support beams were broken and in unnatural positions with fires blazing intermittently. And in the center of the whole mess was a girl that looked around 9 or 10. Within a second, Tyler recognized the girl as his younger sister Lana, and her face was one he could never forget. Lana was in what had been a dress, but it was ripped to the point it could be considered rags. A part of Tyler's mind was sure that what he saw before him was not real, that it was a trick being played on him. Recoil could easily do such things, making the sufferer see hallucinations were common and one of the first symptoms. The hallucinations were one of the more complex issues with recoil given enough time. Tyler had heard and been told about what others had gone through, and what he had heard was worse than any of the reports. Some said those who suffered recoil would scream about things they saw and the insane rants they would spout. That was followed by either the individual being restrained or them committing suicide. Tyler knew personally how dangerous the hallucinations were, and he'd learned that during his last recoil episode. During that time, Tyler had watched from what could have easily been what had happened inside Junius 7 if he had been there. It had been the most challenging day of Tyler's life, having to see the deaths of those he'd known. Luckily, Tyler had ignored the whispers that told him to take his own life, but it had been hard. Nonetheless, what Tyler had seen felt as accurate as what was right in front of him now. True, Tyler was repeating that what he was seeing wasn't real, his sister wasn't in front of him. However, his physical senses were casting severe doubt on the repeated mantra. His eyes, no matter how many times he blinked them or shook his head, wouldn't stop seeing the scene. Tyler couldn't get the immense heat to go away. It felt so real that he wondered if his body temperature was elevated. Lana looked directly at Tyler. "Brother, help me," she screamed. Tyler stumbled back, hitting the wall, and fell to his rear end, still transfixed by the scene in front of him. He kept telling himself that it wasn't real, but his confidence weakened, and he was having trouble keeping himself together. Tyler's logical mind was being drowned out by the input from his physical senses, so convincing was the hallucination. And the problem for Tyler was hallucination was getting harder to dismiss and ignore the longer it went on. Tyler clutched his head with both hands within a minute before curling into the fetal position. He kept repeating the hallucination wasn't real as he closed his eyes and held onto his sanity in a death grip. Meanwhile, Lakis had just returned from a meeting with her manager, who helped her singing career. It had been nothing more than a catch-up session, nothing new, no new performances coming up. But with the war going on, any performance for her was on hold until further notice. Sure, Lakis would sing at a particular function, but those were rare as of late, so there were none on the books. It was one of the things that Lakis was using to occupy her time to worry about Tyler needlessly. She, of course, wished for Tyler's recovery to be as swift as possible without sacrificing his health. It was the waiting that Lakis didn't like much or was unable to tell Kira and the others that Tyler was alive. It had been perhaps the most challenging part of this current circumstance other than Tyler's condition, not telling their friends. Both Miss Malto and her father had explained the reasons to keep the idea to herself, and she understood, but it was still tricky. Lisa also got back from her errands for the day, noticing that Lakis had gotten back from wherever she had gone. There had been talking among the house staff about her meeting with her manager, but Lisa hadn't asked questions about it further. She would check in on Tyler before occupying herself with busy work. There had been little visible change with him as of yet, but the checks the doctors had done had been encouraging. They had said that Tyler could wake up any day in the next week if everything kept improving at the rate it was. It had been some of the rare good news there had been lately. The war on Earth was getting worse, though it was more in the shadows than in the open. There were still fights between Omni and ZAFT, but no significant battles have been reported lately, which didn't bode well. Plus, there were hints from Information Network that the Alliance was plotting something. They were still working on acquiring and mass-producing mobile suits, now more than ever. However, Omni forces were gathering in two places, their Panama base and JOSHA. The pooling of forces at JOSHA made sense, but the gathering at Panama didn't. With JOSHA being the Alliance's Earthbound HQ, it was reasonable for a good chunk of Omni's fighting force to be there. For a large force of Omni to be around Panama, strongly suggested they planned to send them to space with the mass driver there. The war had been on Earth more lately, ZAFT had been pushing Omni onto the defensive. Thus, should the Alliance send forces into space, that could change things and make the ongoing war more bloody with attacking colonies. So, Lisa kept a close eye on info about Omni's movements as that would be a tipping point. The other thing that Lisa was trying to find information on was the Archangel and what was happening with it. She knew Tyler would want to know what the ship was doing as his friends were on board. Of all the things Tyler would be concerned with, his friends would be at the forefront. It's how he was. And from what Lisa had been able to find, the ship was still heading for JOSHA. It had stopped over in orb to resupply but then headed out in the general direction that would end out around Alaska. Lisa could only feel sorry for the ship's crew, they were like lambs being led to the slaughter and didn't know it. The fact had been torturing Tyler, and it had been hard to watch. Yet, as Lisa headed down the hall to the guest rooms, she came to a halt after the first corner. Right there in front of her was Tyler on the floor, curled into the fetal position covering his head. That Tyler was up was quite something as his condition should have kept him in a bed and not walk around. However, he had gotten out of bed and removed all but the 4 in his arm and the oxygen tube to his nose. His position suggested that he was having issues of some sort, but a glance around brought nothing to Lisa's view that would be a cause. Lisa moved to Tyler's side and studied him for a moment but learned little more. He was whispering things, but she couldn't tell what he was saying, even when she leaned closer. The muttering had a clear and severe desperate tone, which increased her worry for her friend. The other thing that Lisa noticed was Tyler would glance into the room across the hall. Lisa looked in that direction and merely saw the empty guest room, which she would expect. However, as she looked back at Tyler, he saw something she wasn't. The odd thing in this was Tyler wasn't one to see things that weren't there. He was one of the most level-headed and calm people Lisa had met. So, his current behavior was concerning, unlike him. Lisa softly shook him, but there was no visible response to her actions, but his odd behavior was getting worse. It was almost like Tyler was experiencing trauma, his actions matched what trauma victims would sometimes do. Lisa tried twice more in shaking Tyler, harder each time to get him to look at her and hopefully bring him out of whatever he was experiencing. When it became clear that Lisa's shaking had no appreciable effect, she decided to do something more drastic. Thus, Lisa grabbed Tyler by the collar of the shirt he had on, lifted him, and slapped him hard across the face. Tyler had been doing what he could to block out Lana's screams for help. They were so much worse than nails down a chalkboard could ever be. Then the flames that were burning around him had jumped to his hands and were burning him. The repeated mantra he'd been using had quickly been losing its effect, and ignoring what was going on was nigh impossible. Yet, Tyler was lifted up and hit hard across his face, which focused his attention. Lana's screams faded, as did the fire, the hallway returned to what it had been, along with the room Lana had been in going back to a bedroom. When Tyler looked forward, he saw Lisa holding him but the shirt collar he was wearing. Lisa's slap had not been gentle, Tyler's cheek certainly stung good, and if he weren't in the situation he was in, Tyler would have demanded what Lisa thought she was doing. However, as her slap had snapped him out of the horror he'd been seeing, Tyler would forgive Lisa for the firm smack. So, Tyler took a moment to slow and steady his breathing. "Thanks, Lisa," Tyler began. While that slap hurt, it helped get things back in proper order. Tyler paused for a long moment since he didn't reveal or go into details about recoil when it wasn't necessary. It was both his challenge, the mountain he climbed, and the shame he bore. Having the illness was rare and quite a mark on one's file in the medical world, and typically not in a good way. Tyler was one of the miraculous cases as he had survived his first episode and not gone crazy nor tried to take his own life. He had to keep in mind whenever he used his seed factor as it was a potential trigger. Recoil was an embarrassment to Tyler, so he didn't admit having it even when most had never heard of the syndrome. Yet, Tyler did continue, I'm kind of having health issues, both physical, which is obvious, and non-physical, which are not so visible. Lisa would have inquired what Tyler was referring to when he said non-physical issues. But it was clear to see that he didn't want to talk about whatever he was dealing with currently, and she would respect that wish for the time being. He seemed familiar with whatever he was facing, which brought several questions with no standing answers. However, Tyler was one of those that told you what they felt was enough and not everything, even when it would be better he did. That he was up and at least coherent was good enough to work with and help improve in Lisa's view. So, she set Tyler down on his feet and let him go, but was still ready to assist should he need. Tyler did wobble a little before he regained his balance using the four-pole, though he was still disoriented. At the same time, Lakis had heard something down the hall that led to the guest rooms. She thought she'd glimpsed Miss Malto going down that direction moments ago. So after catching up with the house staff, Lakis made her way towards where she had heard a noise. As she turned the first corner, she saw Miss Malto, which she did expect. However, there was none other than Tyler next to her, and he looked awake. Joy and warmth filled her heart at seeing Tyler up and about, for it meant that his health had to be improving. With the happiness and relief burning in Lakis, she couldn't hold herself back. Lakis rushed forward and threw herself at Tyler, and embraced him as tears began coming from her eyes. Yet the tears were not of sorrow as they had been weeks ago, but of joy that her friend was alive and somewhat okay. Tyler had been steadying himself with the four-pole, his legs were still having some difficulty supporting him. He was still tired, and after he got Lisa to help him get some source of potassium and ideally a dose of Letium serum, he would return to bed and sleep. Tyler could get answers about what was going on and where they were after he could be aware enough to remember and process the information. However, before he could relay what help he needed to Lisa, Tyler was knocked over and hit the ground again. Hitting the ground was unpleasant, but the waves of pain that followed the impact were worse than the initial landing. Tyler had to take some time to get enough oxygen in his body as he couldn't seem to breathe as deep as he should be able to. Lisa didn't fault the girl for hugging Tyler, she would have done so if not knowing he was not up for that right now. Tyler's health was still poor, even if it was improving and out of the life-threatening danger it had been in. Nevertheless, Lisa could quickly see Tyler was having a hard time breathing correctly due to his lung injury. So, Lisa moved forward and pulled Lakis off of Tyler to recover as best he could. Lakis didn't like being pulled back, and she would have argued with Miss Malto, but the sound of Tyler wheezing drew her attention. It was painful to see Tyler struggling to do a simple thing as breathing should be when she looked at him. However, a hand on her shoulder prevented Lakis from moving to Tyler's side. Hugging him is not helpful right now, Miss Klein, Lisa remarked. Tyler's wheezing was transitioning to gasping, still showing that he was having trouble breathing as Lakis glanced back at Lisa. What do you mean? She asked. Lisa figured that the girl hadn't been told about how bad Tyler's condition had been when he had gotten here. Chairman Klein wanted his daughter not to worry about Tyler by informing him how close he had come to dying. What were you told about his condition? Lisa asked. Lakis frowned as she had been told very little about it, even when she had inquired the house staff and her father about it. All that had been saying was he had a long way to go to be fully recovered, and that didn't say much other than things were not good. Not as much as I would like to know, Lakis returned evenly, no one seems willing to tell me. Lisa sighed. Well, she began, if not for the efforts of the medical institute here, he would unlikely have lived to the end of his first week here. Lakis gasped at hearing that since it strongly suggested that Tyler had been in perilous straits after saving Kira. Kira had only mentioned seeing pieces of the shadow before coming back to the Archangel and nothing else. Yet, Lisa continued, he had at least 5 blood transfusions before the bleeding was brought to a manageable level. Lisa frowned as she recalled what the doctors from the institute had said about what they had done. He needed bone reconstruction due to some of them being shattered so badly that they were barely recognizable, and position was the way they were identified. He had burns over his body, and the worst issue was injuries to his right lung, which is the cause of his breathing issue. Tyler heard 2 voices nearby, but his pain made it hard to concentrate on them. His labored breathing also required much of what he could muster at the moment. But one of the voices sounded like Lisa's, which would make sense as she had slapped him a moment ago. He had no idea what either voice was saying, the world was blurry, and the sound was included in that mix. And sadly, Tyler couldn't say if the pain was the cause of the world is murky or recoil doing its thing. It took Tyler's mental discipline to get his body back into manageable order and get the pain to fade to a degree. He got to take long, slow breaths, which got his heart to stop banging against his ribcage. Lisa, Tyler got out in a wavering voice, answers as to what is. Tyler's right hand shot to cover the right side of his chest as pain swelled, going on. Can wait. Tyler took a few breaths. I need to get to the kitchen of this place now. Tyler tried using the 4-pole to get his body to a standing position, but the pain made that a losing battle. Lisa saw that Tyler was having little luck getting to his feet, so she moved forward, grabbed him under his right arm, and helped raise him. Lakis also saw that Tyler was having issues, so she did much the same as Lisa had, just on the left side. The two women slowly guided Tyler down the hallway and to the kitchen as he requested. Tyler glanced to his left along the way, and his sight did clear up for long enough for him to recognize Lakis. It did bring up the question once again of where he could be, but that could be answered later once recoil was under control. Once in the kitchen, Tyler scanned around the room for a source of potassium that could slow recoil. Then Tyler could manage enough to get the point across what he needed to solve his current problem. Thankfully for Tyler, he spotted some bananas on one of the countertops, which fit the bill for what he needed. Lakis still had questions on what Tyler was dealing with right now, but he seemed focused on getting something. He still didn't look the best, worryingly pale, and his slow shuffling was concerning in Lakis's view. She was glad Sakura wasn't here, she might make things harder for Tyler, and he didn't need that. Tyler needed Sakura's antics as much as repeated kicks to his head right now. After Tyler had eaten 3 bananas, he turned and faced the 2 women who helped him get to them. He wasn't interested in explaining recoil syndrome in detail right now, maybe later after getting the medication to get it to settle, but preferably not at all if it could be helped. So, Tyler began, let's start with where we are since I don't recognize any of my surroundings. Lakis could tell that while Tyler was doing slightly better, he was still having issues that he was dealing with, which were now somewhat manageable. It worried that Tyler's behavior was out of place for him, and she was curious about what was happening with him. You're in my home, Ty, back on the plants, Lakis answered. Tyler glanced at Lakis, which caused her concern to spike a bit. His eyes looked odd, the pupils were too small, and they seemed to be shaking somewhat. It could be just another subtle sign of Tyler's poor health for all Lakis knew, but she had the nagging suspicion that it wasn't just that. However, before she could inquire about the point, Lisa spoke up, as she said, we are around the plants, which we're here to help along with your recovery from the consequences that ended out with the shadow being destroyed. Tyler mulled over what Lisa said, and it checked out enough for him to believe it to be true. Yet, it didn't help determine which series of events that had been going through his head was real and which was not. Plus, Lisa nor Lakis had said anything regarding the time spent here recovering, and that was important. Granted, Tyler felt horrid to put it mildly, and surviving an explosion would explain the pain he was in. However, there were still unanswered questions, which should be sooner rather than later. Tyler was forced to recall that the Archangel was heading to Omni's headquarters, which wouldn't be safe for the crew. If they were in trouble, Tyler wanted to help them if possible. Nonetheless, he knew he was in no condition to be of any help or use to anyone right now. Tyler had to take a moment to breathe in and out, and how long ago did that event happen, Lisa? He asked. Lisa knew the question was coming, but she also was aware that Tyler would not like the answer to. If there was one thing that could be said about this war, then time was an ally to none. Tyler could see hesitation with Lisa, which didn't give him any comfort as to the answer he could receive. Well, Lisa stated, that was about 3 weeks ago, sorry to say. Tyler blinked at what Lisa said, and several thoughts began going through his mind in response. First, he was stunned that 3 weeks had passed while he had been unaware and immobile. The amount of time also inferred that his injuries had been more extensive than any optimistic view could have. Granted, a pessimist would have him dead, which was far less desirable than injured but alive. However, a great deal could happen in 3 weeks, which worried Tyler as his friends had been heading for a dangerous situation. The Archangel had been heading for Josha, and they could almost be there by this time. The crew didn't seem to believe or didn't think possible that their allies were planning to save those they could manipulate and dispose of the rest in some way. However, hypothetical thoughts weren't helpful right now, more the opposite in truth with Tyler working against recoil. It would be better to get what facts he could get before imagining what could be happening. Tyler towards Lisa, should I ask if there have been any changes which I would be concerned with in the past 3 weeks? Lakis wondered what Ty was worried about, he was concerned about something happening that was time sensitive. She could think of a couple of things that he could be referring to with his question. The thought that kept coming back to the forefront of her mind was the Archangel and its crew. Lakis hadn't forgotten the things Kira had mentioned Tyler saying back around Shira, how could she? Kira had been convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that Ty said and believed that the Archangel wouldn't be greeted warmly at Josha. And with Ty somehow knowing things as he did, the details she recalled Kira saying were worrisome. The separation of the crew and disposing of some worried Lakis, for if true, their friends were likely in the disposal group. Then Kira had used what he told her Ty had said about her being potentially used as a hostage against the plants to get her to leave the Archangel. Lisa shook her head, not especially that I've seen, she replied. And I have been keeping an eye through the information network. Lakis twisted around and stared at Miss Malto with that last sentence. The Federation's information network was one of the closest guarded advantages over the 2 other factions. That network seemingly could find out anything about anyone or anything, no matter how secret the fact should be. Lakis was somewhat shocked at understanding that Miss Malto had access to the Federation's information network here in her home. Lisa continued, the war is still getting slowly worse, nothing has changed as of yet. Tyler wasn't comforted much with Lisa's reply, though it did lift some of the worries. It was only temporary. Those on the Archangel were still in danger from their so-called allies that some put blind faith in. However, Tyler knew in his current condition would be little to no help to any of his friends in a time of need. Then he had no practical tools to help Kira and the others with the shadow destroyed. The more he thought about it, the more Tyler was frustrated by his current situation. That Lakis was here happened to be one of the few good things, as it meant that Omni wouldn't be able to use her against the plants. Yet, the whispers coming back got Tyler to focus and his attention back to figuring out a way to get the drug he needed. The potassium had helped a bit, the whispers had lessened in volume but hadn't gone away. Meanwhile, Siegel was traveling home from the council meeting that he had been required to attend. He had approached Patrick Zala and had asked about recent operations ZAFT had been working on. Siegel had even mentioned hearing rumors of ZAFT potentially doing things within Federation territory. Patrick had merely replied that ZAFT was observing their conduct, and such rumors were baseless. Siegel had asked if the National Defense Committee effectively coordinated with Linus and others who led ZAFT forces. Patrick had said they were and did not worry about how the ZAFT forces were doing. He had said it was nice of Siegel to be concerned for the welfare of the troops, which was a compliment from Patrick these days. Siegel's friend Patrick had been changing over the last few years, and the change was not a nice one. Truthfully, council business was becoming more a chore that was harder every day than a civic duty as it used to be. And Siegel doubted he was the only council member who felt things were more complicated than they should be. Eileen Canaver, the current head of the diplomat committee, had shared she had similar concerns. Granted, the war was getting steadily worse over time, which seemed to be accelerating as of late. And the arguments that were coming up during council meetings were getting more heated recently. It was one of the things that made council business beyond tedious and just tiresome. However, it did make going home more meaningful, even if for reasons that really shouldn't be happening. When Siegel arrived home, he was met by the head of the house staff, and they updated him on the going-ons around the house. Things had been going fine this morning, yet there had been some commotion a little bit ago. Siegel asked what kind of commotion, and all he was told was it had something to do with their guests. He wondered if that meant there had been changes in Tyler's condition. Siegel asked where the commotion was, and the staff member pointed toward the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Siegel saw Lakis in the room along with Miss Malto, and they seemed to be grouped around something. "What is going on here?" Siegel questioned. The new voice came to Tyler's ears, which helped him ignore the voices growing in volume. It had undoubtedly sounded like Siegel's voice, which could potentially be a way to get the needed drug for Tyler's situation. The sooner Tyler got Letium serum, the quicker his condition could be improved. Lakis looked over to her father coming into the room and hoped he could help Tyler somehow. And maybe in that process, she could find out what Tyler was dealing with as his behavior was odd. "Siegel," Tyler started, "I know what I'm about to ask for will not make sense on the face of it, but I need you to just trust me for now." Tyler held his head, doing his best to shut out the voices that were demanding his attention. The pain surged as the hallucinations started to appear again faintly, but he continued. "I need you to contact a doctor and request a dose of a drug known as Letium," Tyler said clearly. "It will help me the most right now, the sooner I get it, the better." Siegel could see that Tyler was having issues, and his specific request suggested that he knew what was happening to him. Siegel had never heard of the drug, but he was no doctor, so it could be for a condition he'd no idea of. So he didn't argue with Tyler, just went to a communications device to get a hold of the medical institute. While Siegel did that, Lakis and Lisa stayed by Tyler, neither knowing what to do for him. Lisa suggested getting Tyler a piece of furniture so he could lie down. Lakis didn't argue the idea and helped Tyler shuffle to the sitting room and down onto the sofa. Tyler said nothing to the gesture as he focused on keeping his mind intact with the assault it was under. The hallucinations were getting louder and more challenging to ignore the longer Tyler didn't get the needed drug. Lana was back, and she was questioning why she had died, and he had not. And it wasn't just her, Kira and Athrun had appeared too, and they were asking sharp things and blaming him for how the circumstances were. The things that were being said were painful and cut to his heart, and it was getting worse the more time that passed. The expressions coming to Tyler's face were horrible to watch for Lakis. He was clearly in pain. Tyler wasn't usually shown much emotion now that she thought about it. He had always been calm and collected, one of Kira's friends never lost his cool. Sure, Tyler would laugh when something amused him, and Lakis had seen some instances of that. But she hadn't seen Tyler show the heart-wrenching pain he was experiencing now, and it appeared so out of place with him. Lakis was left to wonder how much she didn't know about Tyler that potentially Kira and Athrun did. Those three had opened up to one another that they hadn't to others. Kira had inferred that. Lakis kept looking at her friend. "Ty, what's happening to you?" she asked. Tyler argued whether to tell Lakis and Lisa about his recoil. He didn't want to do so. However, as they were helping him during his time of misery, Tyler figured he owed them some explanation. And yet, the pain was making thinking a hard thing for Tyler to do at the current moment effectively. Then the hallucinations certainly didn't help him either, if anything, they worsened his circumstances. Honestly, Tyler began, I don't know where to start on this, he paused, it comes up so rarely. The tone of voice suggested strongly to Lisa that whatever Tyler was dealing with was some sort of embarrassment or shame. It was odd for him as he didn't show embarrassment much, Tyler tended to be proud of who he was. He didn't hide or dismiss his faults when they were displayed, merely admitted them and moved on. Still, Tyler continued, what you have been seeing signs of is a condition I don't deal with often. He paused for a moment, clearly hesitating, it's not something that I like to talk about. Lisa sighed at Tyler's stubborn resistance, Tyler, at this point, we can clearly see whatever it is you don't want to talk about is more than you let on. Now is not the time to keep secrets so out with what is going on. Tyler could see there was little to nothing he would say or do to get Lisa and Lakis to drop the subject at this point. As much as he didn't want to, Tyler knew he would have to give some detail about his condition. So, Tyler took a few deep breaths, shut out the voices as best he could, and began, it's called recoil syndrome, an illness discovered in the early part of the cosmic era by the same doctor with recoil as their last name. It is a rare thing to have, but lucky me, I am one of those 1 in more than a million that has this. I have no idea what marks one for this illness, medical experts don't know for sure and aren't willing to make an official diagnosis for the point. Heck, the illness isn't widely known to most, it is one of those oddball conditions that don't come up often, if at all. It has triggers to start it up, which are unique per individual, so no set pieces that set it off. Lakis was a tad confused with what Tyler was explaining, it wasn't making much sense to her. She could understand that Tyler had a rare illness and did odd things. It still didn't explain why he seemed to be in pain and behaving odder than he did on occasion. Yet, Tyler continued, there are some common symptoms which all are pretty much are horrible. And for me, one of the triggers can come into effect on a battlefield which did with the last crap show between ZAFT and the Archangel. I assume the trigger you mentioned has something to do with that seed mode of yours, Lisa questioned. Lakis glanced at Miss Malto, wondering what she was referring to. She had heard of super evolutionary element destined factor before, which Lakis believed was being mentioned with seed mode. But with what Miss Malto said, Tyler could potentially have the factor which was supposed to be rare. Lakis had heard that seed factor gave those who had its incredible abilities. The instances in combat were the majority of the recorded cases of the claims of seed factor being used. However, Lakis didn't know enough about seed factor to know if one had it or not. Nevertheless, Lakis didn't get the chance to ask what either was talking about as Tyler kept going. And when triggered, recoil affects the mind in a few ways, none of which are pleasant or helpful, I assure you. You hear things that you wouldn't normally, then comes the hallucinations, it essentially traps you in prison made in the mind. I know it may not make sense when I put it that way, but it is the best way I can explain it. Lisa didn't like what she heard, though it did explain what she'd seen when she had found Tyler earlier. He had been trapped in a hallucination of some sort, and her slap had brought him out of it. On the other hand, Lakis didn't fully understand what Tyler implied with his explanation. Hearing things and having hallucinations was simple enough, even if it sounded odd with Tyler. However, before Lakis could ask anything, Lisa spoke up, and I take it that said voices and hallucinations are hard to ignore or refuse. Tyler would have replied, but the voices abruptly got louder and demanded attention from him. He could only use his hands to cover his ears, though that didn't help the voices and the hallucinations to fade. It was clear Tyler was having issues, so Lakis moved forward and placed her hand on his shoulder, but nothing changed. While that was happening, Lisa went and quickly fetched a data pad and looked up information on recoil syndrome. And what came up worried her, as the illness was seen as a hazardous condition, even if it was rare. The hallucination that Tyler had described was typical of the condition. The real issue with them seemed to cause the sufferer to hard register the natural world around them. And the longer the hallucinations went on, the more the patient's mental state would deteriorate. The episode, as the appearances of this syndrome were referred to, would generally end in one of two ways. The first ending was that the patient would have a severe mental breakdown which causes serious damage. Those that had an episode finish that way were committed to a long-term care facility for the insane. The other way an episode ended was the patient would take their own life. According to what Lisa read, the drug Letium, a type of suppressant, was the only thing that seemed to help with the condition's episodes. The other note that Lisa read was that the expectation of surviving the first episode was around 30% on average. And of that 30%, it was half at best that would be sane afterward. Lisa was again impressed with what Tyler had endured and still kept his attitude. He was indeed 1 in more than a million, and even that wasn't saying the actual facts well. The sound of the front door opening drew attention to the sitting room entrance, where a moment later, Siegel came in. He was followed by 2 in doctor's coats with bags, hopefully with the needed drug. The doctors instantly saw Tyler, one nodded at the other, who moved forward and pinned Tyler down. The other doctor dug around the bag they carried and took out a bottle of something and a syringe. Tyler felt someone pinning him down to the sofa, but he tried to keep himself together. The things that were being almost screamed at Tyler were horrible as much as what was being said and who it was coming from. Out of those shouting at him, there was Lana but also Kira and Athrun, those were some of the most painful. His thoughts were careening down a slippery slope, and the people in the room were spinning and swirling around him. But then there was stabbing pain on the back of Tyler's neck, followed by a slightly cold sensation that started spreading through him. Moments after that sensation, the voices and their owners began to decrease in volume and fade from the world. Shortly after Tyler was injected with whatever substance the doctors had, Lakis could see that he had stopped struggling. His body didn't go wholly limp, but he appeared to be relaxing and not be suffering as he had been. "Thank you for your prompt response," Siegel remarked to the doctor that had used the syringe. The doctor turned and bowed to Siegel as his partner went to their bag and began getting out monitoring tools. "Our pleasure, Chairman Klein," the lead doctor replied. "I'm amazed Mr. McGregor is up and moving already. With his injuries, most wouldn't be. We plan to check on him tomorrow, so this saves us the time." The other doctor took the essential reading of Tyler's vitals and then put them into the daytop pad. Lakis moved forward as the doctor was sweeping a rod-looking tool over Tyler's head. "Is he doing okay?" she asked. "Most of his vitals are looking okay, lower slightly than they normally would be," the doctor or nurse answered. "His brainwaves are falling more towards where they should be, probably will be 10 minutes or so before they reach where they are acceptable." Lisa listened to what had been said by the one looking Tyler over and was glad it seemed he would be okay. She was curious why Tyler hadn't mentioned he had an abnormal condition, but with what she'd read, Lisa didn't exactly blame him. Lisa turned to the other doctor. "So, have you heard of recoil syndrome?" she asked. The lead doctor twisted to face the woman that was Mr. McGregor's escort officer. "I've read the name and heard a few stories about the illness. However, this is my first experience with an individual with the syndrome. From what I have heard, the vast majority don't make it through their first episode." The doctor hesitated. "Intact." Lakis whipped around at how the doctor said intact, as it had been said in a way that implied it was not in a way the person was okay. "What do you mean by intact?" Lakis questioned. The doctor frowned since the stories he'd heard were sad and nasty. A colleague of his had mentioned that those with recoil usually either went insane or committed suicide. "Well, Miss Klein," the doctor began, "from what I understand, most that go through this either lose their sanity or take their own lives." Lakis gasped in horror at what she was told as it was unthinkable to her. She couldn't imagine what would have to be going through one's mind even to consider taking their life. But the doctor continued, "And those who don't take their life are normally unable to recover even an amount of their sanity." Lakis was left to worry about Tyler as the doctors finished their work before pronouncing Tyler as okay for the moment. 10 minutes passed while they worked, and they left after their pronouncement. It was another 5 minutes before Tyler stirred and showed he was aware of the world around him again. His mind was quiet, and nothing was plaguing him as he had been dealing with. He still couldn't tell which set of events had occurred around the islands in Orb's territory, but he could figure that out later. There were more pressing matters to get taken care of first before Tyler sorted out things that had already happened. The recent episode of Recoil wasn't lovely in any way, but it wasn't nearly as bad as the first one had been. It had still felt like he'd been stabbed over and over in the heart, but it wasn't being torn out as the first time had felt like. During the first episode, Tyler's father had been there, which had been the worst. If this recent episode had gone on for a great deal longer, Tyler feared that his father would have popped up. Hearing the things that he had from his father was torture in a much different way which hurt far more. Getting that from his sister and best friends had been hard enough and had made suicide sound reasonable. Tyler sat up slowly and looked around the room, taking in his current surroundings. He appeared to be in some sitting room, with Lakis, Lisa, and Siegel there. It proved that what Lakis had said about being around the plants in her home specifically was genuine and not part of the hallucinations. But that also meant that those here had seen most of his recoil episode, which was outright embarrassing. Tyler exhaled. "Please forgive me for anything nasty or stupid I may have said since I woke up," he said. Lisa smiled. "Thankfully for you, there is no need for that since you didn't say anything stupid nor nasty." Lakis moved to be in front of Tyler. "Are you all right, Tyler?" she asked worriedly. Tyler stared at Lakis for a moment, taking stock of his current condition. The recoil episode was over, thank goodness, which was an improvement. However, his health was still sour from the shadow's destruction, which would take time to get over. And Tyler didn't doubt it would take more time than he would prefer or like to get back to full health. "I'm better than I was earlier, but my health is still not the best. At least, the pain I'm still feeling, and the fore and breathing tube would strongly say that." Tyler paused for a moment. "Yet, I supposed I shouldn't be complaining a great deal as I'm alive when most others wouldn't be with what I endured." Lisa snickered. "Indeed, you are lucky to be alive, Tyler, and it would probably be best if you get some more sleep." Tyler sighed, knowing that Lisa was right. "I guess you're right, Lisa, my body needs rest right now to speed my recovery along hopefully." Siegel could see that Tyler needed sleep, but with what had recently come to his attention, he needed to talk to the young man. A secure message from Linus had come about 2 mobile suits that had just been developed. Linus had mentioned that the National Defense Committee was rumored to be discussing who would be the pilots. However, Linus was being left out of the discussion, and those being considered were some that Linus was having watched for misconduct. Siegel took the message as Linus, implying that his guess may be able to help get at least one of the machines out of the committee's hands. So, Siegel moved forward. Once you get some sleep, I have a request for you to listen to, he said. Tyler studied Siegel for a moment, wondering what kind of request the man could have. Still, after a minute, Tyler nodded. Sure, I'll listen, not sure what I could help with thought. Lisa and Lakis then helped Tyler back to the room he had been put in upon his arrival so that he could rest. The bed felt enormously comfortable as Tyler's body came down on it, and he barely even heard the 2 women leaving the room as he dropped off to sleep. A/N. Okay, I'll end it here and continued on in the next phase. There was not much addition or change in the first part of this phase that was Tyler's nightmare, other than him questioning if what he was seeing was real. And as this is third person, how Tyler is discovered is a little different but similar. Of course, with what I described with Tyler's injuries, his reactions when Lox hugged him and other time, Tyler's actions are a tad different. The next phase is coming along nicely, so I hopefully would have it ready soon. I'm trying to keep an approximate 2-week release schedule, we'll see how it goes. Please, some of you take the time to tell me what you think of the phase. Peace out. Chapter 26, Phase 29, Theft. The next phase in Gundam Seed, the Federation. I hope you like it. May 3, 71 CE. Aprilius 1, Lagrange 5. The next time Tyler woke up, he got out of bed slowly before grabbing the 4-pole with the oxygen machine still on it and headed out of the room. He hobbled to the sitting room and found Siegel there with Lakis. The 2 turned and saw Tyler coming in. Lakis rose and helped him to the sofa before sitting next to him. Tyler took a moment to calm his breathing before facing Siegel. So then, Siegel, what is the request that you have for me to listen to? Siegel gathered his thoughts as this subject was getting more complicated the more he looked into it. It was more a sign there was a rift developing in the Supreme Council, and 2 sides were coming out of it. There was the side that Siegel and many of the other moderates wanted to de-escalate regarding the ongoing war. The other side had the radical members that wanted more involvement in the war and crush the alliance. Unfortunately, out of the 4 council members that were on the National Defense Committee, only one even spoke to the moderate members very openly. And by what he'd been getting from Linus, the committee wasn't working with him as much as they should be. In the end, Siegel sighed. Well, Tyler, no doubt you've noticed the war between ZAFT and the Alliance's Omni is getting worse for more than just those fighting in it. Tyler nodded, not in any way disagreeing with the point, as innocent bystanders were getting hurt more now than they had in the earlier years of the war. The Federation's military had been trying to mitigate the harm, but there was only so much they could do. And with Omni likely to soon be able to mass-produce mobile suits, things would just get worse. It had been the Federation higher UPS fear that when the Alliance got mobile suits, they would employ them to try to assert their dominance. The amount of sabotage done to prevent Omni mobile suits was extensive, and Tyler had participated in some of the missions to do that. Oh, I'm well aware of the war getting worse, Siegel. I've been aware of some of the things I've done for almost 2 years since I enlisted in the Federation's military. However, I assume that something has changed on the plant's side, or rather ZAFT's, or else we wouldn't be having this conversation. Lakis frowned at Tyler, saying he had been in the Federation's military for close to 2 years. He was too nice to be a soldier, even though the skills he'd had saved her and others already. And then, he implied that he'd done things in this war to understand how horrible it was. Heck, Lakis had only recently come to know what kind of things Sakura could be dealing with, and she didn't like that. What kind of things have you done, Tyler, that would have you know about this war? She asked. Tyler twisted to look at Lakis. Sorry to say I can't tell you most of the things I've done, and it isn't because I don't want to, it's because the files are sealed. I will say the things I've seen have sickened me and make me fear this war won't stop soon, as those driving it forward are not going to let it. Tyler returned to facing Siegel, but my apologies for interrupting, please continue with what you were saying, Siegel. Since the discovery and acquisitions of Omni's prototypes, scientists within the Integrated Design Bureau have been busy. They have taken what they got from the studies of the machines and applied them to new projects, Siegel iterated. Then he hesitated. From what I've been told, the projects are finished for the most part, and others are discussing who to have on them. Siegel grabbed the datapad he had with the info Linus had sent him and slid it over the table to Tyler for him to look at. Tyler picked up the datapad and brought up the information, which came up as images and corresponding text. Within less than a minute, Tyler was in a state of shock, which flashed to irritation. On the datapad were technical specs of 2 mobile suits developed by ZAFT's Integrated Design Bureau, which he had heard was pretty much their top R&D group. Lakis did see some expressions flash over Tyler's face. The first was shock, then there was irritation before he schooled his expression. Tyler studied the files on the datapad, the first of the two on the mobile suits named the ZGMFX-10A Freedom. The machine overall wasn't one to scoff at, Tyler could tell that at a hard glance. It was designed for assault and taking on multiple opponents simultaneously, and the data agreed with Tyler's assessment. Some of the noted equipment had phase shift armor for part of its defense like Omni's GAT series did. That defense was combined with the fair-sized shield with anti-beam coating. The following system Tyler looked at was made in a wing apparatus that gave this unit excellent mobility and on-Earth flight. Tyler did not doubt that the armaments combined with the multi-lock-on system would be efficient and deadly to those the suit faced. But the most significant two things that caught his eye were a piece of equipment called a neutron jammer canceller. The data said it nullified the effects of N-jammers, which led to the suit's power source that was a nuclear fission reactor. From what Tyler saw, this mobile suit's armaments were like this machine's other equipment. The unit had two plasma cannons stored in the wings by the data, and the cannons were similar to the Strike's beam cannon. Then, two railguns on the hips folded when stored but could snap to ready quickly. From what Tyler was reading, those weapons could pound enemy machines and start to cut down their numbers. Those four weapons alone made this suit dangerous and a challenging opponent to go against, especially in the hands of a seasoned pilot. Tyler moved on to other weapons this unit had to use and found it had two beam sabers at its disposal. The Freedom was also built with two CIWS 76mm guns to intercept incoming projectiles and pepper close enemy machines. Then the beam rifle it had was around the same caliber as the Shadow's beam rifle had been. With the data he was looking over, Tyler was impressed with the design and extremely worried about the potential applications. The Freedom had hazardous equipment both carried and built into it, which could be used several ways. The nuclear reactor alone was a serious issue not just for the operational time it supplied but also for what could happen if it detonated. This unit and doubtless the other on the daytop pad could be seen as portable nuclear bombs should those that commanded it wanted to do that. The existence of this and the other unit essentially destroyed the April Fool's Crisis's work. That one event had prevented the war from escalating with nuclear weapons for more than 5 years. And what was sadder still, should the Alliance get a hold of neutron jammer cancellers, the first thing they would do is make nukes to send at the plants. Tyler feared it would be only a matter of time before the Alliance somehow got the technology now that it existed. Looking at the mobile suit also created concern in Tyler's mind aside from the return of nuclear technology. ZAFT producing machines like this said to Tyler they were thinking ahead, not just in defeating Omni, but potentially going against the Federation as well. The war between the Alliance and ZAFT was terrible, but should either side draw in the Federation, they would be eliminated, and the remaining side would be dealt with. Whoever the Federation ended out going against would be a bloody battle as the faction would fight until forced to stop or being wiped out. The grim idea was horrible to Tyler and didn't end well for either side, only with massive death. Tyler said nothing yet, just switched over to the other mobile suit's schematic, and his mood didn't improve. He found some of the same equipment as the Freedom had, and it was the concerning stuff. This machine was named the ZGMFX-09A Justice and was clearly designed for assault. This unit had a nuclear reactor and corresponding neutron jammer canceller. The machine had much the same elements for defense, such as phase shift armor and anti-beam coated shield. The Justice possessed a multi-lock-on system that complemented its weapon loadout as much as the Freedom had. The fundamental difference between the two was a piece of equipment called the Phantom 00, which appeared to be a winged flight system attached to the back of this suit. In the armament department, the Justice had two beam sabers like the Freedom did and could combine them into one twin-edged weapon. Another offensive option this unit had was a type of beam boomerang stored in the shoulders of the suit. The data said the tests of the beam boomerangs had proved they could be consistent enough to be effective. Then the unit had 4 CIWS guns instead of 2 as the Freedom had and were mounted in the head. The Phantom 00 had most of the suit's weapons mounted to it, such as the 2 main rapid-fire beam cannons. Then the 2 turret machine guns could swivel, and the other 2 machine guns were fixed and appeared to be more for interception. Finally, the Justice had a beam rifle that looked to be the same model as the Freedom's, making it as effective. After slightly more than 5 minutes of studying the schematics, Tyler put down the daytop pad, thinking for a bit. His thoughts were not pleased about what he had looked at, more he was worried that ZAFT was going to be more aggressive soon. And if the mobile suits were used as they could be, death would follow in their wake, and it would be horrifying. In the end, Tyler looked at Siegel. From a professional standpoint, I have to admit both are impressive mobile suits, Siegel, he remarked dryly. And I have seen some impressive equipment before now, so quite the achievement for ZAFT. Lakis had been worried about Tyler with the expressions that had crossed his face, more so after he had stopped showing anything. She couldn't see what was on the daytop pad from where she sat, but she was curious what Tyler had been looking over. Lakis had little notion of what this conversation would be about, but now she was concerned. And Tyler's remark was given in such a tone that he was forcing what he said, that he felt something completely different from what his words said. Tyler was clearly not happy about something on the data he had studied, but what Lakis couldn't guess. Ty, you don't sound happy, she started, about whatever you read. What is on that daytop pad that has you like you are? Tyler glanced back at Siegel, silently asking for permission to tell Lakis about what he had looked over. Siegel nodded, but he was hesitant about Lakis knowing about the mobile suits for some reason. On this day Top Hat is specs on 2 mobile suits that ZAFT R&D has recently developed and built. Lakis was confused at being told the day Top Hat contained mobile suit data. It made no sense why her father would have such. And clearly, something about the mobile suits troubled Tyler, but she couldn't figure out what. I assume that's something about them you don't like, Ty. Tyler paused for a moment, trying to order his thoughts so he could tell Lakis in such a way that she would understand. The reintroduction of nuclear technology was very problematic, if not scary, with how much worse it would make the war. No, Lakis, these machines are concerning for several reasons, Tyler replied. The biggest problem is they have nuclear reactors for their power sources. Lakis gasped since what Tyler said shouldn't be possible, that would require something that could overcome enjammers. Ty, that can't be, enjammers make nuclear technology ineffective. Since the April Fool's crisis, such has been the case, Lakis reasoned. Tyler sighed, I would have agreed with you before reading what's on this day Top Hat, but such isn't true anymore. These units have neutron jammer cancellers, which translates into nuclear tech being usable again. Tyler turned to face Siegel. Honestly, I'm surprised that ZAFT created such since it disregards the victims of Junius 7 and has the work of creating and deploying the enjammers meaningless. Siegel agreed with Tyler, enjammer cancellers did make enjammers and the work that went into a moot point. However, it made Siegel believe that Linus got this to him to get it to the Federation's military. They would be able to use the information and hopefully create some countermeasures. It seemed far less likely that ZAFT would make any contingency for nuclear technology being used against them. And if the worst were to happen, then an event worse than Bloody Valentine would occur if no countermeasures existed. Indeed, and I think the hope if the Federation could develop a countermeasure for such before it becomes a crisis. Lakis looked between her father and Tyler. I don't understand what you both are talking about. Tyler's gaze returned to Lakis. I said professionally the machines are impressive, and I say that with my experience of testing experimental equipment as I get to sometimes. Frankly, from a personal standpoint, the units are more than concerned about ZAFT's direction. While mobile suits are generally dangerous for those who fight in this war, these will be far more so depending on the pilot. Tyler paused for a moment before continuing, I can't truthfully say whether it is better to call them mobile suits or weapons of mass destruction. With their nuclear reactors, they could deliver nuclear payloads and then detonate to kill all in a fairly large area, like large city-size areas. Lakis was horrified at what Tyler was suggesting could be done by these mobile suits. It was simply unthinkable. ZAFT wouldn't employ nuclear weapons nor use them against Earth. The Bloody Valentine had shown how horrible that was. And yet, Tyler appeared to be serious about what he said, and she trusted his judgment. No, she whispered, ZAFT wouldn't go so far, Mr. Tries wouldn't let it happen. At the mention of the unofficial leader of ZAFT, Tyler wanted to agree with Lakis, but the development of the freedom and the justice strongly implied otherwise. Thus, Tyler turned back to Siegel, as much as I would love to agree with Lakis, and if Admiral Tries is over this, then I'll be less worried. But I'll ask the question of you, Siegel, is Tries involved in this, or were others in charge of this development? Siegel hesitated as he didn't like the answer any more than the implications that came with it. I'm sorry to say he wasn't from what I understand, he returned, and my source is reliable. Tyler didn't like the direction this was implying ZAFT was going. It was very troubling indeed. If Admiral Tries wasn't calling the shots for ZAFT any longer, there was serious concern that Federation High Command would need to deal with. But that also begged the question, if others had made these machines and hadn't involved Tries, they would very unlikely want the Federation to know about it either. So, why was Siegel bringing this info to him when he no doubt knew Tyler would deliver it to the Federation? Siegel said outright that some that knew about the 2 mobile suits wanted the Federation to know about them, but apparently, those in charge didn't. So then, feel free to correct me should I be wrong, Siegel, but those that have say over these 2 mobile suits wouldn't want someone like me seeing them, Tyler posed. He waited for the man to counter him, but Siegel didn't, so he continued, since you haven't countered me, I take that as truth. That leads me to ask, what is it you want me to do with this information? Siegel knew what he was about to ask was dangerous for all involved, himself included. He would be branded a traitor when it was found out he provided the specs on the 2 machines. It had been why he had told Lakis it would be better than she wasn't a part of this conversation, yet she had insisted. But he also saw the potential reasons that Linus got this to his attention so that Tyler could help with this. The Federation's military needed to know about enjammer cancellers being developed. They were the most likely to come up with something to counter dangers that came with this that others were clearly ignoring. And if Tyler's health weren't as it was, then Siegel would have brought this up as soon as he had found out about it more than a week ago. I would like you to pilot one of them out and away from the colony, he stated calmly, and get it to the Federation to do what they can with it. Tyler's mouth fell open slightly at what Siegel was asking, not for the intent but for the repercussions it came with. He was more than happy to get the information of the two units to Federation High Command. Tyler felt the sooner the information reached them, the quicker countermeasures could be created, and they would be needed. However, Tyler firmly believed that those that had say over either the freedom or the justice would be willing to let him have them. I highly doubt those in charge of those two mobile suits along with those they report to are going to let me take one Siegel. As noble as your goal is, those that had these developed wouldn't want those, they probably intend to use them against knowing about them. Tyler was correct, of course, the National Defense Committee wouldn't want either machine to be taken to the Federation. Lately, there had been implications that distrust of the Federation was growing. There was no reason for the distrust that Siegel had seen, but the war had been creating that, unfortunately. All the talks with Federation political leaders had been good from what Eileen had said, no sign of them helping the alliance or having much to do with the war. I would agree with your assessment, Tyler, but the point is, as you said, the mobile suits are dangerous. Thus, those that have the chance to make means to neutralize them need to know whether its creators think so or not. And I believe you have the best chance with succeeding at getting one of the machines where it needs to go, Siegel admitted. Lakis was starting to see where her father was going with this, and she agreed in the end. With these mobile suits having a nuclear power source, there needed to be a means to neutralize them if something went wrong. Nonetheless, there would be consequences if she became aware that her father supplied the information to the one who got it to those outside ZAFT. And with her knowing about his, she could be implicated and charged as a traitor as her father would be. It was for the best, she knew that the Federation would come up with a way to counter the nuclear technology. In the long run, it would benefit the people of the plants, even if others would argue the opposite. Tyler was thinking about what he was being asked to do, as it wasn't simple, nor would he be the only one held accountable for the results. Should he steal one of the mobile suits, Siegel and potentially Lakis would be blamed for it. Neither of them was doing anything that should be seen as betrayal or sedition. However, Tyler was sure those in power would accuse them of just that and hunt them down for it. The two would have to go into hiding, and where Tyler would be, there would be those that would help them. It was still a horrible situation. He didn't doubt Siegel knew what was ahead of him should this go as hoped, but Tyler still had to ask. You two understand what will happen to you if this succeeds, right? He questioned. Tyler was apprehensive about both those in front of him, they didn't deserve what would come on their heads. You'll be branded as traitors and would probably be hunted down to either spend the rest of your life in prison or executed, depending on how nice the one in charge is feeling. Siegel nodded sadly as he understood he and likely his daughter would be in serious trouble at best, killed as Tyler said at worst. And knowing that the next in line for chairman was Patrick Zala only sealed their fate even more. Years ago, Siegel would have said Patrick would be friendly and understanding in this situation, but that had changed. Since this war started, Patrick had been more hardened and radical in his thinking. So, with him being the one that would decide what would happen, the outlook was dire. It is unlikely that Patrick Zala will be very understanding or forgiving with Lakis or me, especially with how he acts these days, Siegel stated. Lakis's head fell at hearing her father say that they would face horrible backlash as she believed him. The mention of Representative Zala likely meant that he would take the chairman's seat when her father was removed. And the times that Lakis had seen him recently, he had been less than pleasant. She had attributed that to the stress of the war as he was on the National Defense Committee, but it was looking like there was more to that. Tyler sighed. Let me ask one more thing then. He paused for a moment, mainly as he avoided politics. Is the radical gaining more influence? Siegel nodded slowly. Unfortunately, yes, they are gaining more control of policy these days. Tyler exhaled. Great, that is the last thing any need in this war, more that think killing is the solution. Lakis blinked at Tyler's statement as she couldn't make sense of it. What do you mean, Ty? She questioned. Tyler frowned at the question as it was complicated, and Lakis didn't know what he did, and it was better that way. Has Sakura told you much about her experience with the Alliance? I have no doubt she has an amount of experience with them. Lakis shrugged. She did recently mention that I should be careful around Omni officers and not to trust Alliance leadership. Tyler sighed. She is a smart woman as she is right in ways that words can't properly describe. He paused for a moment. I can't go into detail of what I was doing as I learned the truth, but I can tell you what I learned. Put simply, the Alliance and its Omni outside the public eye are not out to make friends. Most of those in leadership positions are either Blue Cosmos members or the equivalent or have anti-coordinator sentiments. Thus, they use this war to justify killing coordinators and won't stop until they kill us all or control those they don't kill. Having fanatics in the Alliance already makes this war mess and difficult to end peacefully. The last thing needed is the same kind of fanatics on ZAFT's side calling the shots, that makes ending the war in any way nicely nigh impossible. Siegel grimaced. I see your point, and I agree with it, more so with nuclear technology coming back into play. Tyler shook his head. It is worse with nuclear technology, for once both sides get it, and rest assured the Alliance will manage to get it somehow, they will use it against each other. ZAFT will use nukes to destroy Earth, not considering its consequences and unknowingly dooming themselves. And the Alliance will use them to destroy the plants, not thinking about the backlash that would come at them before they manage that. In the end, all sides lose, and humanity's road ends with extinction. Siegel knew what Tyler said was the truth, as much as it pained him to admit it as the likeliest outcome. Should ZAFT use nuclear weapons on Earth, it would become unlivable and unable to provide any supplies. The plants weren't self-sufficient and wouldn't be for at least a few more years at best, longer at worst. Others claimed the opposite, but they were fooling themselves. Then coordinators were still trying to find a solution to their reproduction issue that was still coming up by the third generation. Tyler took some time to breathe, it was still tricky, and he couldn't take as deep a breath as he wanted. He believed Siegel was right that Patrick Zala would likely take over as leader of the plant's Supreme Council. And at one time, Tyler would see nothing wrong with that idea, but that had been years ago. Athrun's father had become about as bad as Blue Cosmos members were, which was sad. It, unfortunately, put ZAFT and the Alliance on even footing when it came to leadership, which was a bad thing. Tyler saw the only saving grace for ZAFT was because it still listened to Admiral Tries enough they didn't do idiotic things. How long that would last worried Tyler, but he couldn't say much better without more information which he didn't have. And yet, Tyler saw the wisdom that Siegel was using, he was serving the needs of the many by putting aside the demands of the few. So Tyler exhaled, I'm still willing to help in this as you request and get the information to the Federation. But I have reservations that you two should have to face treatment as you will. You're both good people. Tyler hesitated as thoughts of Sakura came to mind. Tyler believed that the woman who stalked him had a good heart, even when it was hard to see it. I even include Sakura in that, so this just feels wrong because of that, there has to be another way. Siegel shook his head, I fear there isn't the time to come up with an alternative, he remarked. The two units are already having pilots considered, it is only going to be a short time before that is done, and then the opportunity is gone. Tyler knew he was grasping at straws, there was little other option in this, and he could see that. Well then, Siegel, in exchange, would you help my friend Lisa get out of the colony with the least amount of notice, please? The least people possible should be involved in this, I would think. Siegel agreed to the request. It should be a simple task to get the woman out and not draw notice. All he would have to do was say that a ZAFT officer would take over the duties she had been doing. None would question that, plus that would provide an excuse to have some ZAFT offices at their disposal. Siegel knew that Linus would assign those who could help with the task and still not be connected to it himself. Linus had to keep out of this as he couldn't be involved, which was why he had sent the info to Siegel. With that in mind, the discussion turned to plan the details of the upcoming theft. After mulling it over, Tyler decided to take the freedom rather than the justice. He made that choice after Siegel said he wanted Tyler to get one of the machines to a place where it could do the most good. The freedom didn't fit Tyler's piloting style, but nor did the justice either, but the freedom could fit another he knew. That was not to say Tyler wasn't in the market for a mobile suit to work with since the Shadow was destroyed. However, Tyler hoped that Tesway could help him out with his shopping when he swung by. The freedom would be used far better in Kira's hands, Tyler was sure of that, especially after explaining things to him. When Siegel returned after exchanging messages with Linus, he mentioned that he was told that he would have 2 officers over to help with the task. The name Waltfeld rang a bell for Tyler as he'd heard it before now from some he had crossed paths with. Lakis was surprised at hearing that Mr. Waltfeld and his partner would be helping them with this. And once the basic plan was made, Tyler got back to his bedroom to sleep. Tomorrow morning he would have to say farewell to Lisa for the time being as she would head out. The theft was set for the day after tomorrow, and Tyler wanted as much rest as he could get to be ready. The following day, Lisa visited Tyler before heading to the docks to catch his shuttle. She was going to the Enterprise cruiser, waiting a distance away from the plants, where she would meet up with him in a day or two. She hadn't better told much detail of what Tyler was being asked to do here, only that he would have a means out. With his health, Lisa was worried, but she also knew he was stubborn enough to keep going, and she could say nothing to dissuade him. She entered his room and saw him sitting up in bed, and he was disconnected from the medical equipment. The medical equipment wasn't supporting him was a step forward, but she wondered if it was too soon. I see you are at least up, and it is good to see you are making progress with your health, Lisa remarked. Tyler shrugged, still feel less than my best, but there are things to do so I can't spend too much time in a bed. Doctors say I should be in one for a month or more for my health, but I won't be getting that kind of time, he replied. Lisa sighed, yeah, I figured your recovery would be harder once you woke up, she returned. Do try not to strain yourself, remember you still have a ways to go to be in what most would consider good health. She paused, I'm heading out shortly, so I wanted to come and wish you luck in whatever you are getting into and ask you to be mindful of your health. I will see you in a few days before we head to Earth and get back to work. Tyler smiled and offered a hand to his friend, Lisa, I want to thank you for watching over me as well as saving my rear end after the Shadow was destroyed. I doubt I would be here if not for your efforts, and I'm glad I have a friend like you doing that for me. Lisa smiled in response and shook the offered hand gently, the world needs those like you, Tyler, it wouldn't be the same without you. See you in a few days, she said. Lisa left after that and headed for the docks of Aprilis 1, praying that Tyler would be okay and take it easy on himself. She was in the Federation uniform she had come in, it would help with the processing before boarding the shuttle. Lisa also had the few things she had gotten here, though she still had her Federation ID ready as it would be looked at. Upon entering the docking area, Lisa went to the information station and, after some inquiry, found the shuttle she was to be on had just arrived. She began making her way to the gate the shuttle was docked at, focusing on what was ahead. When she arrived at the gate, Lisa saw the shuttle wouldn't leave for 30 minutes as it was being refueled. So she sat down in a chair to wait for the shuttle to call for boarding. Lisa got a day top hat out and began going through stuff on it before she was interrupted. Hello again, nice lady. Lisa looked up and saw none other than her younger sister Cynthia standing right in front of her with a smile. What the girl was doing around the docks, Lisa could only guess that she and the rest of her family were heading back to Maas too. Well, hello again, Lisa replied, I assume you are waiting for a shuttle to take you home. Cynthia nodded before she sat in the seat next to Lisa. Yep, and Dad hasn't gotten here yet either. I see, Lisa returned. Cynthia studied Lisa for a moment. You really do look a lot like Mom, she stated. Lisa couldn't have her smile go away, her little sister was so innocent, and it was wonderful that she was. She hadn't been tainted by the views her father had, and Lisa was grateful for that as Cynthia was even a sweeter girl than she remembered. Children do tend to resemble other family members, that is how genetics work. Cynthia thought, and she remembered that Matt had said something about this lady being their sister. It hadn't made sense, as Cynthia could recall, her mom and dad hadn't said anything about an older sister. So then, what Matt said is right, and you are our older sister, she asked. Lisa nodded slowly. Yes, I would be your sister, I just left home years ago and have never come back, she answered. Why did you leave? Questioned Cynthia. Lisa hesitated as she didn't think Cynthia would understand what had happened back then or what contributed to it. The fighting that Lisa had done with her father had not been nice, and the rest of the family ignored it. Because she had a really bad fight with Dad, Cynthia, another answered. Both girls turned and saw their brother Matt coming up to where they were. Lisa nodded. That is a simple way of putting it, Matt, she agreed. Matt took a seat on the other side of Lisa, taking in that his older sister was wearing a Federation military uniform. That implied that she worked with them, which would likely set him off if their father ever saw. It's been a while since the three of us sat next to each other like this, he commented. More than 5 years, I would figure, Lisa said before she sighed, and I certainly miss times like this with the two of you. Cynthia tilted her head to the side. Then why don't you come home? Lisa shook her head. I wish it were so easy, she paused, but I think your dad wouldn't let me visit. Matt nodded. Unfortunately, I fear you are right, Lily, Dad wouldn't let you come through the door. He's even gone so far as to replace any picture that had you with ones that don't. He hadn't changed his mind. Lisa shrugged. That doesn't surprise me that he would go so far, Matt. I was, and still likely am, a complete disappointment to him. I had views that didn't align with his, that can't stand in his mind, so leaving was the eventuality. But you're still our sister, Dad should understand that, right? Cynthia asked. Lisa couldn't stop herself hugging Cynthia. You are right that I'm still your big sister, Cynthia. She hesitated. However, I'm sorry to say that isn't enough for Father. Matt's COMM unit went off, which ended the conversation as he answered it and found it was their mother asking where they were. Matt said they had been walking around and would head back to the gate their contact shuttle was at. Cynthia cried, saying she wanted to spend more time with Lisa. That put Lisa in an awkward position, still waiting for her shuttle, but her admittedly cute sister was shedding tears. So, Lisa said she would walk back with them to their gate before parting. The three got up and headed down the docking area toward the gate that Matt said they were supposed to be at. It took around 5 minutes to reach the gate's area, and once spotting their mother, Cynthia went over to her. Mom, here we are, she greeted. Sally turned and saw Cynthia, which was good as the shuttle would begin boarding shortly. She saw Matt also coming up, but he was accompanied by none other than Lily. Bryce had been talking with the one at the information desk, so he wasn't here at the moment but would be soon. Sally didn't think he and Lily seeing each other again would go well, so she didn't want that to happen. And yet, Sally was happy to see her oldest daughter again. The two feelings were fighting each other. Lisa could see her mother having reservations about seeing her, and she didn't blame her. Lisa had no desire to see the man that had been her father, but there was a good possibility that she would now. They crossed paths with me while I was waiting for a shuttle. Sorry for delaying them, Mom, Lisa said in greeting. The three of them together used to happen all the time, as Sally recalled, and it had been a wonderful thing back when it happened. Both Matthew and Cynthia had learned a lot from Lily, more than they seemed to take in from their parents at times. It's fine, Lily, I'm just surprised that you are here at the same time we are. Sally would have said more but never got the chance as her husband came up to their group. I see that the two have made it. Bryce Minty stopped in mid-sentence at seeing the other here. Before him was a woman that looked to be the daughter who had walked out of their lives years ago. Lisa wasn't happy to see her father, but her anger from years ago had faded from her. Now all she felt was pity for the man for having his incorrect radical view in her family that put up with him. It has been a while, around 5 years in fact, Lisa said evenly. Bryce wasn't pleased to see the woman, and that she was in a Federation uniform just made him more irritated. The Federation couldn't be trusted, they had their chance to show they would be helpful in the coming future for coordinators, and they had done nothing. What are you doing here? I made it clear that you were to never appear around this family again, he replied. Yet, here you are, showing that you don't care about those you once had a connection with from what you wear. Lisa wasn't ashamed of the uniform she wore, even when she knew her father would curse it in some way. I'm a soldier in the Federation's military, that was my choice, and I haven't regretted it even once. I'm an adult, so I can make my own decisions, I have been doing so since you ordered me to leave. Our views are still different and seem to be farther apart than they were years ago. Lisa paused for a moment. I'm no longer angry with you when others believe I should be, even when your stubbornness broke this family apart, I feel pity for you. Pity? Bryce challenged. Yes, pity, Lisa repeated, pity because you think your views of the world are the only ones that matter. Pity that you are unwilling to broaden your horizons to what more there is out there beyond the plants. I pity you that use fear to keep those close to you in line with what you want. I have learned obedience through fear doesn't work forever, and at some point, if you don't change, you will lose everything. I pity the man I once called father, the man that I remember to be a caring man that would always make time for his family has descended to where you are now. I can only hope you change for the better, and perhaps someday we can meet under better circumstances. Lisa paused again, maybe even think of one another as a family again. Lisa turned on the spot and began making her way back to her gate, not looking back on the family she'd once had. She missed the family she had before, she wanted them back, but until Bryce Minty changed notable, that couldn't happen. However, she was hopeful that there still could be a chance for her to reunite with them. Maybe if the war was ended with the Earth and the plants intact, it could be possible. She boarded the shuttle she was to and headed away from the plants, and she wished Tyler luck. Tyler slept off and on the whole day, of which Lisa left the plants, trying to gain back what strength he could. He didn't kid himself. The theft may sound simple in the planning stage, but it would not be very easy in the follow-through. Yes, Siegel said that some from ZAFT would assist in the theft, which some would helped. Getting to where the freedom was would be the easy part in Tyler's view, taking the mobile suit away from the plants would be another matter. And where Tyler was good at getting into place he wasn't supposed to be, that was normally done when his health wasn't a concern. While Tyler slept, Lakis met with Mr. Waltfeld and his partner Aisha. Thank you both for coming here today, she greeted. Andrew bowed his head. Not a problem, ma'am, by what we've been told, you need help with a task, one that is off the books, he replied. There had been little information given on this assignment, Moore said something to be kept quiet. That had gotten Andrew's attention as the message had come through a secret back channel that most didn't know about, only trusted ZAFT commanders. The assignment had come from Admiral Tries by what code was in the message. Andrew had no issue with helping in things that were to be out of the public eye, such came up sometimes. But he couldn't help but be curious about what he and Aisha were getting into. Lakis nodded. Yes, off the books would be a fair description. She paused, not liking involving others. I'm sorry if this is inconvenient for you both, but we need help to do what we are. Aisha was as curious as Andy was and was more so now with the last comment from Miss Klein had said. All the message they had gotten had said was they would be at the disposal of Miss Klein for whatever she had in mind until further notice. It was an assignment that any ZAFT soldier would be fighting for on the face of it. So then, Miss Klein, Aisha started, what is it that we can help you with? Lakis began to iterate what her father had talked to her about yesterday. Both Andrew and Aisha listened intently to what they were being told. The idea of stealing a mobile suit was something else, neither would argue that. However, going after one of the Integrated Design Bureau's newest creations was a different matter. The Bureau didn't just leave their work lying around for any to look at, they had heavy security around them. Defeating that said security would be a bit of a chore, but doable, and Andrew had always wanted to see how good they were. When Miss Klein had mentioned there was another that would pilot the machine they were after out from the plants, Aisha couldn't keep quiet. Another you say, Miss Klein, she remarked, I take it you already have someone in mind. Lakis nodded slowly, yes, he is sleeping at the moment since he is recovering from injuries, but he can get the suit out. Andrew wondered about this person referred to as they had to be better than an average pilot. They would be required to pilot a machine they had likely only been told about and had no real experience with it. And if that were true, Andrew would be interested in meeting said individual and talking with them if possible. I assume that this person is up to the task you are telling us about, Miss Klein, he asked. Lakis knew Tyler could manage to get the freedom away from the plants, she didn't doubt him. His health could be far better, but Tyler had made it clear that he would be up for the task somehow. "Oh, he can do it, his piloting skills are nothing to laugh at," she answered. "He was able to go toe-to-toe with my sister for a bit." Andrew's eyes widened a bit at hearing the pilot they would be working with was able to hold their own against the Black Zephyr. That was no small feat to be able to do, most couldn't do that for even 20 seconds. "So," Andrew nodded in respect, "I'll take your word for it, Miss Klein, anyone that can hold their own against Commander Klein is a hell of a pilot." Lakis continued explaining how the theft should go if everything worked out for the best. Aisha volunteered to handle more than half of the security, but she didn't detail how she would do that. Andrew knew his partner had her ways of getting things done, and sometimes it was better to just leave her to it rather than know her methods. He trusted that she would be fine. His partner was a heck of a woman, which he was grateful he had. While she did her part, Andrew would deal with the gate guards and any they met along the way to the mobile suit. The two stayed at the Klein residence for the night to be ready the next morning when the operation took place. When the morning came, Tyler woke up and found he was slightly better but still not his average self. He was still in pain, but it was more manageable than it had been last week when he had woken up the first time. But Tyler knew that he didn't have more time to recover more than he had already. The theft of the Freedom was more the start of a chain of events that Tyler knew he would be involved in. During the times he had been awake yesterday, he had glanced through the information network, looking for anything that implied the Archangel had reached Josha. There had been nothing yet, but Tyler felt that the ship would have reached their destination by the time he got back to Earth. The Alliance wouldn't be nice to them in any way, they would need help in the form of a bailout, Tyler was sure. So the time of resting in a bed would have to be put on hold for the time being, even when doctors said he would remain in one. Then Tyler was still not pleased or even comfortable with what he was about to do. Or rather, he was not good with what would come as a result of the theft he would do. It would put Siegel and Lakis in the position to be branded as traitors for simply wanting to help. The mobile suits were dangerous, there was no arguing that, and the technology they had should get to those that could make means to counter them. However, with those in control of the Supreme Council, they wouldn't see it the same way. Thus, Tyler's actions would land a good man and a friend into unfair circumstances that they shouldn't be in. Tyler never liked when the consequences of his actions fell on others. He felt that he should be the only one who took hits for what he did, but Tyler knew it didn't always work that way. He didn't care what backlash he faced for the theft, but he wouldn't be around to receive any, while Lakis and Siegel would be. Still, Tyler got himself out of bed and got dressed, which was a more complex task than it used to be. The bandages made dressing a more complicated issue as Tyler wasn't supposed to mess with his dressing. Said bandages were holding other material in place to prevent bleeding. And by what Tyler had been told, he had already lost more blood than was safe even though it had been replaced via transfusion. When the bandages had been changed yesterday, Tyler saw the potential reason his breathing was not as it should be. By Tyler's estimate, he had a worryingly long line of stitches over the right side of his chest that was around 10 to 11 centimeters long. He took that to mean the Shadow's destruction had damaged his right lung in some fashion. Even with his health, Tyler was still stubborn enough to keep going, more so when a friend was in need. No matter how much pain he was in or what trouble he was dealing with, Tyler would put that aside and do the task to help those he cared about. Thus, Tyler would do his part in the theft and anything else he could to keep attention on himself. What Tyler could do to get that result, he couldn't say yet, but he would find something to do. Those were his thoughts as he finished dressing in a loose dress shirt and what looked like cargo pants. He had managed not to disturb the bandages as he'd put the clothes on. Once ready as he could be, Tyler exited the room and headed for the kitchen to get a meal. As Tyler was eating what he could get, he listened to the house staff chatter to one another. During his work for the Federation's military, he had found that the servants were good sources of information. From what Tyler heard, Siegel had gotten a call last night from someone he knew on the council. No specific name was mentioned, but the staff seemed to know who Siegel had been talking to. And from the chatter, it wasn't the first time that said person had called at odd hours of the day or night. That information was concerning in Tyler's mind as it suggested the Supreme Council was divided more than he'd figured. And the gossip implied that something big was in the works, but little details beyond that. Then this morning, Siegel had gone off to meet the caller from the night before, but the staff said nothing more than that. The rumor that worried Tyler the most was the mention of a military operation discussed. Should a large ZAFT operation be planned and soon executed, Tyler wanted more info. The information network implied that something was in the works, the information had come from someone in the National Defense Committee. But the informant hadn't provided much more than an operation being in the works. It was possible that said person couldn't reveal more information for their safety. Some of the network's informants put themselves in danger with what they provided. Tyler respected every network informant that did what they did, they put their lives on the line for the better good. And that they hadn't provided more suggested the operation was being kept very quiet for one reason or another. The operation's name was Spit Break, but the staff mentioned nothing more than the name. The other gossip that Tyler got was that Siegel was no longer the chairman of the council, which was problematic. Siegel was a level-headed person that wouldn't escalate needlessly even when prodded. The new chairman, Patrick Zala, was not level-headed and would use excuses to push aggressive action. Siegel supposedly was still a consultant for the council as he had served on it faithfully. But he no longer had much real power in the council, just could make suggestions of what path to take. This only put the man in more danger with what Tyler was about to do. He had no protections from the position he held. Nor did Tyler know what part Siegel would or even could still play in the mobile suit theft. There was one other fact that Tyler gleaned from the house staff, and that was there were two here that were helping Lakis with something. Who the two were wasn't said specifically, and Tyler wondered who would be helping in the theft. Any involved in the theft could be charged with criminal activity even if they were only helping with information. The two had already headed out this morning, apparently to do whatever they were doing. Even as Tyler was committed to the theft, he was becoming more concerned with its results. Tyler was brought out of his thoughts when Lakis came into the kitchen. Lakis had been pacing around, trying to occupy her mind and not let it dwell on what she would be a part of today. Her father was no longer the chairman of the council, and that said the radicals were gaining more power. And the radical individuals in power wouldn't like one of their new mobile suits stolen from them. Both Mr. Waltfeld and his partner had headed off to get to work on their parts of this job. She was to escort Tyler in around an hour to where the Freedom was stored. Her stress levels were higher than they normally were, much higher than they had been when Heliopolis had been on the verge of collapse. However, she did see Tyler up and such said his health had improved slightly, which was good. "It's good to see you up, Ty," Lakis greeted. Tyler studied his pink-haired friend for a moment, and he could see the girl was stressed. He didn't blame her, what they were going to do today was a serious thing for many reasons. "Yes, I'm up, and Lakis, there is nothing wrong with you being nervous and stressed," Tyler replied. "And yes, I can tell you're stressing, I've been around enough people that I can tell when another is stressing." Lakis's head fell a bit. "Am I that obvious?" she asked. "It's not that I'm having second thoughts, it is more what comes afterward." Tyler sighed. "You have every right to be concerned with what will result from the theft we will be doing today. There will be backlash for what we do, and unfortunately, it will land on you and your father." He paused for a moment. "That such is the case bothers me, but there is little that can be done about it now." Lakis appreciated that Tyler was not happy with her father and her getting into trouble for the mobile suit theft. It was very nice of him to worry as he did, it showed he had wonderful character. "Thanks for caring, Ty, it does help a little with what is ahead," Lakis remarked. Tyler gave a deadpanned expression to Lakis. "I more than care, I'm frustrated that you and Siegel are going to take the fall for something I'm going to do." Tyler shook his head. "I firmly believe that one should be responsible for what they do. No one should take a fall for actions they didn't do themselves. There will be those that disagree with my view, but they can take their opinion and keep it to themselves." Lakis hugged Tyler gently, glad he was her friend, and even if he didn't intend to, he had helped relieve some of her concerns. Tyler didn't do anything to stop Lakis, he had been trying to comfort her as best he could. He was still worried for her and Siegel, but at this point, there was little that could be done for them. So, after Tyler finished his breakfast, Lakis led him to the car waiting for them. Upon exiting the house, Tyler saw a nondescript black car waiting and two ZAFT uniformed people standing at attention. It almost felt like Tyler was being taken to some sort of court-martial with the tension he was sensing. When Tyler slid into the car, he instantly noticed that there were ZAFT soldiers in it. Now, as Tyler assumed they would head to some kind of development facility, the soldiers made sense. However, there was still such a thing as a good escort and a bad escort. Tyler had experience with both types. And unfortunately, he had more experience with the bad kind lately than the good type he had right now. Tyler glanced at Lakis, who gave him a smile that didn't exactly help him feel any better. It wasn't the theft that disturbed Tyler. He had done enough stealing, he had long ago gotten over the wrongness of it. His time in Salas had Tyler steal data and other things and sabotage when needed. Nor was it taking the freedom from ZAFT to the Federation to have it studied, since Tyler felt that was for the best. No, with the fallout that was coming for Siegel and Lakis, he was trying to come up with some way to help them. He was even considering crazy ideas to draw attention to him from ZAFT higher UPS, but he couldn't think of anything that would have a high chance of success. The car started off to wherever the facility was, and there was little conversation as the car traveled. The soldiers did stare at the one with Miss Klein curiously, as he had bandages wrapping what parts of his body they could see. All any of them had been told was they were to escort Miss Klein and the one with her to one of the development facilities of the Integrated Design Bureau. The order had come from Commander Waltfeld, and the man had only said that this mission was to be kept quiet, no one outside them was to know. None of them had anything against the task, they figured whatever this was about was off the books. Tyler didn't like the silence, he'd had enough of that over his recovery to last him for a while. The air was tense, and while he could understand that, it still didn't feel nice, and he was already feeling off. Tyler instead cleared his throat. So then, Lakis, I'm not saying I don't understand the need to be cautious in what we will be doing, for I do. My service record, were you able to read that would tell you, but a good portion is sealed. However, is this escort we got, he questioned, gesturing at the uniformed soldiers, really necessary for the task? Tyler turned his head to the soldiers, no offense intended towards any of you, respect the job you do as I've had some of the same duties. The ZAFT soldiers nodded in acceptance while Lakis gathered her thoughts to answer Tyler's question. To get into the facility they were going to, even one like herself, a military escort was required per protocol. That she had gotten a tour arranged on such short notice had been surprising and had worked out in their favor. Really, by what she understood, it was because some of the developers were fans of hers that she was being allowed inside. It didn't feel nice to fool those that enjoyed her songs, but the theft had to happen. So, Lakis sighed, yes, Ty, the escort is needed, that was a requirement for us to be allowed inside the facility, she began. And with what we are doing, it was best to do this in the morning. Some have already gone ahead to make preparations and lay the groundwork for you to succeed. Tyler could tell that Lakis was having personal issues with this operation, and he didn't blame her. Her reasoning for the escort made sense, it would be more strict for another to get into a place like Tesway R&D. He was curious as to what the preparations and groundwork that was mentioned involved. There had been little said about the two who had gone ahead to get to work to Tyler. Then Tyler wondered if these soldiers understood they were getting involved in potentially lethal situations. Any involved would be seen as traitors by those in control around the plants and those that had sway over the ZAFT organization. Tyler shrugged, fair enough, he replied. But I would say the results of this will set off the radicals, or else they are not as bad as implied. I just hope these helpers I've heard about are as good as they are being portrayed, we need anything that can make this smoother. Lakis knew what Tyler said about the theft would set off the radical members of the plant's leadership. As much as she wanted to believe this would be seen as the best thing to do in helping save lives, that wasn't the mentality of those in charge lately. The radical members of the council had been crying for aggressive actions against the alliance by what her father said. There would be those that wouldn't say no to making a well-known figure into a martyr for their cause, whether in a good or bad way. And making her father and herself into traitors would certainly shake things up in the plants depending on how it was presented. The only thing that helped Lakis be okay with this was knowing the results would help save lives from needlessly being taken by this war. Yes, I wouldn't doubt you're right, Ty, the radicals will not be happy with this at all, Lakis remarked. Tyler frowned, Lakis, remember we are doing this not for those that want this war to keep going till they get what they want. We are doing this to save as many lives as possible, so all of humanity has a future to look forward to, he assured. Then Tyler faced forward, can you tell me any more about those that we are working with that went ahead to work? I have only heard bits and pieces about them, and I like to know who I'm working with. Lakis smiled, you'll find out soon enough, Ty, she replied. I can assure you they are trustworthy and will get what they need to do before we get there. Their records say they are proficient at tasks they are assigned. Tyler folded his arms and leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes, and began going through the possibilities that could be coming. He would love access to the information network right now, but even if he had a terminal, he couldn't do that. There were too many in this car for him to access the network and not have them look at what he was reading. Access to the information network was extremely regulated, and with Tyler's access, he had to be very careful who was around when he used it. So, he would have to take Lakis's word on these helpers and the few things he had heard about them. None of what Tyler had heard about Waltfeld had been horrid or bad really, the man was supposed to be a good soldier. He was likable but supposed to be a veteran in combat, and Tyler had no issue with that. A dependable soldier is one you could rely on when things go bad to help you out. The car ride went on for around 15 by what Tyler could figure before the vehicle slowed and came to a stop. Tyler kept himself relaxed as the driver did whatever they did to get the car waved through the gate. Once the car was parked, the ZAFT soldiers got out first and scanned the area before gesturing for Lakis and Tyler to exit. One soldier even helped Tyler out of the car before he steadied himself on his feet. Lakis glanced at Tyler, still not liking that his health was poor, he really should still be in a bed. But this job was more important and time-sensitive, so Tyler couldn't get the rest he needed. Tyler glanced around and saw his group was in what appeared to be a parking lot that had several different types of vehicles there. There were military vehicles, but civilian ones too, likely belonging to the workers here. Ahead was a clear military complex that was connected to a part of the colony hub as it extended onward. There was tall fencing around the parking lot, and Tyler spotted the gate the care had come through. It made logical sense that the place was next to the colony hub. It would make launching the mobile far easier and quicker with direct access to the outside. Yet, Tyler also noticed that there weren't many cars in the parking lot, which said one of two things. The first was it was early, so not many workers were on shift yet, possible, but not the most likely. The second possibility was that those who went ahead had been making sure fewer were around to interfere. Lakis told those with her and Tyler to lead onward, so the group moved forward into the main building. They came into a reception area which Tyler saw was empty, which didn't help say which thought he had was right about the absence of people. But a moment later, a man entered the room and approached the group. The guy was taller than Tyler by a small margin, and he possessed short brown hair with full sideburns. His purple eyes held Tyler for a moment since it was a color that I don't see often. And if Tyler was honest, with the rest of his rough-hewn face, it was the most noticeable feature he had around there. Tyler estimated the guy was in his early 30s, but he couldn't say exactly with his tan skin. The ZAFT uniform he wore appeared to closely match the desert variation of the ZAFT uniform, mostly seen around the African community. From what Tyler saw, he assumed the man was Andrew Waltfeld as he'd heard from the house staff, and the guy was one of those they would be working with. As Tyler was taking in Andrew, he glanced over the group that Miss Klein was with. His gaze paused on the young man with her as he'd never seen the kid before. He was average size for teenagers his age, and he had spiky tan hair and green eyes. It was also clear the teen had seen much better days. The bandages said the kid was recovering from something nasty. Although because of the kid's age, Andrew was left to wonder if he was the Federation person they were working with. Granted, soldiers were getting younger these days with the ongoing war, but seeing teens fight in it was still a horrible thing. But Miss Klein had said that the person they would be working with was no newbie, so he took her at her word. "Welcome, Miss Klein, it's nice to see you again," Andrew greeted. "Aisha and I were just finishing up our work." Lakis was glad to hear that Mr. Waltfeld had been busy and had gotten the tasks he was supposed to do done. He made sure there was a clear path to the target mobile suit and did his best to have those here stay away. But that Miss Aisha was not here yet, suggested that she was still working on some things. "That is good to hear, Mr. Waltfeld, time is of the essence right now," Lakis returned. Andrew nodded. "I understand, ma'am," he replied, "but perhaps, the young man with you could be introduced." Lakis gestured to Tyler. "This is our contact and a friend of mine, Tyler," she said. "He is our pilot that will be getting our target out." Andrew smiled. "Nice to meet you, youngster, the name's Andrew Waltfeld," he greeted. Then without much thought, he asked one of the questions he did with most he met, "By the way, do you drink coffee? If so, then what flavor do you prefer?" Tyler simply stared at Waltfeld, processing what the man said and asking. Tyler's colleague Kurt Grimm had mentioned Waltfeld along with a few details about the man. From what Kurt said, the guy was a competent commander, at least he'd given the Alliance issues around the African community. He was also supposed to have some sort of hobby with coffee, something to the effect of finding the perfect brew. Tyler didn't drink the stuff himself much, he drank other things that had similar effects at keeping one alert. But the question had been so unexpected Tyler didn't have an answer ready for it. At the same time, Aisha had just about reached the reception area, yet she did hear Andy talking. He was likely addressing Miss Klein's group, who were due to arrive around now. However, when she heard the questions about coffee, she couldn't help but shake her head as it was a hobby of his that he didn't keep to himself. She looked into the room and saw that Miss Klein was there with 4 soldiers and a young man whom Andy was addressed. The one with Miss Klein looked only a little older than her, but Aisha saw he had bandages wrapping his body. Aisha assumed the young man was the Federation operative mentioned they would be helping out. But as usual, Andy was doing pleasure before business, which was not helpful, more so with this theft. "Andy, how many times have I told you to heed that hobby of yours when we aren't working?" Aisha commented as she came up to the group. Tyler shifted his gaze over to the newcomer and saw a slightly shorter woman than himself, making her close to a head shorter than Waltfeld. She had long dark blue hair flowing down her back, an orange streak on either side of her face. Her eyes were dark green, while she had a much smoother face than the guy had. Tyler estimated that this lady was around the same age as Waltfeld was supposed to be. He could only guess that the two were in some sort of relationship, but that wasn't something Tyler wanted to know. She was wearing a tight-fitting blue bodysuit that exposed her shoulders and collar. Andrew twisted around and gave a soft smile. "More than I can count, so often enough, love," he replied. "Your way of saying work before fun." Aisha turned to Tyler. "Sorry for his antics, he really is a good guy, just gets distracted when meeting new people," she stated. "My name is Aisha," she pointed to Andrew. "I work with him while I tolerate his odd hobbies, though he has his good points." "So, then, what is your name?" Tyler appreciated the actions of the woman, she appeared to be the responsible one of this pair. "My name is Tyler McGregor," Tyler greeted. "I assume that you two are the ones we are to meet up with for this task." Andrew nodded, impressed this teen was so businesslike with what they were here to do. This theft would be easy enough to pull off, but the backlash would be far harsher from those in control. Tyler continued, "Truthfully, I've heard of and about you Waltfeld, you're supposed to be a skilled commander even when you don't look it, and you even have some sort of interest with coffee, and that you make a heck of a cup of the stuff." Andrew was a tad interested in where Tyler had gotten his information, it wasn't exactly what was on record. That left the young man having been told about Andrew, and he couldn't think of any that he might encounter that would have talked to him about Andrew. "Heard of me, have you, youngster?" he asked. "Who was telling you about me?" Most in ZAFT don't often have conversations with Federation personnel, more so these days, unfortunately. Tyler felt it would be bad to say who had told him about Waldfeld outright, and there were good reasons for that. Kurt was, according to ZAFT records, dead. He died at the end of the campaign on the Grimaldi front. And if not for a Federation team, Kurt would have been killed by Omni's Cyclops system trap they had set. Instead, Kurt had merely lost the use of an eye and needed time to recover from the injuries he had back then. Then where Tyler knew the champions of ZAFT weren't known by their actual names, there were still some that knew them. And it would be a long explanation for Tyler to say how he knew a former ZAFT champion, which there wasn't the time for. "I have a colleague that used to work with ZAFT, Tyler replied carefully. He made mention of a few, you being one of those. Andrew was still curious about who Tyler had talked to, but the way his reply had been worded said he would unlikely refer to the person by name. Why the kid didn't want to say who it was, Andrew couldn't say, but now wasn't the time to press. Aisha had disabled most of the operators here, which would only last so long before it wore off. It was best that the mobile suit the kid was here to take was gone before countermeasures could be activated. "As you say, let us get to the task at hand before we're discovered, and attempts are made to stop us," Andrew replied. No more was said, the group simply moved forward with Waldfeld in the lead, guiding them down a large corridor. At the end of it, a heavy door opened, and as the group continued onward, they entered the section of the facility that didn't have artificial gravity. Tyler appreciated the absence of gravity as then he didn't have to walk or put a lot of strain on his healing body. And as the group traveled on, Tyler noticed a lack of personnel in the place. He figured that Aisha and likely Waldfeld had done something to disable those here and keep them out of the way. Tyler wasn't against that since the fewer involved on both sides of this, the better and the less that could be punished. However, the quiet was haunting, and Tyler focused on his task to ignore the silence. Tyler didn't know how ready the Freedom was at the moment, it could launch or need some work. Should the suit be ready to head out, it would be a simple matter of getting clear of the colony and dealing with any ZAFT forces on patrol. If, however, the machine needed work done that would eat up precious time, there wasn't much of it. Yes, Tyler knew his way around ZAFT's operation system they generally used for their mobile suits. Nonetheless, the Freedom may not have the same OS, complicating things. The system would have to be a tad different to work with the nuclear reactor as it wasn't a battery that ZAFT machines used. After traveling through a few corridors, the group split up, 2 soldiers leading Tyler down a hallway, and the rest kept going forward. Those with Tyler guided him to a locker room and directed him to a locker. Tyler opened it and saw a ZAFT pilot suit that would fit him well enough for the task at hand. He didn't prefer to wear non-Federation pilot suits or even space suits, they didn't have the same functionality. Federation suits had systems built into them to keep the wearer alive under extreme conditions. As far as Tyler knew, neither ZAFT nor Omni had put any thought of such into their spacesuits other than keeping the wearer alive in a vacuum. However, he knew this wasn't the time to be picky about what he had to use, but it did cause slight hesitation. So, Tyler slipped into the ZAFT red pilot suit, which was a more labor-involved process with his bandages. The 2 soldiers with Tyler were waiting at the door for this Federation operative to put on a pilot suit. However, both men stared in horror at the bandages that wrapped this young man as they covered most of his body. The amount of dressing caused both to feel sorry for the kid and for whatever he had gone through. And now, his slow movements made complete sense as he had to be in pain, and his body was still healing. Tyler didn't miss the expressions of horror and pity the 2 waiting for him had as he put on the suit. He couldn't blame them, Tyler knew he was a mess to put it mildly, he really should be in bed, but that wasn't an option. By what Siegel implied, there were those discussing who should be using the Freedom. Once those were done, the opportunity to steal the machine would be gone and only regret. Tyler adjusted the pilot suit and rolled his shoulders to make sure it was on properly before buckling the neck clasp shut. He then grabbed the helmet in the locker and floated back to the 2 waiting soldiers, and gestured them to lead. The 3 headed deeper into the facility, where they found the rest waiting for them. Andrew and Aisha had been in the lead, checking the hallways to ensure none were around. It was expected that it would take Tyler time to put on a pilot suit with his health. So, the rest would go ahead and make sure the way was clear to the target. The main group stopped at the final airlock that led to the mobile suit Tyler would take. It was around 5 minutes before Lakis spotted Tyler and the 2 soldiers that had gone with him approaching. Tyler was now in a ZAFT red pilot suit with the helmet in his left hand. She still didn't like having Tyler do this, especially with his health as it was, but there weren't others they could turn to right now. And then, it gave the chance for Tyler to leave and help their friends. Lakis feared that Tyler was right that those on the Archangel were in or would be in trouble when they got to JOSHA. Once Tyler reached where Lakis was, Andrew opened the airlock allowing the 2 teens to continue. The rest would stay outside and guard the door if things went bad and they needed to get Miss Klein away. Tyler glanced around the room, taking in all he could, including the security cameras he knew would be there. The ones he found didn't look to be recording by what he could tell, but Tyler decided it was better to assume they were. So, he made sure his face wasn't in the line of sight of any of the cameras right now. Tyler did have an idea of using them in a moment to get attention off Lakis, but he would get to that soon enough. Tyler's gaze then moved to the mobile suit in the room's dock as it was the first in-person look of the freedom Tyler had. The mobile suit was impressive, most so seeing it up close, and it also made its arsenal even more worrisome looking. Lakis and Tyler stopped right by the door, which wasn't seen by any of the cameras that Tyler had spotted. Tyler faced Lakis with an expression that was a mix of sadness and worry on his face, with the gravity of the situation was sinking in. Once again, Tyler didn't feel it right that the actions he was about to do would fall upon others rather than himself. Not that Tyler didn't see the reasoning that went into this, he did, and he agreed with it. Plus, the freedom allowed Tyler to help his friends who were likely in dire straits. And yet, the price for that was he left another friend to horrible and potentially dangerous consequences. Lakis saw the fight going on within Tyler, he wanted to go to their friends and help them. However, if he does so, then Lakis and her father would face danger, potential imprisonment, and even execution. Tyler was really an amazing person who did everything he could for his friends, even when it harmed him. Lakis, Tyler began, are you sure you're okay with this? You're going to be blamed for this incident by others, there isn't really a question about that. He paused for a moment, you could still leave now, and none would have proof of you being involved. None of the cameras should have seen you yet. While Lakis could appreciate that Tyler was trying to help her get out of things, what he said was wishful thinking. Even if she left this complex now, she would still be suspect in this incident. At this point, there was no way for her to get out of the consequences that would come. Lakis would have to disappear and lay low, for the time being, that would be the best course of action. So, Lakis smiled softly, we both know that such is wishful thinking Ty, I will face backlash, there is no avoiding it. You know the point of this is to get the freedom away and to where it will do the most good. Tyler was about to argue, but Lakis shook her head, you won't win this argument, Ty, though I don't doubt you'd try. Tyler let out a frustrated huff, you're damn right I would try, you're my friend, and you are about to walk into potential life-threatening danger. Tyler threw up his hands, still holding the helmet with his left, do you think I would be okay with this in any way? Lakis put a finger to Tyler's lips, of course not, and that's because you are yourself, Ty, and it makes me glad you are my friend and care so much. She moved her hands shifted to his shoulders, but right now, you are needed elsewhere more than here. I can manage to look after myself for a while, so you settle things and help our friends. I feel they will need you more than I will sooner, Lakis reasoned. While Tyler agreed with Lakis that their friends would need assistance that he could provide, he still didn't like leaving Lakis. And the thought of taking her with him had crossed his mind, it wouldn't work out at the moment. Lakis kept going, the freedom will be safer in your hands since you can get it to where it can do the most good. She hesitated and frowned, my father and I have come to terms with the best we are able for what is to come for our action. This is being done not for those whose voices are the loudest, but for those that wish to live in peace. Tyler sighed with slight frustration, you're frustrating me as I'm not able to make a valid argument against you in this. He paused, finally accepting the situation as it was right now, knowing he couldn't change it right now. However, when the opportunity came, Tyler would not hesitate to do whatever he could to help Lakis out. But as you imply, time is of the essence, so instead of disagreeing, I will say this, Tyler stopped and took a breath, I will return and help you, Lakis. I don't know in what way it will happen, but I will come back to bail you out from those that will chase you for this, I promise you that. And I don't make a promise that I don't fully intend to keep, more so when made with a friend. It was a nice thought, Tyler promising her that he would come back to help her out of whatever she would face. Lakis didn't doubt that he would try to do what he said, but with how the war was going, Tyler may not be able to do what he promised. But the time they had to talk was running out, Tyler needed to take the freedom and leave soon. The longer they waited, the more likely others would come to hamper and even stop this from happening. You need to go, Ty, Lakis said, we have used enough time to talk. The longer you take to leave, the more likely some will try to stop you. Lakis moved forward and hugged Tyler and kissed his cheek before pulling back towards the door. Tyler knew the gesture wasn't meant to be a romantic one, the girl had strong feelings for Kira after all, even when the naive fool didn't know it. Plus, her older sister wouldn't accept Lakis having a relationship with Tyler, she wanted that for herself. I assume the kiss was for good luck or something like that, he questioned. Rest assured, and Sakura wouldn't accept any sort of relationship beyond friendship between us. And while Kira is naive, he really is a good guy, I'll vouch for him though I doubt I need to. The kiss on the cheek was meant for luck and to tell Tyler that she would keep him in her thoughts. Lakis wished she was going with Tyler, her heart ached to do so, but she knew it wasn't the right thing to do at this time. She still wasn't sure what exactly was going on between Tyler and Sakura, but her sister had made it clear she liked Tyler. And while she didn't like that Tyler called Kira naive, she couldn't deny that he had a point with him being clueless at times. She sighed, "You're right, it is my way to wish you luck as well as sending my feelings with you as I won't be going myself. I also want you to help Kira when you get to him since I will be unable to do that for a while." With that said, Lakis turned and knocked on the airlock, which opened a moment later, and she began floating through it. Tyler put on the helmet and locked it to the suit he was wearing before turning toward the Freedom. He pushed off the deck, twisting back to see Lakis waving at him as the airlock began closing. Tyler nodded back at her before he faced forward, and the idea of performing for the cameras came back to mind. He grabbed a catwalk rail and used it to stop for a moment, glancing around. Tyler spotted the cameras moving to focus on him, which made it all the more tempting to make a statement. The performance idea that was coming to mind was mean and foul, Tyler wouldn't argue that. But Tyler felt those who would be viewing this later needed to be told the brutal and honest truth. If Tyler's mother were one of those watching, he would hesitate a bit as she would chide him for his lack of manners. However, as Tyler knew she wouldn't see this, he had no issue with what others thought of him because of this. With looking over the specs of the Freedom and the Justice and the other things that ZAFT had been doing recently, Tyler wasn't feeling inclined to be nice. With a select few exceptions, the plants and ZAFT leaders were not working for the best interests of the people they were supposed to represent. Thus, Tyler felt that it was up to those that could see that to give a wake-up call to them, whether they liked the delivery or not. And he was one to give needed comments or call-outs when others weren't willing to do so. Tyler stared at the camera above the airlock door but made sure that none of the cameras would be able to see through the helmet visor. He pointed at the camera with his left hand and shook his hand to make sure it would be understood that he was referring to the viewers. Then with Tyler's right hand, he curled his fingers except for the middle out and made sure it was visible for the cameras. It was meant to say for the plant's leaders to screw themselves for what they were doing. Tyler wanted this message to get specifically to those on the National Defense Committee as they bore a lot of the responsibility for ZAFT's direction. It was rude, but Tyler felt they needed to be slapped in the face to hopefully change course. And should those viewing this performance do as Tyler suggested, he hoped that it was recorded. He did the gestures 3 times to ensure the message got across as intended. Plus, it drew attention to himself, and off of Siegel and Lakis, and Tyler wanted that. So, after his performance, Tyler used the catwalk railing to launch himself towards the Freedom. According to the specs, he could see the pilot's seat and remembered the seat was supposed to be lowered down into the cockpit. So as he floated by, Tyler grabbed the seat to stop himself before pulling his body down to the seat. Tyler buckled into the chair, quickly found the switch to drop into the cockpit, and had the seat lower inside. The section that had been right in front of the pilot seat shifted and covered the way Tyler had come in and sealed. A light came on behind Tyler, making the cockpit interior visible. Tyler glanced around to take in his surroundings and the cockpit layout so he could figure out what he was working with. By each hand was a control stick with triggers and throttle controls below them, along with switches under his forearms. Tyler felt actuators touching his feet, and a quick test had him a tad impressed with the good response. The Omni prototypes had not had the best control response, it was something he'd cursed often enough. Ahead of Tyler was the main display and control set, and behind them was the forward optical display connected to the screens on either side. The main display and control board was a central circular sensor screen. To either side of the sensor screen were status readout displays for the onboard systems and buttons for specific systems. He glanced up and saw 2 VID screens for communication with others as was standard with ZAFT. Tyler also spotted what looked kind of like a different screen behind the main console. His best guess was that screen was used when the multi-lock-on system was employed. After finishing his visual inspection, Tyler had the OS boot up to look it over and make sure it was ready to use. The file he'd glanced over hadn't made mention of the operating system being ready, just what it was supposed to do. Tyler didn't want to take chances with what the suit carried by assuming the file was up to date and correct. He watched as the boot up message came up and was reminded of how the Shadow had a similar message. Mobile Suit Neo Operation System. Generation. Unsubdued. Nuclear. Drive. Assault. Module. GUNDAM. Complex. Underscore series AVTCT1 Freedom LASE3P underscore. ZAFT. The acronym was the same as Omni's project, which made sense as Siegel had mentioned the developers had used several things from what was stolen. Yes, there were some minor differences in the acronym's letters were for different words, but it made Tyler wonder if Gundam would become a mobile suit type. The machines that Tyler had piloted with the acronym had not been average units, quite the opposite. Tyler focused on the task at hand as the OS finished coming up and got down to looking the systems over. He was pleased to see the organization of the systems was far better than what Omni had smashed together, but that was expected. The majority of the suit's systems looked good and appeared ready to go. However, Tyler did see from what monitored the reactor it would need a bit of adjustment. It made Tyler think the reactor's systems had been rushed, likely at the demand of the National Defense Committee. So, Tyler brought out the keyboard and changed the settings for the reactor to have it put out a good amount of power but do so safely. Once that was done, Tyler had the OS refresh and saw everything was ready and responding as it should. Tyler pressed the phase shift armor button and then toggled the switch to have all cables connected to the Freedom disconnect. A moment after the cables started ejecting, Tyler noticed something above was moving. Looking up, Tyler saw the launching tunnel opening its airlocks that would lead out of the colony. He gripped the control stick for his right hand and the throttle in his left and moved it forward, seeing the thrusters priming for burn. Tyler took a deep breath, committing himself to this. Right then, no time to waste any more, let's do this, he muttered. At the same time, Lakis and her group were quickly making their way back to the facility entrance. The farther away they were from the place when Tyler left, the longer it would take for others to connect them to the incident. The Freedom was in Tyler's hands now, there was nothing more they could do to help him leave. Aisha had said she'd delayed the alarms going off when the launching tunnel started opening, which was to happen once the cables to the Freedom disconnected. Plus, the facility would begin locking down when the alarms started, which would trap them, a point to be avoided. They had reached the car and were pulling out to leave when alarms began blaring. Back with Tyler, the tunnel was just about fully open when the alarms started sounding. The alarm signaled that some from ZAFT who would try and stop him were now at least aware that something was happening wasn't supposed to be. It was expected at some point, it was later than Tyler had figured it would be, though he wouldn't complain. He would applaud the woman he'd met earlier if she had been able to give him as much time as he'd had. In the colony's hub control room, panic was in the air with the developing situation. It had been when the shift change was supposed to happen that the incoming personnel knew something was off. Those on duty were sluggish at best, out of it mostly, they couldn't answer what was going on. It appeared they had been drugged by someone, which was odd since whoever had would have access to the facility. However, when one of the incoming operators had checked a console, they had sounded the alarm that the Freedom had been activated. Those able took consoles and found a path was opening for the Freedom to leave the colony. None of this was supposed to be happening. The first test flight was scheduled for 2 days from now since a pilot had been decided late last night by the National Defense Committee. All 10 operators on duty now took their places at consoles and attempted to get the airlocks to close and prevent the Freedom from launching. The senior one among them began barking out orders not just in the control room but throughout the facility. Seal those airlocks, the exit tunnel is to be closed immediately. Get headquarters on the line, notify them of the situation, and have emergency response units scramble. The other operators tried to get the airlocks to close, but they wouldn't respond to commands at all, the systems just returned errors. The airlocks won't accept commands, they've been locked in the open position, called an operator. The lead operator couldn't believe what was happening, the Freedom was being stolen from within a secure facility, and nothing could be employed to stop it. Get a channel open to the Freedom immediately, it is not to leave the colony, do you hear me? Meanwhile, Tyler watched as the final airlock was opening in the path for his exit. He didn't doubt ZAFT personnel were in a panic, if not in complete chaos right now, with the theft happening right under their noses. Tyler almost felt sorry for them and the reprimand they would probably get after this. But there was no turning back now, so the only way forward was taking the Freedom and leaving the plants. By the message Lisa had gotten him, there was an Enterprise cruiser waiting just outside of the plant's sensor range. Tyler was distracted for a moment when a voice came over a comm channel. "Pilot, identify yourself." "Stop," the voice shouted, "you don't know what you're doing." Tyler saw no reason even to give a reply, so he merely switched off the communication system to silence the distraction. Then he pressed the actuators down and shoved the throttle the rest of the way to their stops, having the thrusters in the backpack and the railgun's thrusters burn hard. Tyler was pushed back into the seat slightly as the Freedom launched upward into the tunnel. Those in the control room could only watch as the Freedom zoomed past their viewport and zoomed onward toward the exit from the colony. Tyler was impressed with the sheer thrusting power the Freedom had, it outdid the Shadow by a fair margin. He looked ahead after coming out into space and found he was on the Earth-facing side of the colonies before he adjusted course to have him at the meeting point. Tyler did spot a pair of Djinns likely patrolling, yet he ignored them and shot right past them. The Djinns took up chase shooting at Tyler with their assault rifles. In response, Tyler activated the Freedom's high MAT system by opening the wings, which increased the suit's mobility. As Tyler kept flying, weapon fire came from in front of him, and he saw 2 more Djinns coming at him. Tyler rushed forward, drawing a beam saber, and proceeded to slice off the Djinns' heads and weapon arms. Then he twisted around, storing his saber as he took out the Freedom's beam rifle and shot one of the rear Djinns in the head. The Djinns let the Freedom go after that, and Tyler moved ahead towards the meeting point. Tyler was breathing heavier than he liked after that brawl, reminding him of his current health issues. So the sooner that Tyler got to the cruiser, the quicker he could find a bed and sleep and hopefully recover more. He kept his breathing measured and tried not to do too much unnecessary movement along the way. It took about 30 minutes to reach the meeting point, which had Tyler curse the route he had to take to avoid notice from ZAFT. He knew the basic route of their patrols and where not to go if one didn't want to be seen. However, that had him taking a longer way, which Tyler didn't appreciate how tired he was. Nonetheless, Tyler was surprised to find the cruiser was none other than the Dawn from when Tyler followed the Archangel. Now what the Dawn was doing around here, Tyler couldn't say, but he wouldn't complain about it, he had more than enough to gripe about. Thus Tyler signaled the Dawn, identifying himself by his Federation military ID number. After a moment, Tyler was told to come in via the ship's upper linear catapult. Tyler aimed for the catapult, letting the deceleration cable slow him down before getting to the lift that brought him down into the hangar. Once in the hangar, Tyler moved the Freedom to the dock directed before raising the seat and letting him out of the cockpit. He planned to see Captain Shepard and pay respects before finding a bed and sleeping. It would help him ignore the pain his body was still in from his poor health choice that ended with the shadow being destroyed. Tyler didn't doubt that Lisa would find him soon enough to check on him, and he would be grateful for that. So Tyler exited the hangar and headed towards the bridge to pay his respects and move on from there. He didn't want to be on the bad side of the woman in command of this vessel. Tyler had more issues to deal with than he was used to right now. Upon coming onto the bridge, it took only a moment to spot Captain Shepard. "Captain, it's my good fortune to be on your vessel again. You have really given me a helpful out from an unexpected situation, I assure you," Tyler greeted. "I will do my utmost to stay out of your hair while I'm on board, you have my word." Shepard turned and gazed at Tyler McGregor, wondering a great many things. She hadn't expected to see the young man again, and not this soon, if at all. His record had been quite right that he did things his way and got the job done to a reasonable standard. Yet, here he was again and looking like he'd been through much that hadn't been kind to his health. "Indeed, Commander McGregor," she returned evenly. "Very surprising to find we are meeting up with you. All we were told was a potentially important package would be coming our way, nothing else. And here you are in a ZAFT pilot suit as well, I can only imagine the journey that brought you here. However, I would assume it has something to do with the unknown mobile suit you came in with." The woman couldn't know how right she was, but Tyler wouldn't be telling the whole story. There were enough problems that came with the theft of the Freedom without involving others needlessly. Siegel and Lakis were putting not just their reputations on the line but their lives as well. Tyler would be getting that information to Federation High Command, so hopefully, they could do something to change that. Even if they set up nothing, Tyler would go back to help them both in whatever way he was able. So, Tyler gave an affirmative, "Right on the money, Captain. I'm afraid I can't go into further detail right now how things ended out as they did, I hope you can understand," Tyler iterated. "I would rather not involve more than there already are, the situation is rather volatile as it is." Shepard took what McGregor said at his word and didn't ask for more detail on whatever he was involved in. With some of the things that members of Salas did, it was normally better not to know what they got into most of the time. So instead, she had a crew member show McGregor to a set of quarters for him to use for the time being. Tyler didn't complain that the subject of the Freedom was dropped, better that it was. "I got out of the ZAFT pilot suit and into some basic clothes minding the bandages." Yet, Tyler didn't reach the bed before there came a knock at the door, so Tyler shuffled over and found Lisa on the other side. "Hey Lisa," Tyler greeted, "I didn't think it would be long before you'd swing by to check up on me. It's very nice of you since my health is not where I wish it were, still hurt, and doing anything strenuous takes it out of me." Lisa sighed but had a soft smile on her face. "I'll bet you've been expecting me," she replied. "I leave you to your own devices for a couple of days, and you somehow get roped into stealing a mobile suit from ZAFT. She paused. "Is there anything else you got into while I was away, or things I should be aware of?" Tyler put a hand on the back of his neck. "Well, since you asked," Tyler began, "I may have he paused, "sent a message to some of the leaders of the plants and ZAFT before I left." Lisa's smile faded, wondering just what Tyler was talking about. "A message you say? I'm almost afraid to ask what you did and what were you trying to say to said leaders." Tyler didn't meet Lisa's eyes. "Oh, just me acting on a whim, you know how that goes." Lisa was concerned before when Tyler had said he sent a message to leaders of the plants that was risky enough. However, him doing that on a whim was much more dangerous than him not, for a whim had him not thinking about the consequences necessarily. So the question wasn't exactly what he did, it was how far he went with the message he was delivering. "Tyler, just what did you do to draw attention to yourself?" she asked tiredly. Tyler shrugged. "I told them to go screw themselves essentially," he answered simply. Lisa blinked. "You're joking," she returned. "You didn't seriously do something so childish, did you?" Tyler stared back with a straight face. "Unless giving someone the middle finger means something else lately, then yes, I most certainly did. And I don't regret it in the least if it is childish, then the idiots that watch it need to grow up and actually do their given jobs right and not use it as an excuse to commit genocide," he stated. Lisa sighed and shook her head. "There are times like this I'm left trying to decide whether I should praise you for your moments of genius or slap you for being so foolish," she remarked. Tyler chuckled a tad nervously. "I would prefer the former rather than the latter right now," he commented. The pain is bad enough already, I would rather not make it worse and make it harder for myself. Lisa laughed, yes, you are in bad enough straits right now, and so, don't need additional contributions. She stopped for a moment, so then, what is the plan going forward? I wouldn't doubt you have at least a loose one to work with on what to do. Tyler did have what one could call a loose plan on what to do in the immediate future, others would call it crazy. The overall goal was to get to the Archangel and make sure they made it out of whatever mess they were in alive. However, several steps needed to be taken before that was achieved. The Freedom needed to get to those who could inspect it, and the files Tyler had on the Justice also needed to be looked at. After that, Tyler would head to JOSHA and find the Archangel and bail them out. Beyond that, Tyler didn't have much of a clear path other than figuring out a way to help Lakis when he was able. I have a general one, yes, it needs work on the details, but I haven't had much time to do that, Tyler admitted. Lisa shrugged, it's better than most in your position would have, she replied. Others would be complaining about their circumstances and being selfish. Tyler wouldn't disagree with Lisa's statement, most wouldn't be pushing themselves as he was. Still, Tyler managed to get some sleep after the conversation with Lisa during the 12 hours it took to travel to Earth. He probably would have made the trip quicker with the Freedom, but Lisa had struck that down. With Tyler's health, he needed the sleep and rest, he couldn't deny that honestly. Frankly, were Tyler to listen to medical professionals, he would be confined in a bed for weeks, if not months. There wasn't that kind of time to waste, not as Tyler figured things were going. According to what he'd seen on the information network, ZAFT was preparing for a major operation, which was likely what Tyler had heard about. Thus, once the Dawn was in high orbit around Earth, Tyler suited up as did Lisa, and they both headed to the hangar. Lisa took a Delta fighter while Tyler boarded the Freedom, and the two launched out from the ship. The descent through the atmosphere was not as bad as the last time Tyler had done it. The two had taken a much shallower angle that had been done months ago, so it was easier. And they came down just off the Republic's coastline before they leveled out and flew onward. They headed down the valley that would lead to Tessway's upper entrance that was rarely used. Tyler figured that the Tessway R&D complex was the best place to get the Freedom and the data files he had. Not only would they likely be involved in creating countermeasures, but they could also get it to the others that would work on it too. Then Tyler had a more personal reason to get to Tessway, asking Carlos a serious favor. He still needed a mobile suit to work with and rather soon since the Shadow had been destroyed. The Freedom was a good machine, Tyler would state that for the record, but it didn't fit his fighting style. The Justice wouldn't have fit Tyler much better, the two just were built for how he piloted in combat. Hence, Tyler saw the need for a mobile suit that, hopefully, Tessway could provide. Those there knew how he piloted with how much Tyler had tested experimental equipment for them. If Tyler could get a good mobile suit that fit him anywhere, then it would be at Tessway. Tyler called ahead to Tessway Control to open the entrance for them, and it wasn't long before he saw the ground change to a metal plate shifting out of the way. As Tyler hovered into the open center section of the complex, an area lit up, signaling him to land there. Meanwhile, Lisa descended inside before the entrance began closing behind them. She shifted her fighter into its mobile suit mode right after the upper plate shifted into place. She saw the extended platform for her to land on, so she moved over to it. Tyler saw the fighter's transformation and knew it was a key advantage the Federation had. The Federation had produced mobile suits years ago but kept that fact hidden with that transformation capability. Tyler felt that fact wouldn't be kept secret for all that much longer, not with the Alliance poised to get mobile suits themselves. Granted, Tyler and his team had curtailed what they could with data that would help the Alliance. And Tyler had gone further in one way when it came to the strike, which he hadn't told anyone. While on the Archangel, Tyler had used times he was helping with the ship's mobile weapons to set up a contingency. It was a program that he'd put in the strike's OS, which would activate if any other than Kira tried to inspect it. Since Kira wouldn't dive too deep into the OS, should anyone go beyond the system menu and the strike not be moving, the OS would crash and be wiped from the suit. It would be another thing that the Archangel's crew would be blamed for, but Tyler wanted to buy as much delay time for Omni mass-producing mobile suits as possible. Back in the present, as Tyler piloted the Freedom into land on the extended platform, he noticed several of Tessway's workers staring at the machine. Tyler wasn't surprised with the attention the Freedom was getting, it was one of the newest ZAFT units, after all. Meanwhile, Tyler was managing better than he had been before with the sleep he'd gotten on the Dawn. But his body was still having a hard time as he kept pushing as he was. Hopefully, Tyler would get a chance to resupply on painkillers before heading to JOSHA. He wasn't one that normally liked painkillers in him since it tended to mess with his concentration, but the pain was more than he would handle regularly. Tyler had the pilot seat raise after a moment of him breathing in and out, steadying his breathing rhythm. Then he got to the zipline and began descending towards the floor, holding on tighter than he normally did as he went. Tyler could tell that the painkillers he'd had on the Dawn were wearing off as the waves of pain were getting sharper. So, when he reached the floor, Tyler let go of the line and stumbled a bit but caught himself after a few missteps. Tyler glanced around and saw a crate that would work as something to sit on, so he shuffled in that direction. Lisa had exited the fighter's cockpit she'd been in and got to the floor of the complex. She scanned around for Tyler as the Freedom had started landing before she had come down. Tyler's health would be catching up to him soon enough, or rather the painkillers he was using would be finishing their effects. It didn't take Lisa long to spot Tyler getting to a crate and lowering his body down to it. Lisa weaved around the testway personnel and reached Tyler, glancing him over. The moment he took off his helmet, Lisa saw he was paler than he should be, not as bad as he'd been in the previous weeks, but still not good. Tyler, I doubt I need to say it, but you're not looking good, she remarked. I assume the painkillers are on the wane. Tyler wanted to scoff at the remark not because Lisa was wrong, but it was the story of Tyler's life recently at least twice a day. But he stopped himself so that he didn't make his injuries harder to handle than they already were. The repair work that had been done on the right side of Tyler's chest still was the worst issue. However, the combination of other injuries was making things hard as well. What was your first clue that my health is still a hindrance, Lisa? Tyler posed as sarcastically as he could manage. And yet, I will need to scavenge up more painkillers before we head out. Both gazed at the Freedom as it was moved to a dock for inspection simply, wondering how long it would take. But after a moment, Tyler scanned around, hoping to find Carlos and ask him the personal favor he needed. And after a minute, he spotted Carlos and rose slowly from the crate. Lisa quickly began supporting Tyler, and he pointed to Carlos, saying he wanted to talk to him. Tyler was meters away when Carlos noticed him, and Carlos had to take a second look at his young friend. Tyler was being supported by another, a very unusual thing to happen with Tyler to start with. And then the bandages he could see with Tyler's head, as well as the paleness of his skin, made Carlos worried about him. Tyler, Carlos started, I would ask if you're okay, but I have a feeling that would be a dumb question. Tyler nodded his head, have come on hard times in the recent month or more now admittedly. But I have a favor to ask of you, Carlos, he replied. Carlos tilted his head to the side, I see, would that have anything to do with the mobile suit you brought in that isn't the Shadow? Tyler sighed, simply put, yes, the Shadow was destroyed, which is why my health is doing so poorly right now. Tyler stopped and took a moment to breathe in and out with a bit of wheezing. The machine I came in is to be inspected, ZAFT's newest creation and a dangerous thing it is. Tyler took a moment to dig out the datapad he had and held it out to Carlos. On this is 2 data files with specs of the one I brought in its sister unit. Countermeasures are needed for them as soon as they can be made, my friend. I wouldn't doubt you will understand why after looking the files over. Carlos took the datapad and brought up one of the files, and his eyes went wide at seeing what it contained. The machines designed by ZAFT had enjammer cancellers was concerning for several reasons. The Federation had been developing the technology, not just for potential applications, but also to come up with ways to neutralize such a thing. That ZAFT had come up with a working model first implied they would use them for things other than mobile suits. That possibility of nuclear weapons was the frightening thing with enjammer cancellers. However, Carlos and others could finish theirs for the next generation mobile suits with a functional model spec. Yes, I can see what you mean, Tyler, Carlos returned, so what is the favor you need? Tyler was glad Carlos wasn't asking for details about how he got the files or the Freedom, for that matter. He didn't want to reveal what had happened or who was now in danger because they tried to help. As to the favor, Tyler knew asking for a mobile suit without warning was unfair, but he was at the end of his rope. Tyler needed a unit to work with sooner rather than later, his health notwithstanding. So, Tyler winced, well, it's pretty big, my friend, and I know it's unfair to ask it of you and those here. However, I need a mobile suit to use, the Freedom isn't fit for my piloting style. Had Tyler asked this the last time he was here, Carlos would have had to let him down as gently as he could. Nonetheless, over the last month, the next generation of mobile suit development had moved along at a good pace. And with what had come from the Kuvo's development facility, that had moved things along even more. Well, my answer would be sorry, Carlos began, and Tyler was feeling dejections, yet Carlos continued, were you to have asked me when you were here last? However, Tyler's head came back up to look at the man, the last month has been very productive, and so, the answer is I may have something which fits your request. Plus, with what you just gave me, it shouldn't take all that much longer to finish adjusting it. If Tyler had better health right now, he would have moved forward, shook his friend's hand, and gestured to lead onward. Yet, Tyler could only smile weakly, there's no need to keep me in suspense, Carlos, more so since you had me disappointed for a second there. Lead us to whatever you go, but please not too fast as I am up to no marathons. Carlos led Tyler with Lisa supporting him in his shuffling to a different area of the mobile suit development floor. Tyler had been to the mobile suit development area before now, it was his favorite area to come to. It normally meant that he would get to test out something really neat and, at times awesome. And yet, Carlos came to a stop in front of a dock with one of the newer developed units. It was a part of the Aircraft Z series mobile suits, the third of the series thus far. Carlos figured this unit would fit Tyler's fighting style best out of the three available. So he switched on lights to make it easier to see the machine he would soon sell to his young friend. Tyler blinked before studying the machine that was now lit up before him. It stood at close to 19 meters tall and was grey overall in color, but with some black and yellow parts. The head of the unit appeared to be similar to the Justice's, with the sensor antenna coming out of the head and fins protruding out from the bottom of it. From what Tyler saw, the torso, much like the Freedom's, even had the sliding section that would go over the cockpit and descending pilot seat. There were vents on the front of the shoulders and short wings that stuck out at the end of either shoulder cover, which was a difference that Tyler spotted. On the front of hips, there were raised sections on either side of the center, which Tyler couldn't say what purpose they had yet. The legs had more robust vents above the ankles Tyler noticed, and beside them were short wings and thrusters on the outside. For what weapons Tyler could see, there were two beam sabers stored much like the Freedoms on the hip skirts. There was a neat-looking beam rifle in the suit's right hand, which Tyler would love more information on. The rifle did have what looked like an extra handle that was folded up currently, likely to help with stabilizing the weapon when firing. And the forward half of the barrel seemed to have a straight line down it, which didn't make sense to Tyler. Then there were long cannons that were connected to the wings, from what he could tell. There was also a red shield attached to the left arm, which was kind of shorter than most shields Tyler had seen. And as Tyler peered closer, there looked to be something built under the center of the shield, which he couldn't identify. Carlos could tell that Tyler was looking over the mobile suit and with a critical eye that he had. And after his observations, Tyler looked to Carlos, silently saying for him to explain the mobile suit. Carlos gestured at the machine. This Tyler is the HFS Z201 Aurora mobile suit. It's the third in the specific series it is a member of, referred to as the Aircraft Z series. It has a flight mode much like Delta fighters do, which allows faster cruising speed. However, the difference is where the Delta fighters are intended to fight in groups effectively, the Aurora is geared toward assault against multiple opponents. The cockpit is pretty much standard with panoramic display other than the pilot seat lowering into it. Tyler was nodding. It's sounding good so far, Carlos. What kind of systems do this unit have to work with? He asked. A fair question from you, Carlos acknowledged. The Aurora is equipped with phase shift armor, but it's an improved version from what Omni developed for their GAT prototype series. The version is referred to PS Type Sigma, which I wouldn't doubt you will like and share your thoughts on it when you get the chance. Carlos paused for a moment and pointed at the wings. In the wings and around different points in the suit are the parts that are utilized in the High Mobility Aerial Maneuver or HIMAM system, and that gives a notable advantage in combat. Carlos took a breath and continued, then, there's the Rapid Target Acquisition system, which makes decreasing your opponent's forces short work as the accuracy is quite impressive. Of course, it has a camouflage system called the Phantom Stealth System, which is the next generation of stealth tech the Federation is employing. Tyler liked what he was hearing thus far, and he looked forward to trying some of the ideas out. He was already thinking about getting himself assigned to the Aurora, for he was very interested in it. However, there had been no mention of the power source, and Tyler was curious about that. So far, what I'm hearing is neat, Carlos, but what powers this unit? Tyler questioned. Carlos frowned slightly. Actually, I was getting to that. With what data you brought, you can understand the last piece of equipment. The Aurora has a nuclear reactor in it, though not exactly the same version as ZAFT looks to be using. And so, it also has an N-jammer canceller, as you no doubt can guess. Nuclear energy was the only kind that had the output required for the capabilities the Aurora was built to have. Tyler was not feeling up to arguing the merits of nuclear energy and what it could be used for right now. But he did wonder what kind of capabilities the Aurora had which would need a nuclear reactor. Capabilities like, Tyler posed, leaving the question open. Doing supersonic flight for a decent period, hypersonic for a short time, Carlos answered. Tyler cocked his head to the side. How long can it be in supersonic flight in theory? Carlos put a hand to his chin. I believe the consensus was a solid 2 hours if not 3 without needing to slow down. Tyler certainly looked forward to testing that theory out sometime in the future, for that would be epic. He shrugged his shoulders as best he could currently. Okay, Carlos, you got me impressed with this unit. Your skills in selling what is developed here is still top-notch. Tyler took some breaths in and out, managing not to wheeze, but moving on to the other half of a mobile suit. What kind of an arsenal does it got? Carlos chuckled. Oh, rest assured, you will appreciate what the Aurora has to work with, Tyler, he assured. There is a pair of 50mm CIWS guns on either side of the head which are fire-linked, so they shoot at the same time. While they are intended for interception mainly, they are loaded with anti-phase shift rounds which will make a difference. Tyler thought he didn't hear right during Carlos's spiel since it was slightly over his head. For Tyler swore that Carlos has said anti-phase shift combined with rounds as in projectiles fired from weapons. Now, if Tesway had developed something that was effective against phase shift armor, Tyler would be impressed. Come again, Carlos, Tyler interjected, anti-what rounds? Anti-phase shift rounds, Tyler, Carlos iterated, it is a new kind of ammunition which is designed to be very effective against a phase shift armor system. It does so by causing impact shock when it hits and forces the machine to draw more power for its armor system. Carlos paused for a moment before he continued listing the weapon and offensive equipment of the Aurora. Returning to the arsenal, there are the two beam sabers on either hip skirt, as you likely saw. Those blades can be used individually or can be combined into a double-bladed configuration called the dual Corsic. You have the MX-2351 Imperious Deflector shield attack to the left arm for a defensive option. It has a built-in Homura energy deflection system, which is similar to the Alliance's Geschmeidig Panzer, a recent development of Omni's. Tyler didn't have words formed to properly say how much he wanted to take this mobile suit out and put it through its paces. Then Carlos pointed to the front skirts, specifically to the raised parts. Mounted on the front skirt are dual micromissile launchers, 2 pairs on either side, though they're only usable during flight mode. And like the micromissile launchers, there's a pair of 90mm Vulcan guns mounted on both sides of the forward flight array used during flight mode. The handheld weapon we have is the high-energy beam rifle, which can be stored on the rear skirt when needed. The other feature that is new with this rifle is the barrel of it can split open horizontally for a constant beam barrage. Finally, there are the 2 Lunarius plasma cannons mounted on rails that are on the back of the suit connected to the wings. Tyler was once again impressed with Carlos's selling ability of the work Tesway did, it was top-notch. And Tyler would be doing what he could get into the Aurora to use it and put it through its paces. He could call in some favors with those that worked here as the star tester, and Tyler was leaning toward that. The Aurora was an excellent fit for Tyler's piloting style, almost a perfect match, much like the Shadow had become. Carlos, again, you the man for the job when it comes to advertising what comes from this complex, you are the best at it. My last question about the Aurora is how I get to use it and/or be assigned to the unit, Tyler said. While Carlos could understand Tyler's excitement with the Aurora and his hope to pilot it, there was one other thing he had to show his young friend. Tyler may have said his mobile suit the Shadow had been destroyed. In the month that had gone by, the unit had been rebuilt. The Shadow was a good machine as it had been, and parts in it had been started to be employed in other projects. So, Carlos put a hand to his chin. Really, that is the question you have? He asked. That's a shame, I had something for you here that I was getting to, but apparently, you're not interested in seeing what I have. Tyler was forced to pause at the bone Carlos had just thrown out to him as it was tempting. It was Tyler's curiosity that his father had helped nurture that wouldn't let him pass by the offer at times like this. Tyler mulled over the pros and cons in taking the time to humor Carlos as he needed to head out as soon as he could. But as the Freedom was being inspected and Tyler needed to scrounge up painkillers, he would have to wait for a bit anyway. Okay, Carlos, you have my attention still, what is it you want to show me? Tyler questioned. Carlos led the two a distance into the mobile suit development floor. While the group went, Lisa slipped off. She planned to get some things done and look for some painkillers for Tyler as he really did need them. Lisa knew she couldn't stop Tyler from going to JOSHA, he was too stubborn to listen to reason right now. So the best she could do was help him in his plan and mitigate what she was able. Tyler didn't miss Lisa going off elsewhere, he assumed that she would go to do background work. He'd found she was rather good at the idea, and Tyler had come to depend on her for some of the background work. And Tyler wasn't worried about Lisa, she knew the current stakes and how little time there was to work with. Tyler's attention was tugged back when Carlos came to a stop and gestured to something to the left. Tyler looked in that direction and stopped as he gazed at something he didn't think he would see again. Before Tyler was the OIS X209 Shadow in pristine condition and looked ready to use should it be called upon. Tyler was well aware that the machine in front of him wasn't the original Shadow, he'd been in that one when it had been blown apart. But that Tesway had built a second unit was completely unexpected by Tyler, and in his heart, he was grateful. The Shadow had gotten Tyler through the events of the last few months, which hadn't been easy. So, during Tyler's road to recovery, he had been somewhat sad that his mobile suit had been destroyed, it had become a part of him. Carlos observed Tyler's surprise at seeing his mobile suit having been rebuilt and was happy to give something good to his young friend. It certainly appeared that Tyler needed any good news and/or luck he could get. We built a second unit as it was so interesting and just in case there was a need for it, Carlos said with a slight smile. Then, I'm of the mind of why leave a good set of blueprints around to collect dust and not use them when you can. A lucky situation for you, I would say in this as you are in need, wouldn't you say Tyler? It's up to you whether you use it or not, I'll leave the fate of this mobile suit to you. Carlos headed off elsewhere, leaving Tyler standing in front of the Shadow and in his own thoughts. The plan for the moment hadn't changed all that much in Tyler's mind, he still needed to get to JOSHA as soon as he could. However, there were still enough complications that made the said plan not as simple as it sounded. The factors included things like how many ZAFT forces there would be to what kind of trap the Alliance could have. Tyler firmly believed the Alliance had something ready for ZAFT that was meant to kill as many of them as possible. It was what made the most sense, logically loosely speaking, it fit what information there was available. Omni had the bulk of their forces around Panama while ZAFT was going for JOSHA. That would only make sense if either the Alliance didn't know ZAFT was going for their headquarters or planned for it. The latter seemed the more likely as of late, which brought up a more problematic issue. How would the Alliance have found out what ZAFT's target was if those in the operation hadn't known until the operation was about to begin? The way that Tyler could come with was there was a treacherous rat around that was up to no good. Whether there be a rat or, worse, multiple rats in this war, things would only worsen. Tyler's one experience with a rat had taught him that the type was better off either locked up for life or dead. Any side couldn't trust such as they only worked for themselves and their vendettas. After Lisa had managed to collect some painkillers for Tyler, she glanced at the information network. From what she'd seen, the Archangel had reached JOSHA yesterday, but little else about it beyond that. Then ZAFT was about to begin their operation against Omni's headquarters within the next few hours. Lisa knew that Tyler had painted a grim picture of what would likely happen, but she doubted he would appreciate being so right. And when ZAFT attacked JOSHA, it was probable that the Archangel would be in the defending forces of the base. The sadder thing, the defending Omni forces were almost certainly bait for whatever trap the Omni had set up. She found Tyler still in Tessway's mobile suit development area, staring at a machine. When Lisa got closer, she saw he was gazing at the shadow. That Tyler's mobile suit was here was unexpected. Tessway must have rebuilt it over the last month. To think that Tessway built a second mobile suit of the same make as your previous one, Lisa commented. Tyler twisted around to see Lisa right behind him, and he also saw she had a small bag with her. He couldn't say what was in the bag, but he hoped there were painkillers. There was a place in the standard Federation spacesuit that containers of painkillers were to use when needed. And the supply in the suit Tyler was wearing was pretty much dry at this point, and he was feeling the absence of it. So it would seem, I'm certainly surprised a second shadow unit was built. I was never told that may happen, Tyler returned. And I notice you have been busy with some things, care to share what you've been up to? Lisa shrugged. I've been working on figuring out where things stand among other things, she began. The Archangel reached JOSHA yesterday from what the information network said. And I found out that Luke and Alan have been assigned other things, so our team has been officially dissolved. The other fact of note is that all the member nations are in the process of tightening their border and defenses. It isn't locked down yet, but I fear it won't be all that long before it may come to that with Omni's actions lately. With their gathering at JOSHA and more Panama, the higher UPS are more than worried. Tyler had expected that things were getting bad, but he hadn't thought it was to the point Lisa implied it was. Tyler knew the moment the Alliance got mobile suits, they would use them to expand their power. Their leadership had too many that had anti-coordinator sentiment not to use a new weapon to fuel their plans. And Tyler didn't doubt what Lisa said about the member nations tightening things were happening. With what was in the message his mother had received, Tyler cursed that Omni would come to enforce that if they could. Then the Archangel being at JOSHA when ZAFT was poised to attack wasn't in any way comforting. Thus, Tyler exhaled heavily. Yes, I can understand the worry the higher UPS have, I certainly share them. And I assume with Luke and Alan elsewhere, it is down to just you and me to get work done. Lisa nodded. Great, my health will not appreciate that, please tell me that you have painkillers. The supply this pilot suit had is empty, and the pain is getting harder to ignore by the minute. Lisa dug in the bag she had and brought out tubes with connectors on the ends, which would plug into Tyler's suit. Tyler bowed his head, took the tubes, and opened the compartment on the section over his right thigh. He removed the empty tubes and inserted the four Lisa had brought before closing the compartment. Tyler brought his head up to face Lisa again. I know I shouldn't say it, but I'm having a hard time seeing how things could be all that much worse than they are set up to be, Tyler stated. I admit, things are certainly not looking good for us, your friends, or the Federation as a whole right now. It is looking more likely that the Federation will be drawn into this war by force from the Alliance, Lisa replied. I believe in the more immediate time, your friends on the Archangel are in more danger. With ZAFT attacking JOSHA, they will be fighting against them, and I doubt going to get any help from their so-called allies. Tyler sighed. You're referring to the point of Omni leaving the Archangel and others to die, I would agree. Tyler paused, though I fear the Alliance has likely set a trap for ZAFT and those that remain at JOSHA are merely the bait for it. Lisa frowned. You think the Alliance has a trap set too, then? Tyler nodded. I'm sure of it, just don't know what form the trap will take right now. He sighed, recalling some of his previous thoughts about a rat being present, and I think there is more going on than we're seeing. I'm suspicious that there's a rat at work and has been for some time now in this war. I can't say if there is only one or multiple, but I'm pretty sure there is at least one that is pitting the two factions against each other. Lisa blinked at the mention of a rat, for that would be a serious concern that could change a few things in the war. If Tyler implied an individual or a rat, as Tyler said, then some of the battles between ZAFT and Omni had been bloodier because of said rat sharing info to both sides. And in the coming battle's instance, ZAFT was sending a lot of force into a trap that the Alliance had time to set up. With your mention of a rat, I would be inclined to agree, it would explain several things about this war, Lisa remarked. Like why the bulk of Omni's forces being around Panama instead of Joshua. Tyler nodded, that is one reason, but I also fear that the Atlantic Federation also may use ZAFT's attack to purge unwanted personnel. It wouldn't be the first time they have used a bad event to their advantage, he said. It is why I want to get there as soon as we can. I think we could make a difference, small as it may be. He had an idea that would help the more he thought about it. And with the shadow available, you could come with me and make sure I don't do anything completely stupid. Lisa had been thinking of ways to go with Tyler to keep an eye on him as he wasn't fit to go out alone. The shadow did provide an opportunity for her to do so and not have to scrounge up something else. And it would allow her to stay around him, and Tyler needed as many present that could step in to help his health not get worse. Quite reasonable of you, and good of you to admit you need help as you do, Lisa answered. You are still recovering and so shouldn't be going out to dangerous situations that can get you killed. The last time you did that, you nearly did die for it. Let's not have a repeat of what happened in your last outing around the Archangel. Tyler didn't have any argument to counter Lisa's statement with what happened with the shadow the last time. And if he were honest right now, the Grim Reaper would have an easier time at trying to kill him than he'd had before. Truthfully, a battle was something Tyler should be avoiding as it would be a hindrance if not a detriment to his health. Should Tyler make it through such, he would likely need a doctor to help him, whether patching him up or something more serious. I won't argue with you, Lisa, instead, I will recommend the flight system option for the shadow for this. The next hour went by in Tyler's view very slowly while things were being done so that he and Lisa could head out. Tyler did manage to get medication for himself to help with his health issues he was dealing with. The painkillers were helping, but Tyler also needed something to help him not have a haze from the painkillers. And for the hour, he found a place where he could get a quick nap and gain a little strength. The Freedom was fully inspected and adjusted a bit during the hour, which Tyler had no issue with. The set adjustments were mostly tweaking systems and especially making the reactor safer. The shadow was also made ready with the flight system attached to it and checked over. Lisa did have a few adjustments to the shadow's OS to fit her own preferences as well. Once both mobile suits were ready, sonic flight frames were equipped for them as both Lisa and Tyler were in a hurry. There were also commands put into the suit's operating systems to eject the frames when the time came. So, Tyler put his helmet back on and connected it to his pilot suit before approaching the Freedom again. Tyler wasn't feeling all that much better when it came to his health, but time was running out. If Kira was still alive and somehow had the strike to work with, Tyler didn't doubt that he would be defending the Archangel. But his friend would be going against a serious ZAFT assault which Kira would have serious difficulty with. So, Tyler was focused on getting to his friends and doing whatever it took to keep them alive as he and Lisa launched from Tesway. A/N. Okay, I'll leave off there and continued it in the next phase. So down to the elaboration of the changes and things I added. As you may have noticed from this phase, I split up things from how the original phases I wrote. I felt that the flow was better going with one character's journey rather than jump between multiple. So, it was Tyler's experience around the plants and stealing the Freedom and not jumping back to the Archangel. Don't worry, the Archangel's part will come later, it just didn't make sense to go back and forth. And the reason I'm taking the time to explain this, would be the next few phases are going over events that happen around the same time frame. Now on to some of the good stuff of this phase. You may have noticed that I added a scene with Lisa having time with her siblings and facing her father again. I felt that had value as it adds to her character, and as she is one of mine, I want to develop her. Plus, it shows some of the view of radicals in the plants think of the Federation. Next, the changes on going into a bit more details on the complex and the theft itself. I'm trying to paint the pictures I'm seeing in my mind for this story, which I hope are appreciated. There were still things that were overall the same, like Tyler expressing his opinion to Patrick Zala among others with his performance. Now, some may have noticed, that I have Tyler's condition plaguing him more, which I feel is more truthful. I can't imagine someone that went through what Tyler did up and fine in a little under a month. If you readers wish to correct me, feel free. Finally, there was dialogue changes, and some may have seen that in previous phases. I admit that I've been watching the Gundam Seed Remastered HD version lately. If any are interested, Funimation has dubbed it, not advertising it, just mention where some of my influence is coming from. As always, some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you thought of this phase. Still hope to keep to a 2-week schedule for phase release. I don't know if I can keep that with school and work, but I'll certainly try. Peace out until the next phase. Model number, HFSZ201. Code name, Aurora Gundam. Unit type, Prototype Transformable Assault Mobile Suit. Manufacturer, Tesway R&D. Operator, Federation Military. First deployment, March 71 CE. Accommodations, pilot only, in panoramic cockpit in torso. Dimensions, Overall height 18.71 meters. Weight, 78.27 tons. Power plant, ultra-compact nuclear fission reactor. Armor material, phase shift armor. Equipment and design features. Neutron jammer canceller. As with the other 4 ZGMFX series of Gundam units produced in that time period, the Freedom is equipped with a neutron jammer canceller, which counters the effects of the ubiquitous neutron jammers and allows these suits to be powered by nuclear reactors. This gives them almost limitless combat endurance, even with phase shift armor activated. Phase shift type Sigma. A new variation of phase shift armor, developed by Tesway R&D after they got data on phase shift armor from the Alliance's G project. It works similar to the original idea, but is now made to be more efficient by distributing the voltage to the needed areas more than the non-needed areas. High Mobility Aerial Maneuver System, HIMAMS. Similar to the HIMAMS, the system gives higher maneuverability. Gives a great advantage in flight mode, but also in MS mode and is better suited for aerial dogfighting. Rapid Target Lock System. Similar to the multi-lock-on system the X-10A Freedom has, but instead of locking onto multiple targets to shoot them all at the same time. This system does singular target shooting but will switches to the next target in milliseconds. Phantom Stealth System. An improved system and based on the Spectre optical camouflage field. It is harder to see through the stealth system and is more efficient with its energy consumption. Operating System. The OS that the Aurora has is the GUNDAM. Intrigue, the Federation's system for working with a nuclear reactor. Mobile Suit Next Operation System. Generation. Unsubdued. Nuclear. Drive. Assault. Module. G.U.N.D.A.M Intrigue. Series GN12506NR02-13756 Human Federation. Fixed Armament. MMI GAU 2650 mm CIWS guns. A pair of the CIWS are built into both sides of the Aurora's head. They're fire linked so that they will fire at the same time with a single command and are loaded with newly developed anti-phase shift rounds, where are effective against mobile suits with a phase shift armor system. Their purpose is to intercept missile and other projectiles, but they can also penetrate light to moderate armor. Lunarius Plasma Cannons. The Lunarius Plasma Cannon is the Aurora's main long-range weapon and are close to comparable to the Archangel's Lohengrin when firing at maximum output. The Aurora has 2 of these cannons which are mounted on the backpack section on the inside of the wings and they can swing forward to be used in MS mode. While in flight mode, both cannons are set forward and center of the just under the flight sensor array. The pilot can also choose how much power the cannons uses per shot. At full power the forward half of the barrel splits open for a wider beam. Ma M978 Vajra 2 Beam Sabers. The Aurora is equipped with 2 Vajra Beam Sabers, which are stored in recharge racks in compartments on top of both hips when not in use. The 2 beam sabers can be combined into a double-bladed beam saber, much like the Freedom and the Justice can do with their beam sabers in the form known as ambidextrous halberd. However, the Aurora's is called the dual Corsic. MMI MML-262 dual micromissile launchers. There are 2 launching tubes in the upper section of both front skirts of the Aurora. Each tube has a supply of 3 micro-missiles before needing to be resupplied. They are only operable in the Aurora's flight mode. MKII GAU 2790mm Vulcan guns. GAU-27 Vulcan gun is a rapid-fire gun that is much like machine guns or CIWS and use ammunition that is 90mm caliber. The Aurora has 2 of these mounted in the outside on both sides of the forward flight sensor array and are only operable in the Aurora's flight mode. Handheld armament. MX-2351 Imperious Deflection Shield. The Imperious Deflection Shield is the main defensive tool other than the phase shift armor system. The shield is covered with anti-beam coating and it's also built with Homura deflection shielding system, which is made up of network of emitters that's in the center of the shield. The emitter is covered when not in use and when activated, the shield expands in vertical length and 4 fins pop out making an X shape with the emitter in the center of it. Ma Bar 77/S2 High Energy Beam Rifle. The beam rifle is the main offensive weapons of the Aurora has, and the only multi-range versatile weapon it has and can be stored on rear skirt armor when not in use and in flight mode. The rifle is positioned on the right of the right plasma cannon. The rifle has 2 different modes, the rifle mode and stream mode. In rifle mode, it works like a standard beam rifle would, while in stream mode, the forward half of the barrel can split open horizontally for a constant beam that can be used for cutting or penetration. Chapter 27, Phase 30, Truth vs Propaganda. May 10, 71 CE. Carpinteria, Oceania Union. Athrun had been lost in his thoughts for the last few weeks since the battle around Orb. He'd been sent back to Carpinteria from Orb after he had been given a good bill of health. Athrun would not participate in Operation Spitbreak that was set to happen in 10 days. The operation was to launch a massive attack on the Alliance. The goal was to cripple Omni in a way they wouldn't easily recover from. It was being said that with the success of Operation Spitbreak, the war would start coming to a swift end. The target was going to be Port of Panama, where the Alliance-controlled mass driver was. Without their mass driver, Omni forces would be cut off between Earth and the Moon. Athrun didn't know if the mentality of the operation bringing the end to the war was true anymore. This war had seemed so simple initially, but it had evolved into anything but simple. This war had been going for more than 5 years now, and there was still not a single sign of it ending in the future. If anything, Athrun would say the war had been getting steadily worse rather than better. The Alliance was racing to get mobile suits, and ZAFT kept making more powerful mobile suits. Should the Archangel get to JOSHA, then Omni would get mobile suits, which wouldn't help. Neither side was backing down or even willing to talk to the other at all. Any chance of a peaceful end was getting bleaker by the day, and it was already dark to begin with. Then the Federation, while it had kept out of the war thus far, Athrun didn't think that would last much longer. The signs were saying they would be pulled in by either the Alliance or ZAFT soon enough under foolish presidents. When they came into the war, it was more becoming a question of which faction would be handled first rather than who would potentially benefit. The Alliance didn't have much of a chance against the Federation by what intelligence said. Even were they to get mobile suits, the Federation's estimated strength would overwhelm Omni. However, ZAFT wouldn't do a great deal better against the Federation than Omni, especially if they had mobile suits, which it was assumed they did. Admiral Trice's leadership would be the best chance ZAFT had fighting the Federation's military. And even that potential advantage was in question with the direction the National Defense Committee was going in. Athrun couldn't see a good end with any potential scenario involving ZAFT fighting the Federation. Personally, Athrun wanted this war over or at least get out of it. The war had already taken important things and people from him. The first it had taken was his mother, Lenore Zala, with the Bloody Valentine, and that was before the war officially started. That had been followed by his father, who had slowly changed after his wife had died and been getting steadily worse over the years. Then Athrun had lost people he considered friends, like Rusty killed in action at Heliopolis. And the most recent loss Athrun had suffered was one of his best friends, Tyler. Losing Tyler hurt the worst so far as he played a personal part in his death. And lastly, this war had Athrun trying to take down and kill his other best friend, Kira. The war was turning him into the very kind of monster that he had joined ZAFT to fight. Athrun was still trying to figure out where things had started drastically changing to become what they had. The plot which had been playing out had taken so many twists and turns that Athrun couldn't tell how he had got to where he was. He was angry he'd been expected to fight and kill his friends since Heliopolis. It was his duty. That had escalated into him having to attempt to kill Kira in the battle around Orb and instead end out taking the life of Tyler. They were his friends and had been for years, but duty and orders had demanded he kill them both without hesitation. Tyler and Kira had stood by him through hard times, yet what had he done for them when they needed him? Athrun hated himself for what he did to Tyler and tried doing to Kira. They had been protecting their friends, and Athrun couldn't fault them for that, as he would have done the same in their position. And yet, Athrun had chosen orders over friendship, and he cursed himself for doing that. When Athrun had arrived at Carpentaria, he had even been given an award for his actions in the last battle. It had been the Medal of Valor, awarded to those that performed their duty with distinction. It was normally given to those that took down a notable enemy that had caused serious issues with ZAFT. The medal was supposed to be an honor to receive, and if Athrun had gotten it any time before Heliopolis, he would have been honored to get it. But he had earned the medal through killing one of his best friends, so it was no honor. The medal was a reminder he had chosen duty and orders over Tyler and Kira. And the very thought had caused Athrun to hold up in his room assigned to him so that he could avoid people. Days had become weeks, which brought the month of May, and Athrun still felt horrible. While Athrun moped, Nicole was coming to check on his friend. Athrun had not been the same after the last battle with the legged ship. Something had affected Athrun. Nicole could see that, but he couldn't figure out what it could be. Nicole noticed there was something with the legged ship that Athrun had not been mentioning. Normally, Nicole wouldn't nose into another's business more as a courtesy than anything else. But with Athrun in the dumps, Nicole felt talking to him could help him move forward. There was some time before Operation Spitbreak was supposed to occur, so Nicole decided to talk to him. Thus, Nicole knocked on Athrun's door and came in when he was told to. The first sight of Athrun told Nicole that his friend's mood hadn't changed much, he was still depressed. Athrun, Nicole began, I thought it would be good to talk. Athrun was not much in the mood to talk to anyone, even Nicole, who listened to another. His thoughts were in too much chaos for him to sort out to make a great deal of sense properly. Talk about what, Nicole? Athrun asked in a hollow voice. Nicole came to sit on the bed next to Athrun. About what's eating away at you, Nicole replied. I can see something, likely several things are dragging you down. And unlike Isaac, I am willing to listen and not just say deal with it and move on like he would. Nicole paused. Something about the last battle with the legged ship has hurt you, Athrun, and in a way that hasn't happened before. What occurred out there, Athrun? Athrun didn't say anything for a few minutes, but Nicole waited, knowing that it would be better to let Athrun start. I can't figure out how things came to be where they are anymore, Nicole, Athrun said. I've tried, I've tried so hard to understand how events led to what has happened. And I still can't explain why this war is only taking the truly good people away and leaving the rotten ones. Athrun stopped thinking about Rusty. He'd been a friend from the military academy. They had gone through survival training together, had watched one another's backs since then. Why did this war take Rusty from us? Nicole didn't answer that, but it was clear Athrun missed Rusty. Nicole did too. Rusty had been the peacemaker of their group, while Athrun the leader, and Nicole the tactician. It what made them a good working trio. I don't know, Athrun, that is a question I think doesn't have an answer we can accept, Nicole remarked. This war is taking people without consideration. Rusty was going to write a book, Athrun shot back. He wanted to be a novelist. He wanted to write a memoir of life as a soldier to show people what it was really like, to help people see soldiers as people. But now he can never write it, and people will never read about his experiences. Nicole was surprised. He hadn't known Rusty wanted to be a writer, but Nicole wouldn't deny Rusty would have been good at that. Rusty had a way with words. He didn't use it during missions, but Nicole had seen it during downtime. But apparently, Rusty had mentioned to Athrun he would write a book about the soldier's life. The two had always been close. They had made it through survival training together. That training made lifelong friends, as you found those you would trust with your life and more. So, while Nicole knew Athrun had taken Rusty's death the hardest out of the team, he didn't know it was this bad. I didn't know he wanted to be a writer, but I can see that as he had a way with words, Nicole commented. As Athrun had started, he couldn't stop himself, couldn't stop the feelings he'd been holding in from coming out. And then, chasing the legged ship became a nightmare with having to fight those with them. Nicole was about to ask Athrun what he was getting at but could not as Athrun continued. Duty demanded I fight friends of mine and not have an issue with it or hesitate to take them down. Nicole blinked as Athrun had just admitted he knew one if not more of the enemy mobile suit pilots they had been going against the last few months. To withhold such information was not just dangerous, it was very much frowned down upon by ZAFT. Not to say, Nicole couldn't understand why Athrun said nothing to anyone else. If one or more of the enemy pilots were not just people he knew but were friends, that was a horrible position. So, some of the legged ship's pilots were friends of yours, that does explain a few things, Nicole said. Not that I blame you for saying nothing, I would have done the same in your place. Athrun twisted to look at Nicole. The winged suit and the black one were used by my two best friends, Nicole, Athrun said in a wavering voice, and ZAFT expected me to ignore that fact and shoot to kill them. The torture Athrun had been putting himself through during the pursuit of the legged ship had been taken a toll on him. How can any side assume that one can shoot a friend and not have any problem with it? Nicole could only feel pity and sorrow for his friend. He had clearly been suffering in silence. In a perfect world, no one would have to attack or fight a friend, let alone be expected to try and kill them. But there would be no war in a perfect world either, Nicole would say, which only nailed the point. Humanity was imperfect beings living in an imperfect world, it was a fact of life. Nicole put a hand on Athrun's shoulder. They shouldn't, but they do, Nicole said. I'm sorry, Athrun, no one should be put in that position. Our attack on Heliopolis made things worse, Athrun stated. The Federation had things in hand and under control before we got there. They were going to take Omni's project away from them and settle it quietly with no lives lost. There would have been no escalation if we had stood BBY and not interfered. Nicole had wondered if the Federation had known about what the Alliance had been doing at Heliopolis. As Orb was one of their member nations, it would make complete sense they would know. With that being true, there should be no argument with the Federation taking care of Omni's project. The Federation was well known for handling issues with either ZAFT or the Alliance themselves without interference from the other faction. And if the Federation had done that at Heliopolis, ZAFT wouldn't have gone inside, and none of the stolen machines would have been acquired. However, that brought up a question that Nicole had before now. Why had Commander Cruzat been so insistent? Nicole had gone back and checked ZAFT intelligence reports about Heliopolis. They had only stated there was suspicious activity around it, there had been none of the pictures the commander had in his possession. So, where had he gotten them, if not from ZAFT intelligence agents? And then, as we pursued the legged ship, we kept doing things we weren't supposed to. So much so, we could be charged with multiple treaty violations and face trial by the Federation, Athrun continued. We've been in Federation territory and started fights with that ship, and the commander has waved it off as nothing. Athrun paused to breathe for a moment. I can't tell if ZAFT considers the Federation as a neutral entity or an enemy anymore. Nicole had also been concerned about territory violations during the hunt of the legged ship. The Federation wasn't tolerant for long with those that blatantly broke and or ignored standing agreements or rules. Nicole didn't doubt the Federation had been talking with the Supreme Council and even possibly Admiral Tries about the recent events that the commander had been involved in. He even wondered if Commander Klein hadn't been sent not just to get the legged ship handled but also to rein in Commander Cruzat. It would make sense. Down on Earth hadn't been any different, the commander's hunt had taken them into Federation territory. And the Federation's responses seemed to get sterner, and quicker each time the commander had others go into their territory. So, Nicole was also left to wonder if ZAFT was starting to see the Federation more as an enemy than a neutral faction. If the Federation were being seen as enemies, Nicole would be worried about that kind of development. The Federation's military wasn't weak or an organization to scoff at, they had proven that time and time again. If anything, then the Federation's military was the stronger military organization than both ZAFT and Omni. Admiral Tries had always expressed respect for the Federation's military and how they conducted themselves. The Admiral didn't respect just anyone, so there was a reason if he respected the Federation's military. Nichols' worry had deepened at the last message he'd gotten from his father, who was a member of the National Defense Committee. The message had said things with the Council had been strained as of late for several reasons. First, the Federation asked questions about ZAFT's recent activities as one would expect of them. However, from what Nichols' father said, the answers being given to them were more evasions which the Federation wasn't accepting at face value. Then perhaps more concerning, according to the message, the National Defense Committee was working with Admiral Tries less closely than before. Nicole was firmly in the camp of Admiral Tries, being the best leader ZAFT could hope to have in times of war. That the Admiral was not being involved in ZAFT operations was having Nicole question what the committee was thinking. I've started to wonder about that too, Athrun, Nicole remarked, the plans standing with the Federation seems to have been changing. Athrun stared at Nicole. Wait, you agree with me about the changes, he asked. Nicole nodded. Indeed, the treaty violations have come to the Council from what my father has said, and they are essentially being waved off. It makes me wonder if standing with the Federation is deteriorating. Athrun felt good not to be alone that another was having the same kind of doubts as he was. But that still left the most recent event, the one for which he'd gotten the medal he cursed. When we fought the Legate ship in Orb's territory, I was trying so hard to reason with one of my best friends. Athrun hesitated. I even offered to help defend the target ship so they could surrender, knowing I would pay the price for it. Athrun held his head in his hands as the tears started flowing again, but in the end, because of duty and orders, I attempted to kill him. Nicole was shocked that Athrun had offered to help the Legate ship for it to surrender. It was noble of him, but defending an enemy ship was also seen as a major offense in ZAFT. Athrun would have known he would face serious consequences for such an action, potentially including dishonorable discharge. And it sounded like Athrun had been willing to face the potential punishment for this said friend. It was a testament to how much this friend meant to Athrun in Nichols' mind. However, it did explain the favor that Athrun had asked of him with the Legate ship. So that's why you wanted me to disable the Legate ship's engines, Nicole said. I wondered. Athrun shook his head, the tears flowing faster than before, but instead of taking out the winged suit, Athrun continued. I end out destroying the enemy black machine with the Aegis's self-destruct charge. I was tried to kill one friend and instead kill another. Athrun's shoulders began shaking in anger and pain as he grabbed the medal he received. He glared at it, hating the very sight of it as it praised him for a truly horrible act. This medal was given to me for killing someone that I cared about. I earned this thing for choosing duty and orders over my best friends, Nicole. The pieces were falling into place of why Athrun was in the mood he was right now. And it wasn't just now, it was since he came back from the homeland after Heliopolis. Around the homeland, Athrun had somehow found out his friends were helping the Legate ship for whatever reason they had. The fact had been torturing him, and he had been silent about the whole thing. The medal had acted as some sort of trigger for those feelings inside to come to the surface. Nicole could only feel sorry for Athrun, he should never have been in the situation to do what he had. It was clear he was tearing himself up on the inside for being the one that had killed a dear friend. Athrun, Nicole began. Athrun cut over him. This cursed medal was awarded to me for taking Tyler's life, he snarled. It isn't a badge of honor, it is a mark of shame for a horrible crime I committed for the sake of duty. The name Tyler registered as belonging to Tyler McGregor in Nichols' mind. But were that true, then it would strongly imply that Mr. McGregor had been the Blitz's twins pilot. Were that correct, then he had been an amazing Federation pilot, according to Commander Klein. Nicole was trying to wrap his mind around the fact he'd meant the one that had whipped him earlier. He had suspected nothing of the sort of Tyler, he had seemed like a normal teenager, even if he somehow knew Commander Klein. So, that's why you have been locked up in your room for more than a week, Nicole commented. I wish I had known the hardship you have been suffering through Athrun, I would have done what I could to help. And perhaps it is better you are being recalled back to the homeland rather than participating in Operation Spitbreak. I have a feeling that it will be a real messy business. Athrun looked at Nicole. You really think Spitbreak will be that bad? He asked. Nicole had no evidence to support his thoughts about Operation Spitbreak. He agreed with the general goal of the operation, it was to cripple the Alliance, specifically in matters of military operation. Destroying or disabling Porta Panama's mass driver would effectively cut off the Alliance's supply line to their forces in space and on the Moon. That, in turn, would make the Alliance have to back off in theory from any major military operation for some time. While the Alliance was crippled, ZAFT could prepare themselves and potentially develop a way to end the war. However, there was one potential issue that Nicole saw that could and likely would come from the operation against Panama. Should the Alliance lose their mass driver, they would look for another to use as quickly as possible. Of the 6 mass drivers in the world, 2 were controlled by ZAFT, 3 were under the watch of the Federation, and the last was Panama's. Nicole could see possibly that Omni may attempt to go against Victoria, but ZAFT forces were entrenched there. Carpentaria was even more well defended, so Omni would probably not try for that one. That left the 3 mass drivers that the Federation controlled, and they didn't allow use for military purposes. It was no secret that the Alliance detested the Federation for several reasons. The Alliance had claimed that as the Federation's member nations were territories of Earth, they should be helping Omni. The Federation had refused that and kept to their principles and policies, so it hadn't helped the Alliance during the war. But according to ZAFT intelligence, the Alliance still had been trying to acquire Federation resources and technology. So should Panama be destroyed, it could provide the excuse the Alliance wanted to go against the Federation and attempt to get what they wanted. Nicole sighed. I have no proof of my suspicions, he replied. But I don't see Omni giving up Panama without a fight to the end. And I fear there will be more fallout if the operation is successful than if it isn't. While that fallout may not hit us immediately, I have no doubt it will strike ZAFT and the plants given time. Athrun wondered what Nicole was talking about with fallout. Operation Spitbreak was to start the end of the war, which was what had been advertised by leaders. But he was tired from the confession he'd given to Nicole. Thanks for listening to me while I vented, Nicole, Athrun said. It's been tearing me up on the inside. I can see it has, Nicole replied. As I leave soon for the homeland, I will wish you the best of luck, Athrun said, holding out a hand. Keep yourself alive through Operation Spitbreak. Nicole shook Athrun's hand. I certainly will. Maybe you can find out what is going on with things these days around the homeland, Nicole returned. I have a nagging feeling things are changing and not necessarily for the better. I'll keep my eyes and ears open, Athrun assured. Nicole left the room to go about his own preparations for Operation Spitbreak. On the other hand, Athrun got to packing for his trip home, which he'd been putting off. He was supposed to report directly to his father when he got back to the plants. He was curious why. The normal procedure was to report to a commander who would then relay the information to both Admiral Tries and the National Defense Committee. It had Athrun thinking back to what Nicole said about changes happening. Hopefully, he could maybe find out something when he got back to the homeland. It was a few days when Athrun boarded the shuttle, taking him back to the plants. He wasn't the only one heading back to the homeland, there were others on the shuttle too. Athrun had also seen the signs of the growing preparations for the upcoming operation. Subs were being checked over and loaded with mobile suits. Air transports were being readied to carry mobile suits to Panama. As Nicole said, Athrun hoped the operation went as advertised, and there would be no fallout. However, he feared that hope was more wishful thinking than a potential reality. Athrun's shuttle lifted off 30 minutes after boarding had started, and he glanced down at Carpentaria. The base was one of ZAFT's main bases on Earth, definitely the major one for the Pacific and Indian Oceans. ZAFT had held the base for years since it had been established just after the April's Fool crisis back in CE 67. Athrun remembered some of the videos he'd watched when the base was being made. The Alliance hadn't been silent when Carpentaria was being constructed, they had made several attempts to stop it. Athrun's shuttle quickly climbed, and Carpentaria shrank into the Oceania Union. The journey to the homeland took 16 hours in total, as was standard with most shuttles except for the Federation's Hermes class. Athrun was trying to think about what he would say to his father when he made his report. His father had sent a brief message of him being proud of Athrun earning the Medal of Valor but had said little else. Operation Spitbreak would start just before he arrived at the plants as the council approved it. Both Nicole and Isaac were going to be involved in that, and he wished them the best of luck. Athrun was gathering his things as the shuttle began docking at Aprilias 1. Athrun came off the shuttle into the docking lounge, and he instantly noticed that the air was far different from the last time he had been at the plants. This homecoming felt more like striding into a warrior's den of some sort. Athrun's doubts were being fed that things with ZAFT were going in a bad direction. Those doubts had started just after Heliopolis and had begun growing with the council meeting that had followed. Tension Athrun expected with Operation Spitbreak happening right now, it was a huge operation after all. But the tension was much higher than Athrun would expect for a major operation to have. Then, to Athrun's surprise, he was approached by his old mentor while he'd been in the ZAFT military academy, Ryuki. Athrun saluted his mentor, and the gesture was returned. It's good to see you again back around the plants, Athrun, Yuki greeted. Thank you, Commander Yuki, Athrun replied. But what's going on to have so many worried and panicking like I've been seeing? Yuki glanced around and then drew closer to Athrun. The latest reports are saying Spitbreak may have been compromised. There haven't been much details yet, but it is being suggested that the operation may fail or have to be abandoned. Athrun was stunned at being told that Operation Spitbreak may be compromised, which came with serious implications. As far as Athran knew, the operation should have just started. If the operation was compromised, it could mean a mole or a traitor in ZAFT that tipped the alliance off. Wait, Commander Yuki, Athran began, are you saying our forces are being repelled from Panama? Yuki shook his head, that's the thing, Panama wasn't the intended target, we just wanted the alliance to think it was. Athran blinked in confusion as that implied there was a change in targets. Yuki continued, Operation Spitbreak's target is JOSHA in Alaska. Athran would have asked for what information there was, but Yuki kept going, there's something else as well that occurred recently which isn't widely known, and it's preferred to be kept that way for now. It seems that one of our prototype mobile suits has been stolen from one of the Integrated Design Bureau's complexes. And from what evidence there is, the thief who's being considered an enemy spy was assisted by Lakis Klein. Thus, the National Defense Committee is in a state of panic about that. Athran dropped the suitcase he had been holding from the shock at what he had just heard. Lakis loved the citizens of the plants, she would never do anything to harm or betray them. There was no way that she would help an enemy spy get to top-secret equipment any more than she would refuse singing for her fans. Athran knew Lakis wouldn't do anything like Commander Yuki said she was accused of. No way, that's impossible, Athran replied, I know her commander, Lakis would never do something like help an enemy spy. She loves the plants and its citizen, she would never do anything to hurt or betray them. Yuki could understand Athran's disbelief, that had been his reactions when he'd first heard of this. All loved Miss Klein in the plants, she had been a strength through hard times for many. And if not for seeing the evidence himself, Yuki would not have accepted the claim any more than Athran was. So, Yuki nodded, I understand your disbelief, he assured. I was the same when I first heard it and didn't think it possible, but there's proof of this claim. If there weren't, no one would even think to accuse her of doing such a thing. Even as Athran made his way to give his report to his father after leaving Commander Yuki, he still couldn't accept that Lakis would do what he had been told she did. It made no sense at all with her, it had to be an imposter or a mistake. No matter what the evidence showed, Lakis wouldn't help another than had bad intentions towards the plants. Athran entered his father's office and saw other officers talking to him. Excuse me, he announced and saluted. However, Athran stopped as he took in the conversation that was going on. Our forces are pushing forward, but some have reported that there are potential signs there could be some sort of trap laid for them, said one of the 4 officers that were in front of Patrick Zala's desk. Patrick Zala sighed and took a moment to calm down a bit. Where's L.E. Cruzet? He asked. Has he been able to confirm any of these rumors? The officers looked at each other. We haven't been able to make contact with him yet, the mission commander has said that he is out on the field right now, said the same officer as before. I want a detailed report from him and tries about this, Chairman Zala commanded. At that moment, another military officer entered the room and saluted. Eileen Canaver and some of the other council members are gathering in the meeting room, sir, said the officer. It was then that Patrick Zala noticed Athran standing in the room, waiting for his turn to speak and report. He nodded to Athran, I'll be with you in a moment. Sir, Athran acknowledged. The officer that had come in and said that the members of the plant's Supreme Council wanted a meeting continued. It sounds like the other members of the council are demanding an emergency session upon the initial reports about Spitbreak coming in. Patrick Zala put a hand to his temple, have our forces continue with the operation as planned but do so cautiously for the time being. With the operation already going, we can't just pull out due to a silly unprovable rumor, he said. The officer showed that he understood and then left the office. Chairman Zala then focused back on the 4 officers in front of his desk. I want solid results. What is needed is an objective analysis of this situation, Zala stated. Where is the Klein family? The lead soldier answered, we don't know, sir, by what we can tell, Klein had an escape planned already. It may take longer to find him and his daughter than early estimates said. Patrick Zala gained a serious expression yet showed growing irritation, alert the Justice Department. Eileen Canaver and other members of the council who have been with Klein in the last few months are to be detained, he ordered. All the officers looked apprehensive, but sir, to detain active members of the Supreme Council, began the lead officer. However, Chairman Zala interrupted the officer, Lakis Klein was seen consorting with a spy. And now she and her father have disappeared when we are getting reports of potential information leaks regarding Operation Spitbreak. Even a child can make the connection as to how this happened. It was Klein that betrayed us. Yet, Canaver and the other are demanding an answer from me about this. They have had their hands in this, and they will pay for it. In fact, they're probably the ones hiding them. It's the only real explanation that makes sense, he reasoned at a near shout. Understood, sir, all the soldiers said together before leaving the room. Athran approached the desk as his father sat down in the chair, appearing tired and stressed. It wasn't surprising with all that was going on, but still, all that was being assumed was crazy. Father, Athran started. Patrick Zala glared at his son sternly. What did you call me, soldier? He asked angrily. Forgive my misconduct, I meant to say, Chairman Zayla, sir, Athrun corrected. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the current situation, posed Chairman Zayla. Athrun nodded, still not really believing what was being suggested. Indeed, sir, Athrun began, but Athrun hesitated, it's hard to believe that Lakis would do anything like this, I can't believe that. She wouldn't get involved in or help an enemy spy, she would never do so. Patrick Zayla brought up a screen and showed Athrun a security video, and Athrun saw it was clearly of a mobile suit. He spotted that one of those in the video was Lakis but couldn't see who the other was as they had a helmet on. Lakis was waving from the doorway as the doors to the hangar closed and then the spy in a ZAFT pilot suit and helmet began heading for the mobile suit cockpit entrance. Yet, they stopped when they were halfway and focused on the camera, which confused Athrun. As the footage kept playing, Athrun witnessed the spy wave at the camera, showing they clearly knew that the security camera was there and recording. Then, they used one of their hands to point at the camera and the other. Athrun's eyes widened as he saw the other hand get shown with only the middle finger pointing up and the others curled in. The spy emphasized the gesture and aimed it at those who were watching the footage. The individual sent a message, and they likely knew ZAFT higher UPS would view it. And yet, the spy had said for those viewing to screw themselves if Athrun remembered correctly. The gesture was an old one from before the cosmic era and was rarely ever used anymore. Once the video was done, the screen was covered again. Patrick Zayla turned back to Athrun. Now you see there is no doubt as to what she did. And when the identity of that spy is discovered, they will be punished severely. You may think it's not possible that Lakis Klein is a traitor, but you see the facts for yourself. This still made no sense to Athrun. The Lakis he had gotten to know wouldn't have done anything like he was being told or shown. She cared about the citizens of the plants, there had been no question about that. So then, why would she help someone to hurt those she cared about? Isn't it possible that it was an imposter, sir? Athrun asked. Patrick shook his head, that avenue was already explored, the one in the video is the genuine Lakis Klein. Athrun still couldn't believe what he was being told, she wouldn't do this. It goes without saying, but she's no longer your fiancée, the official announcement will come later. Lakis Klein is now regarded as a criminal and is wanted for the crime of treason. Patrick Zayla continued and then looked at Athrun, locking his gaze on him. Your next mission is to recapture the stolen X-10A Freedom, and if possible, capture the pilot and if neither is possible, eliminate them both. Along with that, you are also to eliminate all persons and facilities that they might have come into contact with. The orders that were being given were unlike anything Athrun had gotten before. Granted, he could understand the need to get back a stolen prototype mobile suit before the enemy gets it and has the time to reverse engineer it. But the second part of this mission didn't sit well with Athrun at all. To have to kill everyone that the pilot could have come into contact with was harsh. It was more difficult that the theft had happened days ago, so that pilot had time to go who knows where. So all the possible places and people it could have come into contact with was huge and growing list. Yet, before Athrun could bring up the concern, the chairman continued, stop by the armory and pick up the X-09A Justice and then begin your mission as soon as preparations are finished. If you cannot capture the freedom, then you are authorized to destroy it. Athrun couldn't dismiss the issue he saw in this mission without bringing it up. He found it extreme to have to potentially eliminate many people and possible places the freedom could have gone. Sir, you say everything they may have come into contact with, isn't that extreme? Athrun questioned. No, because those machines, the X-10A Freedom and the X-09A Justice, are equipped with N-jammer cancellers, he returned. That answer shocked Athrun for a couple of reasons. First, the plants abandoned nuclear technology, mostly due to the Bloody Valentine incident and the sorrow accompanying it. Second, in a way, some could see these two mobile suits as a nuclear bomb delivery system. Then should the Alliance get their hands on them, nuclear weapons would follow shortly. However, Athrun accepted the orders, even if he felt conflicted with them. He knew arguing with his father at this point would not help in either getting more information or helping his father see the danger. So, Athrun instead traveled to the Klein residence, hoping that he could find answers to all the confusion that was racking him. Upon arrival, Athrun found there was a group searching the structure likely for clues. They let him in and pretty much ignored him as they continued their search for information. As Athrun glanced around the house, it felt like he was at a completely unfamiliar place. He'd been here many times before now, both in recent years and when he was a child. His first time had been when he was 6 years old and had been with his mother and father. Patrick had been there to talk to Siegel about work, so he had left his wife and son in the care of Mrs. Klein. Tazara Klein had welcomed him in, and he had met both Lakis, who was shy back then, and Sakura. Sakura had been intimidating even back then but not to the same extent she is now. Sakura had even smiled back in those days when her mother was around. Thus, Athrun was familiar with the Klein residence. He stopped by when he could to check on Lakis. It was his way to say he cared about her well-being since they would spend their lives together or would have before this. As Athrun explored the place, he heard others questioning the house staff of the whereabouts of Lakis and Siegel. From what Athrun heard, they hadn't been told what had been going on before their employer's disappearance. It fit as both Siegel and Lakis would not wish other people to be punished for something they may do. But he still couldn't fully believe Lakis or Siegel, for that matter, would do anything like they were being accused of. Even after seeing the evidence, something in him just felt that pieces were missing and important ones at that. Then the sight of furniture being overturned or out of place just made the place even more unfamiliar to him. One of the guest rooms, in particular, puzzled Athrun when he looked inside. It appeared to have been used for some sort of medical purpose, and he knew of no reason for that to be here. And the room had been used recently as there was blood spread over the room. He tried to come up with anything that could explain what could have happened for this to be as it was, but he could think of nothing. Once Athrun had made his way to the backyard where he and Lakis had walked together during previous visits, the area was a mess. It pained Athrun to see places that he remembered in such different states. Yet, as he looked around further, Athrun found one of the ball-shaped robots that he had made for Lakis that she had liked so much. In fact, it was the pink one, and that was her favorite. It was still active and started hopping towards an area where white flowers. Athrun chased the robot and caught it before glancing at the flowers and recalling that they were the same kind that had grown around the theater Lakis had first sung at. That gave him the idea that she might have gone there, and Athrun wanted answers, and she seemed to be the one that would have them. With that in mind, Athrun left the residence and entered the car he had taken here, and traveled to the said theater. As Athrun entered the theater, he heard the singing of Lakis no less. He made his way further into the theater, gun drawn and ready to use. Athrun listened to the singing. He began to recall the events that had led to his current mood. From Tyler's death to the promotion and transfer back to the plants to the rumors about Lakis and her father had helped another steal a prototype mobile suit. None of it had made sense. Those were Athrun's thoughts as he came into the main theater and located Lakis on the stage, sitting on debris. The pink robot that Athrun had been carrying since he visited the Klein residence jumped out from him and bounced towards the stage. "Harrow," announced the robot. "Lakis, I won't accept that." Lakis heard Harrow's announcement and glanced in that direction to see Mr. Pink hopping down the aisle. She had left Mr. Pink to hopefully bring something that knew him to her for the truth. Lakis caught the hopping pink ball in her hands. "Well, hello again, Mr. Pink," she greeted before looking up at Athrun with a smile as she'd hoped it would be him. Athrun would understand the truth where others would not. His heart would help him know she was helping the ways she could. Plus, he would want to know that Tyler was alive and okay as he could be right now. "I was quite certain it would be you who would find him, Athrun. Thank you very much." His mind swirled with so many thoughts at seeing Lakis, and he wanted to know the truth. So he was torn internally. "So then, Lakis," Athrun started, "did you do it? Did you really do what others are accusing you of?" He paused, feeling that he needed to hear her tell the truth rather than just hearing others say it. "I want to hear the truth from you." Lakis's smile weakened a slight margin as she knew what he was talking about. Through those that were helping her, Lakis had heard what accusations were being thrown around with her name attached. It had been as Tyler had said, those in power would claim they were traitors and spout it until others believed them. "To what are you referring, Athrun?" she posed. "I've been doing several things recently." Athrun rushed forward and leaped up onto the stage and faced Lakis. He hated beating around the bush. "Explain yourself, what have you done?" he challenged. Lakis's smile faded. He was here for the truth, but he had been already told and likely shown footage of the mobile suit theft. Tyler, bless his heart, had tried to get attention off of her, even if rudely. She appreciated the thought. It hadn't taken others long with their digging to discover she had been at the complex that day. "No doubt, you have already been told all about what happened a few days ago by this point. Is that not the reason that you came to see me?" she questioned, "to hear the truth?" It annoyed Athrun that Lakis wasn't giving a straight answer. "Is it true?" he paused. "Is it true that you are guilty of assisting an enemy spy?" Athrun demanded. He waited for a moment for her to deny that, but she didn't, and that hurt. That Lakis didn't deny straight away said to him that it was likely true. "How could you think of doing that, with all the care you've shown for those here in the plants?" Lakis ordered her thoughts, so she hadn't denied the point straight away. Thus, she shook her head. "I have not and will not provide assistance to anyone that would wish to bring harm to the plants or Earth. So no, I did not provide assistance to an enemy spy as some are saying I have." Athrun stopped as that's what he had believed of her when he'd been told she had betrayed the plants. She continued, "All I've done was help get a mobile suit to where it will be best used, and that was not here." Lakis paused, thinking of how Tyler had reacted to her father's request. He had been very worried for both of them, even though he agreed to help in the endeavor. In fact, Tyler, after hearing about the situation, was willing to help in the task, even if he worried about what my father and I would face. Athrun gawked at what Lakis said, for it was impossible as much as he wished it wasn't. She talked about Tyler as if he was still alive, but that wasn't the case. Tyler couldn't have survived the explosion that the Aegis created. Not with him close to the center of the blast, it just couldn't happen even when Athrun would give almost anything for it to. It made him wonder if Lakis was trying to confuse him or just cause him pain by reminding him of what he had done to one of his best friends. Or it could be that he'd been attempting to do the same to Kira just to follow orders. The image of the Medal of Valor came to his mind, and he cursed it as he had before. Athrun had been arguing with himself internally ever since that battle, and he hadn't been able to come up with anything to lessen the pain or guilt he felt. Lakis could see Athrun was beating himself up about what happened to Tyler, she had been doing that too. But with him alive, Athrun, like Lakis, could stop torturing himself about a friend's fate that hadn't happened. She didn't doubt that Tyler would appreciate that she told Athrun that he was alive. So, Lakis continued when Athrun found himself at a loss for words, I'm confident that Tyler will make sure the mobile suit will be put to good use and will make the greatest difference. He wouldn't let those who would use the suit and what it has for evil intentions. Tyler, Athrun finally uttered, what are you talking about, Lakis? Tyler, his voice caught as he hated to admit what he was responsible for, he's gone, he hesitated, and it's my fault. Athrun stopped again, tears were coming to him, because of me Athrun cursed himself for what he did to Tyler, I'm the one who killed him. He was trying to save lives, and I chose duty and orders over him. Athrun ground his teeth, I earned a damn medal for killing the one I considered one of my best friends. It was clear that Athrun had been suffering since Tyler's incident with the Shadow's destruction, and she could understand. Her heart had been in such pain when she believed Tyler was dead, words couldn't describe how much it hurt. And Lakis was glad Sakura hadn't known about it, she would have either done terrible things to Athrun or gone into a terrifying depression. If Sakura found out Athrun had been the one that had nearly killed Tyler, Lakis could only imagine what she would do to him. Yet, Tyler was alive, so Athrun didn't need to beat himself up anymore. Thus, her smile returned before she spoke again, thankfully, you are quite wrong, Athrun, Tyler is still alive. Athrun feared that if he believed her for even a moment, the possibility he would give anything for would be ripped away from him. He wanted Tyler back so badly he would apologize on his hands and knees for what he'd done. But that wasn't possible as much as Athrun wanted it to be, you're lying, Athrun shouted in deep emotional pain, raising his gun and pointing at Lakis, what trick are you trying to pull now, Lakis Klein? What you say is impossible, Athrun hesitated, my friend is dead, there's no way he could still be alive. Lakis kept smiling, and it amplified the pain Athrun felt as her voice was heard again, I thought that as well before returning to the plants. Lakis remembered the moment she had discovered Tyler was alive, she had been so relieved. I shortly learned that Tyler was brought here after being found by a friend to help him recover. Lakis stopped as she recalled her conversation with Tyler about what happened to him. He had been so afraid of Athrun and Kira trying to kill one another, it had haunted him. Tyler had said he couldn't live with himself if he stood by and didn't attempt to stop them from being pushed to do so. It was saddening to hear about how worried Tyler was that you and Kira would be put in the position that you would be expected to kill one another. It haunted him so that Tyler felt the need to put his own life on the line. Lakis paused. What Tyler had said next had truly floored her, though it had explained many things about the three. Tyler saw Kira and Athrun as family, and family to him was more important than anything else. It's because he sees you and Kira as the closest people he has to family other than his mother. Once more, Athrun found himself at a loss for words at what Lakis was telling him. Athrun would be more than happy if what Lakis said about Tyler was true. The aching in his heart would leave him, and he wanted that. Tyler had been there for him when he needed a friend, almost like a brother. But with what she was being accused of, he couldn't take what she said at face value. However, there'd been many things that weren't as Athrun had thought they were when he had gotten back to the plants. So his doubts were whipping around in his mind and wouldn't be silenced. Do you not believe what I'm telling you, Athrun? She asked. I have no doubt you've seen the difference once you came back to the plants after being away for the time you have. You've noticed the changes that have taken place, haven't you? The only reply that Athrun could come up with was one word, Lakis. Nevertheless, Lakis didn't let up. What is it you believe in now? What is it you fight for? Is it for the medal you have or the orders of the current chairman of the council? Athrun started, not knowing what to say. Lakis. If your reasons are anything like those, I fear that you will be fighting against your friends again, and I will be among them as well, she stated, keeping her eyes locked onto Athrun. If we are to be enemies, then go right ahead and shoot me now and be done with it, Athrun Zala, soldier of ZAFT. Athrun was getting more confused than he had ever been right now. All the thoughts swirling around in his head were contradicting each other. He didn't know what was true and what was false lately, so much made little to no sense. Athrun started again, with all that's happened, he hesitated, I'm so confused, and I don't know what to think. Athrun felt the tears coming from his eyes, nothing is like I'd thought it would be anymore, he stopped, I don't know when the world became so muddled like this. His conversation with Nicole came back to him, I'm so angry with myself, with just following orders. It has had me doing things that disgust me to my core. But I don't know who or what to believe anymore. Lakis could understand and sympathize with Ithran's confusion. He had been misled and used by others he had placed trust in. And it seemed only recently he'd been seeing the signs of being tricked and used. She got up and was about to move forward when the sound of the doors to the theater opening was heard. Both Lakis and Ithran glanced in that direction, saw figures coming in. As they got closer to the stage, Ithran saw that the figures were men in black suits and sunglasses with guns equipped with suppressors. Ithran positioned himself in front of Lakis and faced the men. "What is this about?" he demanded. "Our search for Miss Klein had been going nowhere, so we have you to thank, Ithran Zala. Of course, being her fiancé, you would know her best. Now then, step aside so that we can dispose of the traitor," said the leader. Ithran didn't move, and the men pointed their guns at him. "Are you sure you want to defend the girl? You're outnumbered and outgunned. I would recommend you think about your decision carefully," the leader said. Ithran stood his ground, surer than ever that if he moved that, he would regret it in the same way he regretted what happened to Tyler. He had lost enough friends already because of this war. Ithran wouldn't let more die because of foolish decisions he made. The face-off that was about to happen didn't as gunshots rang out. The black-suited men looked around as more gunshots sounded, and some started to be shot. Once the group of assassins realized that others were picking them off, they focused on their target and started shooting at Lakis. Ithran got her out of the line of fire and behind a stone slab that acted as a barrier that was blocking incoming bullets. However, all of the assassins ended up being taken out, and once that was done, others in ZAFT uniforms. The one that was in the lead was a woman in a blue bodysuit. "A very nice performance, Miss Lakis, only wish it hadn't been interrupted. Unfortunately, it is time to go," she said. Lakis was happy to see Miss Aisha. She knew the woman had her group of soldiers patrolling the theater. "You're right, Miss Aisha, thank you for the assistance you and your men provided," Lakis greeted before she turned to Ithran. "Goodbye, Ithran, thank you for bringing back my dear Pink to me. As I said before, Tyler is alive, and you'll find him along with Kira on Earth, likely getting together by this point. I recommend that you go and have a talk with them as much for yourself as for them. They are your friends after all, and they care about you as much as you care about them, do not doubt that." After giving her farewell, Lakis left with the soldiers, and they disappeared and left Ithran there to consider what to do next. He still had so many questions that he didn't have answers yet. However, he figured that Lakis had said the best action to go with to move forward. Ithran needed to talk to Kira and Tyler to see what they knew about all of this. That Tyler had taken the freedom was something that Ithran wanted Tyler's side of before making any other judgment. And since he was assigned to take the justice to find where the freedom went, it worked out to that end. Thus, Ithran reported to the armory suited up and ready to go. He didn't say anything about what he intended to do on the mission, and he didn't have to tell those in the hangar what he would do. All that was officially said was he was to take back or destroy the freedom and handle any that had become involved with it. The methods of how Ithran did that were up to himself, as long as it was settled in the end. Ithran entered the mobile suit, and the engineers were doing the last tasks to make the unit ready. Once they were done, they moved away from the cockpit entrance, and so Ithran closed the cockpit. "Sound the A-55 alarm," said a voice over the PA system. Ithran bought the system readouts on the main display in front of himself, looking them over to make sure they were acceptable. Even with the little time that he had to look over the technical specs of this machine, the ZGM-FX-09A Justice and also the ZGM-FX-10A Freedom, the two mobile suits were definitely the most powerful built by ZAFT so far. Yet, they were also a symbol of something that the plants had abandoned shortly after the Bloody Valentine incident: nuclear technology. To see nuclear technology again didn't sit right with Ithran. He hated the idea. Nuclear weapons had taken his mother away from him. He had no wish for that technology to be used again in that fashion. "Radiation levels are normal. All stations have cleared takeoff," came over the radio within the Justice. Shaking his head, Ithran focused back on the task at hand. He knew what was expected, but Ithran refused to kill those who had become involved with the freedom unless they were to threaten the plants. That would be the only reason. If Tyler had taken the suit, as Lakis said, then he would have been careful where he would have taken it. Tyler wasn't a careless person, so eliminating others wouldn't be necessary. But it did make Ithran wonder what Tyler had thought when he had seen the freedom and what it contained. Tyler would be no more okay with nuclear technology than Ithran was. They had both lost loved ones to it. "Beginning countdown to launch, T-200, said an operator over the radio. Lakis's words back at the theater kept coming back to Ithran. He had never thought that Tyler had seen Kira and himself as close as family. Ithran hadn't been acting like family to his friend that had been there for him as he had for Ithran himself. The thought of what Kira and Ithran fighting was doing to Tyler hadn't crossed Ithran's mind, and it brought pain. Tyler wouldn't have wanted to see his best friends fighting each other. He would hate that as much as Ithran and Kira. And being a Federation soldier, Tyler would have seen horrible battlefields likely more than Ithran had. T-50, A-55 in effect. All lines connected to X-09A, separation confirmed. Stand by for takeoff, announced the PA system. Athrun activated the Justice's phase shift armor as cables disconnected from the mobile suit. Even with the storm of battling thoughts, Athrun couldn't help but mutter the names of those that were at the forefront of his mind: Kira, Tyler. Strong thoughts came to mind as Athrun considered things. What are the two of you thinking about now? And what are you planning to do going forward? Again, a voice came over the radio, continuing the countdown, T-5. The thought that had crossed Athrun's mind several times after accepting that what Lakis said Tyler was alive was true. Ty, can you ever forgive me for what I did to you? Athrun asked mentally. May the divine light of the stars guide us to justice. Athrun grasped the controls and pushed the throttle forward. Athrun Zayla, Justice, launching, he stated before the Justice shot up the launching tunnel and left the plants. A/N. Okay, I'll leave off there until the next phase. So, on to the explanations and elaboration of this chapter as they are a couple. I did set this part earlier now as I feel it works out better happening before spit break. The first point, as many of you would probably bring up, Athrun being in a way a whiny little prick. I will admit that Athrun does a lot of whining in this phase in one way or another and that annoys some. However, I would say that Athrun is beating himself up for what he did to Tyler. I added the conversation between Athrun and Nicole so that Athrun could vent his cursing about being awarded a medal for his efforts. Second, Athrun's questioning ZAFT Sames, which is earlier than in the original. Finally, I apologize to those that were annoyed by Athrun whining as he did. Please some take the time to write a review and tell me what you think. Hope to post the next phase in 2 weeks titled, In the Promised Land, no pun or copyright intended.